It's no shine entertainment.
Snapping off film.
Click on more info about what's considered a qualified business.
This video is under fair use. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act in 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for
like
purposes
I said,
such as criticism, comment,
and
news reporting,
it was just a
teaching,
good positive
scholarship,
bill
and research.
until
Fair
all the
use is a use
religious
permitted
or
by
the
copyright
religiosity
statute that
came
might
on there,
otherwise
so.
be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or purpose
Yeah, I
use
did see
tips
that
the
too,
balance
bro.
in
And
favor
I'm
of fair
very
use.
unfortunate.
All rights and credit go
Yeah,
directly to its
yeah.
rightful owners.
Peace,
No
peace.
copyright infringement intended. Enjoy. Oh yeah.
Well,
On your way
my
out,
brother,
make sure you
what's
like,
up,
subscribe,
baby?
and comment, man. This is the Argument League. Turn up.
Nah, ain't nothing too much, man. Just, chilling, watching a little football and maxing, relaxing on a Sunday night, Ain't got to deliver no pizzas the night I'm off, so, I'm just chilling.
That's what's up.
What y'all got going on, man? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I hear you. Now I was just saying, like, what y'all got going on?
Hello, somebody got to play. Oh, that might be me.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, that's me. My bad. I clicked on the YouTube page. It was playing in the background. No, man, I just, it's been on my mind, man, just to get people who are black power and the people that are religious and, basically like just detail our relationship, what to expect from each other, like how we gonna make this work.
Well, I don't know. I got a question regarding that. Do you think that people who are religious now, the question I have is, do you think that people who are religious can be black power? But I don't just mean black power. I mean truly, black African power, as the brother Unc would say. But do you truly think religious people can be that, though?
Oh wow, man. My ego would like to say, yeah, you know, um, detail everything that it takes to be religious, and it makes it very difficult, man. So, yeah, I don't want to say no.
Because see, when I
I
say,
just think,
go ahead, my bad.
I just think, it's not as, simply put, man. Everybody got a part. Everybody got a part they can participate in, and a part that they really can't. So I'm gonna say, yeah, you could be Black Power, and you could use your resources to further Black people and help liberate us. So in that aspect, I say yeah, but being the truly the defining face for it, now that's a different case.
Well, the reason the reason I asked that is because in some of these holy texts, and specifically, I just talk about the Bible. It tells you to separate yourself, from people who are, they would say unclean, or who are different than what you are and what you represent. Now, that's not knocking them, because ultimately, if all black people separated ourselves, then it would be, it would be advantageous. But I'm saying, for the people, not everybody's going to come up under the Bible. Not everybody's going to come under the Quran. Not everybody's going to be an atheist. I get that. But at the same time, the reason I pose that question, the underlying point is that when you have a religious text that you hold to, and it tells you to separate yourself, it's also telling you to separate yourself from your own people, which at times they have your best interest at heart.
But do you have to be 100%? Because we know we don't practice the Bible all the way to a T. And so do you have to in order to be religious?
What? No, 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 no. I'm talking about religious people. You know, not just people who just, you know, read the book or whatever.
Oh
And
yeah, I know people that's participating in religion. I say even the pastor has certain aspects that he can't live up to, certain things. So if anything is compromisable, wouldn't having a relationship with people that's outside of your belief be compromisable?
no, but that's what
And
I'm saying.
still keep what?
Well, what I'm saying is that you can have relationships. You know, the Bible isn't necessarily stopping you from having relationships. I wouldn't say that. But ultimately, it is telling you to separate yourself and to only deal with yourself because, you know, a lot of times people reference the Jews. They say, oh, look at the Jews, you know, they buy and sell from each other. But if the Hebrew Israelites were to do that, then that would cut me out of it. That would cut you out of it because
Of course.
you wouldn't be a Hebrew Israelite. I'm not a Hebrew Israelite. You know, that'll cut Christians out of it. And essentially it would just be them by themselves. You know what
Well,
I'm
that's
saying?
why I made this argument a long time ago. I said if we all get released from under this oppression, would the non-religious people, the Black Power people, be at the bottom of the totem pole?
Absolutely. I think so because if you say that we're oppressed right now, then we come from up under that. The people that would be on top would be the people who, you know, stick close together and say we're not fucking with y'all, we're not dealing with y'all, we're not dealing with y'all. So it creates a box inside of a box inside of a box. You know what I'm saying? So in the end of the day, when you put a box inside of a box inside of a box, it's still division. You see what I'm saying?
Out the blue, what's good, guy?
Peace,
Um,
peace.
can how does a non-religious person use the Bible?
Well, I wouldn't.
Uh-huh.
That's just like saying how does a black person use uh what is it called? The UV ray protection shit. What do they call that lotion? Suntan
Uh-huh.
lotion. It's like saying this black how does a black person use suntan lotion? You don't because you don't need it. So why would a
Uh-huh.
black power person use the Bible? It serves no purpose.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because it's like if the Bible wasn't food that we see it as, would it be implicated in our life?
Hold on, you broke up a little bit. Say that again.
Would would it be implicated in our life if we didn't get such a harsh introduction to it and everything, and it wasn't such a prominent tool in controlling us by the other side?
Well,
Would we,
it doesn't change the words that are on the paper though.
yeah.
You know, because you get people could say, oh well, you know, the American system and the dollar and capitalism, but it doesn't change the fact. You know, the dollar is still the dollar. The system, you know, the way that we are is just the way we are right now.
So can you, outside the cube, and I'll ask out of the blue the same thing, can you coexist with non-religious people? I mean,
Say, can I?
religious people.
And you gotta mute your mic, bro.
Who is that, Chris? If I got you. Could you coexist with religious people?
Of course. I coexist with them every day. I got a job. You know, we
Uh-huh.
all do
No, no,
it.
no. But I mean, uh, cohabitate. I'm not saying like tolerate them when you go out. I mean, if we really built like another Tulsa, Oklahoma, that was like way bigger than that. White supremacy ain't even a problem, or maybe it would be at the time. I don't know. Would we, what would a state with religious and non-religious blacks who are celebrating and upholding black culture look like?
Well, what would it look like? I don't
Yeah,
know.
like
Hold on. So you said what would non-religious and religious black people, a state of religious and non-religious people look like?
yeah, when they came
I,
together,
I don't think it's ever
man,
been a time that black people
that's.
weren't religious.
So out the blue, how you feel about that? What do you think the relationship between religious and Black Power people should be, and how would you think that would look if we all got our way, so to say? Out the blue, you there?
Yeah.
Oh, you probably. Oh, okay. No, I was asking.
Hey, I'm on the clock. Right. I'm on the clock right now, but let me just say this real quick. Well,
Go ahead,
I
bro.
get what his point is. I think we could coexist. Like that's just like when he talking about the Hebrew Israelites. The problem is that they're still bringing a religious aspect into what we trying to create, and that's just like what I brought up during my debate with Gold Mines. Is that if we stick to the code, the law, you know what I'm saying? How you know what I mean, the ethic code, whatever that is, if we stick to that, you know what I'm saying, the dogma don't really matter. You see what I'm saying? It's like we can escape the arguments over the little bullshit. That's just like regardless whether we know a Muslim and a Christian or Israelite, they're gonna all argue over Muhammad, Jesus, this and that. When we go into that Torah, you can't argue with them laws though. You see what I'm saying? There ain't no argument there. And that's supposed to be where we all stand on. So I feel like that. I mean, if we leave it to that and we leave the dogma out of it, Q can coexist with us. You see what I'm saying? But he gonna have to understand that it's a certain order though that we gonna have to all walk in. But you know what I'm saying? So what you go home and do is something totally different. But as long as you understand that, hey, well, look, on the Sabbath ain't no stores gonna be open. You know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing personal, but it just won't be.
And see, that's it.
And
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 that's part of the problem, because if we have a now, when you talk about coexisting, yes, I said we can coexist because we do it every day. We have a job. You say you on the clock, so you coexisting with people who aren't religious. So we understand that. But when you talk about stores being closed on the Sabbath, now that wouldn't be a problem if you know you guys weren't empowered. But if you guys were empowered to establish your law and your judgment, now that would be a problem for a person like me, because if I want to go out and take my daughter to get some ice cream on Saturday when she's out of school, then I don't see why that would be a problem. But to you, it's a problem because you believe in these laws. I don't. So when you say not being dogmatic, that's being dogmatic. That's being religious. And people, when I say religious, people try to, you know, skate around exactly what religion is, but that's what religion is. I know Hebrew Israelites like to say like we're not religious, but you actually are. You know, and I find
but let me say this, Q. Can you hear me good?
yeah, 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 you good, bro.
Well, look, that's just like this though. I understand, but I stay in the South, right? On Sundays, you can't buy beer, you can't buy liquor, buy none of that. You know what I'm saying? Until 12 o'clock. Now, probably plenty of people that have a problem with that, but you know what I'm saying? That just means that you need to get your stuff ahead of time. You know what I mean?
But hold on though, like I understand all that, but at the same time, I'm from Miami, Florida, and our liquor stores are open 24 hours. So what I'm saying is about being in one specific place. I'm saying if we're living in a place and you guys are ruling, it will be that way on Saturday everywhere. Versus you being where you are and you have to go after 12 to get liquor. Versus where I'm at and it's 24 hours. It's gonna be nothing open on Saturdays all across the board, and that's what I can't rock with that.
And which is understandable. But if we all are coming under one banner, then it's just gonna be some type of compromise. You see what I'm saying? It's gonna have to be. That's just like the compromise here. You can't in some states you can buy your cigarettes and all of that at 18. Well, in Alabama, you can't do none of that until you're 19. You see what I'm saying? So like
Yeah, but
you
that's
just sometimes you got to follow the state. It's like is one day is that bigger than the whole idea? You see
yes,
what
it
I'm saying?
is. It is because it's freedom. I'm looking at it as I want to. If we're leaving, if we're leaving this so-called big bad white man, white supremacist system, why would I go up under another banner and still be uh not free to do what I want? Not saying like just free to just be buck wild and wild the hell out and do whatever I want. But I'm saying if I'm off Saturdays and Sundays, well, let's say I'm off Fridays and Saturdays. You mean to tell me on Saturday everything is closed and I can't take my daughter, to the swimming pool and and all this kind of stuff? That makes no sense. So when you say we have to compromise, that's not really true. What you're trying to do is make everybody up under your religion because you're not compromising any of your laws. We know that to be a fact. You're not gonna say, okay, well, in the name of Black Power, let me eat this pork sandwich. You're not gonna do that. So why should I have to be up under your Sabbath laws? You feel me on that, Suave?
Yeah, I mean, shit, we experience that now. To tell the truth, in some sort of ways. But what I'm saying is, when you be more tolerable of your own people, if that's the law they need to keep, like, couldn't you make a case that fuck the liquor stores on Sunday? You know what
Nah.
I'm saying? Like shit like that. Like as long as it ain't nothing that's like oh man, like closing the school or stopping your health care, or, things that are really, you know, goddamn critical. Couldn't you really just and I mean even for religious people, couldn't you say, I don't care if the liquor stores is open on Sunday?
No, I wouldn't. And the reason, as I just stated, if we are supposedly leaving big bad white man, white supremacist oppression country, and then we're coming up under our banner as Black Power to do our own thing, why then should I still have to have some of these same limitations that were put on me from the white man? I might as well just stay in America and live like him and assimilate if that's the case.
But you feel like that's a European centric type of idea to not have liquor stores open on Sunday?
No. I'm not saying anything is European. I'm just saying why. No, all right. When you're a kid, you always say, "Man, I can't wait till I get bigger so I can, do what I want to do." Why would you move out of your mother's house just to move into your grandmother's house to have those same restrictions? Nobody does
Uh-huh.
that. When you leave to go get your own place, pay your own bills, and you do what you want to do. So why would we leave from this so-called white supremacist system to come together as a group to be still under the same damn system? Because if
But
people,
okay, who was that? Blue? Oh, that was you. Go ahead, Q.
no, that was just kind of the extent of what I was saying. You could build on that. No, I was
For the
saying
one aspect, taxing you and wear your dollar.
breaking up. You're breaking up. You're breaking up. Say
Oh,
that again.
hold on, let me put the top so Wi-Fi. I put the court. I'm saying one aspect of the culture is still there. Doesn't mean all aspects is there. Just because your liquor stores is closed, you getting taxed on your dollar at the job, at the ATM, at the register, or at the end of the year. Right? It's the oppressive laws are the ones that we complaining about. Like I'm not really tripping on people saying no liquor on Sunday. Like I'm from Indiana. We just got liquor on Sunday this year. So how long ago? Like this year. So
But
it's
okay,
not
see,
hell.
but see, at the same time though, you're making a case for, well, we was already slaves for 287 years. Why not just stay slaves?
I'm saying
It's
no, no,
it's
no. I'm saying we already weren't drinking liquor. That's what
it,
I'm saying. Just because one aspect is you closing the liquor store, slavery.
no. I'm not I'm not saying slavery is having a liquor store opening, but I'm saying using that logic, what you're saying is, well, we already didn't have this, so it shouldn't be a problem now. I'm saying no. We shouldn't have limitations that are, because I tell you like this. First it might be the liquor store, then it might be something else, and then it's a snowball effect. So I'm not opposed to any limitations from people having, I
A
guess,
weird
I
ass
don't know.
bug just flew around my house. Hold on.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm just saying I'm against limitations that stop people from their free will. For lack of a better word, because I don't see how we can say, okay, well, we're under this white supremacist system and they won't let us do this and they won't let us do that. But then we have our own nation, and then there's still those same exact limitations and restrictions that the white man had. So now, who do we complain to it about? If I want to go, you know, and have a drink on Sundays because that's my only day off and I work 60 hours a week, you mean to tell me I cannot drink? You're gonna tell me, oh well, you have to just go to the liquor store before that. It's like, what the fuck? Or what if I want to have a liquor store as a business? You mean to tell me one day of my revenue is going to be shut off because of some law that says that it can't be open on Sundays? And it's not only about, the liquor store
Of
per
course
se.
not. Of course not.
That's just a microcosm.
Yeah, we ain't gonna act that slow.
Yeah.
but I get what you're saying. And that's a valid case. That's a very valid case. Like, if you work Monday through Saturday and you want to get off, I don't think that would exist in the black culture when you work Monday through Saturday. See, that's the one. But this is my brain. You're a very logical person, and you think different sometimes. But what I'm saying is this: it wouldn't be that whole wake up to go to work, to go to get off, to go home, to go to sleep. A lot of this stuff wouldn't be seen as oppressive. Having to have a sip at home on a Sunday or a private bar on a Sunday, that's not a horrible thing. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of the other elements in this oppressive system are not horrible things. It's just when you look at the source of what they using it after the initial purpose, what you see and they using it for, twisting it, it's fucked up. But we would have a child protective service, but we wouldn't be fucking stealing the kids and put them in sex slaves and shit like that. Like, we would have a police system, but it wouldn't be to lock niggas up and roll around with pistols mugging motherfuckers all day.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, how much of a, because like I said, man, we haven't had this conversation. So I'm saying, how much of a conflict would it be?
Well, and see, that's the thing, because when you're talking about people who aren't religious, they're more malleable than people who are religious. That's just a fact. They can fit in spots and spaces that religious people can't. Because religious people are gonna say, well, I cannot go here or go there because my book tells me I can't. I can't eat this, I can't eat that because my book tells me that I can't. I can't do this or do that because my book tells me that I can. But a person who isn't religious, they'll just go enjoy themselves, socialize, and have a good time. So it's actually going to be the people who are not religious that are going to have to fit into the mold of religious people, because religious people ain't giving up shit. True religious people, I'm telling you, I was ultra religious for 2 years, and I know I wasn't giving up shit. I didn't give a fuck. All of the women that I talked to, if they couldn't get down with it, I was like, holla, because this is my life and this is what I'm living and this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to serve the
But
Most
is
High.
that religion or is that you, Q? Because
No, that's religion.
even as an atheist, you seem like a pretty stern. This is how I feel, and I have a negative outlook on you. If you know what I'm saying? Like, I tolerate you. Basically, it's like that, and I see that quality. You're not saying it's bad or good, but is that so much as the religion as it is you, or is it just enough of the religion that complements that part of you?
Listen, I'm telling you, I know without a shadow of a doubt that the way I used to be was religious. I'm telling you, when I wake up in the morning, I feel different. To the time I go to sleep, I feel different. I'm not worrying about praying or putting on Zeke Zeeks or thinking about what I can and cannot do. You know, I'm not worried about those kind of things. I'm not worried about is God gonna be happy if I do this or say this thing. That doesn't even cross my mind anymore. So it's a religion thing. You in religion you cannot give up anything, because if you give up something that your book says to do or not do, then you're going against what you perceive as God. It's
Could
kind of
you
like,
pray with your religious brothers?
of course I can pray with them. Hell yeah, that shit don't. I know it don't mean shit to me. Listen, I throughout this time for the past 5 years that I've been that I was a Hebrew Israelite, I never celebrate Christmas, Halloween, none of that shit. But guess what? And my daughter, she's about to be 6 this year. She's never celebrated that shit. But guess what? This year we finna have us a good old time on Christmas. I went to the pumpkin patch, bought a pumpkin today. We finna carve it out tomorrow and have a good old time. You know what I'm saying? I
That's
was,
what's up.
you know what I'm saying? So it's
Yeah.
like you kind of rob your kids of certain things, and then at the same time you just feel more free.
I
I
mean,
feel
but
like,
ain't it on us to create other, like, instead of celebrating Christmas, I celebrate the first fall of snow. They
listen,
still get their gifts.
I'll celebrate both of them bitches. How about that? But a religious person can't.
Okay.
That's the point I'm trying to make. A religious person can't. They can't do that.
Okay.
I could come to your mosque and break bread with you and be respectful, and it won't be nothing. But you
So
can't come
you
to.
telling me if black people made up a day, are you telling me religious people can't celebrate Juneteenth?
No, 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 no. I don't mean they couldn't celebrate it. No, that's not what I'm saying.
Mm.
No, I'm talking about holidays with what I perceived as negative connotations associated with them. Like they're not gonna.
All of them. That's all of them.
No, but there's no negative connotation from about Juneteenth. It's actually a jubilant connotation associated with it. Like Christmas, especially for Old Testament Hebrew, they'll be on some shit like, I don't even believe in Jesus, so I'm not even gonna go to the Christmas party. And it's like, yo,
Mm.
you go to the party, they raffling off that you could win $1,000, and you $1,000 behind on your fucking rent. You're not gonna go to try to get a chance to win, but this is the way that they think. Now, if they do it, they'll do it in private and won't tell nobody. You know what I'm saying? Which would, defeat the whole
Mm.
purpose of trying to do the right thing in the first place.
Out the blue, are you able to speak right now? All right, we'll wait on my brother till he get a break. Yeah, because that's kind of what my issue was. Because I know that we'll be able to. I know that we'll be able to. What's going on to the
Yeah.
brother Brandon Bay? That he has a interview tomorrow with Solar Man over there on Solar Vision Debate League.
And we gonna release the
Um,
sounds.
gonna release the house. Gonna release the house. Because I know that we'll be able to participate in a lot of their culture.
Yeah.
Me on the fence, I say that after this. But I know we'll be able to participate in a lot of their culture. But once we able to start establishing and defining ourselves, how restricted are they going to be able to be? You know what I'm saying? It's how restricted are they going to be as far as
But
participating?
but that's the thing. They have to be restrictive, because it's like this. If your mother leaves the house and she said, "Do not come outside," are you gonna go outside?
Hell no.
All right. So if your religion, you believe God is your father and your creator, and he says, "Do not do this," are you gonna do it intentionally?
Yeah, if I know I'm a fool, right? And that's my whole thing. If
No,
that's my
no,
whole scheme, if that's
nah.
ain't that the whole
You,
scheme, I can get forgiveness.
nah, you know what I'm saying. You
Yeah,
don't.
no, I already know what you said.
Yeah.
But it's clear they're not participating in religion like they should though. So that's just another.
No, because see what they try to run behind and say is, well, we're not in our own land to where we can establish our laws. That's like the little thing that they say. Well, we can't do this or can't do that. I can't establish this or that because we don't have power in our own land and all of this kind of stuff.
I
Somebody was saying
have.
something.
Okay, it was a weird ass bug just flew on my house. It killed the suspense, and she don't know what it was. But if y'all notice, it's a new bug out there. It looked like a shield. It got real little thinner, but It's shaped like a beetle at the bottom. It's kind of flat, and it got like a little triangle crown on the top. That's that new shit, fam.
That's
That
something
bitch. That
that's something that just evolved.
yeah. Okay, there you go. You never miss an opportunity. You good at that shit. You good at that.
Yeah.
That shit went around. The bug went around when I was little, and another bug I noticed went around. It's this little. It looked like a bee, but it's real thin and small, and that bitch hover. That bitch hover like a hummingbird. It's that man. I was like, hold on, fam. That shit ain't. That shit like I ain't noticed that till I was like, I want to say. I want to say 15. I want to say 50. It could have been later than that. I might be tripping, but I was an outside kid. Like, nigga, you couldn't get no bug past me. All right, yeah. So, hold on. Who can't establish laws? Black Power?
No, I'm talking about the religious people. No, what I'm saying is religious people say, because you'll ask them, because you'll say, well, it tells you in your book that you have to kill homosexuals, and they'll tell you, well, no, we can't do that.
Does it tell them in that book to kill homosexuals?
Say what?
Does it tell them in that book to kill homosexuals?
Nigga, are you drinking out of a baby bottle? Nah, I'm messing with you. But yeah, it does tell
Hey,
you.
look, man, it's okay for you to think that shit and not say it sometimes, kid.
Nah, for real though, when you first pulled it up, I thought I see the nipple on there. I was like, hold on, what the fuck?
Say this nigga trying to get some views.
Nah.
You
Nah,
know, to
but
sit over with baby body. Hell nah, I got enough reason for people to clown me already, but I'm jiggy though, cause I love me.
but not
Okay,
like
so
what?
who can?
Yeah, but the Bible tells uh the Israelites to kill homosexuals, and if you ask him, like ask a Hebrew Israelite, does Leviticus the 21st chapter tell you to kill homosexuals? They'll say yeah, but they say, well, how many homosexuals have you killed today? Because I know you done passed at least 10 of them walking the streets, and they'll
It
say,
tell
well,
them to do that right now today, or was it speaking to a certain people at that time?
no. But all right, if you ask the question were they talking to a certain people at that time, then all of the laws would have to be relegated to a certain people at that time. Nobody should have to follow
Aren't
those
they?
laws. Huh?
Aren't they?
But no though, like that's how they interpret the scriptures as
That's their
this.
whole scheme. They like, nah, this shit's still popping.
Exactly. But when you ask them why aren't you killing homosexuals, they'll say, well, we're not in our land. But when you ask them why don't you eat pork, they don't say, well, we're not in our land. You know? So it's kind of a pick and choose type of thing that they're doing with it.
You said why they don't eat pork? Hebrews ain't supposed to eat pork.
Right. They're not supposed to, according to the Bible. They're not supposed to. Or, shrimp and,
Yeah.
fish. They're not supposed to eat it, but they'll tell you that, oh well, we're not in our own land, so we can't kill homosexuals. But they won't tell you that, oh,
Okay. So back to the topic. You telling me Black Power couldn't establish a nation and have a spot for religious people in it?
of course, but you could do that. But what I'm saying is, it's gonna cause separation. It's gonna cause
I
separation.
mean, okay. What side is that? Because all separation ain't bad. Like, I ain't gotta necessarily eat at your house,
Mm-hmm.
right? I
Yeah.
don't have to necessarily, drink and smoke and socialize with women the way you do in your setting. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could go sit down and meet women at the bookstore. I don't gotta always go to the club and turn up. That ain't like, so what I'm saying, like, is like separation is good on some levels, but I mean, you have nothing to like okay, like you was watching football. That's the only shit we got to like really do in America. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how many things white people got that they just get together for?
Like what?
And it's like, if you don't find you a spot in there, I'm like I said, I'm in that. They downtown doing something every week. And ain't none of it's never black. I
Yeah,
see
but
black people there, but ain't none of it's black. I go to the stores, I can't find nothing black. I can find something Mexican. I can find something even Chinese. I can find something with Chinese letters on it. But
well,
I
that's
can't find nothing with a fist on it, an afro.
That's
A
not the
black
white
woman,
man.
a
That's
black
not
man,
the white man problem. That's the black man's problem.
the black man's problem.
Yeah, if you
Yeah,
go if you go to
that's
the
what I'm saying. I'm complaining about a problem that I have.
well, you have to
But you
talk.
said the black man is the cause of that?
No. I'm just saying that's his problem. I didn't say he caused it. I'm saying that's his problem.
Yeah. But it's up to him to solve it on his own, like, right?
Absolutely. And see, that's another thing. When you're talking about religion, these people are waiting for somebody to come back and save them. Like this the
What that got
thing.
to do with us, though?
No. I'm saying how nutty the shit is. They're waiting for
Oh,
they're waiting for somebody to come save them. Like I forget who I was listening to. It was some debate I was
DJ Black Charm in the building.
What's
peace.
happening, man? Peace, y'all. I just finished my session. I thought we had a debate tonight. I told Solomon I wasn't gonna be able to do it. It wasn't even on. I could have kept working.
Mm.
Huh,
I could have. I
man.
said, shit, that y'all already online. Let me hop in and see what's going. I seen the notification, Black Power and Religion. But go ahead, Q. My fault, dog.
No, it's
Oh
all
yeah, no, let's handle this first. Shouts out to you, props to you, hats off to you for getting that judge spot on the Solar Vision Debate League. That ain't small.
Right. Nah,
That's
that
no
ain't
small thing. Right. Look at this humble ass.
yeah.
I mean, that's what it is, man. I know a lot of people are, skeptical about that, but that's another conversation for another time. Really, what? How long?
Yeah,
I don't know how
because they
long
don't
you
know
been
how
doing.
to differentiate the two. That's why I'm looking at this title. I say, and I say, how I believe in God. I say, this shit just don't happen by chance. The title is this Black Power and Religion. I can, like, whether I'm on the panel or not, I can listen to this conversation and be non-biased because I understand the two.
Mm.
Okay, so do you think Black Power would have a place amongst a Black religious state if Black people freed ourselves from the oppressions that we are under,
It
and we're
that
able
that's
to
how that's a hard one to say because when you look at when you think about oppression, right? Man, some of these folk, man, they want to be oppressed. Meaning like you know how Dame Dash got the analogy of the worker and the boss shit. You heard him say that? Like I teach my kid how to be a boss and I don't spend my money on then I keep investing it back into the business, right?
yeah,
You got you got some people who don't understand that concept. You know what I'm saying? Like they never was good at selling dope. They never was good at robbery. Robbery. They never was good at panhandling or scamming. You know what I'm saying? Like shit. As far as black market hustling, they ain't good at it. You know what I'm saying? Say that side hustle to get them over the hump, they ain't good at it. They rather work 2, 3 jobs. So they rather have that frustration. And then they teach that, man, you better get you a job, get you 2, 3 jobs if you have to, but don't be around here and not understanding like when they working their 2, 3 jobs or whatever, and they doing this faithfully, and I have to use this word faithfully, or I say they working these 2, 3 jobs religiously even in the
yeah,
essence of saying that they want to build up their black community and like if you're gonna have black power, you got to have some money. So you working 2, 3 jobs faithfully so you can start building on your black power concept. But you really can't nourish it because most of your time is trying to battle oppression. You know what I'm saying? If that make any sense. You know what I'm saying? Like
trying
you
to
battle.
compensate for what oppression is. Yeah,
Yeah. It's like you working 2 jobs. That is oppression. You know, like that. That's Like
how is that oppression though? I don't
because
understand.
it's oppressive nature to
because
say, okay, if I got fish, and you got trees, and you got wood, right? Then I
Mm.
say, okay, we're gonna make us a trade, right? So now I could trade off what I got going on. I can enjoy your wood as far as whether I'm gonna burn it to build a house, and you can enjoy that fish whether you're gonna watch it float or cook it. You know what I'm saying? So that's like we ain't oppressing each other at that moment. Now here's the deal: when you say I gotta keep bringing you fish because that wood you gave me you gonna report and give it to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Then we in an oppressive nation. Now you oppressing me by default. You know what I'm saying? Because
But
what if
no,
my pond if my pond run dry? If my pond run dry, then I don't have a roof over my head.
Well, it's the same thing. If your pond runs dry, you don't have a roof over your head, and if you don't work, then you don't eat either. It's the same difference.
No. See, here's the thing. This is what I'm saying. That's the difference, Q. What I'm saying is, once you back, see, it's like this. Oppression says you have to keep paying for that roof. No oppression saying once you this is where you stay at, this is the tribe. Everybody live here. Everybody take care of this land. Everybody take care of this place. Oppression says anybody can move over here, and you can't say who can live next door to you or not.
But hold on,
Yeah.
brother, hold on. I gotta
And
gotta
let me say this,
respect
'cause I know
the.
you're finna go in. Lex said it the best. White supremacy is not you not being able to get a job, is you have to get a job. Understand what I'm
Right,
saying? Like
right.
I believe
That's white supremacy, having to get a job. Like to say that, okay, if we could come up with another way to barter with each other, and I say whatever our me and Q way is, a swall way is, we figure out this way, this is our way to barter with each other, and we start bartering like how we barter with each other. That's our format. But then when you start looking at America's format, their format is money and taxes. You know, and you have other people. I'm sorry.
Oh no, my bad. I was clearing my throat. My
he
bad.
was
Oh,
clearing
oh,
his
yeah,
throat.
yeah.
He was getting ready. He was loading up on you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but money and taxes. Now you can say that money and taxes is a worldwide concept. Maybe so. You know what I'm saying? But however, I don't live in other countries, so I can't say what's oppressive or not. I don't believe in oppression because I don't live in other countries. I don't have anything to compare it to. You understand what I'm saying? But when I hear the word oppression and people say that they oppress, I understand what they saying.
All right. Let me say this. Now, you said, well, when you working and you have a roof over your head, you have to keep paying for that roof over your head.
Right now, you not being able to. And let me finish that statement. You ain't able to, and you're not really able to enjoy your roof.
Well, see, I find issue with that. It's a bit
Why?
faulty. It's a bit faulty because when you pay those taxes on your house, like let's say right now you go and buy a brand new house and it's let's say it's $400,000 and you
Mm.
pay that house off. What are the only thing that you're gonna have to pay for on that house?
Some more weed in the studio and shit like that. See, I don't
No,
be
no, 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 no,
bragging.
no,
See,
no, 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 no,
yeah,
no, no.
I live in a big ass crib, bro. I'm a Hebrew. I live under. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna turn off my camera in a minute, but I just wanted to
Oh, you
pop
want to
off a little
showboat a
bit.
little bit? Okay, no
Yeah,
doubt.
yeah, because they be like the Hebrew so broke they whack and this.
Nah,
No, I ain't
nobody
gonna even
say
go
that
through my
shit.
whole house.
Nobody
But
say
nah, I
that.
know I'm just talking shit. But like the thing is, I work for myself. You
Okay.
probably
Hold
work
on,
for
wait.
yourself.
Before
You
we get off on that tangent, I wanted to kind of deal with what you were saying before, and
That's what
and
I'm
what
saying. I was gonna say I was gonna come back on that. What I was saying is I work for myself. So by me working for myself, I can enjoy my house. You got the other person who says I make way more money than Charm, but I can't enjoy my house.
okay,
Fact. Go
now
ahead. Go.
listen, but the scenario that I
Nice
just
house,
gave
bro.
you, yeah, that's a nice little pad. But the scenario I gave you is if you have a $400,000 house and you purchase it outright. What I was saying is, only thing you're gonna have to pay on that house is taxes every year. Now, we understand that those taxes go where? They go to the city or state. Now, when it goes to the city or state, that's funding what? It's giving people jobs by you got your state employees, you got your city employees, niggas that work for the county, all that type of shit. It's funding them too. So it's not like you just taking money and throwing the shit out and it's not going anywhere. It's like a circle. The shit is going around. It's paving roads. It's building infrastructure. You know what I'm saying? So you're
But I
not.
want to get back to the conversation. But don't you take care of your own things? Would somebody have to pay you for labor if you building your roads and your homes?
But see, it don't work like that though. And we have to understand there's almost 8 billion people on the earth. If we left it to okay, where everybody just go out there and we're gonna go back to a bartering system, that shit won't work. Niggas would be robbing and stealing more than ever. Because think about it, if I go to my local pond or lake and you got 10,000 fishermen out there, that shit ain't gonna work. That shit
Okay, I see what you're saying, but I want you to recognize this, and I think you have. There's a disconnect in our logic. You know what I'm saying? Like we both sensible dudes. I'm not saying you stupid or dumb, but like I said, I think you like your intelligence is conflicting with what you've learned because it's like you put us with our mind state in that situation. When you see, like, we don't just hoard shit. I'm finna get all the fish. Don't nobody do that. I go get what I need. And I walk the fuck away. It's
Okay,
simple
but
as that.
see,
And when I cook enough for my family and some just in case. Like
but it's
Right.
that's our nature.
but it's
Just
not
Go
in
ahead.
case
about
somebody
that.
come over the house, you
Hold
got
on.
something on the stove. Go get you
But
something
but
to eat.
but no, it's not about
Fact.
that though. It's not about that because check this out. If I get a flat tire or I have like engine failure, guess what I have to do? I gotta work more hours to make that money up to pay for that shit, right? So now
Mm.
let's take the job system out and and put a bartering system. If I'm out there fishing at a fucking lake and my house get burnt down or my kids get sick and I gotta take them to the doctor, I have to go get more fucking fish to sell. You see what I'm saying?
No,
So
no,
it's
no,
not
no,
about
no, no, no. See, that's what I'm saying. You taking us with this mentality. You think we would charge you for that?
no, no, brother, no. I'm not. Listen, you just gotta
You think
just know
we'd
what
be
a
like, you got some fish? You be like, hey, look, man, my house burned down. I need to take my daughter to the hospital. You think we
okay.
There
worry
you
about
go.
getting you some fish? It's like, see,
Yeah,
it's
because
like on everything I love, and I'm saying this. I'm saying this because it's prominent. It's like it's like you look at shit like white people look at shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like you complacent with this system that's set up. Like you got your own intelligent twist on it, so I can't call it white. But it to me it's painted so much. You know what I'm saying? It's
But
like
see, the difference
he got that
is
mentality. He got that mentality, man. God dang, but listen, that's your partner and all that. That's your homie. But get up off your ass, cause depending on your homie, boy, it ain't gonna work. I know he say he got your back, but get off your ass and do. And that's what I'm saying. See, Q, we understand what you're saying, but what we saying is quite just a slight bit different than that,
yeah.
bro. The
but see,
slight bit
And I
difference
want to
is
get back to
we ain't gonna
the
we ain't gonna charge you for the. It's like if you hungry and your family hungry and we know what we barter off or whatever, but you know what I'm saying. We know you hungry. I can look at you and tell you hungry, bro. I know we already in the system, but if we ain't oppressing each other, then come and get you something to eat, man. You have some energy to work tomorrow, and then when you can pay it back, or if you can't, then keep going. But we ain't gonna be oppressing each other. We ain't gonna be holding each other down about no little shit like that. If your daughter
and
needs some aspirin and shit, and I got some aspirin, your baby just have a headache for the rest of the damn
no,
night. And
but see
you know what
see,
I'm
you know
saying?
what? That works in a small community, or just a small household.
But
That
that's
shit.
where it starts at first, a small
No, no,
community.
no, but you're missing my point. Like that works in a small household to where like, if you out working and you strain your back, so your wife just got to pick up a few more hours, whatever the case may be, to cover some bills while you're out for a month or two. But when you're talking about almost 8 billion people on the fucking earth and people are going
Nah,
through
bro.
problems and
Nah,
shit
bro. I'm
every
talking about.
single
I ain't
day.
talking about that. I'm talking about when you got a congregation of 100 men, right? A
Mm-hmm.
congregation of 100 men can pull it off. We know this. We know this for it to be a fact. Cause we don't seen 100 nigga come up since we've been children. We've been watching this shit. Damn, all them niggas over there got money. All them niggas got four wheeler. All them niggas got Corvette. What the fuck them niggas doing? You know what I'm saying? It's like we don't seen it too many times. From my lens, through your lens, through Suave lens.
but I
If
want to
y'all ain't
get
seen it,
back
I know I've
to
seen it. I know I don't
I
seen it
want to
too.
get back to the relationship between religion and black power. That's why I didn't want the
Yeah, that's
question of
Okay.
how is a job slavery to go this far because Q do that shit.
Yeah, it drag you
You know
out in
what
the
I'm saying?
water with it.
Q yeah. So
how the hell
I
did
hear you, Q. I don't be saying I don't understand you because I do. I just understand the mind state that you have. Like you found your place. You know what I'm saying? And you say, I'm gonna work from here. And I don't think I'm at the same place as you. I think I'm a little bit more disconnect with the American dream than you are, shit like that. And that's okay with me. I'm not saying, I just don't want every sit down and turn into, oh,
I
what the
got a
fuck wrong
question
with
for both
you?
of y'all. I got a question for both
Go
of y'all.
ahead,
So
bro.
do y'all think y'all have to work religiously, or do you think that you should have a black power mentality when it comes to working religiously? Working religiously, I mean like 9 to 5, pay your taxes and this, that, and the
Doing
third.
what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, doing what you're supposed to
Of
do.
course,
And the
of
black
course.
power mentality, says, you know what? I'm finna go down to the city hall and I'm finna combat some of this stuff that's being put on the table.
Well, hold on. Let me try to answer that because it got convoluted at the end. Now, when you asking should people work, Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, or just a 8 hour shift or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, religiously,
I'm
because we figure, cause religiously, like niggas say, man, I gotta put in my 40 hours and your mind stuck right there. That's your religion. That's your
well,
everything. I
hold on.
don't give a damn about.
Let's not talk about you being stuck there. Let's just talk about the facts. The facts is you have to work. There's no way around it.
Who said that?
Brother, you
Who
have.
said you got to work? If I create some that YKK on your zipper don't have to work no more. The dude, I got this dude on my Instagram. He's called himself Millionaire Barber, and he talks about this. Cube. He called barbers who work behind the chair. He called them cotton pickers. He said they're gonna be cotton picking for the rest of their life because they hadn't figured out how to not be behind that chair for the rest of their life. And how he figured, what he says is what he did for himself. He teach other barbers how to open up schools, how to create products, how to put their theory in a package form,
I
so where they
gotta
won't
say
have to
this
be
though.
behind that chair forever.
Listen, that's one of the most ignorant shit I've ever heard in my life, and I'll tell you why. Because
He's
because you know
successful.
what?
He's
No, no,
successful. A nigga
but
named
hold on.
Millionaire Bob on Instagram. Nigga is very successful. You can look him
Okay,
up
But
now.
is
He's
it
very
worth the
successful.
I
time
can
by
name
your passion for
myself
what you're doing, though?
billionaire barber. That don't mean shit. But the
Bro,
point
I'm talking
Ain't
about you
worth,
can go to his page. I know some other barbers. I know other barbers here in Atlanta that's already taking his course and opening them some schools and stuff out. They already getting ready to open their schools. So
okay,
all
he's
but
right,
this what I'm
successful in what he's
saying.
doing.
Is
So
it
that
worth?
what I'm
Hold on,
saying, before
let
you
me
try
say
to
this.
knock
And then
it,
you go with it.
that's why oppression
I
come
ain't
in when you
trying to
try to
knock
knock it.
it, bro. I'm not trying to knock it. I'm just trying to show you why this shit is ignorant. Now, what I'm saying.
Isn't work defined by your passion for what you're doing, though?
Hold on,
Right.
wait. Let me answer the let me deal with that barber thing real quick, and I'll let you go on that. My apologies. Now, the reason I say it's ignorant,
You good, bro?
and that's some shit that we as a people have to overcome, is that if you out here telling barbers, or y'all ain't got to be barbers, so where the fuck you gonna go get a haircut at?
All right.
If you just tell all barbers to leave, and that's what I'm saying. Like the shit doesn't
No.
work like that.
So this is the deal. This is the deal. You got those who want to be the worker. You got those who just want to serve. And that should be a natural thing, not a forced thing.
Okay, but that it is natural because you
No,
have
it's
people. No, I'm gonna tell you why it's natural. You have people who enjoy working with fucking animals, and every day that they go to work, if they can be in that veterinarian clinic, they're fine with that. So why would you try to take that away from that person and put a suit on them and tell them, well, open up your own? That's not what they want to do. If they're fine and complacent with that, and they're good at that, let them be good at that. Not everybody is meant to be a boss. Like we got to get that shit out of our mind.
so my question to you is, do you think people go to work religiously?
Well,
Uh,
you have to work, brother. That's all it is too. Even your Bible tells you
religiously?
that you have to work.
Yeah, he been said yeah to that. Yeah.
Yeah, see, I don't think I think faith without works is dead. Like I think you have to put in some works, but the type of work is all I'm saying, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like the dude who may be good at showing you how to get your cardio together and this, that, and the third. He's forced to, because of oppression, he's forced to lift up uh uh 50-pound boxes every day and have nothing to do with the human anatomy and helping somebody in that area because nigga got to go that route. You know what I'm saying? Nigga say his prayers every fucking day. God, please change how everything is. And then you got some of these crazy ass niggas be talking about when Jesus come back, everything gonna change. Like all you niggas is crazy.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? All you niggas crazy. God ain't finna change. God ain't finna change that shit. You know what I'm saying? God ain't got nothing to do with that shit. For real, straight
Okay.
up. That's
So
that's human shit.
what is our relationship from your perspective, DJ? What is our relationship with each other?
What's our relationship?
Yes,
Our
absolutely.
relationship right now, our relationship right now is a social media friendship, I would say. I mean, it could grow bigger than we could start where we start being around each other and you know what I'm saying, and linking up and doing festivals and shit together. Then it can even get greater than that, where we start getting with attorneys and shit, putting contracts together and opening up businesses that way. I mean, I just be honest right now, just a social media friendship. That's what you mean? Are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm sorry, I'm lost.
I agree. I agree. No, you definitely DJ the fuck Black Char. I agree. But I'm saying, what is religious people? You being a religious person, me being a Black Power person. What is our religious? What is our relationship on a grand scale? Shit go your way and shit go my way. Like, where do we meet at? How far do we have to be from each other? How close can our communities be? What can we participate in? What,
they supposed to they supposed to be together. They supposed to be together in the essence of Black Power says, well, you better know who you are. You know what I'm saying? And and your ideology and your spirituality is supposed to say, you better take care of that dude next to you. You know what I'm saying? So they supposed to be together. It's like for me, you can't have one without the other. When it becomes charlatans in the mix of it, you know what I'm saying? The charlatan says he can't hold no gun and watch the post because he been drinking. You know what I'm saying? Somebody gonna take him for a ride. He lust after women. They gonna use a white girl or they gonna use a fine Black girl to bust in through the gate. You know what I'm saying? That's when the charlatan rules and doctrines and all that shit come into play. Whenever you can find a fault, whenever you can find a negativity, then the doctrines come into play. You know what I'm saying? It becomes the same thing with Black Power. You could be Black Power, right? But some people Black Power is W.E.B. Du Bois's outlook on Black Power, meaning you need to go to Yale and Princeton and conquer those crackers over there. And then you got the Booker T. Washington Black Power and say, fuck them schools. I'm going to start my own school. We going to start us up a Tuskegee College. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, right there is the thin line. And myself, I feel like both of them niggas supposed to be in the same neighborhood. Like both of y'all supposed to be at the same school teaching. Booker T and W.E.B. Du Bois. The fine line or the thin line, you know what I'm saying, to me is when people show the differences between the two and not the common ground of the two.
Okay, but see, going to schools together and stuff like that, that's not really a big issue. But
why it isn't? Because that's where
no,
it
no, no,
started,
hold
Q.
on,
The
hold on,
shit that you learn. If I
hold on,
learn how to
brother.
fight with a
I'm
knife,
not
you
talking
learn how
about
to
what you
fight
think
with
I'm
a gun.
talking about. I'm not
He
talking about
was
what you
finna
think I'm
tell
talking
you. He was finna tell you. He stopped you. You stopped him from answering your question. Go ahead and tell.
My
Explain
question
what you were
is
saying.
my question is this: going to schools together is not really a big issue when you're talking about Black Power and religion or Black people altogether. But what happens when? Well, let me phrase it differently, and it's more of a question. Going to schools together is not a problem, but can religious people and people who are not religious, can they coexist
Yes, they got
in the
theologian school. When you go to school to be a preacher and shit like that, get what you learn.
I think he was gonna be a
You
little bit
learn
more specific
everything.
than just
I
can
was
I
I
think
was
I think he was gonna be a little bit more
yeah, I
specific than just
was.
can we exist. Let him
Yeah,
expound.
yeah.
Go man on the panel. Let's say what's up to my brother
Peace,
Ben the
peace,
Bay.
y'all.
Peace from the tree
Joining me
tribe.
here.
What up, family? It's Tribe up.
Okay, now go ahead, go
Peace,
in, bro.
peace,
Tribes
Brandon.
up.
Yeah. What I'm saying is this: can we coexist to the point to where you can give up something when it comes to your laws, and can black power people or regular black people give up something when it comes to their state of being? Can we
I
coexist
think
that way?
I think so. You know why I think so?
Why is it?
Because when you at grandmama house, right, and then you an Israelite and you a Muslim, and grandma bring that food to the table. That shit been cooked on the same motherfucking plate that the Pope was cooked on. And you better not say shit. Y'all better coexist and tell grandma this food taste good.
All right, but that's, I see where you
That's
coming from
that,
with
and it
that,
goes,
but
and that ain't just in my household. That's in every Black person household we know, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's how we coexist. All that shit that I'm an Israelite and my brother a Muslim and shit, nigga.
but
Uncle
see,
sick, we got to handle this bid, and we got to make sure his house taken care of, and all that
So
shit got to be left at the door.
so
but
That's when
Q,
they gonna say, when they
wait.
say leave it at the
That's
door. That's when it be left at the door.
hold on. So you believe that black power and religion cannot coexist?
No,
Q.
I ain't gonna say I don't. I
No,
said
Q.
in
Q.
time.
No,
In time.
not you, DJ. Q.
yeah. I think that we can coexist, but if there's going to be separation and division, which can eventually lead to bigger problems. So can we coexist? Sure, but down the line there are going to be bigger problems. Now, what the brother just said, well, when you go to grandma's house and all this other shit, yeah, I get that. That's for niggas now. But if you have 10 generations of people that don't eat no fucking pork, those people are not like, if you look at Jews who don't eat that shit, they're not coming to your fucking house and eat that shit. So they don't want to hear shit about your grandma and all this other dumb shit.
No, hold up. So you saying they don't want to hear shit about your grandma? They motherfucking ass ain't welcome in the first fucking place. I'm talking
No,
about
that's
niggas
not
who
what I'm
know what the fuck
saying.
I'm talking about.
That's not what I'm
I'm talking
saying.
about people in your people. All these folk on their panel right now know what exactly the hell I'm talking about. Everybody, hold on.
I know what
got
you're
my boy
talking
Blue.
about, but
I
you're
got
not
my
talking
boy
about what
Blue.
I'm talking about.
I
know
got
what
my
you're
right.
talking about.
I got my boy Blue just kicked in, right? And I guarantee you he'll say the same thing. When you over there, you gon' in your mind, you gonna be like, hey, who cooking this food? Hey, can you cook my chicken on the other side of the grill? You know what I'm saying? And you want to say it in a way that you don't offend nobody in the family because you know that they eat the shit. So
Listen,
but you still got to coexist, and that's still your family, bro. A
but
person that's from a whole nother race of people and all that shit. Come on, Q. That's
I'm not
way.
talking, brother. I'm not talking about the race of people. I was talking about their mindset. And when
So you saying old Jewish ass nigga come, man? If you got a cousin like that, don't want to come around you, Q, cause you an atheist. Fuck that. I ain't gonna even say fuck your cousin, but you know what I'm saying, man. That's some fucked up shit.
no, brother, that's
He
not.
said
And he right
You
though,
would
because
say
that's
it
just
about your
like
cousin.
hold
that's
on,
just
okay,
like
we got
okay.
out of the blue gold and gold
Speak
mine.
up. Oh yeah,
Go.
go mine. Go ahead. Yeah.
Hey, I just want to say, man, that that's just like even that's just like around certain times a year. Uh, I don't necessarily want to. I'm not necessarily out to celebrate the 4th of July or Memorial Day or nothing like that. But if I'm off, that's my day off, and I know that's the time that my family is getting together. Then of course I'm going to, you know what I'm saying, I'm going to get together with them. Uh, but at the same time, that's the whole point of us creating our own culture. So we're not feeling like we're forced to only deal with them
Exactly.
at these certain times a year. And now
Exactly.
but this is the thing. These things are not. These things are religion based. They're not based off of the code. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying that. That's why I say separated. Now I know you mentioned about us doing the Sabbath would be an issue, but my thing is that when you're creating a culture, that's all a part of the culture. There's gonna be some things they're just gonna be do's and don'ts. But at the same time, the difference is from other stuff is that when you're going off the letter, you see what I'm saying? The people can change, but that word ain't gonna change. And
Right.
that's why it takes us as being the little people and the people that's up top, it takes both of us to hold each other to that standard. As long as we hold each other to the standard, I don't have an argument. The argument comes in that's just like in this system. The argument comes in is that if I steal the same pair of gloves that Timmy steal, I can get 20 years and he can get community service. You
Right.
see what I'm saying? That's where the issue comes in at. But if but if he's being held to the same standard that I am, and not because that the person that's in charge is able to do what he want to do, that's where the issue comes in at. That's why I say we have to have that letter up there that's approved. When you go and see the judge, the first thing he gonna do, he's not just trying you on his own feelings. He gotta try you according to that law. You see what I'm saying? That's why you put that in establishment and you hold everybody to it, top to bottom.
Go ahead, brother. Go, man. Whatever you wanted to
Hey, man,
expound
that was heavy.
on. Yeah, but I want to know if you feel that black power and religion can coexist. Can one accept the other? Can the other accept, and vice versa?
Yeah, let me
I
go
mean,
after him because I want to clear something up. But go ahead, brother.
I mean, for me personally, I feel like it's kind of conflict of interest type of thing. In most religions, you know what I'm saying, religion that they at least pose to us or allow us access to or to practice, it's usually like some submissive ass shit. And wrong, I remember the stories of Nat Turner. A lot of the people that came before us, they used what they had to get where they was going. I just felt like it's a process at this point for us to still be using what we had at that point. You know what I'm saying? Knowing we got more resources to strategize with, to develop our sense of discernment. It's it's more of a step back to the point I see how it's like, man, I don't know if I can rock with brothers that are religious. But for me, like, you know what I'm saying, I can deal with anybody and everybody where they are because I feel like consciousness or your level of intelligence, all of that shit is like almost like a nigga being born with God given talent. You know how they just like, man, dude, like you can't teach that, right? So when you think about that type of understanding, it's the same thing with other abilities. For me to be like, you know what I'm saying, I'm more conscious than the next motherfuckers. For me not to understand that everybody got certain things they born just with a, you know, that goes into the study of people's signs and the other complexities that make us who we are. But for me, going even deeper on the layers that's not being talked about, I feel like we forget, absent of, you know, this government that I heard a few people speak about, absent of this government, the one thing we got to recognize, you know, as far as us being a community, having common unity, if that Bible ain't strictly, or your religion ain't strictly talking about mother, father, child, and the respect of that chain of command, um, which I do hear in a lot of religions, you know, shit to the side of you deeming your discernment that God said you need to be doing some shit. As far as Black Power, for me, Black Power is mother, father, child. My mama tell me, hey, it's time for you to go. It's time for you to go.
Boy,
You
you
know what I'm
better.
saying? I'm the enforcer. You feel me? And I understand what bro was saying as far as going to grandmama house. Like, yeah, you shit, but your best bet, if you ain't trying to eat that shit all together and ain't trying to do no disrespect, them niggas done eating. You feel me? Or stay your ass outside. You feel me? Come in and speak to grandmama real fast. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go get something to eat. Take your ass outside conspicuously. You feel me?
Right.
And go on about your business. But you better not let you just be like, nah, Granny, I ain't eating that shit. Nah, it's
Hey,
respect. You
hey,
know,
but
just
straight
because I
up,
know
man, the
certain
niggas done seen that, boy.
hell
See,
yeah,
All right,
we
I'm
so
check
got
this
on
out.
snatched
Q.
up by half of the
Hey,
family out there playing like that. You know what I'm
But
saying?
see,
So, you
but
know,
see,
for
check
hey,
it
them to
out.
but
be
And at the
like,
listen,
Q,
hold
bro.
on, Q,
hold on,
hold
let me
on,
call
Q,
this.
because I ain't done with it.
At the goal, man, let Q go and then brother Brandy. And then I wanna jump in.
Okay, and then I'm gonna come in back in
Oh,
after you.
I'm gonna wrap it up.
For sure,
Let
bro.
me wrap this shit up. I wanted to wrap it up by saying, you know, when we lose respect and how we approach each other, the common decencies. I heard bruh say something about creating our own culture. Nothing against that, you know, that's necessary if people refuse to acknowledge they, you
Hey, y'all
know what
do
I'm
me a
saying,
favor
they
and mute while he
heritage.
talking because it might be distorting his mic. He breaking up. So y'all mute while he talking. Thank y'all.
It might be me too though. Can you hear me clear now?
Yeah, you was good. I just didn't want it to get too worse, too out of control.
Appreciate you,
Go ahead.
appreciate you. But I said, you know, basically, creating of a new culture or creating a new ways to deal with each other would be necessary. If people just refuse to deal with their heritage. For me personally, I recognize my heritage and you know, the common unity thing. Only way we're gonna be able to have a common unity is, you know, to have the same principles. You know, I stand for my wife stands for me, and shit together we stand as a family. The kids, you know what I mean? We stand up for them. So that's family. You know what I'm saying? That chain of command and keeping that going. You know, life for me is making sure to provide for themselves when I'm no longer here or when it's time for themselves and to continue that shit on. My bloodline is eternal life. So these are things that are taught in religious forms, but you know, it give you a concept to go to none of my none of that shit. But when you replace, I said I understand just from growing up in my mother's house, my chain of command. When you replace that or somebody else's rules, like it take away your innate abilities and your common sense, previous experience, all that shit. So I ride with a nigga all day because I know who you is, and whether you respect me or not, you feel me. But I know what you represent, and that bloodline got to go on. But I don't think it's the same across the board. And Q, I would be interested to know what Black Power is to you. I don't know who's going next though.
Yeah. Let me
Q.
get in there. Let me get in there. Now, I don't want to belabor this point, but I have to speak on it and clear things up. Now, what I'm talking about is this: when it comes to religion versus people that are not religious. What I mean is this: the reason I brought up Jewish people, I was talking about their mindset. When people talk about how Jewish people spend money, they're not talking about the people, they're talking about the mindset. So we got to listen more and not look to pounce on somebody before they finish their point. So my point is this: when you have a group of people, like if we get to this hypothetical land that we all are living in, and you have people that are non-religious and people that are religious, you cannot expect a people after 3 or 4 generations that they have these customs in their culture to go to a fucking barbecue with a bunch of niggas out there sitting, chilling, watching football or whatever the case. You can't expect them to sit there be eating pork chops, spare ribs. You can't expect that shit. So that's what I'm saying. That is going to cause a division because on Saturdays, these niggas ain't doing nothing. They can't go to no barbershops and talk shit, swallow spit. They can't go to no barbecues and chill and hang out with people. They can't do that. You see what I'm saying? So there's going to be constant divisions, and with those constant divisions, it begins a snowball effect because you got to think about it. When I was religious, Saturdays was shut down day. I ain't doing shit on Saturday, and I wouldn't give a fuck who wanted me to do something. It just wasn't happening. Why? Because that's what this book said. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm talking about. You can't expect people that have a mindset of, okay, well, this is our culture and this is what we're supposed to be doing, and expect them to do something else. It ain't no grandmama. Ain't no going to grandmama house. It ain't none of that. And by me not going to grandmama house, that causes a division because they're saying, damn, where Cube at? Why he don't never bring his kids over here? You see what I'm saying? That causes a division, number one. And number two, when Blue was saying something about culture and all of this, I don't want to be up under that culture. And there's hundreds of thousands of black people, as evidence today, that don't want to be up under that culture. Now, do they want to be Christians and go to church on Sundays and do whatever hell they want to do the next 6 days? Yes, but they don't want to be up under that Bible culture.
That
That's
wasn't a choice either though.
no. I'm saying that they don't want to do it now. Never mind if it was their choice or not. It's their choice now that they don't want to do it. They don't want to not be able to do shit on fucking Saturdays, take their kids out and have a good time. They don't want to do. They don't want nothing to do with that. So when you talk about culture and we're gonna have our own culture and all of this shit, no, you want people to come up under your culture, and that's not what people are trying to do. That's why Hebrew Israelites can't grow past a certain
Man,
extent.
this ain't even Hebrew Israelite. This you just make how you go from there to Hebrew Israelite. I'm talking what I was talking about, and you brought it all
But
the
I
way
wasn't
back to that.
talking about you. I was
I
referring
know,
to what Blue
but you was
said about
talking
the
about
culture.
the right. But and all in still it still
But I
refers
didn't
back to
cut
the first
anybody off
thing.
when they had their time to
The
speak. I didn't
first
cut
thing,
anybody off. I sat back
right?
and listened and waited my time and
Yeah,
patiently
but you
thought about
wanted
it.
it down to Hebrew Israelites, and we trying to put the two. You talking about the correlation? Can they coexist? And you
You
just
said a
made it
bunch,
about the Hebrew Israelites.
but you talk okay, but brother, you said a bunch of Hebrew Israelites. There's two of you on here. Actually, you're outnumbered right now.
You ain't
So
gonna keep talking about them Hebrew Israelites, bro.
now,
Listen, man,
like
this is what I'm
I'm
saying.
not
This is
attack.
I'm
what
I'm,
saying
this
when
is
you
what I'm.
talking,
all
This is
right,
what I'm
hold on.
saying.
Let me
Only
get this
thing I'm
straight. Let me
saying,
get
man,
this
and
straight.
I'm just gonna
now
sit
why are
back
you
and listen.
feeling
I just want to
offended?
make this last
Why?
statement, and
No,
I ain't
no,
gonna
no.
say nothing else.
But why would you want to make your last statement in the middle
I
of
don't.
mine?
Because I want to hear everybody else's point on the Black Power thing. I just want to make
But
this
why not
statement
wait your?
about.
But why not wait your turn to do that, like I
Okay,
did and
I got it.
everybody
No,
else
we
did?
ain't gonna be that. Ain't nobody. Go ahead, brother. Say that one statement and then let them get back. But yeah, we do try to not cut each other
Only
off.
thing I wanted to say. Only thing I
Nah,
wanted to say
I'm good.
was,
Go
man,
ahead
that
and do what you got to
that
do.
that 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 If what I'm talking about is folk being family anyway, regardless of what they have picked up along the way in life. Your family gonna recognize you still as family, even though you done picked up something else along in life. That's all the thing I'm saying, bro. So
Go
anybody
ahead,
else
bro.
can go ahead.
My bad. Go ahead, bro. Oh, he jumped off. All right. Hey, Brandon, you got something to say, bro?
Yeah.
Go ahead, eat.
Yo, all I want, well, I have a little bit to say. I believe that black power and religion can coexist because they've always coexist. You know what I'm saying? But we would have to be more unified as far as our concessions and things that we're willing to sacrifice for one another. Like for instance, what Q mentioned. He's like, if somebody was brought up and they weren't eating pork, and then you have other brothers that do eat pork, how do you not have a problem or issue between those brothers later? We would have to create a paradigm in which connects these brothers on a level that they know that they're brothers, more so than anything else. My brother does a lot of stuff in particular that I don't necessarily agree with, but I love him and he's my brother, period, point blank. And regardless of what happens, that's the type of connection that I believe DJ was trying to
Start back over. You break it up.
forward as people.
Getting choppy.
We're never going to work. I'm sorry, what you say, brother?
Start over from that's what DJ was trying to point out.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's literally what he was pointing out. And I don't know if Q was, I don't know what Q got from it. That's why, I wanted to
You
expound on
started
that.
breaking up at that part, boys.
Oh,
bro, start over.
okay.
Like when you
But yeah, that's
started
really
saying
all.
something about what DJ point is. Like what was you saying about DJ point?
Oh, basically he was saying that we have to work through whatever, we have to make sacrifices through our differences to work as a family, as a unit. In essence, we can't, if my brother eats pork and I don't eat pork, it doesn't mean that he's not my brother. And when things get bad with grandma and she gets sick, we do have to come together as a family. If we
Right.
don't
That's
do
all.
that,
That's all the thing I was saying, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's it. You know what I'm saying? You can't leave. If somebody picked up something throughout life, through along the way, like how deep we are immersed in Black Power, how deep we are immersed in the Bible, how deep immersed we are in the Quran and other literatures around. We don't pick this up. We don't pick this stuff up throughout life. And when we go around our families ain't as sharp as us on about this stuff.
Truth, I mean DJ Truth. The truth for he says so if the book tells you shut down Friday evening into Saturday, but that's gonna mean you losing out on money. How do you get around that? So I mean basically this was the point that Q was making earlier. Like, is he supposed to shut down on Sunday out of respect for his religious brothers and lose out on money to feed his family and stuff? So obviously, yeah, but I don't know.
I think what you're saying, but the Bible don't teach that. You know what I'm saying? Like you just gotta not work. You know what I'm saying? You
That's
got
what I'm
don't
saying.
yeah.
If would religion be the same as it is now without white supremacy? If it was left up to black people on their own guys, would it be the same thing?
Yeah. Cause these niggas just be the change of God, put your money on their plate and beat it. It'll be the same shit.
You think it'll still be that?
They learned it the way we learned religion through the eyes of. I mean, okay, via Black Power, we I ain't gonna even say Black Power through fuck white supremacy from the rest of the world. We've been able to get some more of our knowledges and stuff like that, other stuff. But other than that, man, we know the Bible and the Quran through the lens of the crowd.
But I'm saying, do you think without the influence of the Vatican,
Yeah, without
and
the influence of the Vatican.
other religious establishments that your pastor, not the congregation, because the congregation will do what the pastor said. That the pastors and the grand pastors or however it go up, you think they'll still move the same way by taking money from the people and turning it into the Vatican, basically? Or do you think black people would use that money to actually do what the church is supposed to do and build the community up?
Damn, that's a hard one because it depends. I think that's an isolated incident right there. You know what I'm saying? To say if you got you a preacher that down with you, suave, and you know what he telling you he believe in Jesus and he finna open the church, and you say, "Well, the only way I'm gonna help you open the church if you do it like this," and you like, "All right, shit, we take all the money, I give it to you. I just want to preach the word." You know what I'm saying? Like that you got something like that, but they like they're a rock and a hard place to find.
I just get the money and I give it to you because I just want to preach the word.
Yeah, like somebody who say you could be responsible for building the schools and getting the buses and building the roads and houses and stuff. You could be responsible for that. I just want to bring the word, bro. You know what I'm saying? And then together, you know what I'm saying? You like, I don't believe in this Jesus shit, but I'm finna take this, whatever bro got to say, whatever the positiveness he got to say, and I'm gonna help him out and I'm gonna take their money. Now here's the thing. When you got those corporation churches,
take the money and put it back in the community, right?
Right. I mean, that's how it's supposed to be now. But with these mega churches, yeah, but in my opinion, I think is like if the pastor may be a good guy, but the people that's on his roster that help the church be big churches and stuff, a lot of them don't be in the churches and shit, and a lot of them be like, shit, nigga, I want my cut. Like, fuck all that.
I respect your opinion, but I think you know what you really here for. Like this, like, okay, the word is one thing.
Yeah, right. You know what you in for fucking with a church. You know what you in for.
So I'm saying, without that presence, would it go to this extreme? You know what I'm saying? Like, would it really go to this extreme where you have to press people every Sunday? Make sure you bring up all the good shit and then bring them down with their bad shit, cause an emotional breakdown. Women have the Holy Ghost every Sunday, and you practice.
Well, according to the Moors, Suave, we taught them how to pray. We taught them how to be spiritual people, according to the Moors. So, in essence, we taught them that shit, and they just trying their best to imitate.
You believe that?
Do I believe the Moors? You know what? I hadn't really looked into the history of that. You know what I'm saying? Because that's just like some of the Muslims say white folk come from black people or some shit. You know what I'm saying? And they the son of Satan. It's like I don't believe. I think they observed, and once they observed, they still didn't get it right. That's the only thing I say.
Can I chime in, gentlemen?
Yeah, I mute.
All right. I'm not gonna say that.
And let me say this, bro. I'm sorry, man, but I'm trying to lay a format to my platform. The only reason that sometimes I say, okay, Brandon go, DJ go, because I see, motherfuckers talking over each other, and some people trying to make their point. You know what I'm saying? Like, namely mostly Q and whoever the fuck. Let's replace it with a letter. This time it's DJ. This time, you know what I'm saying? Next time it'll be Sa. You know what I'm saying? But I try to. But when we just build it, man, yeah, man. I don't mind. Like, come in when you come in. We respect each other's time and shit. That's all.
No. I ain't saying nothing. I ain't saying nothing. I just be it's just respect.
Just getting it out there. Yeah, for sure. Go ahead, bro. I hope I ain't throw you off your thought.
Oh no, you good, brother. What I was finna say is I would say that there was definitely an influence of our people onto them. I mean, we can call it, again, when we say Moorish or more, that's just a label or term. You know what I'm saying? But I would not say that we did not elevate them in certain ways, like teaching them how to bathe, teaching them mathematics, those type of things. That's something that we did. You know what I'm saying? That's something that we kind of can't get around, because they wouldn't have been able to know these things had we have not passed certain keys to them. Now, did we pass them all the keys? Do I believe that? Hell no.
So you don't think, you know what I'm saying? So how they pray and stuff, like,
yeah, I think, like, yeah. No. I mean, yes, how they pray, of course, they learn that from us.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I don't think they
at
can keep
what
it
point in time?
holy though. If that's
And
gonna be a
honestly, they
question.
learned that, and they learned that in ancient Egypt. They learned
Mm,
how
Dang.
they learned that in ancient Kemet. That's when they really learned that, because if you look at those statues were showing them the positions that one would pray in.
indeed, indeed.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I'm not saying
If you look
again
at the
that
Pope
there's
now,
anything
he
wrong with
wears
that.
the same fish hat as on the wall. He holds the same what they call that crook, the cane with the he got the same little stick with the ball on the end. All of that
Yeah,
come from
Yeah,
Egypt. Yeah.
yeah,
the ugly
all of
truth.
it. So at its roots, at its core, I'm not the way it's being used now. I don't think it's gonna help us. But I think that if we restructure it, utilizing that knowledge that they had then with the knowledge that we have now, I think we'd have a much better and a much more productive product.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I agree, and I think that's something that most religious people got. All religious people gonna have to admit, and a lot of religious people are willing to admit if you talk to them without the wolf pack. You know what I'm saying? But when religious people get in these cliques, like they got to stick to that word. They don't speak as freely as they do when you catch them on the person. Because I talk to like and welcome Sister Renee to the panel. What's up, sis?
So can I ask you a question?
Michael
Swallow.
Go ahead.
to be on his way too.
Okay.
The question when you say religious people, right? You say religious people like people who just go to church, not the Bible, Quran, Jeter reading ass
I
nigga,
mean,
not
all
them.
religious people who claim that they have a religion, despite their practices.
Now I'm talking about now I was talking about on the statement that you were just making when I was trying to see when you say the religious people like them just they're hoop and hollering ain't read the Bible. You know what
My
I'm talking
point
about?
was that
Those
okay,
those
yeah,
who those who just go they go make salat on Friday, but they don't read their Quran. That's what you mean. Those religious people.
no, I mean all religious people,
Oh, okay.
all religious, all religious people. Despite your education in it, if you subscribe to a doctrine and you practice it, because I know when they call that shit in, y'all
Mhm.
gonna have to move. When the Hebrew bell ring, when the sky crack open, when I'm wrong and you right, guess what happens?
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So,
Right.
and that's speaking from I know what I know, but I know what you know. You see what I'm saying? So I can put myself in those shoes, but I have to put it all together. It's just, the Jehovah Witnesses, the
Right.
what's the
Kemetic.
other people be on the the thing, and I say comedic because they trying to make that shit a religion, but it's plain to see that we don't worship Kemet in Egypt. We study it. We
No.
study.
When you got those who say the priest, what they
I
mean
do
by
not. I do not doubt. I do not deny that exists. Like real talk.
right.
But
So
at this,
those priests, they come from from a position of
you talking about
um,
ancient priests, or you talking about the dudes that call themselves priests not under Kemetic studies?
yeah, the dude they call themselves priest now. They just
All
as
right.
mythological
No,
as a nigga that's in the pulpit. You know what I'm
no, they
saying? So,
ego. They
Hey, let me
egos.
deal with that mythological thing, cause I
Okay. Go.
wanted to get.
Go ahead and let Sister Renee
Oh, okay,
step
my
on it.
bad, Queen.
No, I
You
said
go
you go
ahead.
ahead and let Sister Renee go step on it.
Okay. Now the problem with the religion and Black Power is, as y'all seen when I first started talking about Black Power, I said mother, father, child. So that's the pantheon. You hear me? That's the deities. However you want to deal with it. Long story short, the conflict come in when you or the deities, the chain of command in these religions. Religion simply broke down to the practices. Like bro was trying to get to, a lot of these people, not even religious with what they say they part of. They don't practice that shit all the time. They do that shit just like most black people do with the shit they was converted to. They do it when they told these is the least amount of days you're supposed to do it. Sunday, Saturday for the Hebrews, You feel me? I'm not gonna get into the Islam thing because I don't really know it that deep, but it's the same concept. What I'm
Yeah,
saying
yeah, yeah,
is
yeah, 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 yeah,
these
yeah.
are people
Yes, Sunday,
that
Saturday, and Friday.
right. And then look, when you think about it in 2018, knowing what we know now, these are people that are opting out of what they know is not their true religion because you wouldn't have things like you've been converted. Um, I forgot what they use in Islam to say that they weren't these people originally. You have to actually come to be these people. But mother, father, child, that's the chain of command of how you got here. So the conflict simply comes in when you're dealing with the mythology of Jesus Christ and you subscribe to that, you will automatically take yourself out of the mother, father, child concept that even gave you life. So, with that being said, simple simplicities of common sense, acknowledging what you see and continuing forth and expounding on that, that goes out the window too. So, the way your parents respect people, you ain't gonna necessarily do that if you feel like Jesus or God is telling you you shouldn't respect this person because they not a Christian or they not Muslim. So,
That's
to me,
only if
it's
you.
a
That's only if
direct
they talk like that, though. In
but
my
it's
opinion.
selective though, bruh. Cause
Right. That's
it's
what I'm
like a
saying. That's what I'm
righteous,
saying. Yeah.
it's like a righteous, it's convenient to be righteous type of thing. So like me and you can be cool, but the one moment I say something about Jesus or I say something that you don't agree with about your religion, you're gonna get mad at me. But we riding with each other every day. When they see me, they see you. But they ain't
But
never seen
you'll be
Jesus standing next to you.
you'll
You
be
feel me?
surprised. Cats come out the same wound as I come out of. Don't believe in Jesus and be getting on my case every day. Man, nobody don't want to hear that shit, nigga. I'm like, man, fuck you finna hear it today. But you know what I'm
But
saying?
do you see
But
where
we
the
still.
divide come
But
in though? You
yeah,
gonna
but
brag
guess
on
what
your
though?
own
Guess what though?
brothers that
Guess
came
what
out the
though?
womb, but you'll talk
Guess
about
what though?
somebody you ain't never saw.
Guess what though? That's
Like that's
still my
frustrating.
brother, and I still got his back, regardless. We know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? We
Oh
know
no,
what's
no,
going on.
no. I'm just
Yeah,
saying, okay, can I walk with you though real quick since we talking about that?
yeah.
Okay, because you was dealing with some real life examples earlier. Okay,
Hmm.
you and your brother come out the same womb, right? And
Right.
you acknowledge God, you acknowledge, whatever
Jesus,
did
all that stuff. Right.
yeah, because
Yeah.
I was raised up the same way. We acknowledge
Hmm.
all of these things. Now, having knowledge of how you got here, the realities that set forth this reality we live in,
Hmm.
absent of the Bible. Your brother not knowing nothing about the Bible or not subscribing to that Bible out of respect to him, you got to deal with him where he is, right? So, with that
Right.
being said, if you always talking to him about Jesus, praising Jesus, but you never praise him, don't that wouldn't that feel like a form of disrespect? Because he gonna be like, damn, bro, I do for you, and you seen me do it. Now, Jesus, you writing it off to him because he
You
ain't
mean you
coming
mean
down
you mean
here
as far? But see, that's
signals
what I'm
to
saying. Like how we was
nothing
raised.
on
I
nothing.
understand what you're saying. Like how we was raised, and I think most people. And I ain't gonna speak for most people, but a lot of the people that
Everybody got
I
some kind of religion you was
right,
converted to, or your
right,
people
right,
got
and,
killed off.
right,
That's
right,
just how
right. So what
religion
I'm about to
works.
say, is, bro, I think like you know to honor your brother. You know what I'm saying? You know to honor your brother, like because of those things. Like how what you saying is true because it's like obvious people are doing that. You know what I'm saying? But the Bible teach you to honor your mom and your father. Like these are the ones who the reason why you're here. You got to honor them before you do anything. You know what I'm saying?
But
Now,
you agree religion is to practice, right?
do I agree? Religion is the
The
practice.
definition
Practice of
for
what?
religion, like you said, faith without works is dead, right? So if
Right,
you ain't doing it continuously, the practice of doing it, you feel me? That's religion, right? So if you
right, right,
constantly
right, right,
you
right, right.
practicing this religion, you ain't practicing the chain of command of mother, father, child. No matter
Nah,
if it's
nah.
written in that book, because you gotta
Right.
honor
And I don't even think it
God,
got to be written in
Jesus.
the book, bro.
You
I
don't
just
really
think
got
it got
time
to
for
be
your mom
something
and
that
daddy.
you. I just think it's something that you doing religion, like something that you something that you found along the way of living. You know what I'm saying? You found this thing, this doctrine, this creed, something that you feel like you can stand
But
on and
what was
fix your
wrong with
life.
what you came from?
No, I'm talking about that. That's one thing to say. You know what I'm saying? That's if you are already at that place. You know what I'm saying? But then you have to understand it's people who still traveling. You know what I'm saying? It's people who still traveling, and while they traveling, you know what I'm saying? They still see that this is my brother standing next to me. This is my cousin. That's Sister Renee. That's Brother Swall. That's DJ Black Tron. They aware. You know what I'm saying? But they still computing shit. You know
Oh,
what I'm
don't get
saying?
us wrong. We say I'm fucking with you because I say mother, father, child. I know you somebody brother, somebody's son, or somebody father. You feel me? More than
Right.
likely. You feel me? So I'm gonna respect you on that. But in religion, the separation can be a righteous conveniency for you to be like, you know what, bruh? I ain't really gotta ride this shit all the way out with you. You don't even believe in the same thing. You going to hell anyway. You feel me? Like I'm just saying,
Right,
this is
right,
what
right.
made me say
Now when you
fuck it,
deal
bro,
with folks
because
like that,
I got
yeah, man,
niggas
I
that I
think I
grew up
call them
with.
nut cases, man. I understand what you're
No,
saying.
but you
Yeah.
got to be real. The doctrine says unless you believe in Jesus or unless you accept Yahweh, you ain't going. So that means people
No,
that you
it don't.
know
No,
that's
it
good
don't. No,
hearted,
it
that
don't.
been there for
A
you,
lawyer tried Jesus like that. See, when you read that Bible, bro, you just got to read it on your own time. I
bruh,
ain't
bruh,
trying to
bruh,
convert
bruh,
you or
bruh,
none of that.
bruh. We
When you
not
read
gonna
the
do
Bible,
that.
I
I
can show
wouldn't
you
do
a
that to
scripture and I'll put
you.
it in the back chat. And I'll
I
put it
wouldn't
in the
do that
back
to
chat
you on Kemet or nothing. I'm dealing with you strictly on
on the
mother,
Bible.
father,
Right,
child.
right,
Anything
right.
me and you
So,
both
so,
can
so,
just
so that's what I'm
prove.
saying. I
I
can show you
read
a
the
scripture.
Bible.
I can show
That
you a
ain't
scripture
nothing.
where Jesus told the lawyer, where Jesus was telling the lawyer, a good Samaritan have a better
Hmm.
chance of entering the kingdom of heaven
But
before
if he don't
a
say
priest
he
and a
Jesus,
Levite.
but if he don't
No.
acknowledge Jesus after the New Testament, you ain't getting in. And we well after the New Testament. So we gotta
All right,
deal
let's
with it. We can't pick and choose.
I had to show you, bro, and that'll be. But you know what? I just put the scripture in the back chat. That way you can read it on your own
Can we
time.
agree?
all right,
Okay, are
sis,
you a
you know you got
Christian?
something you want to
Oh,
say,
my
sis?
bad. Go ahead,
Yeah, yeah.
sis.
Go ahead,
Me
go
and the
ahead.
You know,
bros finna talk.
no, I,
My
ain't-
bad.
I hated to break y'all bill, but yeah, it was going away from the main topic and everything, but that's what's up. Go ahead, sis.
Hey, peace, squad. Peace, everybody. Um,
Peace, woman.
yeah,
Peace, Quinn.
for me, um, peace. For me, I think Black Power and religion, it's a really, let me mute my thing. It's a tough call on that. I think that the two can coexist to a degree. But I kind of think it's only so far. I don't know. I think it's only so far you can go. And the reason being is you're gonna run into certain issues that people who are more so religious or what have you, uh, certain things they're not going to be able to do or they feel will be against their belief system or what have you. So I think it's only so far. And I think I think how the Black Power movement and also how the Civil Rights movement, how things went with that, I think it's a testament to that. Because when you saw what the Civil Rights movement did, they were all about the Bible and Christianity or what have you. And they were about turning the other cheek. Not everybody by any means, but many were about turning the other cheek and loving your enemy and all those types of things. And so you saw the push for integration. You saw the swirling. You saw a lot of those things that took place under the guise of under the guise of religion, under the guise of the Bible, under the guise of being Christian, okay, and following the word of God. Yet, when you saw the Black Power movement as relates to the Black Panthers, they were not religious at all. And they did not uphold any particular religious deity or anything like that. They were strictly more so socially driven. The social issues that Black people contend with on a daily basis. Things like police brutality, lack of food, lack of education, lack of employment, things like that. So I think that is just it can coexist to a degree, but I think at some point it's gonna kind of split off. And I think with being religion, in my opinion, religion really it stifles you in a lot of ways and it holds you back. Because why I say that is because then you tend to see the world through your religion and the constraints of your religion, so to speak. And to me, you don't have much of a objective view because of that. So, like for instance, a lot of Black women are heavily in the church, heavily in the church. And so let's say something happened. And maybe I can see it from this totally other perspective. And they're like, oh, God is good. Let's say it's something good. The Lord, I prayed about it and this, that, and the other. And, they're seeing it through their lenses. They're seeing it through what you're supposed to do, think, and be as a Christian or as a believer. So anyway, I done ran my mouth for a minute. But yeah, I think it can coexist, but up until a point. And we just got to get real. Because if you are about Black power, to me, part of Black power is shedding all of this white supremacist mentality that we've been given. And the Bible and biblical belief is a huge, huge, huge part of that. I think it's bigger than most people realize.
Let me ask you this, Sister Renee. What city you stay in?
Kansas City.
All right, so you in Kansas? You got a lot of the cats around your city that's in the EFI stuff.
What is the EFI? Oh, you're talking about African spirituality?
Yeah, but see, you talking about it from how you did it from the African spirit. See, in Atlanta, that shit is a play. That shit worse than the Hebrew Israelite movement. It's worse, way worse. It's a new thing. It's going around. It's moving so fast. It's so rapid. And I could show you some stuff. But anyway, I've been imposed on by this, what I'm saying, this stuff. And I'm just wondering if anybody heard of it or been to any of those meetings. They
I'm
rock.
familiar.
Yeah, they got their meetings and stuff. It's like it's supposed to be an
I'm
African.
saying, what's so wrong with it?
What's so wrong with the EFI? To me, I think that the blood still practicing blood sacrifice. It eventually go into a person. It eventually.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Like what do you mean with the blood sacrifice stuff in terms of, because I feel like when you
like the stuff that they got, the stuff that they use now, like so I put it like this. One of the guys, Bob Lawolf, contacted me on Instagram. One of those people, and he was like, "Blessings upon you, my son." This, that, and the third. And I'm like, let me go to this page and see what's going on with this stuff. I go to this page and I see the skull with the stuff that's supposed to be that represent as blood, like it's on a platter. It's on the skull is on a platter. And I was like, and I said something on my Instagram page. I was like, now I believe in Jesus. I don't want to rebuke your ass, but y'all better start sending those folk to my page and stuff like that. And so my partner, he got at me. He was like, bruh, he was like, I believe in the Orisha or whatever. He went through all that. I'm like, dude, I ain't disrespecting y'all and none of that stuff, but that shit was imposed on me by these dudes keep sending me friend requests and call all that my son shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, I ain't,
that's
like
imposing on you.
Yeah, I think it's imposed. Like if you just keep if you just keep coming left and right. Like if you just keep coming left and right talking about, you know what I'm saying? You need to believe, you need to pick up their Quran. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, let me read it. I'm gonna buy me a Quran just so I can know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? But then if you keep on talking about I need to accept Allah and all that old stuff, like now you impose.
Hey, okay.
I'm not super familiar with the problem I have with what you just said was
you're not familiar with it.
With what I said, you jump to something that is very obscure.
Yeah, because you were talking about how big that movement was, and I was actually that's why I brought it up. That was why I was asking you.
But everybody doesn't. Black Power doesn't subscribe to that necessarily at all. That's not what I'm speaking in terms of. But when you look at biblical belief,
that's what it's turned to. That's what Black Power has turned to here in Atlanta. That's all. That's why I would ask you, if you heard of it, because it has turned. That's what it has turned to here in Atlanta. At one time, it was rocking the unk. You know what I'm saying? I could dig it. You know what I'm saying? It went from rocking the unk to rocking the bees. I'm like, hold on, you niggas no longer to these power deep dudes. You know what I'm saying? And not really understanding. Not that, like, put it like this: the knowledges that we have, the stuff that we talk about on these YouTubes, back chats, and via Facebook, and the information we share with each other. We have our regular people, our regular peers around us, just joining the Hebrew Israelites, a camp, any camp, don't know what they camp about, but just because DJ Black Charm said he an Israelite, this nigga want to be one too. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude.
I hear you, but I think maybe it's maybe that's a more regional thing. I know that there are some people, you know, who are down with that. Orisha and they're down with certain elements of that, but in general, all the Black Power people I know across this country, they're not really upholding that. They're not sacrificing chickens and things like that.
Right.
Yeah, I would say you went to something. Yeah, you went to something that to me that's much more obscure. The truth is that 83% of Black people to this day are Bible believers. So that is the overwhelming majority of the Black community still oppose the Bible. So I think in terms of talking about religion, even if you want to talk about African spirituality, I think the most pressing
you said how many percentage
we would have to deal with is biblical belief.
In the 80s. In the 80s. You want to say something? Yeah, go ahead and put it up. Go ahead, bro.
I would just want to say, like, as far as the sacrifices, as well as I think the Queen was saying something to the nature of, like, you know, this is African spirituality. The issue that, you know, a lot of us as Black people, because we talking about our issues with Black power and religion, we don't want to address the fact that, like the Queen was saying, and we all been trying to reiterate to each other about different instances. For one, in Christian or religion terms, the different perceptions can be termed as this different forms of discernment, and depending on which way it fits your bias, it can, you know what I'm saying, you can be like, God told me to do this. Right. But with that being said, we got to be real with ourselves. The only reason why a lot of Black people, even them 80% the Queen was just quoting, but the only reason why a nigga was a Christian, I'm gonna be real with you. Everybody else ain't got to tell what it was, but it was because nigga, you was scared to go to hell. When a nigga described to you what the fuck hell was, you was like, I ain't trying to go there. So you really ain't no fucking Christian. When nobody had to convince you to do a goddamn thing.
It's two reasons. It's two reasons. I'm sorry, I'm gonna let you finish, but it's two reasons I feel like Black people are Christian.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't get that opportunity, you feel me? Before then, your ancestors watched other Black people heads roll. And they had a choice after that shit. Do I want to keep my DNA going on until we can create a situation where we can have the freedom, as Brad talk about a lot of times, to identify ourselves, define ourselves. Like, you know, so when people talk about creating a culture, we don't even got them opportunities. You feel me? But what we do got is the opportunity to reconnect. Like Sis was talking about with the African spirituality, period. Whatever form that you identify or relate the most to, you're going to see people gravitate towards that. So a lot of former Christians, they're going to go to Ifa because these are some of the origins that led to modern day Christianity. So for a motherfucker to mock them, it's like the same thing when we used to mock Africans and be like, oh, you African booty scratchers, not knowing that's the origins of us.
Right.
So it's natural. You feel me? You untie your shoestring from pulling that last bit that you tied. So you gotta go back.
This is my thing, bro.
Do you think he gonna come back? You think he gonna come back?
Yeah, he'll be back.
He gonna come back. I'll be like, what is? I'll be like, this is my question when I see stuff like that. The Bible always spoke about sacrificing animals, defending them and bleeding them and burn them and shit. And then when you see Black people do it, it's weird. But you don't question it. That's the way that you talk to God. That's how you get your praises from God in the Old Testament. So it's like,
yep. And people don't want to deal with what's the purpose of sacrificing animals, what's the purpose of prayer. That shit is to connect with the energy forces that can be utilized by anybody with sense enough to use it. Whether you do it subconsciously or you intentionally try to manipulate the energies by praying and putting forth your intentions. This shit is not spooky. But here it is, we get kept away from it because we've been told, oh yeah, you look crazy doing that. That nigga crazy. But the white people doing it. Other people doing it and using our shit against us.
Swab, I hope it's I posted your link on my Facebook.
Okay, thanks, man.
They use that power to the people shit against us too.
But to the show.
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
they
I
use
Because
did
we
want
didn't define what people we was talking about.
The link is in the
to.
back. I put the link in the back check, Psycho. I know you know that. I'm assuming you know that. I'm assuming you're in the
Yeah,
chat because you want to. Yeah, you know, you're enjoying the other side of
I
things. I
told
know
him
you
I
know.
think he might come through. I'm not sure, but he might come through. But um, I was gonna say that the one brother was so on point when he said it's fear of hell. To me, the two reasons, two main. Well, I'll say three. Okay, the third reason is basically why so many Black people believe in the Bible today, whether they're Christian or Hebrew Israelite. But the roots of that comes from our enslavement, and it comes from coping. The Bible was a coping mechanism. That's what it
Exactly.
was. And it helped you to deal with the pain, the trauma, the brutality that you suffered every day in hopes of being with your maker, with your Lord or your God on streets paved with gold one day. Like all this suffering I'm enduring will pay off one day when I die. And then in terms of the white people who were inflicting this pain and others inflicting this pain, oh, they're gonna be dealt with. Oh, they're going to hell and things like that. So that's the third reason. But as far as today's time, that's the roots of it. But in today's time, the main two reasons why Black people continue to be biblical believers, I said whether Christian or Hebrew Israelite, is because their grandmama told them to. Their grandmama, their mama, their granddaddy, or whoever introduced them to the Bible or to the church or to
You right. I forgot
religion.
about that one. That was a great point.
And the second reason, because nobody down there, nobody would be in the Black community be a Christian to this day. The people's grandmamas, granddaddies, mamas, not pushing that Bible on them, making them go to church and sitting up reading the Bible and all that. Nobody will be Christian. Let's keep
Right.
it above. And then the other reason is like the brother said, is because it's a fear of hell. That's why I feel like a lot of Christians, I know people gonna get mad, but I feel like a lot of Christians or Hebrew Israelites that they don't really love the Most High. They don't
Renee,
really
you ain't
love
scared of hell.
God.
Renee, you ain't scared of hell no more.
Wait, let me say this real quick. They don't really love
Hell
the
no,
Most
we ain't
High.
scared of hell.
They don't really love the Most High. They don't really.
Hold on,
Let
why
me just say
DJ
this.
Black Charm? Because we going.
They don't really.
No, no, this
Wait, let me
weird
Yeah,
just
that's
through
what
them
I
too,
finish. Let
man.
me
said.
just
Fuck
finish
these
this,
weird
Okay,
please.
go ahead,
people.
sis. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
Let me just finish this. They don't really, because people may get mad, but this is what it is. They don't really love the Most High. I'm not saying everybody. This is my opinion. They don't really love the Most High. They don't really love Jesus. They don't really love God.
Man, just say it like this. Sis, them niggas don't read the Bible for real. The Bible say all
Let me
souls are
finish,
mine. Them niggas
please.
be trying to change it up.
Can I finish, please? Just
Go
please
ahead,
let me
Quinn.
say this. Thank you. They don't love any of their deities. They fear them. They fear hell. They fear when they're dying that they're going to go to hell. The motivation for religion is not love in most cases. I'm not saying everybody, but it's fear. It's like, what if? What if there is a hell? Well, then I'm going to go ahead and try to say, oh, I love you, Lord. Oh, all of that's disingenuous. People say that God knows your heart. But he knows that you're not really, don't really love him. He knows that you just scared you're going to go to hell. So everything you're doing is really self-serving. So when you're
Facts.
going to church, when you reading the Bible, when you doing this and that, it's not because your love of God and you want people to notice. It's because it's self-serving. It's your fear of going to hell.
And
So
the other
a
part
lot
too.
of it is selfish. A lot of this is straight selfishness, and people try to act like it's something better more than they try to use their religion to attack different people. Oh, you're gonna get struck
Ooh.
down. Oh, you better pray. You better repent. And this is the last thing. Why are you telling me what I need to do? Because your religion upholds a person's salvation is their own. So whether I believe or not is not going to impact you being judged by the Most High or you being judged by your deity. I don't have nothing to do with it. So you don't have to push that dogma on me. See, people want you to believe what they believe so they can feel more comfortable. Because when you challenge it, then it's a problem. I'll pass the mic.
I
See,
appreciate what you said, sis.
Hey, I just want to add
yeah,
a
so,
little
go
to
ahead,
the
bro.
add a little different perspective.
Go ahead. DJ Black Charm and then Brother Brandon.
All right, go ahead, y'all. Do your thing. I'm on mute.
So only thing I want to say, I agree with the sister, you know what I'm saying, and the brother when they say hell, you know what I'm saying. They're afraid of hell, so they don't want to go to hell. That's one reason why niggas run the church, and the other reason cause they want stuff. They want some worldly stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's the other. They pray to God. God gonna send something out the sky to bless them with something, bless them with a car, house, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So they all believe it's all done religiously though, and that's the
Yeah,
bullshit.
that's the fear, scared of the worldly hell.
Yeah. Now I'm talking about the want the blessing part. They
That's what I'm
pray
saying.
to
Being
God. They
broke
pray to
is the
God for some
worldly
gas
hell.
money, huh?
Yeah, he said
Being
what he's
broke is
saying
the
is that
worldly
like that's
hell.
heaven on earth to them, and hell is being broke. You know what I'm saying? He was just
No.
making that correlation.
Oh yeah. I
That's
mean,
all.
you got some
Yeah.
folk. You got some folk who pray against. I ain't gonna say some folk. A lot of muds pray against being broke. They pray for money. You know what I'm saying? You got some folk they pray for money. It beats the hell out of me. Why would you pray for money when all you got to do is work for it? You know what I'm
Cause
saying?
that's the
But
pathology that you get from religion. If I can pray to
right,
God
right,
for
right, right, right.
blessings, why wouldn't I pray for money?
Growing up
And
in
I
a
need that
household with
in this
nobody
world.
never reading the Bible. They just
Nah,
go. They
bro.
just
I'm just
pray.
saying, common sense would tell you if this man can bless me and I need money in this world, why not ask God for money? That's real nigga shit.
No, bro. I ain't saying like that. I ain't saying like that. And I ain't saying like that. I'm saying like what I pray for is the strength to finish my job, or strength to be creative enough to obtain something so I could have something to trade with. That's what I'm saying. Like the thing of just saying that it falls out of the sky is the part that I find to be a
Now
bit
let me ask you
religious.
this. Now let me ask you this. And let me ask you
Can I
this.
say
Just
this
based
for
off.
you go in, bro? That Bible
Yeah,
also
I want you
say,
to say that. I want you to say what you want to say. Then I'm gonna say this. Then Brandon, my
yeah,
bad, bro.
it's
Go
gonna
ahead.
be real
Yeah,
quick.
but that's the only thing.
That
I'm gonna
Bible
mute my
also
mic. But that's
say
the only
that
thing I
God
was saying, Gold
provide,
Mine. I
bro.
just find that to be religious to think that you just say your prayer to God and nigga fall out the sky. I just think that to be a bit religious. That's all.
I mean, it is religious. So, I mean, we talking about the ways of religious people. So it's not to be, condemned that they do that when they say God will provide for his own. So
Right.
to pray and ask for these things, that's the pathology that comes from religion. Therefore, you can separate easy from your brother or sister that you feel like don't got that connection, like the
Mm,
streets.
right. Right. I mean,
Okay, go
don't
ahead,
get
Brandon.
me
I'm gonna
wrong.
go after
I say
you.
my prayer, but I be saying my prayers like I gotta get through this day at work. You know what I'm saying? I gotta get through this session. I gotta get, you know what I'm saying? I gotta come up with a new, you know what I'm saying? I pray for those. But to say that I do nothing and my plate be full, you know what I'm saying, is like I think that I find that to be a bit and I know a lot of people that do, you know what I'm saying, that just say, well, God will provide. I'm like, man, you got to do something too, though. That's what I say to myself, But hey, to each his own.
God say he'll provide though, but I see what you're saying.
And I want to add on to that too.
And also,
A
that's the pureness of your heart. So I do appreciate you, bro, for being you.
right on. I just want to touch on a few things. One thing that the sister said that I agree with completely. First of all, we're not dealing with there are two things that we're dealing with, two different dynamics. We're dealing with religion and then religious freedom. So what we're looking at right now is not religious freedom at all. So somebody practicing like for the love of what they're doing, no one's doing that anymore. Not at this current point. People have turned to religion for many reasons. One, because they want to clean themselves up. Two, because they're afraid of the outcome of not being in religion. Uh, Three, just to relieve their mind and to think about something other than what they're dealing with every day in the reality into which we're actually, living. Um, I see. I don't. Again, I don't want to sound like a religious basher because I got a lot of different religions in my own family, so I can't say shit. But at the same time,
Oh yeah, we gonna always welcome you home, loved ones. We not the church.
you know what I'm saying? I ain't got no malice or nothing like that. When I say whatever I say, but when I say like right now how the Holy Bible is being used, is being used basically to continue to perpetuate a mind frame of what we're dealing with. So for an intermediate person who has no understanding of the Bible or how to read it or how it should be interpreted, they're not going to get the message out of it that brother DJ that you got out of it. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
we have different eras of different people right now that are all trying to come into this knowledge right now. And it has nothing to
And
do.
that interpretation shit become a game like degrees and shit. Like you can't understand this knowledge in science and math. You know what I mean? Because you don't got this degree. When everybody can add them, you know what I'm saying? Add, put dots together. You feel me? As well as can read and interpret.
Right.
Right. Yeah, it's that thing is such a hard. It's such a. I mean, like I understand, like when I hear like a person like, and I don't want y'all to beat him up. When I hear like brother Unc say, you ain't bit, you got to be initiated and stuff like that. I say, in a sense, I get what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? But in another sense, you know what I'm saying. At the same time, your heart and your mind tell you when some shit right or wrong, when nigga trying to teach you some shit, whether it's non-valid science or whether it's something Abrahamic. You know what I'm saying? Your heart and your bro, that
If
shit
it
ain't right.
hasn't been compromised.
Say it again. You said if
If
they
it,
hadn't been
yeah, if your heart and mind hasn't been compromised by your ideology. You feel
right.
me? The first two letters in ideology is ID. You know what I'm saying? What do you identify with? So that's the lens and perception you're gonna go with. And not to say, not to keep harboring on it, but it's the topic of conversation. In religion, your different forms of perception are automatically written off to one thing: discernment. So anything that you discern at that time without you even weighing out where is it coming from, that's the move. That's what God telling you to do. Versus,
So
when you get initiated, so to speak, that's a mental thing. You spending that time with yourself. Ain't no real little like fraternity initiation when we talking about this. We talking about you spending that time with yourself enough to come out here and be able to express yourself and know about your people from an
Right.
African-centered mind state to where
mhm.
shit. Yeah, you initiated, bruh. Because we know when you speak for us. You don't speak for yourself, and which could be a convenient bias based on which perception you using or calling discernment at this time.
Right, and that's the thing about that's why I was about to answer the question like be, because of statements like that, like to be initiated in and stuff like that. Do you think is a like that? Like, say for instance, if somebody's saying that they want to be that they want to join the Hebrew Israelite, or they want to join the Nation of Islam, or they want to be a Moor or anything like that, you think they could just do it, or should it be somebody that's kind of versed in that stuff that teaches them?
I think that somebody should, and this goes back into the ego. I think that we as a people, if you're trying to get into a new phase of knowledge, you have to go under some form of tutelage in order to progress. Every and when I say every great person, I'm only referring to ours when I say that, had some form of tutelage that helped them progress to their next phase. Because you have to remember there is a link that is missing sometimes when it comes to information. You have your interpretation, and then you have the interpretation of the people that you may be learning with, but you don't actually have the interpretation of the people that may be telling it, the people that may be teaching it, or the people that actually house that knowledge. So to an extent, I think that it's a good thing to allow yourself the freedom of tutelage, mainly because it it builds trust between you and the person. Number one,
Mm.
it builds a real live relationship, because now you have to trust that person, and you have to trust their information, and you have to trust their teaching methods, so that you can actually receive it. Just like somebody off the streets trying to learn Jeet Kune Do. That's not an easy thing. But when you come into it, there are certain things that you got to come into it understanding. You're not going to come into it doing roundhouse kicks. You're not going to come into it doing backflips. And maybe you did know how to do it before, but the way that they're going to teach you may be different. You know what I'm saying? So I think that we have to come into things with a more open perception when we're dealing with things. And also we have to look at things objectively as well and see the flaws in things and know when to state that there's a flaw in something. You know what I'm saying? Rather than just, I'm gonna blow this nigga spot and I'm gonna make him mad. All we did was create a whole nother situation instead of just pulling that brother to the side and saying, hey, bro, I ain't understand this, or I think that that's wrong, or whatever it is, so that we can actually come to a common ground or a common consensus. Because a lot of times that's what breaks us apart. And another thing I want to mention before I forget, somebody mentioned the Orisha or Yoruba religion, which if anybody knows anything about that, is a religion, but it's a way of life just like anything is. But it's a
Also
more
known as Ifa.
Yeah, also known as Ifa. But that in itself is a religion. If you, I don't know if,
Yeah,
A
Ifa is
religion in the fact that it's a
Ifa is the
practice.
religion.
yeah,
Yeah,
It's a
Ifa.
yeah,
practice,
Yoruba is a
bruh.
language. Yeah,
yes,
Ifa is the practice of Yoruba. So,
yes.
but I mean, I have two artists that I work with that's from Benin. You know, like that's from that place. You know what I'm saying? And
Where? Where
from
they from?
Benin, they from
Oh,
Benin,
right
West Africa.
on.
Yeah, they from Benin. I got two clients from Benin, West Africa. But here in Atlanta, these niggas ain't been to Benin, and I keep on telling. I say, hey, man, my partners who do this, who live that life, they say y'all have to come to the country, man, and so y'all can really see how it done, and y'all can really be, you know what I'm saying, how a
To that
person is
shit, yeah.
baptized into it. You can really get into it, bro, if you gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? I don't bash it. You know what I'm saying? If you gonna do it, I'm gonna show you this way over here is where you do it at for real. You know what I'm saying? Like my thing is, I don't knock a lot of the Hebrew Israelite, but I do listen to them. I say, okay, different you kind of twisted. So I know somebody who trying to get into this stuff, and I ain't gonna I'm not gonna send them your way. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, I'm telling be careful of you, cause you say you know what I'm saying? Like I don't know if y'all heard the one was talking about the you could do this, that, and the other to children. You know what I'm saying? Nope, no, not y'all. Can't go over there with them. You know what I'm saying? But I think that's what I'm talking about. Like you have to at least you have to at least know somebody
What camp
that's
was
living
that?
that life. You know what I'm saying? That actually
I
living
don't even want to
like
go over
how
there.
the sister was saying. Like you
I
got a lot
mean,
of
the
folk who
people
go to
might
church and
need
be
to know.
Christians and stuff, but they ain't really be Hebrew Israelites. But they ain't a lot of them don't really live the life. You know what I'm saying? Like that ain't really they ain't really that. You know what I'm saying?
Was that
What does
GOCC
that
or something?
mean when you say live the life? What does that mean? What does that entail?
Like to say that you like they say that you a righteous person. You know what I'm saying? You doing right by people. You doing right by life. You know what I'm saying? That thing that
Like, give me examples of that. What do you mean?
okay So say for
Uh-oh.
instance, you and your you and your grandma fall out about something. You know what I'm saying? And whatever y'all fall out about or whatever, she ain't even really tripping on what y'all fell out about. You know what I'm saying? She just like, you know what I'm saying? Because I walked this way, you know what I'm saying? Whatever Renee did, you know what I'm saying? I'm over it. Just that, and then let it go. Now you have some who say, well, you supposed to, how the Bible says you supposed to forgive, right? So they'll say, I'm gonna forgive, but I ain't gonna forget. Motherfucker, you still holding on to it. Do like that person who said, whatever Renee did, let it go. Move
Do you
forward
think
with Renee,
grandmama
cause
would have forgave without that Bible though? Is what we trying to get to, like
yeah,
the
cause some of those scriptures, and I hate to say it,
what?
I be sitting down with my grandma like, grandma, you know the Bible say this right here, you know, and she like 90 years old, and she like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
you been reading, you know what I'm saying, like,
Right.
and I know that a lot of the times
right,
that she didn't read a lot of the stuff, and the preacher was just saying shit, you know what I'm
right,
saying, like,
right.
and I don't
So,
knock and I don't knock her relationship with her pastor
Cause
and
they
all that,
got
her
us here.
pastors, yeah, I don't knock all that shit,
so
but I'd be like. You know what I'm saying? I'd be like, you know what I'm saying? Cut my eye, like, bro, I ain't falling for that shit. You know what I'm saying? Nope. And I'm not doing this, that, and the third, you know.
do you
But,
think do you think, and I'm just asking,
and I think she forgive me for being like that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay, so I'm just asking this, people who know me, they know how I can do. So, I just ask questions. But so do you think, not that I'm saying it's a problem, I'm just asking, do you think that cursing is living righteously?
I think that's a, to me, in my opinion, I think it depends subject. It depends on the people.
What you mean? It depends
Like to
on the people.
Yeah, I think it depends on the people that you're around. Like to say that when you're using a certain tone, a certain type of verbiage. You know what I'm saying? If you being um if you being a little out of line or you being a little boisterous. You understand what I'm saying? Like you
A
supposed to
person
be able to
is
discern
not.
it. Like to
So
say that,
first,
to say that, like if you cooking some food and you burn your hand and you say fuck, you know what I'm saying? I don't think you're going to hell behind it. Like, I don't think that your soul and see and there's
but
another
aren't
thing
you
too.
still responsible for what you do though? So even though you burned yourself, you still responsible for what you say, right?
Yeah, you're still responsible for what you say, but then you talking about when you say like words like
So is it in the
I
Bible
might
that
burn
if you
myself and
burn
I'll
yourself?
say fuck, and somebody else could be so religious, right? And they say figamajig, like niggas just
Yeah.
say fuck. And you say nigga just say fuck. He like, man, I don't curse and all that. He like, okay, well you just putting yourself through so much. You torment yourself. You know what I'm saying by doing it. I mean, I put it like
By
this.
quenching the spirit,
Okay,
bro.
Wait a
hold on. Let me
minute.
say, let me
Wait,
not say
wait.
that
You
because I'll be a
torment
bit
yourself.
judgmental. I don't want to be judgmental. I ain't gonna say that. I ain't gonna be
Wait a minute.
judgmental.
You saying
I ain't
that
gonna be. I'm not.
somebody
No. I don't want to be
you
judgmental
saying
and say
that
that.
somebody you saying that somebody who is religious and let's
I
say
don't want
they're
to be judgmental and say that. I'll
wait
just
a
say
minute,
from
and they're
my
against
position.
cursing and they're against cursing,
If
you
they're
think
against
that they
cursing,
would be wait, can
if
I
they're against cursing, then I won't do it. Then you know what I'm saying. If they're against it, then I won't do it. That's all. That's what I'm saying. I won't do it if they're against it.
see
I do it, but
you know
I
what?
won't do it if they're against it.
You know what? Because see, that's the whole thing. Like I hear people, and I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying in general. But you said it, so that made me think about it. But I hear people all the time talking about righteous and what's unrighteous. At the end of the day, all of that is subjective. All of that is relative to what any one person can think or believe. And people will use that
And
for their
situational.
own.
Indeed,
Yeah,
indeed.
yeah, they'll use that for their own. They'll use that for their own devices. I see that a lot with biblical believers or religious people. Whenever they're ready to say something is unrighteous, and that's unrighteous.
Like
But things
my
that they
son
can
to come
say,
around
but
me.
hold on. But things that they can say and do, things that they
Mm.
can say and do, then that's excusable. And it's like that's why I always say, and I know I think somebody got upset when I said this before, but nobody, I don't care who you are, can live by the Bible. No one can.
Let me ask you that. You feel like do you feel like you're a good person most of the times?
I mean, yeah.
All right, then. So that's living by the Bible. You know what I'm saying? You doing your best in
Oh
life.
my gosh. That's
No, no,
what
no.
Anything
Okay,
else
let
in
me say
life,
this.
wait,
anything
Let me
else
say
in
this.
life is a
No,
doctrine.
no, no.
Anything else in life is a
DJ
doctrine,
Sean,
in my
DJ Sean.
opinion.
That's why I need a real religious. Cause DJ, I'm telling you, DJ taking this shit
DJ
and he
one of
making
the
his own.
brothers. He just need
Yeah,
us
yeah,
around.
real talk. Yeah,
wow.
real talk. It ain't he is not going by that Bible, man. I'm telling you, he is not what these people tell
He
you
going
you
by
need
the
to be to
family.
be
He a
Israelite.
brother for real.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want somebody who really a maniac on that Bible because you gotta admit the stuff you saying is your interpretation. Once again, it's your
What?
twist.
Like I mean,
It's
do I
you
need to show you? I can
obviously.
show you via scripture what I'm saying.
No, he's saying it's your interpretation based on your love for family. That's how you identify what in that scripture you gonna fuck with and what you ain't gonna fuck with.
You say it again. What am I gonna what scripture am I fuck with and which ones I don't?
Yeah, if it's a scripture in that Bible, I can show you right now that go against what you feel like is right for your family. You
That's
not
Like
gonna
right.
fuck with that shit.
show me a scripture
Nah,
that's it.
bro. The fact that you did that, no disrespect. You feel
Like
me?
like
You know it's
hold on,
in
I'm gonna
there
show you because you
because we've been
we
talking
keep
about
bringing
picking
this
and
up
choosing.
and I have to show you, brother. I have to show you,
Okay.
and I have
Here's
to
a
show you.
part that you don't do. Do you
Okay,
fellowship?
and I'm
Do
gonna
you
read it.
fellowship
Yeah,
with your
I
brothers and
fellowship.
sisters
Yes,
every
yes,
Sunday, every Wednesday, every time that door open?
all the time, brother. I do it every day, every
The
day. I
hesitation
fellowship.
It's
James.
for the audience to determine. I ain't gonna Christianize you and be like, bro, I read something, I discerned. I ain't gonna do you like
Bro,
that. But as your
every day.
brother,
No,
I
but
know the
I want to
movements
show
of a
you
brother.
something. I want to show you
If
something.
we
That's
finna go into the Bible, bro, I did that shit for like
It,
18 years. I'm
okay.
good.
Well, I mean, cause I know I'm just
No
saying you. I
disrespect.
was accused of something. I was accused of something that say, I need somebody there. I'm like, bro, I'm
I'm
into
just
this
saying you
Bible.
keep
So
on Bible thumping, talking
no. My
about you
thing
into the
is
Bible. It's certain stuff in that Bible. If you could,
that
I
says
said
what that
specifically,
says what
no,
because you don't believe in the Bible that I gotta bash you, bro. It
you
don't ain't nothing in
done.
that Bible. Yeah, like see when it's the thing about it. Here's the deal right here. Even if you don't believe in this in the Bible, how I believe in the Bible, because we are peers and we are around each other, it's still on my duty to be a beacon unto you to show you that hey, it's some good motherfuckers over here on this side, bro. You know what I'm saying? You can read
And
this
that's what we
literature and
stated
follow.
earlier,
You know what I'm saying?
that you
Like
carry yourself that way.
now when you that other person, you know what I'm saying? That's when you not being the Bible, man. When you trying to do that, when it's like, okay, I'm talking to
Nah,
Suave talking to me about, hey man, I read something in the Bible that I don't agree with. Can you explain it to me, brother? And I say, well, then he's
right.
like, well, shit, nigga, even though you explained it, black, I still don't believe in the shit. Okay, cool. Well, at least I explained it my way, bro. Maybe I can, you know what I'm saying, throughout our journey of
Right.
living, you know what I'm saying,
And
before
you
we got
saying when you
somebody.
start acting up, you not acting like the person, the Bible will have you act like, right?
Yeah, man, when you start doing all that other shit, you know what I'm saying?
And
Oh,
you
nigga,
did you
you
hear us earlier say that, I feel like you a good brother, you know what I'm saying? At heart, I feel like, you know what I'm saying, whatever the fam gonna roll with, just as you stated, you feel me? If you around me, you know what I'm saying, it's gonna be a respectful thing and vice versa, you feel me? So I already see that in you, but I say that Bible ain't the reason why you like that. I say that's the pureness of your heart. And that's why I say I appreciate you. But we not gonna sit here in front
The
like
Bible
you
ain't why I'm
needed
like
that
that.
Bible to be this
Yeah,
way.
nah, the
You
Bible
just
ain't why I'm
relate
like
to
that.
the Bible because it say
Nah,
certain truths that
nah,
allow
the
other
Bible ain't
people
why
to
I'm
be
like that.
that way.
Yeah, my granddad is why I'm like that. You know what I'm saying? I put it like this when I
I
see folks
agree.
like yeah, like I see cats, you know what I'm saying? They be talking about they ain't grow up with their dad and stuff. My dad had left my mom when I was like 6 years old. I don't want to go into a whole junk history and all that shit, but I still like on the weekend be with my dad and sometimes stay with my dad. You know what I'm saying? Stay with my grandma and get mad at my mom and all that shit. Like
Salutes to your pops.
yeah, family oriented person, you know what I'm saying? And then, you sit down with your granddad and your granddad to be telling you just shit about life. You know what I'm saying? You like girls, don't you? You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. He ain't got nothing to do with the Bible. You like, granddaddy, I know you know what I'm saying? You the dinking at church and stuff like that. And you asking
That
me,
black
and if
power.
I got my first piece of pussy and shit, you know what I'm saying? And he making
bro,
sure you A1 as a man, as a young nigga, you finna be on. You come from my nest. You know what I'm saying? I know your dad and your
Passing
mom
down
ain't
that
work out.
wisdom. That's
Yeah,
that
your
black
dad and your
power.
mom ain't work out, but let me show you this right
Yeah,
here. You know
that's
what I'm saying? And then you
so
got your
join the
uncle who went to the army. Yeah, then you got your
DJ,
uncle who went to the army. He come
DJ,
back. He extra pro black. He done
DJ.
been to the army. He look.
He
So
just be
I
talking
look
too
at
far
life.
safety
ahead.
going, man.
My bad, man. I'm gonna mute my mic,
He
man. But yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? Like
the
I
phone
use
at
that
his
Bible.
face.
That Bible is my tool, bro. I just put it like that.
I
That's my
understand because I be in my
All right.
zone.
What's up,
that's my
brother
sword.
Psycho? Welcome, Psycho, to the panel, everybody.
That's my dog, psychopathies.
What up, Psycho?
Peace, Black Power family. What's going on?
Salute.
That's what's up,
Was
man.
ready.
Man, this smooth the fuck here. I don't know what. He be ready. I be seeing y'all talking before y'all even do it. I see his mic go away. I say he ready.
DJ screwed in his man.
Wait, who?
Yeah. What's up, though, Psycho?
Man, but I tell you the truth, man. I love all people, man. I just think
That's
that this shit's
real.
supposed to. I think this shit is supposed to
Didn't he just
coexist.
say psycho?
Yeah, psych. I think
It's
psycho around my. I think psycho
DJW.
around my age. I'm in my 40s, man. I come from the essence of, you know what I'm saying, when motherfuckers kicked it together, when a nigga wore his black medallion in the church, you know what I'm saying, and felt like he was fresh in the African shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I come from that school, and it's like,
I understand.
throughout life when we get around to it 2000 and shit like that. I'm like, okay, we got the internet, the YouTube and shit like that, and I'm still kind of, I feel like I'm pro-black. You know what I'm saying? I'm into my Bible real good. I know how to say assalamu alaikum and stuff like that to my Muslim brothers and shit. You know what I'm saying? So I say, okay, it's 2010 YouTube. Let's see who else on here about this shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, damn, these niggas is debating about this shit. These niggas is going crazy with each other. What happened to the love, man? You know what I'm saying? So
We
it's
just
cool.
trying to figure out if we can, find some usefulness. You know what I'm saying? Like I was telling sis, and I think she understood what I was saying. When you untie your shoe, you go backwards. You pull that last part that you put through. You feel me? In order to undo it. So we
Mm-hmm.
going backwards to make sure we ain't holding on to some shit that may have got
Right.
Nana back, but then with the changing of the laws or regulations, this shit right here is holding us up. You feel me? So with that
Mhm.
being said, that's what we doing. That's why it's still a debate because, like she said, it's 80% of our people still on it. You know what I'm saying? And we already done heard from our elders the contradictions, that's gonna be caused by you trying to uphold this religion. And religion again means what you practice. So if you constantly doing this while we over here raising our families, and that's our focus, and our any political statement, you feel me, stance, it's a conflict over there though, because you got to make sure you do your salat, you got to make sure you say your prayers, you got to make sure God gonna be okay with what you doing, and He also say don't kill. Okay, what if it come a time when we gotta kill? Like we gotta go in for the kill on every angle. It ain't just about shooting no gun. When you go in for the kill, that mean you all in. That mean you committed. You dedicated to what you're doing. You're not half and half. You're not picking and choosing scriptures. All I'm
Right,
saying is
right, right,
simplify that
right, right,
shit.
right, right,
Even
right.
even when you read your
Yeah.
Bible, you read it from a
All
perspective
right,
of your
so
parents
let me
gave
tell
it to you.
let me tell
So
you how I
stick
look
to
at
that
that
shit.
from a real nigga perspective, bro. You know what I'm saying? When I look at that scripture and it say thou should not kill, and then you know what I'm saying, and then you read another scripture and it say, well, this one over here killed, and and then God told him to kill over here. Why he said thou should not kill, and why he killed over here? What it really telling you is, nigga, you and gold mine together. You know what I'm saying? A gold mine and came up in life. Don't kill that man because you a hater. You know what I'm saying? Congratulate that man. Don't even covet his shit. Matter of
That's
fact, don't look at his girl because he came up in life because he don't got
That
that
ain't the
girl that you
Bible.
want.
That's street shit,
That's
bro.
question.
That's
The
what it tell
law
you. I'm going
is
through. I was about
thou
to
shalt
walk you
not
down.
kill.
I was about to walk you
Go
down
ahead.
the Ten
No, don't
Commandments, bro.
walk
I
me
was about to
down
walk
yet.
you
Don't
down
walk
all
me
10
down
of
yet.
them. I was gonna
Go
walk
ahead,
you
Psycho.
down
What's your
all 10
question,
of them.
bro?
You know
Now,
what I'm saying?
I was gonna ask him. Do you think anybody need the Bible to know that people shouldn't probably kill a motherfucker just over simple shit? Do you think?
Right.
I don't think they need the Bible for that, but to say, you
You
know what I'm
proved
saying,
it with giving street interpretations of
as
the
a
Ten
tool to say,
Commandments.
okay, I got this in my arsenal. You know what I'm saying? I got this rule in my arsenal. You know what I'm saying? Now
Well,
because I got that rule in my arsenal, don't mean the next nigga that's in the car with me got
we,
this rule in his arsenal.
we,
You know what I'm saying? I feel like the car that we looking at, I could get it too. But the nigga that's riding with me because that's my brother or my cousin or whatever, I love him. He probably be like, "Shit,
yeah,
black, fuck all that. I'm
that's
finna
called.
take
No,
that nigga car."
that had nothing to do with the Bible. That's called empathy. We all hardwired with it.
Right. You
Everybody.
born with that shit.
No. I ain't saying it has nothing to do with the Bible. I'm saying I use it as a tool for me. For somebody else, they may not have to
But
use it. They
yeah,
may
but I'm
use
saying
some other
you brought up.
literature as they
No, but
tool.
I'm saying like you brought up. I'm asking this because you was bringing up the examples of
Ask him the
why we not
question
killing
again,
people
fam.
and everything else, and you was associating that with that's because we believe in the Bible. And it's funny because me being an atheist, I get certain questions from theists a lot. And
Mhm.
one of the wild ass questions I get from theists is they'll say, "Well, why you not running around here just killing everybody right now? Because you don't believe in God, you don't have no moral compass. You should just be running around here just killing people. Why you not killing people?"
Right. Like, see,
To me,
that's just
that's an
stupid stuff.
asinine statement because,
That's
like,
the stupid shit.
it
Like,
also it
I
also
don't talk
shows me
stupid,
it
bro.
also
Like
shows me.
that one thing
Wait,
about me, like me and you ain't
I've been
never really
listening to
been
you for
able
a
to
long
chop it up.
time.
I
Wait
don't
up,
talk
hold up,
stupid,
hold up,
man.
We
hold
can't
up,
hear
hold
two
up.
people
I'm
Say
talking.
talking.
shit like that, bro.
Yeah.
I'm
You're not
talking.
gonna do that, DJ. Chill out.
Thank you.
Let's go. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Psycho.
yeah. Like I was saying, to me, it's an asinine question because, and it also shows me where their mindset is because it's like so because when I hear that, what I'm hearing is, well, if I didn't believe in this Bible, I would be running around here just murking everybody. I'll be running around here just doing all types of wild ass shit if it wasn't for this.
Mm-hmm.
That just goes to show me this person is in his right mind. And this person
Right.
probably needs that Bible to keep themselves I don't know, able to maneuver in society or something. So once I hear these people have these type of mindsets and these people's minds just are elsewhere other than in my reality, I tend to fall back and kind of just let people believe whatever it is they want to believe, because some of these people might scare me if they stop believing in their gods or whatever.
But the belief in that God made them like that too, fam.
Yeah. But again, it also points to how the Bible makes us docile. As you know, again, like, you know, that just goes to show that they got a warrior spirit deep down inside of them that Bible is suppressing. And that's
so can you discern? So can you make this same discernment for a person without asking them anything about the Bible?
But discernment is based on the scriptures, and based on the scriptures about
No, I said
humbling yourself.
discernment. Like you could. No, I'm talking about the discernment of a person, like without bringing up Jesus, without bringing up Muhammad, without bringing up Abraham. You just regularly talking to a person. Can you make this same the determination about a person?
Yes, that's why we don't use the Bible as a moral compass.
No, you don't get it.
Did you say how?
He said, "No, y'all ain't get it." Yeah.
I don't know what you trying to say. We saying it's innate to treat people right. It's innate to know how to read people based on your experiences. And if you ain't ever experienced something, guess what? Today gonna be a learning experience for you if somebody decides to make you pay a consequence. But don't get it twisted. You did not need that Bible to be the person that you are today. And if bruh saying right now, when people say that, it's a clear sign of their mental state. When you say, "Hey, this Bible keep me in check." All right, and I said, "Shit." My part is that same Bible, vice versa.
So do you have any tools? What tools do you use to keep you in check?
But what I
the same tools my mama gave me.
Go ahead, let go, man. Answer the question and let Sister Renee go in.
The same tools my mama taught me from birth. Respect you and everything around you. And she continuously showed me the levels of that shit as I got older. So once again, you used street references as to show that we knew these things that you interpret the Bible as. You know what I'm saying? So that directly showed that you knew these things before you got deep in the Bible and gave it the credit, but you don't want to give yourself none. I gave you some.
All right, sis, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just crazy to me, like, and this is the thing, like, I don't really speak on this too much, like on my platforms, or being psycho don't talk about this too much on our platform, because you know, it's sensitive to a lot of people and things like that. But I you know, of course, definitely do have opinions on these things. And to me, it's like the Bible has not saved Black people yet. And
Has
what I
Black
mean,
power saved Black people? Has Black power saved Black people?
Truthfully, it has.
Hold on, brother. Let her build. You just remember your question.
You were just talking. See what I mean? It's such a sensitive thing. People can't even really let you finish, you know, because it's like, oh my gosh, how can you say that? But the Bible has not saved Black people yet. And it's always like some excuse that comes about. You know, somebody says, oh, well, they didn't read the Bible. Well, it's plenty of people. I mean, I'm pretty sure many of us can name all of those who came before us that we knew or came in contact with. Many of them read the Bible, like my great-grandmother, both my grandmothers. My grandfather used to sit up and read. He read the Bible like 2 or 3 times in his life. My mother, plenty of people who all day, every day, like I said, they'll read the Bible first thing in the morning before they go to bed at night. They go to Bible study, all of the above. This has been consistent among many Black people, not all Black people, not every single Black person, not everybody who go to church, but among a lot of people. And this has been over decades and decades and ages of time. And Black people have not been saved yet. It's always some excuse that comes about whenever you bring up, well, what has the Bible done for Black people? Well, see, it's just because they have went and did this. See, they supposed to read like this and not like that. And then it's the whole thing, the special knowledge thing. Well, they don't understand. Well, what do you mean they don't understand? Why is it a book for life? A book that tells you all everything for life. If people, the average person, couldn't just read and understand? Why does that exist then? And then I always ask this question: are people who illiterate, are they going to hell? Because they could not read the Bible for the Bible to tell them how to live life, right? They're illiterate. The Bible couldn't tell them how to live their life. So that means they're going to hell. Because you need to be able to read the Bible and not only read it, be able to have the special knowledge to properly interpret it in order for you to go to heaven, right? For all these other
That's
people,
right.
it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I'll pass the mic.
And if I can say this, I know when I
Now go
when
in
I
on
was
Black
younger.
Power.
Hold on, bro.
I hear a whole lot of going in on the
Ready
Bible.
and
Go
set.
in on the Black Power shit.
Look,
The Black Power
okay,
ain't
no.
anybody's
This is what I'm
life like
saying,
that. I ain't seen no rich Black Power nigga. I ain't seen no successful Black Power motherfucker.
I
I see
got
a
you.
lot
Go.
of Black Power
Let
niggas
Swab
that's running
talk.
from
I
the
got you
police,
though.
that's in the jailhouse. I see a lot of Black Power niggas that got bullets. I see a lot of Black Power niggas that's radical and tell other niggas to run on the front line and won't do it themselves. You know what I'm saying? At the same time, I see some old pie-ass, soft-ass, cis-ass, church-ass niggas standing up, going harder than a Black
It's
Power.
all right, Queen. He gonna get his answer.
I'll
Go in,
answer
Swab.
your question, but I'm gonna let somebody else.
No. I want somebody to go in the same way you went in on the Black Power. Let's say on the Bible. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a double-edged sword. You know what I'm
That's what
saying?
we
It's
not
the
gonna
same
do.
way you got to
That's what
go
we not
in on
gonna
the
do.
Black Power. The same way
You're
you
not
got to
gonna
go
tell
in on
us
the
we gotta
Quran.
go
The
in on
same way you
yourself.
got to go in on the same way you got to go in on the Nile Valley Saints. The same way you got to go in on the school system. The same way you got to go in. You got to go in on all of them the same way. It ain't just the Bible.
Hey, can y'all let Swab say his piece? You know what I mean? Because
You can go to Psycho's channel. Wait, hold on, real quick. Let me answer this for you. You can go to Psycho's channel because a lot of my shows have been taken down off of Blog Talk. But you can go to Psycho's channel. We've done plenty of shows where we talk about things Arnetta did or other things that was going on within the so-called conscious community, so-called Black Power movement. So we don't care. Our motto is anybody can get it. Okay, so that means we don't put nobody on a pedestal, no matter what the belief system is. The other thing is you're making false equivalences. Religion, which is something that has been around for hundreds of years, based upon its book.
Hold on, now you're going to another extreme. You just said the Bible. Hold on, go back to the Bible because now you changing the extreme.
Black Crown, DJ Black Crown, you gonna have to show some type of self-discipline.
I'm showing you how it's a false equivalence. I'm not going back to the Bible. I'm just showing you how it's a false
better structure that.
between a religion and a doctrine, than an ideology. Okay, so you're comparing two different things that are not equivalent. The religion of Christianity or being a Hebrew Israelite is not comparable to power. You actually be both. You had somebody like Marcus Garvey who was a Catholic, but he also was pushing for power in many times. They weren't using that term like that then, but he still had that same premise.
So all Black people should be like Marcus?
Huh? I didn't say
not
that.
what
I
she's
just
saying.
I'm asking a question.
No, all Black people don't have to be like Marcus Garvey. No.
I'm saying in order to know how to use your ideology and know how to use your ideology and know how to use your Black Power.
To an extent, yeah, but even looking at Malcolm X, he's a great example. Right? Malcolm X was a great example. He definitely told you.
Your phone breaking up. You breaking up, sis. You breaking up. Okay. Yeah, Malcolm X Marcus Garvey was a Christian, but Malcolm X was still a Garveyite because his parents was Garveyites. Like, if you understand Garvey, you understand that he really, people try to make it seem like he attached Christianity to the thing, and no, that's not the case. It was never anything there really saying that you had to be a Christian. He was a Christian, yes, and he subscribed to a lot of Christian stuff, just like most Black people at that time. And you know, which goes back to my original point, which y'all kill me when y'all try to compare what people were the Bible who believe in the Bible did compared to what Black Power people did. We are talking about 400 years of indoctrination compared to motherfuckers still trying to wake up over the last 50. Like, so, like, it's really no comparison. Again, this is I said it before. I got to say it.
Yeah, I know that's apples and oranges, but I'm saying that what I'm saying is how people go in about the Bible as if
I'm still
a book.
gonna answer you,
I mean, because
DJ.
the Bible, it's just like psychopathies. That's just like saying
400
a math book or a math book or an
400
English book.
years. 400 years is why we going in on the Bible. 400 years, it has gotten us nowhere. We are still in a fucked up situation. It has gotten us nowhere. The Bible can nobody tell me what the Bible
Is it the Bible or the people? Is it the Bible or the people?
Chill, DJ. I'm gonna answer your
Listen,
question.
you can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. When we do something good, you can't give Bible all the credit, and then when we do something bad, you say, "Oh, well,
That's right.
the Bible is the people." You can't have it both ways. You got to make up your mind. Which one is it? Do the Bible get all the credit? Because if it gets all the credit, that means it gets all the blame. So
That's right.
You can't have it both ways, son.
That's right.
I say the individual get all the blame, whether it's a good blame or a bad blame. The individual get all the blame. The Bible just a fucking tool. It's just words on paper.
Okay, well, let's see how much
Why
blame
you
you
get
get.
upset about it?
Okay, DJ.
I don't get upset about it. I'm saying how people go in, how people say, if I got okay, let me say it like this then. Let me say it like this then. If somebody say, if I say I'm good with the 9, if I say I'm good with the 9mm, and somebody say, well, use the chopper. You know what I'm saying?
I said the Bible has not saved black people. That's when you piped up and you start cussing and saying what you were saying. So why are you upset if you feel like it's just?
I did not cuss.
No, she said she piped up.
All right.
Okay. Hey, but bro, to answer your question though, once again, we dealing with a way a person identifies with the world based on how they see themselves. Now, Black Power is dealing with that first dealing with your identity of self. You feel me? So based on how you see yourself and your people, that's going to determine how you see success. Okay, now let's deal with the saving part that you said. What does Black Power save black people? I said earlier, the salvation of myself is my bloodline on this physical form. Because as far as the spiritual, those are two separate things. We can't sit here and be talking about heaven and hell unless we make the comparison I gave you earlier. The physical comparison of heaven and hell is to be, so in this matrix, if you caught up in this system, once again, not identifying as a black man, recognizing this system ain't set up for you to begin with. So the best you can do is survive. And then from that point, then you can be inventive like niggas do. So with that being said, how many people has it saved? Going back, my salvation is in my bloodline. So as long as I take care of mother, father, child, it continues. It continues. If that's my focus and I'm not distracted by any religion that doesn't perpetuate, promote, progress mother, father, child, or any activity, whether they be sports, fraternities, you feel me? These are things that take us away from our family structures and constantly plotting and planning to make that shit better. Because in the end, it's gonna come. Hold on, bro. I'm about to finish. In the end, it's gonna come a point when you can't even work, since we talking about working, and it's gonna have to be important for your kids to value that same structure that we pushing in Black Power of family. So with that being said, that's your salvation. You feel me? So you don't have hell on earth of being in a shelter or in a center for old people where people beating the shit out you all day and killing you for your pills. So with that being said, that's the salvation that Black Power done gave black people. When we take care of ourselves, like you see some black families do, you feel me? Whether they got a religion, like they were saying, you can have a religion, but don't let that shit interfere.
You got to show me this. You got
just
to show
like
me.
hold on.
I can show you. I can show you. I can show you. I can show you people that I can show you. I can show you.
It's literal.
I can literally show you is what I'm saying. I can literally show you.
I know you can because you come from a literature or a literal background. So that's
right.
what I'm saying.
So that's what I'm saying. When I ask you this, I'm asking anybody from for that matter. You know what I'm saying? Because I consider myself a part of the Black Power movement. You know what I'm saying? I consider myself and I get that question all the time.
So that simple answer wasn't good enough for you taking care of your family.
The thing I can say is some individual isolated stuff. You know what I'm saying? I can only
Look,
say some individual
Taking
isolated
care of your
stuff.
family is not complex, bruh. Other than the fact you got to be
Not
committed to do it.
not just my family. I'm talking about outside of my family. You know what
You
I'm saying? I'm
said
talking about
like
complex.
I say all the time,
the few that's outside of my family. Not like when you talk about the church, or when you talk
Hold
about the
on, DJ,
mosque, and when you
Yeah,
talk about the
come in,
synagogue.
Suave, because he running, bruh. You running.
I get it, fam. You ain't got to break it down and break it down again. We get it.
We get
Black
it, you
power
running.
hasn't been able to flourish. It hasn't been able to. They've allowed
There
you
you
to
go.
be a Christian and a Hebrew. They've allowed you to do all of this shit, fam. You know what it taught us? It taught us how to talk to a cracker, because I ain't never heard no religious person talk like that to a motherfucker. And it taught me I wasn't crazy. The way that I was thinking when I was young, I'm like, damn, these the people. Like, if I'd have met these people when I was 5,
I would have never lost my mind.
Go ahead.
I'd
That's what
been
I'm on.
by now. So I'm telling you, that's what it's done for a whole nation of us that's still talking this black power shit, because the church ain't taught you none of that. None of that.
Ooh,
They just
you
now
hit on some shit.
the one little dude, the one little reverend who got the little picture of white Jesus out. You see how much of a pedestal they put him on? Because he's that ain't Jesus. This Caesar Borgia and all this.
He been doing that for over 30 years. He been doing that before we was. He was doing it.
He been doing it. He wasn't doing it.
He been doing that. He been doing that.
Even if he was, you see how they ain't denied the
I heard
truth,
you. You cannot say the same thing 10 times. He did it. He ain't been doing it before Black Power was doing it.
Right. But even if he was,
he younger than that. He younger than Black Power.
I gotta keep it a buck. The first time I seen that done was out.
You mean Geno Jennings?
It was like downtown Brooklyn, like the late 80s, early 90s, or whatever. It was the Hebrews. They was the first people I heard talk that Caesar Borgia and the white Jesus. And as far as like, I remember they had the 666 on his forehead. And
I believe that they had purpose too.
Yeah, it was the original One West. It was the original One West motherfuckers. They was downtown Brooklyn, and yeah, they was right in front of all those white people too. They slammed.
It would suffice.
I remember they do.
But see, that's my thing, Psychopath. That was us back then. What happened to us? All of us.
Real quick. I'm trying to give y'all some credit here. They took the picture of the white Jesus. They threw the shit right in the middle of the motherfucking street. Now this is on a Saturday. Downtown Brooklyn is flooded on Saturday.
They supposed to be off.
And it was a bunch of white people like shopping and everything out there. And they threw that shit right in the middle of the street. I swear, this shit parted like the Red Sea. Nobody would step on the picture and everything else. Just like the side net and them do it and everything else. Same shit. It parted like the Red Sea. Nobody would step on it. That was the first time I ever saw it. Fuck my head up. But yeah, I'm done.
Well, that kind of makes sense with that game, man. But that ain't the church. That ain't the church we was allowed to go into.
Hell no.
All I'm saying is this.
My grandma used to say, my mama and my grandma used to say, did you go to that? Go ahead, my bad. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute my mic.
Thank you. I understand the knowledge that you get once you go outside of church. Cool, but that's not general. That's it's certain hotbeds that got that knowledge where you will see shit like that. That shit ain't. I still ain't seen no shit like that in Indiana. You know what I'm saying? So I know when I was young, when I read the Bible, when I got into religion, I went because my grandparents took me, and I just figured that all the grown-ups had came to a consensus that this was the best book in the world. Because I had my own books. I had Peter Rabbit, Fox and the Hound, Peter Pan. I had a lot of books I liked. And I'm like, damn, they really like this shit. Then when I got older and they started telling me, no, this for real. And I was like, hold on, wait. Jesus walked on the same planet I walked on. I was like, damn. I was focused. I want to be that. I want to go there. Okay, shit. I thought y'all was bullshit. And that's what made me study what heaven and hell was. And none of it was logical to me. So the whole time I was doing what y'all was doing as a kid. I was interpreting out like, nah, man, that hell ain't logical. And heaven ain't logical. You know what I'm saying? So I just did my thing. But like I said, when you grow up, and I feel like a lot of the times brothers don't be in the Bible. They grow up on the other side. And then when they get grown up, they run into the Bible and it's like them as a child again. Now you got to go to the whole process I went through when I was 5, but you 30. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, nah, man, this is the motherfucking truth right here. I'm like, oh shit. So go ahead, sis.
Yeah, I want to say something. And please let me get this out, brother DJ Charm. No, but the thing is, if you look at it, people talk about what is Black Power done and different things like that. But Black Power has been the biggest fear of the system of racism, white supremacy. They have always done everything they could to stamp out any type of Black revolutionary movement. Going back to Marcus Garvey, and we know what they did with him, that they set him up and they, imprisoned him, and then they deported him. And they did everything they could to thwart his movement of repatriation. And you look at any other group, they've done all of the same type of things. All of our leaders that really stood on something, they took them out. You move on to looking in the 60s, of course, Malcolm X and all that happened with him, but you look at the Black Panthers and their movement, and you see that, they made a concerted effort to destroy the Panthers. This was a concerted effort, COINTELPRO specifically, to destroy the movement and to prevent the rise of a Black Messiah who would electrify the people. So this has always been a major fear of theirs. If Black Power was not such a threat, then you would have never seen all of these actions being taken at the hands of the government. You look today with the BIE, the Black Identity Extremists, telling you basically that even you identifying as Black, really, let's be real about it, that is an extremist view and that is dangerous. And so, you look at the Black Panthers and what did they do? They took the breakfast program from the Black Panthers.
Hey, Sister Renee, can I have the rest of my body?
Let me
Chop my head off. You chopping my head all the way off. Touche, sister. Touche.
They took the breakfast program. They took the breakfast program from, and what did J. Edgar Hoover say? The biggest threat to the internal security of the United States of America is not the Black Panthers' guns, but it's the Black Panthers' breakfast program. They had social programs, things for sickle cell that you didn't see Black churches doing. They led the move on a lot of things, ambulances, our own medical care.
Ain't that the reason why they came up with food stamps too, though?
I believe so. Because they had, all types of programs for the
to basically
combat it and deal with the actual real social issues in the community. And they had nothing to do with religion. Now, let me just say this real quick.
Exactly.
You can go to any major city or even smaller city or town, anywhere across the United States of America, and anywhere it's predominantly Black, you will see churches damn near on every block. The white man is not in fear of the Bible. He's not in fear of Black people believing in the Bible. He encourages it. He supports it. He don't have a real
it's an allowed practice.
At the end of the day, it's something he knows that he helped to encourage and push on our people in the first damn place. They were so scared of the church, we wouldn't have no churches in our communities. Let's be real. And lastly, I'll say this, just to show you how much many churches are not serving the community. Now, I'm not saying that all of them, because there's a lot who do a lot of things, but there should be damn near no homeless Black people in the community. With all of these churches we have damn near on every street, they should be housing the homeless Black people that we have, homeless families, homeless children. Why is that the case in our community? Is so out of hand? But we got all these beautiful, pristine churches that are well manicured and taken care of. I'll pass the mic.
Hey, and one thing, sis, they are servicing the community in the fact that, they was placed in the community to be missionaries, which mean to keep track of who's in line with the status quo of, following Christianity. We got to deal with the history of Christianity. They used to go on, journeys to find people who didn't believe in Christianity so they can plant their cross there after killing all the people who, what they would call heretics, people who use their own mind, or people who practice things outside of what was the norm or what was allowed to be practiced. Just like us right now. We're allowed to be Christians. We're allowed to be any religion that the government ordained. You feel me?
Right. That's why I say the sister check. She checked me. She G-checked me real quick because you know how we read it. Me and a lot of my Israelite brothers, you know what I'm saying. We read it from we read Jesus from that perspective. You know what I'm saying? And a Jesus nigga gonna die. You know what I'm saying? If you feel froggy, you know what I'm saying? Step out there. Martin Luther King felt froggy. Malcolm X felt froggy. And if you feel tough, get on up there. You know what I'm saying? So
And we gave you your
she
salvation back. You
yeah,
like grandmama, big mama,
yeah,
you
she
feel
checked
me?
it.
Follow big
She
mama.
G checked that shit. She G checked that shit. They been doing. Yeah, they been trying to, Black Power did a lot. That's why we on this line right now because of the shit. You know what I'm saying? She G checked that
Facts.
shit straight up.
And that's
That's
something I
love
used to
though.
always
That's
ask.
love.
Why do the churches close? Why the churches ain't open 24 hours and somebody ain't in there,
I
Cause
know
they
some.
just to
judging
I
keep
me?
know
count.
some wide open. I know some open right now.
I've always wondered that too. How does a church close?
Close.
I know some that's closed. I know some open, and I know some that got burglar bars up. Cause with the neighborhood they in, them niggas coming in now. You know what
But
I'm
get
saying?
what though? Whether they open or close, like she said about the Marcus Garvey thing, and she also brought up earlier, things that people do being morally wrong or right is dependent on the situation.
Mm-hmm.
And that shit can be complex. You feel me? Your interpretation of that shit, because you may feel like, okay, it's not about my grouping or something that I couldn't control. You believe in the
Mm-hmm.
creator. The one thing that we do got from the creator that we all can't disagree with, that we ain't have no choice in, if we gonna believe in the creator, we ain't have no choice in our skin. And I would think that the creator gave us that. You feel me?
And we ain't got
We
no
dealing
choice
with
in
that
death.
mythology.
And we ain't got no choice in death. Everybody got to die. Yeah,
I
everybody got to
mean,
agree with that. That's one thing everybody on earth got to agree with. Everything
that
on earth
depends
got
on
to
your
agree with.
perception of death. You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean,
Death.
I
How do
put it like
you
this: everything has to dissipate. Everything has
I
to
Okay.
think that's
dissipate.
the one thing that's true.
do
Your
biblical
physical
believers
body, I
on here?
got you.
Do biblical believers on here? Do y'all believe there's a heaven and hell? And if so, why?
I guess I would be the only person on here that believes I read the Bible. I believe in the Bible. I say I believe in a heaven and hell. I believe it's two parts to that. You know what I'm saying? Now here's the thing. I believe that person that you feel like you're gonna take to heaven and turn up in heaven, we gonna be drinking wine and do this, that you're gonna be fucked up in heaven. I think that person,
What?
that one is going, yeah. That one is going to hell. That soul, when the Bible says all souls are mine and all souls gonna return to me, that one is going to heaven. And the other one, that one that feels like it's still finna be disturbing unity, disturbing the harmony, got just disdain for people and all that thing would be no longer. That being would be no longer.
So why do you believe that there's a heaven and hell?
I just told you.
I don't see how you answered that.
All right. So again, I say
I heard you say what you think some people are going to go. They think they're gonna turn up or what have you, and
right,
they're
right,
not.
right, 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 right.
But I mean, like what? Well, let me tell you.
That spirit, that
But
energy,
I'm saying,
to me
why do
would
you
be
believe that it actually exists? How do
because
you know?
because I think
How do
that
you know?
spirit brings a disunity. It's not. It's the thing that like the thing that's not coming together, that part of you, you know what I'm saying, that says just fuck everything and all that negative part of you. I think that part of you goes to hell. You know what I'm saying? Fuck that part. You know
No,
what
no,
I'm
no.
saying? That
I'm
part.
not asking like who's going necessarily who's going. I'm saying, how do you know the places exist? Like, how do you know that hell in and of itself actually is real, or that heaven in and of itself is actually real? Not necessarily who's going or not going, but how do you know
Because
those places exist, or why do you believe those?
I wouldn't know, because I think that would be a personal conviction. You know what I'm saying? To me, I think that would be a personal conviction to have, to the same way for a person to believe in God or Jesus or anything like that. I think your thing, the thing to make you believe or to see certain things, or your spirit be led towards certain things, is your own personal conviction to say, damn, I was in a hell, like my life was hell, and then once I made this move and I started being this type of person, I'm not in that hell no more, and I'm trying to
So
whether
you,
So
I'm
basically,
confused. So
so
you're
like
basically,
Like even when you
basically,
die, you know what I'm saying? If you don't never get it together, you know what I'm saying? It's like
No, I'm not
if
asking.
I'm a brain, if I'm gonna
Who's
be
going. I'm not asking you who's going. I'm asking you, how
It
do
was
you know there is a heaven? There is a
okay.
hell.
Again,
I'm asking who's going.
okay. Okay. I would say in my from because I read the Bible. I don't know about nobody else who don't read the Bible or who used to read the Bible, but for me, it's like that's a personal conviction. If you feel like you're gonna go to heaven or hell, or if
no, she's not
heaven or hell
asking.
exists.
Oh
She's not
man.
asking. She's not asking whether or not you feel people are going to go. She's asking, how did you come up with the conclusion that heaven actually exists, independent of the Bible?
Yes.
I just said that, like, that's my personal.
Okay.
Those are my personal convictions. Like, that's
All
my
right.
personal thing to say that if I envision in my life and my spirit to say, okay, I'm a good person. When I leave, when my body transitioned
That's
from this
not what I'm
planet.
asking.
You're not answering the
Okay.
question. You preaching right now. All right, let's listen to what I'm saying. All right. Do you believe heaven exists?
Yes, I believe.
he said.
Okay, you believe heaven exists. Do you know heaven exists?
Yes, I know heaven exists
Okay.
How do you know?
Now, how do you know?
because of my personal convictions. Again,
No.
you gotta have your
You can't say
own.
you know something and then use personal conviction afterwards. That means you believe something. How did not you? That's I'm asking because once you say you know,
I put it like this. I know. I put it like this. I know that I'm gonna get a client tomorrow. Folks say, "How do you know that?" Ain't nobody called you. You ain't got no where your client book at. I can't see.
Yeah, but
I know this.
you're not gonna say I got
I know that's what's gonna go on.
My personal beliefs or whatever. You gonna know I know a client's coming over because we made a phone call and we arranged it and we set up an appointment for X, Y, and Z at this time.
Right. That's what I'm saying. My
I had
personal conviction said
a
this is what's
Okay,
gonna
never
go on in
mind.
my life.
Never
I had
mind.
an appointment last week. My appointment has happened. I have proof of appointments. You see
Never
what I'm
mind.
saying? Yeah, I've
Because the
seen
whole Bible.
Hey man,
I guess
listen, man. I got a blessed life, so shit. I guess that's how. If that's gonna be the answer, then you know what I'm saying. If I got to give you something worldly, you know what I'm saying. I can't
never
shit
mind.
that
Never
spiritual
mind.
because you asking me something spiritual. You know what I'm saying. I'm trying to give it to you from a
No.
spiritual perspective. But if you asking me, you saying no. So what? How are you asking me from a worldly perspective?
Oh
Because
my God.
heaven is a
Never
spiritual thing.
mind. It's cool. It's cool. Never mind.
No, sister, I'm serious. I really want to know. I'm
I'm
really
saying to give an
curious.
Look,
example
DJ Black Charm,
even
DJ Black Charm. Did your parents or your grandparents introduce you to hell, or did you come up to that conclusion yourself?
How I picture hell. I came up with that myself.
Hold on.
I came up with
You
that
did?
myself.
Oh shit! Wait, what?
I can't. How I envision hell. I came up with that with myself. Like I put it like this: somebody could live in a motherfucking shithole and feel like it's a kingdom, but for me, I felt like that's a hell. So I wanted to be out of that shit. So anything worse than all those things that says it's just torment on my soul, on my mind, where I got nightmares and shit like that, where I want to hurt another motherfucker and all that old stuff. That is a hell, bro. And listen, and nobody, my grandmama and my mama, nobody didn't have to see. I seen this shit walking through my own life, being like, put it like this: if you was my brother or she was my sister and you say, Charm, don't do this and don't do that, and I did what the fuck I wanted to do anyway, and I didn't adhere to the voice of God, because at that moment you would be the voice of God to say, do
So
X,
how
Y,
do you
and
know
Z.
somebody's the voice of God? How do you determine
Because
that?
I'm telling you, because if you tell me as my sister say, Charm, don't do that and don't kick it like this and that and third, and I do that shit anyway, and I fuck up in life, you know what I'm saying? If I fuck up in life, I'm like, damn, I should have listened to the sister. You know what I'm
What
saying?
about all the people?
I should
What
have.
about all the people who don't F up in life and they end up getting killed and dying? What about those people?
That's a whole
Because
nother
you're saying like
extreme.
if I mess up, then you
No,
deserve what you get and all that kind of stuff. So what about people who just end up getting killed, just a car accident from some other means?
Right. So in my opinion, with how for that's because of a nigga like me that was being disobedient. I shouldn't have
Oh my
been drinking when
God.
my sister told me not to be drinking. Now I don't hit
But
somebody that didn't deserve
that
to be
person
killed.
dies because of that. So what does
Right,
they
right.
have to do with you?
That person dies because I'm not obedient.
But what does
Okay,
that
but
have to do
listen,
with you?
what
Isn't your
happens
own? Isn't your own salvation your own? So if my salvation is
Hey,
under
listen.
your
Hey,
Bible,
listen.
what you do?
If I break
I
the
gotta
code of
suffer
nature,
for what you do. Wait a
hey,
minute.
listen.
Why
If
do I
I
have to suffer for somebody I don't even know have nothing to do with? Why do I have to suffer for what you do? Why do I have to die because you was out drinking? I don't even know you.
right, right. That's what I'm saying. I broke the code of nature, not you. I did.
Right,
I
so
did
why
that.
am I dying then? Why
So
I
how are
gotta
we?
die?
Why are we born in sin if that's the case?
That don't even.
Say, wow, are you because you gonna do shit like I did, be disobedient and hit somebody. Well, I ain't do. Hold on.
He was born in sin
Allegedly,
before.
cause of this, I don't want to. I never
No,
hit
this
nobody
is
because
just
we all live.
hypothetically.
Nah, man,
Nobody's saying this
because some folks
happened.
be taking shit. No, these niggas in this conscious world, they would take this shit and hey, I ain't never hit nobody. I ain't never been in no nothing.
okay, but this is
Mhm.
my question though. What about when somebody tell you not to do something and you decide to do it and it benefits you?
Hey,
Right.
man.
Then it was the
Hey,
other reverse wife. Now it's the reverse. They don't want. They was the Lord, the voice of the devil. Then Swive.
They
no,
never
no,
lie.
no, no. If you do it,
They
if
were
you
the
did
voice
it,
of the Lord.
if
Then
you
they was
did
the
it,
voice of the devil.
if you did it and it worked, then you have to go. You have to, you know what I'm saying. You have to be a stand up person and say, you know what, I went against your word and I did it anyway. But guess what? I had a great result. You know what I'm
So were
saying?
they
You
the
might
voice
want.
of the devil? Were they the voice of the devil then trying to keep you from doing it? Or they still was the voice of the Lord?
That was
They're
still
the
the
voice of.
Lord trying to tell your ass not to do that shit. Don't do that
Hey,
shit.
what's up,
Cause guess what?
CRU?
Because you
My bad,
just
bro.
cause
Hold
it
on,
worked
wait.
out. Hold up, just cause it worked out,
Hold on.
just cause it worked out, it don't mean just keep on being disobedient, poking the bear, cause it worked out.
No, 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 no.
Cause
I'm saying,
that's how it
no,
sounds.
no,
Oh,
I'm
cause
not
it
talking
worked
about
out. That
being
must
this.
have been. Hold on, it
So
got to be a
anytime
double
somebody
standard.
tell you to do something, it's right.
No. That's what I'm saying. If you telling me to do something out of a righteous heart, out of a good spirit, from a good place in your heart and a
How
good
do you
place in
know
your
it's from
mind,
a
and
righteous?
I go
How
against
do
you,
you know
hold
that?
on, cause you trying to do it from. I'm saying if you did it from a good place, if you did it from a fucked up place, I'll know you in a fucked up place. How you trying to tell? Go on in there and just rob the bank. No, I'm not finna do that shit.
Oh
You know what
my
I'm saying? Like
god. Well, okay,
What's
I'm
up,
not
CRU?
finna
How
do
you
that
fine.
shit.
Never
doing,
mind.
brother?
I
Going to the
can't.
panel, man. How you doing today?
I cannot.
Is your name CRU or that's just your title or something you got?
Hello.
Shit, my bad, my bad.
Crew.
Can
Can you hear me? Yeah, I
yeah,
can hear you.
nah, they call me crew, but it's CRU, Cultural Revolution Underground. We got to change the mindset to change the culture. So that's what
All
that's
right, that's what's
for. But they call me crew, whatever. Hey, Psycho, I see you.
Peace. What's going on?
Everybody else on the panel, what's up? Now,
Peace, man.
y'all want to get into this about so
Yo.
my point is
What was that? Randy crazy,
Hold
man.
on, somebody. He woke Brandon right up.
Hey, Lee, what you mean?
what law y'all going by?
No.
If y'all going by that so-called good book, I know that backward and forward. If y'all going
And knowing that means what?
by anything else, I'm still with y'all. But if you want to go
How
by the
many
good
versions
book,
of the good book is it? How many versions of the good book is it?
it's too many to count.
Why?
It's,
Why are there so many versions?
Because there's so many languages.
Indeed.
Oh, so all of the different types of Bibles are in different languages.
Yes,
A lot of them are.
Why
exactly.
is there a King James version?
You
What does
don't
that
know
mean?
the
King
Bible
James
back and
version.
forward.
You mean why was it translated by King? You can answer it, brother, but I don't mind answering that one from
Yeah,
simple.
it was
Why is there such thing as a King James version?
because
Other
King
versions of the
James
Bible.
Version was a translation.
Yeah, and what about Constantine? Now, if you
Right,
want
that
to
was
go
a
deep into it,
translation.
we can go all the way deep into it. But if you want to get back to even the Hebrew version of the Bible, we can question that.
Right.
Why is it so
So
many
was a translation.
versions of it?
That's what I don't understand. And why is there so many different
All right.
Because of the
denominations?
different
Why is it so many different denominations who all use the same doctrine, the Bible? Why? How is everybody in so many different groups?
Are you Jewish, Muslim, or Christian?
Neither.
Neither. None.
All right, but they
I'm
old version of the Hebrew.
You said what?
They still all use the same version of the Hebrew. Moses wrote that shit in Hebrew.
But why are there so many different denominations?
Why is
That doesn't make sense.
Why is the Quran written in Arabic, but the Old
Why are you answering with a question? I'm asking.
He just coming with facts. He coming with facts and not
asking the same.
not even.
Asking. I want people to be consistent. Suave, I told you. I want people to be consistent. You know what I mean? Like I'm not on either side of anything. I was raised by reverends and lawyers. You like those are the people Jesus said cheated in the Bible. I want
So
people.
What are you? A Muslim, a Jew, Christian?
Yeah, what do you identify as?
I'm kind of all of the above. I'm black, and I follow the old, like the African spirituality, like the writings on the wall.
You a Christian and follow African?
Right? Do you follow the scriptures of the Bible?
No, there are good things to learn from the Bible.
Yeah, it's good life lessons in the Bible. I agree with that. But do you subscribe to it though?
It's allegory. No, I don't subscribe to it, but it's based on old ancient African texts, the writings on the wall.
I agree with that.
That's all I'm saying. Like, look, if Grandpa been telling me to do this and thus and so, and this is what his grandpa told me to do, and even older than that, then that's old allegory that needs to be followed.
Okay. So you don't take nothing literal in there. You don't believe in the Garden of Eden and ribs and everything else, people being made out of dirt and all this other. You believe in all that? You believe that happened?
It could be some of way, maybe. Like if you break down the science, you know what I mean? If you break down the science,
I don't know how you get attached science to that. That's magic.
Okay.
Now, when you break down the science of everything besides 10% of the DNA is related.
5. I'm talking to 5 people. I'm talking to 5 people right now.
I'm sorry, bro.
And I could have been. I'm in my house right now.
I was really piggybacking off the question he asked you. If you know what I'm saying, as far as the clay and the dirt and all that stuff, and you said science part.
I'm trolling on that shit too, right? Because I want everybody to be consistent, right? So now I'm in front of my computer in my house right now, but I could have been walking down the street on my phone looking like Captain Kirk talking to people on my phone. You know what I mean? Like me up, and 10, 20 years, they would have said, no, that shit not happening. 50 years ago, they'd have looked at you like you was crazy. And don't land somewhere right where I'm at in North Dakota 100 years ago and have a fucking cell phone, a Galaxy.
Right.
They look at you like you're crazy. But that's magic. Then you heard.
Well, that's what they would view it. Yeah, they would definitely view that as magic. They would probably praise you as some type of deity. If I got teleported to Jesus times, and like you said, if I whip out my phone and the laptop and all this other stuff and just show them all kinds of wild stuff and everything else, and I hop in a car, or fly around a plane or whatever, jet ski or whatever the case may be, all kinds of wild.
You psycho. Hold on. Only 1 or 2 things gonna happen, right? It's gonna be either very good or it's gonna be very bad for your ass. Either they gonna put you on a pedestal or they gonna cut your ass up.
Yeah,
but they ain't just gonna let. Yeah, it's
They
gonna
they
be
gonna
extreme.
they're gonna think I was either a witch, a warlock, or some kind of deity or whatever. But they're gonna definitely think I had some kind of magical powers. And that's because of lack of knowledge.
Hey, Psycho. Hey, that was my whole point. Like everything earlier. Like it's all people need to think deeper than what's on the surface. When they say separate or when they say do this or say do that, think deeper. Like think what would this be if it was 100 years ago? That's my whole point. I just want people to think deeper. I'm not trying to, you know what I mean, throw nobody under the bus or say somebody something wrong. I just want people to think deeper and be consistent with what they're saying. Because even the more, like I was saying this morning, right, on your page, right? Even the Mormons and the what you call it, what's them other people? They're
Amish.
Yeah, the Amish. They separate, but they still do business with us. So I'm trying to see what law is we going by? Are we going by U.S. law? Is we going by Kurdish law?
Yeah, when we talk about separating, we're not talking about not doing business with other people and stuff like that. Of course, I'm all about getting the white dollar if we can. You know, I just don't want to distribute it outside of our community. I want to flip roles. They have always came into our community, sucked our communities dry, and kept all the money outside of our community once they got it. I want to flip it. I want to find ways to get money out of their community and bring it into our community and keep it there, so we can build up our community.
Overflow of money out of their community, bring it in ours, and don't let it leave.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's.
No, I understand y'all with that. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Shit, I'm up here.
Sell white and buy black.
I told y'all I'm up here in Fargo, North Dakota, right? It's towns in North Dakota. They, you know, like you can go buy land, you can go get land for free. All you have to do is develop it. Now I'm trying to get enough money up to develop it. I can't tell nobody I'm doing shit because I'm just trying to get myself on my feet. So I'm not going, you know what I mean, brag about nothing and say I'm doing nothing big or whatever. I'm still trying.
The first black dude I ever met on or offline from North Dakota. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Big topic he had on his show.
Yeah, me too, man. I don't know anybody out there, brother.
Actually, I met 2 people in the same week. You the second one.
Well, I'm not.
It probably was him.
I'm from Chicago, South Suburb.
No, I wasn't.
Oh, okay.
I just happen to live out here. I've been out here for 2 years.
Transplant. Was a job?
Yeah, I came out here. My buddy, he had a store, right? So I came out here to help him with his store. And then you know how it goes running your own business.
Right.
Yeah, so I end up I was thinking coming out here for like a week or so.
Don't they got one of the lowest black populations in the country? I believe
2.6%. 2.6% black population.
Yeah. I about to say it was in like the lowest 3 or 4 or something like top like lowest 3 or whatever. Like I know Maine was number 1, but North Dakota was up there.
Yeah, it's
what about black women?
Oh, it's all right. As for black women, I see a lot of them where I work.
Renee, you finna strike gold with this one.
Nah, I'm just asking.
No,
but you know you finna get what you asking for.
I'm innocently asking.
I can't find American women out here. They are African.
Okay.
I want an American woman. I'm from Chicago. I want me a Chicago girl. I want me a black girl.
Oh, you saying they got them African girls up there?
Yeah, and you know they keep to themselves like we're supposed to.
Yeah. They like that here in Atlanta. You can't talk to none. They take your money though. They take your money, but the moment you try to holler at one on, he look at you like you done lost your goddamn mind. What the fuck?
Yeah, you can go on a date with them or whatever, but no, don't try to build with them. They're not going.
Yeah, no.
They keep you on the outside.
I want to pick your brain. I want you to show me your logic when you say that everybody is black.
What?
All right, who do y'all study?
My fault, dog. My fault. I ain't mean to laugh, man. My fault.
Nobody
Let me
specifically.
mute so I can hear this, cause
No, when y'all study, right? What books do y'all read? Y'all read Miseducation and Negro, 48 Laws of Power, which is a white guy. And then anything deeper, it all comes back to Ivan Van Sertima. Or does it not? Francis West Welsing study under Ivan Van Sertima.
I'm gonna mute my phone real quick.
Now, what you say, Brad? He said, "I'm gonna mute my phone." Okay, so how does that make everybody black?
So when you study all the anthropologists and even what the white people tell you, all life started on Africa, maybe 100,000 years ago, maybe 1,000,000 years ago. But the white folks will even tell you that it's 130,000-year-old caves in Florida, and white people only existed for 6,000 years. So we were already over the earth, period. We are the originals. All of them came from us.
Are they the same as us?
They came from us. Yeah.
Are they the same as us?
Now all right. I would say yes and no.
You cannot.
Let me explain it.
Okay, but you can't say yes and no.
They came from a different environment. They came from an environment of lacking. They were always lacking. That's what we say in Chicago. That nigga got caught lacking. That's why he got killed. He was lacking. He didn't have his head on swivel.
I get it.
He was lacking. They came from the caves. They got caught up north after, you know what I mean, with the ice age and whatever. So they got called lacking. So for them years that they were up there, they had to change their mindset because they could only grow food for 3 months a year. While we could be in Africa and America growing all year round.
Who did you study that from?
I've heard this. But because they end up throwing feces and stuff like that on top of each other, right?
Ivan Van Sertima, David Imhotep. They came before Columbus. All of that. We were here before the mestizos. We were that ice bridge that they said that they came from China. We already came here from West Africa on rope. All we had to do was float.
Okay. All right. So you telling me that some black African. Hold on. Go ahead, bro.
Boat? How? What do you mean boat? You mean about you mean building boats?
We did all of
it. You sound super low, Psycho. You sound real low.
I sound real low. All right, give me 1 second.
You better now.
I'm better now. All right. Yeah, I was asking. Okay. All right, that's better. Yeah, I was asking. Are you saying that we came here on boats, or we was physically floating? Like, what do you mean?
I mean, we were in Africa. Life started in Africa.
Right.
Damn, millions of years ago.
Right.
But we populated the earth 1,000,000 years ago.
Now you talk about modern humans. Are you talking about modern humans?
Yes, I'm talking about like me and you.
Well, okay. Yeah. My understanding is Homo erectus populated the joint, and that's actually where the Europeans came from. Homo erectus. But I believe in evolution. You don't believe in evolution, so yeah. Homo erectus.
No, I didn't say I don't believe in evolution.
Oh, you do believe in evolution? Okay, excuse me.
No, I never said I don't.
You understand how the migration happened all through Eurasia and everything else, and eventually, everything got populated over there, and then the barren land strip, and then you had the migration down in the South Pacific and everything, in Australia and all that and everything, but they would go from one island to the other and eventually populated all those. Like, those wasn't black people.
No, I'm saying we came here before that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, technically yes, but Modern humans. If you talk modern humans, these motherfuckers like
yeah, that's what I mean. Like Psycho, me and you got on a boat from Ghana and came over here and said, "Hey, what's up with Florida? Oh, you like the island? We're gonna go to the island." You know what I mean? Like we did this long time ago before the white folks even existed.
Group of us, and then a group of us got stuck in Arctic weather, and we turned white.
The Homo erectus motherfuckers, they turned white. Exactly.
Yeah. Somebody got stuck up north.
Right.
And they got stuck. They got caught lacking. They got stuck.
Yeah, and they all they white skinned and they nose thinned out and they lips thinned out and everything else. They became, something that was more, adapt to deal with the cold weather.
Man, I heard this before. What book is that in? Because I know I read that somewhere.
Talking about hold up. I wanted to correct something real quick, my brother. Dr. Ivan Van Sertima never said that we, as a black civilization or culture, came from white people ever, or not that we came from white people. That white people came from us directly. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Ivan Van Sertima says there is no other race. There's only one race.
Yes, the human race.
Comedy says that.
The human race.
Gab Talks had a woman last weekend that studied under Ivan Van Sertima. She said the same thing. It's only one race.
Yeah, the human race.
Right, and we are the original humans.
Yes.
How are white people black people?
Because they came from us. If we're the original
that
people,
don't make them black. That don't make them black.
All right. Have you ever seen an albino?
Yep.
Can I say? Okay, go ahead.
I've studied an albino. I've gone to class for this. That's why I'm asking you these specific questions. I'm not asking you to belittle. I'm asking because I would like to understand your understanding. And I also studied under Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, so I'm very curious as to your understanding of his book.
Whoa.
Okay. So this is what I say, right? My daughter lives in Ghana.
Okay.
She's light skinned and she went down there thinking that she was better than somebody because she's light skinned. The American way. She got to Africa, to Ghana, and it's like, no, you're still the same one of us. But I'm talking about, I go to the villages anywhere, and it's dark skin to light skin. If you ever watched that if you ever seen that book that Don Cheadle wrote about the Rwanda, whatever, right? He's got a dark-skinned, blonde-haired, green-eyed person on the cover, baby. Dark-skinned, blonde-haired, green-eyed, African.
Yeah, that's famous throughout the social media. I've seen that book. I've seen that one.
We make all of them.
Oh gosh.
Now, if you need more proof, I don't know what more to say.
Well, I believe that modern humans, which is us, migrated out of Africa and discovered these new creatures named Neanderthals out in the Caucasus Mountains, and then we started mixing with them and created this new race called white people. That's what I believe.
Damn, Psycho, you went to the mountains and started fucking gorillas.
I didn't go there. Not me personally, but yeah.
No, I'm just fucking with you, but that's the story you told, though, right? That's just the story you told.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Pretty much. Yeah, for the most part.
Yeah, I'm just trying to break it down simple. I'm not trying to diss you or nothing.
Nah, you good.
Yeah, that don't make them black.
I heard those.
That don't make them black though, bro.
What book I read it from? Who I heard saying that same thing. It was years ago though, man.
I think sometimes what happens is there is like people conflate things, or people kind of mix things up, or they put them together. They don't really belong together.
They define shit.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter to me, speaking about, I guess, our origins or humanity's origins, to me, that's a completely separate conversation and discussion from today's time and what's happening racially. I think that trying to put those two together, I think is a bad thing and dangerous thing for Black people to do. For us to be trying to cast everybody as Black while meanwhile we're being crucified for being Black. So to me, I don't even see how the two conversations go together. You can say origins out of Africa, whatever. To me, I really don't even get that deep into that, because at the end of the day, a lot of this stuff is pseudo in the first place, because a lot of these things can't really be proven. Actually, that's why there's theories. That's why some so-called scientific evidence has found this or has found that. So it's kind of like people are just kind of, making educated guesses and things, but nobody really knows for sure, for fact, every little single thing. So I don't really dwell in that like that. If we're talking about today's time, no, everybody is not Black.
Hey, Miss Legit. Mrs. Legit. I agree with you wholeheartedly. 100%. This is what I've been telling everybody, because it's a book by Haney Lopez, right? Y'all look it up. Haney Lopez. It's called White by Law. White people have only existed for the past 200 years. Like, quote unquote, white people by law. And they don't even know what is a white person.
But how is that significant?
Because you would not be Black unless they classified you as Black.
But we're already dealing with the cards we were dealt. We already here. We already in the midst of it. We can't go in a time machine back to whenever. We got to deal with our circumstances.
Here's what I'm saying. You've only been Black for 200 years. These white folks just came up with what is white 200 years ago.
And what is that? But it's still here. I wasn't alive 200 years ago, neither were you. But we were born into that existing. So how does that explain what we do now? Just because you can say 200 years ago we wasn't Black, which I don't agree with that, but whatever the case, 200 years ago we weren't Black. Okay, now what?
At according,
what is the significance?
Yeah, even though we wasn't.
We know we're under a system of white domination, and when you're under a system of somebody else, they can define terms how they see fit. That's the whole part of being dominated. They can come up with descriptions and names and classifications because you're being dominated by them.
I'd like to say something on that, but I'm gonna speak after Psycho. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I was gonna say, even we wasn't called Black, we was identified as something. Like there was a time when we wasn't called African American, we was called colored. With a time we was called
Native.
Yeah, exactly. Negro. We've always been identified as something. Like even if it wasn't Black, so we know who we talking about. Even we don't use the term Black. I don't like getting into the word semantics thing, but go ahead. I'll pass the mic.
It was melanated Roman rulers, right? It was melanated popes.
Why that be y'all quake?
No,
I love bringing that shit up. Like that shit just decimated their whole existence. Yeah.
What I'm saying is, nobody cared about the color of your skin before. It was all about where you're from.
But that's not the case now. So how does that address now?
To me, it's like if I just act accordingly and act like that shit doesn't matter to me. You feel me? Just like right now, right? My YouTube channel. I could say, okay, and I'm gonna get down with y'all and say, okay, I'm against all swirling at all by all means, right? But I don't say that. So, but by me not saying that, that's me doing different. But I'm gonna piss off a lot of people.
So are you saying everybody's Black to affirm swirling?
No, I'm saying everybody's Black because everybody's Black. Because we're the
everybody's not Black. Look, this how I look at it. And then I want Brandon to make his point. Black came in after people got disconnected from what they really are.
Right.
And it came to a point where they was like, okay, you're nigga, hold on. And then it came wherever long ago, 200. Bet. Let's say 200. You say 200, let's go to it. Came to a point where people was like, okay, we niggers, okay, we colored, okay, we Negro. By the time we got the black, we caught the rhythm. And we said, well, we gonna define what black is.
Mm-hmm.
And we did that, and they started tearing our ass up so bad. When the African American bus came, motherfuckers jumped ship. I don't want to eat that black shit out of here. We African American. What we saying is, we right there. Them same people, just like you say, Marcus Garvey. I am Malcolm X. I'm all them same people that you didn't want to deal with back then, who was saying they was black. Are we back? It's never went nowhere, and we want the same acknowledgement as the Christians, the Hebrews. We want to be able to tell you fuck you like they could tell us fuck us. It's simple as that. Go ahead, Brandon. What you want to say?
Man, I lost my train of thought, man. Y'all go.
Oh, my bad, guy. Yeah, but that's what I say. When you say black, you got to be specific, man. Like, I'm not saying
they're gonna lose. Period. If we all disappeared off the earth right now, us so-called black disappeared off the earth, they would still die out. Their system is broken.
I don't have a problem with people saying I just never know the significance of people saying that.
I disagree with their genes.
I mean, what would be the point? I mean, I don't get that.
I disagree with their genes dying out and everything. I mean,
yeah,
you can look at the Native Americans. I mean, it's really hard to find any pure blood Native Americans anymore, and that's not just because because of the assault or the genocide and everything else. A lot of it is because of all the race mixing they was doing. I mean, most of the people
there was race mixing, but that don't necessarily negate the fact that there are still pure blood, not Native American, those who were actually here, like Washita, Sox, Black Hawks.
Oh, they here, but they're not in large numbers. Not in large numbers.
Whoa, why would you say that?
Panel with 4 of them.
I want to ask you.
I live in the Florida territory.
I'm full blood Washita. I was born and raised this. So when you say that,
all right. Let me be specific.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the Mongoloid. I'm talking about the Mongoloid Native Americans. That's what
no. There's no such thing. It's $5. Though there are $5 Indians. Yeah.
Conversation. That's actually that is kind of what I was getting at though. What I'm talking about, the Mongoloid Native Americans, it's hard to find.
That is an admixture.
You were raised Washita?
Yes, ma'am.
Your name is Brandon Bay?
My partner was too. His name Billy Love. He was raised Washita.
In order for me to,
y'all have y'all native name.
My born title is Kashaj Alibe. Kashaj meaning Lucas.
And that's Washita?
Yes.
Okay.
Algonquin. To be more specific.
You got some family in Atlanta out there in Douglasville.
Atlanta, I got family in Louisiana, I got family in Texas, I got family in Florida.
When you say you're full-blooded, so you're not black then, right?
Yeah, my partner them from West Georgia, they be talking about.
So you're not black?
I identify myself as that because my people do, but no, not on paperwork.
Here's my thing, right?
On paperwork, what do you identify as?
Washita.
Here's my thing, right? If you
but racially.
Okay, when we're talking about race.
So Washita's not a race. That's a tribe, right?
That is a tribe. There's no such thing as when we talk about races.
Well, you said on paperwork, on American paperwork, there is race.
That's legal. Yes, that's legal, and they have to have that for people who have a race. There's only one race. When you speak of race, there's only one race. There's a human race. Period. Point. There's no way outside of being a human.
We're not talking about that. We're under the American system. Whether there's one race, I think they gotta identify themselves. Wait. Just let me say this, please. Let me say this. Okay. And I don't mean any disrespect A lot of people know me. I just speak passionately, so it's no intended disrespect. But one of my problems is like having these type of conversations and trying to have a real conversation about it is that sometimes things get taken out of context or it's just a lot of different things going on. I think at the end of the day, we have to still be honest in the conversation that we are under the American system. We're under the American system.
Yes,
So I understand people. Wait. Let me just say this real quick. I understand there's one race, the human race, and all of that kind of stuff.
yes,
But we still have to deal with our immediate situation. Okay,
yes,
we still have to deal with our immediate circumstances. Okay? So
yes.
when I'm asking you about the paperwork, I'm talking about under this American legal system that we're in.
My sister,
Racially.
can I? All right, can I explain myself so that you would understand what I'm saying? When I say paperwork, I mean legally. Okay. When I say legally, Washita is not just a tribe, that is a nationality, because Washita is not just a tribe, it is a nation. Just like Shinnok. That is a nation.
Lakota Sioux.
But a nationality is not a race. That's what I said racially. I said racially.
Talk about race though.
Listen, because now you're outside of race. There's a difference between race and nationality.
We understand.
No. I asked what racial classification. I understand nationality. I understand ethnicity and all of that. I'm asking you racially. Racially. And under this American system, there is the black race, the white race, Native Americans, Asians, and I think Polynesians are also considered their own race. So I was asking you, how are you racially identified, legally under this system? If you don't mind me asking.
If you're a race realist, you believe it's only 3 races. You believe it's the Caucasoid, the Mongoloid, and the Negroid.
Yes.
But I'm saying under the American system, there are 5 races. So I'm asking you what, racially.
So what are you asking? Like on a like a.
Is you black?
Well, you mentioned paperwork. You're the one who brought up paperwork. You're the one who brought up paperwork. You mentioned paperwork. I didn't. Yeah. So on paperwork, you said you're talking about legal documentation. So legal documentation.
Yes.
Yes. What are you identified as black or?
No, I'm not. It's Native American. That is how it's classified.
And that's what I put on my gun card too.
Do you have a driver's license?
No, I do not.
Do you drive?
No, I do not. I travel. No, I do not drive at all.
In a vehicle. Do you travel in a motor vehicle that you operate?
Yes.
You've never been stopped or anything?
Yes. Plenty of times.
What happened?
Sometimes they attempt to issue me what is known as a lawsuit, and sometimes they don't.
And when you said they attempt to, like, what happens with that?
It depends on the situation and how I handle myself. Like, if they ask you for documentation, like, do you have a license or what have you? What do you tell them? I'm traveling. No.
So any person who doesn't have a license can just get in a car and say I'm traveling.
No. It's first of all, let me explain that so that you would understand. First of all, you can't operate like that. You'd have to put them on notice. You can't just jump in your car and say today, I don't have my license, so I'm going to say that I'm traveling, because that's going to get you in a situation where they can actually arrest you. Mm-hmm. So when you're dealing with any of these corporate entities, because that is what they are, this is a corporation. This is not a country. This is a corporation operating foreign to their own land.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But still they have something called.
I sat here very patiently and I let you guys speak. So could you allow me to explain myself? So when I say foreign and operating foreign, they set codes and statutes. Codes and statutes are not laws. those are byproducts of law, but they are not law. The reason they're able to enforce a code or statute is because you have to have a contract between you and that union state. So let's say that you live in Ohio and you get a driver's license. You now have a contract between you and the DMV. The DMV has a contract between themselves and the state government.
Right.
So that when things happen, like let's say you go 75 miles an hour, a state trooper can then pull behind you and stop you and enforce a speed law. Why? Because you're not driving. I mean, you're not traveling at this point. When you're traveling, there's a difference. When you're driving, you're engaged in commerce. When you're engaged in commerce, they can import laws that are.
We understand all that.
You don't have to go into all that. I asked you.
Have they towed your car before?
I asked you what happens when you get stopped. I've heard all of that type of stuff before because.
Have you ever?
Wait a minute. When I see all these videos.
Hold up. One quick question. Have they ever?
Let's not. No.
No. Okay,
no.
So I'm asking you about when you get stopped. What happens when you, because I've heard all of this stuff about this corporate and all this, because here's the thing. If that's the case, then any person, then there's no rules to learning the rules of the world. How do you learn the rules of the road? How do you learn to drive? How do you learn to operate a vehicle?
No rules
Who's able to text if somebody's ready? Who's able to text if somebody's ready to get behind?
Go to a DMV in order to drive.
Who's able to determine
behind the wheel and show you
a person can get behind the wheel of a huge metal vehicle and get on the road and start driving?
What are you saying wrong? Because
there's no rules to it.
I understand. You're saying that you can't do that. You have to do that through the DMV. That is the only way that you learn to drive a vehicle. Is that what you're saying? And the only way to get
let me tell you what I'm saying. Let me tell you what I'm saying.
A school system to learn about it?
Let me finish. They give you a test to know if somebody can see properly, so you can see signs, you can see stuff like that. They give you a test to know if you know the laws and rules and how you're supposed to operate. If you park on the hill, you do this. If you do this, such and such, you do that. And when they get in the car, hold on, and they get in the car with you, they finish, they get in the car with you, and then they see how you drive, and they're trained and specialized in driving. To see if you understand the rules of the road and are able to actually apply them in a vehicle. So that is extremely important. Don't you have children? I'm not asking you necessarily, I'm just saying this. And probably 17 or 18, wouldn't you want to be safe on the road? You wouldn't want it to be people who have been who know how to see, who can see.
So I need the DMV that I'm safe or that I'm not safe. Is that what you're saying? I need the DMV to determine whether I'm being a safe driver or I don't need to be. And who gave them the right to do that? Who gave them the authority to do that?
Because there are rules of the road. There's rules the way that the road operates.
Everybody that works, who's an engineer that works there?
I on the damn highway and get on the street. You don't just
teach somebody. Nobody. I've never seen. I've looked at their credentials in each state.
You come to an area where it's a four-way stop.
Engineer.
Let's not do this. Okay, where do I stop? Where do they stop? Who goes first? Who does what? That's important.
Who gave? I'm lost.
Biggest employer out here.
So you think?
All right. Let me tell y'all something about transportation. Since I'm a supervisor of the biggest company in the Midwest.
You're
I'm
what?
the transportation supervisor of the biggest company in the Midwest.
Which is what?
I can't tell y'all that online.
Okay.
Otherwise, it goes against my social media.
If it's the biggest corporation in the Midwest, we could Google it.
He's the biggest corporation in the Midwest. Okay.
You getting Google?
You're the transportation supervisor. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. In Fargo. Look it up. You'll find it.
In Fargo or the Midwest?
Go ahead.
Fargo's in the Midwest. But my point is, right, is one guy just hired, right? He does he barely knows how to drive cars. He's only been driving for 2 years. He's only had his license for 2 years. But that motherfucker's been driving tractors for goddamn 10 years on his farm. And nobody gave him a license to do that. You don't need a license to drive.
That was private property, though. That's a little bit different.
Wow.
But I want you to show me I want y'all, any one of you who have a little bit of time on your hands that can Google up real quick. Show me a law that in the Constitution that stipulates that you would need to go through the DMV system or any type of system for that matter to operate a vehicle or motor vehicle.
You need a license to drive.
The only reason I have a license to drive
American law, you need a license.
This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. This stuff right here.
Driving and traveling. I wonder. I'm curious. As I'm sure everybody else who hasn't seen it firsthand, to see what happens when you get pulled over. All I'm saying is
people get arrested.
I got my brother out of jail for knowing he's right. I got my brother kicking that more shit, talking about I know my rights, and nigga, you behind.
Hold up, but that's
wheel on that road. He was on that wheel. He was behind that wheel on that road, talking about he know his rights, and they locked his ass up.
Bro, I ain't got nothing to do with all that, bro.
If it was a real thing, that you didn't need a life, you can just decide you know how to drive and go get behind the car and just drive, and ain't no consequences, no nothing.
What do you mean?
Nobody would have a license today.
You're assuming that I'm just
would have a license.
a child, like a child, and I'm just joyriding. That's not how adults operate in the world.
I'm not talking about being in a child joyriding. I'm saying any person, it can be a grown person. It can be an adult. It can be an adult. It can be somebody who doesn't have a license, who hasn't really learned how to drive. Maybe they've driven a few times.
And that means that I've never traveled before.
Hey, I'm 27. You know, go ahead and just start driving. Just start driving.
My sister, but does that mean? Hold on. Let me get some. Well, if that's the case,
makes your traveling different?
Hold up. I want to ask you that because why am I able to go to any insurance company and get insurance and not have to provide a driver's license that's issued by the DMV? Why is that?
I don't know, but I'll tell you what.
Okay.
Well, I don't know either.
Wait. I'll tell you what though. If you get pulled over though, they want the license. Insurance is
no, they want the insurance.
They want the license first.
No, they don't want your license.
You're not allowed. You're not allowed.
It depends on how you engage them. It depends on how you engage.
They want the license first. They want to know who you are.
It depends on how you.
Properly supposed to be driving a vehicle. That's
First of all,
the reason why you
they don't ask you for your insurance first. They might say license and register. They say license and registration.
The reason why
they insurance.
Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? Yeah, the reason why they can.
I want to be able to compensate for harm. That's why insurance.
The reason why you can get insurance without having to show anything is because actually, if you can't go buy a car unless you already have insurance. They won't let you drive off the lot with it. You can drive a car, but you can't drive off the lot with it unless you have insurance. So you're allowed to get insurance
for each state.
whatever the case may
That's
be.
different for each state, though. Like for real, because some states.
Hey, that depends. If you buy the car cash, it's your car.
Yeah,
you can go off the lot with it. Now, if you go lease it or get your payments, they still own it. So they're not going to let you drive off with no insurance.
Because they're the principal owner of it and they have interest in it.
Cash on their desk, that's your car. You can do what the hell you want to with it. It's your property and you're moving down the road with your property.
Why do you think people are able to go on Craigslist and sell a car to somebody and they don't have to show them a license or get any insurance? As long as you have the currency to purchase the item in question, the rest of whatever happens.
Nothing to do with being on the road, sir. That has nothing to do with that. Actually, physically.
No, you're right.
Operating a vehicle. That's what I'm talking about. You making all of these side arguments. I'm talking about operating a vehicle on a road.
Your ass.
I'm talking about buying a car. I'm not talking about insurance.
I don't. You and your family got a lawsuit against you.
With me traveling, but my sister, I was
Again,
trying to
you're
explain.
talking around it.
I would
When I
ask this question, Brandon, wait. I would ask this question. So what about guns? Do we need to go to class to have guns?
What?
Do we need to have a class to own a gun? To walk
Yes,
around
you
with a
do.
gun?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Not in my state.
Well,
Shit,
maybe not in your state, but guess what? If you in New York, you're going to jail, honey.
Fuck New York. That's why New York finna fall off the map.
You're going to jail. So just be prepared to be able to get the money to get out, or be prepared to get your lawyer or whatever. See, some of these arguments are dangerous. And some of these,
My sister, I just so I'm clear, my sister.
Let me say this. Let me say this. I'm not representing the system. I'm just talking about the facts of the matter. These are the facts. These are the facts under this system. And I think sometimes some of this talk, it can be dangerous or it can be misleading.
So how many murders?
Then when they get caught up, wait a minute, hold on. Then when they get caught up, and it's like, oh, well, no, bro, you should have had a license. No, bro, you shouldn't have did that.
But how many people get murdered in North Dakota?
Ain't nobody there to get a lawyer for them. Then after people that gave this misleading information, somebody pull you over and you say, oh, I'm traveling. And they say, oh, okay, carry about it, they have a nice day. That's not true. Not true.
No, it's not. But
and then I think it even came out that that one man that's the biggest one, he got a driver's license.
Who?
Tariq Bay.
Yeah.
Bay, whatever his name is. Yeah.
Because he don't have a driver's license. He has a license to travel, which they do through the RV Bay thing, and that's their shit. That's their shit. They're trying to create their own little government and shit. Like that's their own little ID. That's their own little type of shit.
Here's the question I got.
And guess what? And guess what? At the end of the day, you still have to have whatever you do be approved by the system.
Okay, here's what I got. Here's a question I got. Now, how come Brandon, this is legit and all of that, right? How come you need a CDL to drive 18-wheeler if you're driving it for a company, but if it's yours, your driver's license works? Answer me that, and then you tell me what regulations need to be had.
I just
want to. What? So you said if you own an 18-wheeler and you just drive it, you just get an 18-wheeler truck to drive around, and they pull you over.
You don't have a license.
You said where?
You do not need an extra license if you buy a fucking
wheeler. In no state,
anywhere,
and you drive it or you buy it. You buy it or you drive it. Which one?
It's yours. It's yours. It's your personal vehicle.
I'm not talking about buying it. So if you can drive it,
goes back to the point. It's your personal vehicle.
Driving it without a CDL license.
Wait a minute. So you saying you can have an 18-wheeler? Wait. Let me be clear. You're saying you can go and you can buy an 18-wheeler truck. Okay, boom, you pay for it. Boom, the truck is yours. You own it. So then you say, you know what? I'm about to just go. I'm not working for no company or nothing like that. I'm just about to go drive my 18-wheeler across the state or across a few states. And you get stopped and you just have a regular driver's license. Then they're going to say, oh, cool, you good.
Am I lying? Anybody on the panel, tell me, am I lying?
I'm asking you so I can look it up and be clear on what you said.
He said you need. He said you could drive your
own. Even about what you're saying, guess what? You still need a license. Even if what you're saying is true, which I don't believe it to be true, you still need a driver's license, though, right? You can't be driving an 18-wheeler with no license, right?
Together real quick, like I want to know. So if there's a Supreme Court ruling that says you do not need a license to drive your vehicle, does that make it legal for you to drive your vehicle without a license? If there's a Supreme Court ruling in our lifetime or within our lifetime, grandmama, granddaddy, something like that, clearly stating that if you want to drive your shit without a license, you can do it. Would that make it legal?
Yes.
No, on the state.
Yes or no?
Yes,
yes or no, my sister. I'm not trying to argue.
It does not. No, it does not. Nope.
Then what? Okay, what is your law system? Let me learn.
It's not. It does not.
I don't understand your laws, so let me understand your
No,
laws.
it does not make it legal.
Cause I that's what I'm misinterpreting, and that's what I'm getting right now.
They're not required by federal law. It's required by state law. So if you're driving in a vehicle and you're pulled over, let's say by a state trooper, they can take you to jail.
Okay. Says when you get real loud, you get chopped.
What you're saying is when the Supreme Court makes a ruling, it's not the law of the land. Is that what you're saying?
No, it doesn't. No,
Oh, okay.
not necessarily. No, absolutely not.
What do you mean not necessarily? No. There's no in between with that.
The state law will carry. The state law will carry. You're not going to be getting pulled over by a federal agent most times. Okay.
Too, by the way,
you're going to be pulled.
You do need a CDL to drive on the drivers on a semi on a public roadway. You need a CDL, regardless of whether that you're working for a company.
Psycho, not if it's your personal one. If you're like Carl Malone, the mailman, and you buy your own truck and it's yours, you do not need a CDL for it. I got 50-some employees under me. I need to make sure they're licensed and everything. You do not, I repeat, you do not need a CDL if that semi truck is your private truck.
Right, man. And not unless you put it to work.
Yeah, okay.
A driver is only somebody that uses the road for
business. That really has nothing to do with what we're saying, because you said your regular driver's license can apply to that. So you still need a license. So I don't even, that has really nothing to do with what we were
talking about. What I'm saying, what a CDL is a extra restriction.
Okay.
Nobody talks about a CDL.
It says what you're talking about only applies if you stay within the state. If once you go outside the state, that's when you're in some shit.
Almost. But yeah, you can go outside the state as well, because trust me, I got.
They're saying you can't go out.
Believe me, I got truck drivers that have to go out of state. I'm on the border, right? Fargo, Moorhead area, right? So the business, it's like Gary, Indiana, and Chicago, Hammond, Indiana, and Chicago. You know what I mean? You got to go between both.
But yeah, so
once you're in a certain area, I know for sure if you're doing it for business, there is still a caveat to where you don't need a CDL if the truck is under so many pounds. But if the truck is yours personally and it's your personal vehicle, you can drive that motherfucker from New York to California all the way down Route 30, and nobody can tell you shit.
Okay.
But what do you say? How do you approach the situation when you get pulled over and you don't have a driver's license?
Yeah, I want to.
You can't just do that.
To answer that, and I'm a mute. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm glad that you gave me an opportunity.
But I really want you to answer how to answer that.
You can't just do that. You can't just do that. That's what I'm trying to. First of all, you cannot just do that. Period. Point blank. You can't just get up tomorrow morning and say, "F it, I want to drive." You can't do that. That you're too deep into human contract.
Who do you notify that you're living in the area and you will be driving around without a license?
Everything on the state level. You do everything on the state level. The first people that you notify is the people on a state level. Everybody on a state level. You put them on notice.
So you're going through the government, is what you're saying.
You're putting them on notice.
Right, and you going to the government, right?
We are occupied. What do you mean you're going to the government?
When you said you're making them aware. Who are you making aware? You said on the state level.
The state. What he said, he registered with the state, letting them know, look, when I get pulled over, when I come to court and show this ticket,
this
I
is
want to be able to, here you go, this shit getting thrown out.
Okay, so then you're registering with the state. So then you're going through the state government, right?
Basically,
why do you need to encounter them then? Isn't that dealing with the state? Isn't that dealing with government?
I need to encounter them, sister. I have no choice. I am under occupation.
Right, which is what I said.
My house, it's different if I'm walking out my house and I ain't got to worry about seeing them. then that's different. But every time I walk out my door, I got to see one of them. You understand me? So when I got to deal with them on a day-to-day basis and I'm under occupation, I put them on notice. I'm not getting in contract with them. That's not me saying, hey, I want to be your friend. That's me putting you on notice. So if anything go down, I'm going to go all out. And I want you to know that via paperwork. I'm not going to sit down and say, okay, you're going to sit me in this jail cell. Woe is me. No. Not only are you going to pay me for sitting in this jail cell, you're going to pay me for everything. You hear me? That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying like jump out there and just go out there and go with no paperwork.
Brandon.
So you said exactly. So you actually said exactly what I said, which is that under this, which is that under this system, which is that under this. Excuse me, I'm talking right now. Which is that under this system.
New York, right?
I'm talking right now. Under this system, you need a license. Okay. Now you tell me. Hold on. Let me finish, please. No, I said that's what I said.
No, she was saying the premise of what she was saying.
I said that's what I said. Okay. I didn't say you said that. Okay. I said under this system, you need a license in order to operate a motor vehicle on the street, on the highway.
No.
Okay. You said that you don't need one, okay, because you're traveling. It's not commercial purposes. This is a corporation and all these other things, right?
But
then you tell me, hold on.
But okay.
Let me finish. Then you tell me that you contact the state to quote unquote put them on notice. So therefore, you have to communicate with the state government.
Yes.
In order to let them know, supposedly, I guess, your status. So then that's actually saying what I'm saying in a roundabout way, because you still have to deal with the state government in order to be on the street, on the highway, traveling in a motor vehicle.
No, you don't have to, but you put yourself in a different position if you didn't.
Okay, there we go. Exactly. And why is that? Because it's illegal to drive
under occupation
without a vehicle.
Whether
you're traveling, whether you're doing this, that, or the other, it's still deemed illegal.
Lack of knowledge. When we go out there, we just assume that what they do is correct, and we say nothing, and we lay down and watch our brothers get slain in the street. That's the problem.
No, you're conflating things. I'm just telling you the system as it currently stands.
Talking about on a global.
And then you said you letting them know that if you get pulled over, you're going all out. That's what you said, right?
I'm setting the premise myself. I want you to listen.
This should have been on the argument league.
Argument league.
Get out of here.
Nah, I'm done. I'm done.
The barbecue. We getting. I wish I had drinks. We be getting drunk and talking shit right now, playing spades. You feel me?
I don't know what y'all doing.
Well, I'm not drinking or anything. But look, this is what I'm trying to say, my sister. I'm doing this on an individual level, but it can be done on a different level. The problem is no one else is doing it, and when someone is doing it, there's no support. So from the outside looking in, it would look as though it's legal to arrest somebody for driving their vehicle to the store without having a license. It would look like that's the right way to handle business. But now when you go to other countries, the way that they conduct themselves is different. Why is that? Why is it in every other country they conduct themselves different, but here there are certain rules in place for our people? For our people, not just for everybody driving on the road, because when a brown-skinned man or woman looks in that rear view, they look in fear. They don't look like.
Are you a libertarian?
Am I a what? No.
A libertarian?
No, sir.
The way you sound is like, if there's no victim, it's no crime.
Like, no. There are crimes without victims all the time, or there are victims without crimes. Well, however you would like to put it right now. I don't know exactly what you were trying to say, but there are no. Well, what do you mean there are no? What do you mean there are no victimless crimes?
I think what you said is you said if you don't acknowledge the law ain't gonna exist to you. Once you acknowledge it,
You have to. There's no way around law. There's no way around any form of law. If I leave here and I go to Sri Lanka, they have laws there. Period. And if you break any of them, they're going to hold you accountable whether or not you knew that you broke the law or not. There are plenty of people that are sitting in jails right now because they didn't know they couldn't do that in that country.
My point is that the laws are different.
Yes.
And the laws that we're under right now are not they're antithetical to the survival of the earth. If you know what I mean?
What the fuck is antithetical, man? What you say?
Antithetical. They're wrong. They go. It's like if you want to live and you eat 4 hamburgers and you know what I mean, don't run. Like you're gonna die.
Hold on, what you trying to say, my brother?
The laws that we're under right now are antithetical to nature, to the survival of this earth. The United States laws, the Western, the white supremacist laws are antithetical to. They don't go along with nature.
Yes, I agree with you 1,000%.
They're backwards against nature. You know what I mean? You got the radical sister talking about the ocean's dead. You know, like, and I believe it. They do crazy stuff, drop nuclear bombs and stuff like that. That's crazy. Why would you do that?
This is actually
you go under our law, right?
Like a
psycho.
Boys men a group. Oh yeah.
Psycho, you're not under you don't do God, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, but you still got morals. You still know what's good and what's not good.
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
Yeah,
I know how to get along in society.
Right. Why would you know what I mean? You're not gonna go shoot up the block that you live on. You're not gonna go drop a bomb knowing you gotta live down the street from where that bomb was dropped. Like,
I have a moral code that I live by,
Yeah, so this is the thing. These people, well, the people in power right now are not, they're going ass backwards to what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
To the universe, to the world, to whatever. You know what I mean? You ain't got to believe in God or anything. But this shit is backwards and it's going to destroy itself. You know what I mean? You can't say you want to get rich and send your daughter to college and you going to the club every weekend. It's ass backwards.
Trust me, I know putting a kid through college, that's sacrifice right there.
Extra hours, and I'm not going nowhere. I canceled my cable and everything.
Man, crew, you'll be cool if you want to fucking swirler.
Who told you I'm a swirler?
You told me you a swirler.
Yeah, they was accusing you of swirling in my chat the other day. You was in there.
No. Hey, Psycho, unblock me.
No, well, I'm gonna put it to you like
I ain't blocked.
One of your minds did it. But no, I'm not saying I'm a swirler.
You told me you sleep with white women, and I called you a swirler because of that. But you say men can't swirl. It's interracial, whatever the fuck.
No.
Oh, I understood. That some people hold the theory that only females can swirl the same way. Only females can get gangbang. Like guys can't get gangbang. Guys have threesomes, but they don't get gangbang. Girls get gangbang. They use the swirling term like that, where swirling is exclusive to just girls and guys actually have interracial relationships. Am I right?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
A girl has sex with 2 guys, 3 guys. What do they call that? At the same time.
What you say? When what?
A girl has sex with 2 or 3 guys at the same time.
That's a train. Yeah.
Now a guy has sex with 2 or 3 girls at the same time. What they call that?
Threesome.
Okay, now listen to me. Now listen to me now. With you being in the depth, can't you see that's the same thing? Despite what they called it, can't you see that's the same thing?
Yeah,
No.
I don't see how this applies in this case though. Like, yeah, because swirling is just swirling. Like, you know, it's just black
Can't
and
you
white mixing. That's all it is. It's not an action like gang bang. Like that's kind of like an action. Like that's kind of a verb almost. Like like you know.
All right, here's what I say. Like I would, and I'm not saying I swirl because I'd have probably hit a couple white girls, but nah, that was then. This is now.
Man, whatever, man. He gonna say this is that. Yeah, you'll hit one tomorrow.
Oh, your lower self that you held different positions. Is that what you're saying?
Look, we all have to wrestle our flesh.
Hey, look, yeah, I'm telling you, stand on your square, bro. Stand on your square, because I saw you in the other platform.
What I said.
Like, it's so many white girls.
If I could stand on Psychopathia's page and say what I said, dog, I'm gonna still stand on what I say. You know what I mean? I say what I say, and I mean what I say. Look, I live in Fargo, North Dakota, dog. If my dick get dry, dog, and I go walk down the street and it's some badass, jogging ass, in shape ass out there, and I figure she you know, like I said, and all that. No, she got to go through all the tests though, just like the black.
Listen. I don't give a.
No, listen, Suave, because there are black women as well that are not on code, and those will be the women you get with, and they're still not on code. And everything you're trying to do to help everything.
Why you moving the post? What was we talking about again?
We're talking about them Beckys.
Swirling.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. We talking about.
Yeah,
talking
so
about how
I
you
agree with that shit. That shit is dangerous. That shit is dangerous. So my whole point is, we are men, but we can do what we need to do. It's like I tell my drivers, shit. It might be snowy out there.
So you done swirling?
I'm not looking for them. I'm looking for a blue black American chick. It's all African.
How hard
girl.
is it to find?
You know, and they keep.
How hard is it to find her?
Very, very hard. First of all, black folks is only 2.6% up here. I'm from Chicago.
What's the closest next state to you? Like the next state to you?
No, I can look out my window and see Minnesota.
Oh,
okay. Why don't you find somebody in Minnesota?
This area is all the same. I swear.
Okay, let me ask you something. You're a successful black man. You have 50 people under you. You have you're secure. I'm taking you're secure financial. You telling me you can't go right over and you drive? You can't go over to Minnesota and find you a black woman, bro?
It's 4 hours to get to Minneapolis from here.
Hey man, you come out here.
It's not 4 hours,
man. There's some beautiful brown sisters out here.
I told him to say,
my nigga, I'll make sure to show you.
Come to
like,
look.
For real, dog. On a hunter, I'll show you. There's some beautiful sisters out here. They got really smart. They goal oriented. A sister that's really, you know what I'm saying, that you can build with. You feel me?
Where you at, Brandon?
Beautiful sisters up there, Texas.
I'm in Dallas, Texas. There's some really, really good sisters out there.
I've been down there before.
There's some real solid women out here. So
Hail to the Redskins. Hail to the motherfucking Redskins. That's what the fuck I'm I had to get that out. But hail to the fucking Redskins. I'm done.
Hey,
you know what? I'm scared of them Creole girls though.
Psycho, let me ask you a question, man. I want to ask you. I want to ask you your input on how you feel about this, though.
What up?
All right. Okay. So when it comes to like black relationships and like what people are being exposed to now on YouTube and the things of that nature, how do you feel about the multiple wives? Like, what do you think about that shit? Like in general? Yeah, yeah, that bullshit.
To each his own. It's not something I would do, but I don't, if people can make it work for them, because some people do it for financial reasons. Most people probably tell you they're doing it for financial reasons. Make better means or whatever. And the person, and they able to make it work some kind of way. And the dude, I think dude has to be able to support more than one wife. Or else if he can't support more than one wife, then he shouldn't be out here trying to grab up a whole bunch of wives. That's just irresponsible. So if he can support all these wives that he's getting and they cool with it and they can make it work and everything, then to each his own. I don't knock it. It's just not something I would promote per se. But
hey, Psycho, Brandon, do you mind if I add
I
on?
want to ask you it too, because I want to know a female's point of view on that as well.
That's if she's still back after that.
I'm here.
I'm gonna set up and show them why I said
I'm not against it. Not for me personally, but I'm not against it. Basically what Psycho said, I feel the same way. The man should be able to provide for his wives, because they have certain rules in like certain Arab cultures and even African cultures that a man can only have as many wives as he can provide for. So I think that's a big thing. And I think that people need to go into it without thinking of it in a sexual way. I think sometimes that's what it turns into. Sometimes I feel like some men want to do that because they're thinking of the sexual experiences. Like, oh, I can be with a different woman every night, or I can switch it up. Some might even feel like, oh, I can have threesomes and foursomes or whatever. And so if it's in a perverted way, I think that's disgusting. But if people have the right intentions behind it, like he said, the man can provide for all those wives and children, and the women are down with it, then
I like how she dropped the children in there. You had to put the children in there, because if you can't do the wives and the kids, that's kind of out the window.
Absolutely.
I think like everything else for the black group, it's a special case. I think it's beneficial economically for black people to participate in it. But like I said, it's kind of hard to say as many wives as you can. If y'all can get along and y'all can manage y'all house and y'all can grow and make sure everybody get on their feet, even if it's just to grow apart, because you gotta understand what the bigger picture is. You know what I'm saying? That's why
But see, the problem with that is, number one, for one, I'll say this too. I don't think every man is worthy of having more than one woman. It's a lot of men they can't even handle one relationship. They can't be, and having more than one wife will not make you faithful. It's still millions of other women in this world, and you go outside the house every day and see beautiful or attractive women. So having more than one wife does not make a man faithful. So I don't think every man is worthy of that. But I understand what you're saying, Suave, too. But also I think, because that's why I say not everybody. I think some people can do it, but for a lot of people, it is gonna be a sexual thing. You know what I'm saying? There is gonna be a sexual element, even though people can say, "Oh, well, I want to do it to help the race and to help," but it's still gonna be that part there that's like gonna be in the mix.
If I may, it's always gonna be a sexual element, like you said, because first off, you're gonna pick your first wife.
Hold on, who just went in the dungeon?
He's in the dungeon. The dungeon family.
Oh, that must be Brent.
Yeah, that's me on the move.
Oh, I bet.
Making moves. No, but it's always gonna be the sexual element, like she said. You know what I mean? But you're gonna have your first wife is gonna be the one you want, and she's got to pick your other 2 or 3 wives, according to African tradition. But yeah, you do have to take care of them and the children. So like I got some people that work with me. They're from Saudi Arabia and Iraq and whatnot, Muslims, where they can marry, up to 4 wives, and they're like, one wife is more than enough. Like, I don't want 2 wives. I don't want 3 wives. One is, I'm good. Thank
That's
you,
what
God.
I asked my daddy. I said, Daddy, would you want I asked him this probably like a year ago. I said, Daddy, would you want more than one wife? He was like, hell no.
That's facts. I don't know how you juggle all that. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't honestly like, especially if you of a certain age. I don't even understand how you sitting up here trying to have shorty and still trying to juggle all these side chicks and everything. It's that third. Like, that shit is too much. That shit is too much stress on the brain, man. Seriously.
I really think that like where black men right now in America, that's like too much. Not for every, but like, boy, I think that's too much. You know what I'm saying? Like for where men are like sexually, to like to be able to discern like the importance of the relationship more so than the sex and the allure and the attraction of just having multiple women. You know what I'm saying? Like just having multiple cars. It's not like that. You know what I'm saying? Those are not even in the same category, but he would have to be able to see that and understand that in order to kind of like, move forward and actually build something with these multiple women, as well as like the sister said, being able to support the women and the children, because the children are the foundation of everything. So if you can't raise them up correctly and also maintain these wives and households, then you'd actually be doing more hurt than help, in my opinion.
Have y'all read Things Fall Apart? Chinua Achebe?
No.
But I think it's kind of like a young man's game too, because let's be real. As a man may get older, he may not be able to like satisfy those women the same way he could, like if he got with them in his 20s or something.
Hell no, he ain't gonna be able to. That's a lot.
Y'all know where I'm from, right?
That's a lot.
That's a lot of work.
I was about to say, Dr.
Psycho, I'm from the Itmore camp, the Angry Man.
I'm just saying.
All of them, right? Men don't hit the wall. Men be 60.
Oh, okay.
That thing work till you die, man.
They hit the mental wall. They hit the mental wall, but not the physical wall.
Bro,
they may get tired of you.
Okay.
Women
so hold on.
Men age like wine.
I don't disagree because
why y'all got Viagra?
They don't have the.
Because if your mental shit be fucked with, man, fucked up in the mind too. You know what I'm saying? It don't always sexually be. Sometimes a man be fucked up mentally about something that may not even.
I'm not saying a man. No, y'all get me wrong. I'm not saying a man can't put it down. Throughout his life. I'm talking about, can he satisfy multiple women in the same way
if he
could?
like them,
doesn't have to like them all. Satisfies them with the money and the security.
I'm saying a man can, of course, satisfy his woman or his wife, but I'm saying multiple women. The way he could when he was maybe like 25.
He still like
motherfucker.
No, oh my gosh, never mind. Okay, so a dude have 4 wives, right? It's this thing. Oh man,
that's not that many though. You gotta set a number that a nigga think he can do. 4 is not like, you gotta set a number that a man that'll make a man
what
wait.
Comedy skit?
It was like this. It's by this guy named. What is his name? Cortez. It'll come to me. But it was 2 women though. But he did a comedy skit like what it would be like to have more than one wife. More than one woman. And so he had 2 girls. They are both, beautiful and everything. And so then it was like he was with the one. Then he's coming out the room with the one, and she's like, "Wait, she got some. I want some." So then he was like, "Okay." And then he was going back and forth, like over time, he was trying to satisfy both women. The one girl's like, "Oh, my back hurt, rub my back." And the other girl's like, "My feet hurt," you know. And it was just, you had to see it. It's hilarious. But I kind of think in terms of that, like, can you really satisfy? And I don't mean just sexually. I mean like emotionally too. You know,
That's a lot. Like for
can you satisfy more than one woman?
one woman is a
More
lot.
than one woman? Can you stay connected, like mentally, emotionally, with more than one woman?
If you still like, it's go ahead, bro.
A man needs to change the environment to take care of the woman. The woman will come next once the environment is correct. And that's all the man has to do. Period. Look, all these, look, all right, I'm not speaking like as to every woman, but I'm talking about like what I see. You see these basketball wives, you see, and that's not the representation of all black women, because there are very good black women, but they want to protect her. Somebody that's going to protect them, build the environment so they can nest, so they can have the kids, decorate the furniture, put the curtains on the window and all of that. That's what a woman wants. It's not about the dick. It's about, can you protect them? Can you take care of them? So that's my little retort to you know. But a man is going to take care and protect the women. Look at nature, look at the lions, look at the elephants, look at everything. That's what men do. We oppose the environment, and women come nest with us. Shout out to Cerulean. All right, I'm done.
Suave.
Hey.
Oh, I can't do it.
Yeah, I don't know what to say to that.
Nah,
but I was gonna say the one guy,
here you go.
who was talking about Berlin or whatever. I'm gonna just say for me, you know what I mean? I can only speak for myself, but I feel like if I was in a circumstance of being like in North Dakota or what have you, I feel like I would have a long distance relationship.
What?
I would, whatever. I'm not dealing with no white man. Straight up. I don't give a damn. I'm not dealing with a white man. So any excuse can be made or whatever the case may be. I'm saying for me, I'm not doing that. I'm not even attracted to that, like to even consider it. Like it wouldn't even be a thought process. But, you know.
It is what it is.
Was you shooting a shot at me? No, I'm just messing with you.
Ain't that one of those lame ass motherfuckers? All this bullshit.
I swear to God, I am not after them, and I leave them alone. It's just when I go out, I'll be with them. I took their picture that's on my page to piss some people off.
Yeah, all right.
You ain't got no black girl on your motherfucking side.
You ain't got off. Who was you trying to piss off and why?
The black woman.
Who for real? Who were you trying to piss off and why?
Everybody that says,
because I wouldn't put a picture with a white man on my page to piss off black men. I wouldn't do that.
Actually,
I got a picture of George Howard.
No, there was mestizos like Phil's wife. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I don't care. If they not black, then I ain't got they back. So,
like I said,
it can be whatever race. I wouldn't put that on my page to make people upset. For what?
Like I said, it's one race, period.
Oh,
and
man.
I'm gonna stand on that. And I'm gonna stand on that. But also, now I know all of y'all that is YouTubers, you know what I mean? content creators. Y'all know what went on about a month ago,
If
half a
you
month ago.
if you
Right.
think it's one race, then why did you say you put it up there to piss people off? You think it's one race. Why did you say you want a blue black woman or whatever you said? Why did you
Oh,
say all that if you believe it's one race?
because that is one race. First off. Second off, the people that I put that picture up for were the ones that
The door open.
the ones that were talking about separate. And I'm like, and if you go look at my page, I did a whole bunch of videos about that too. You want to separate, go all the way, be consistent. If you're gonna go by that book, do like the Amish, do like the Mormons, and they still don't separate because they selling furniture out here.
So putting a picture up of you with non-black women is proving something to them. It's proving something to people who want to separate.
I say, cuz.
No, do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
The people that I was trying to prove it to, Psycho, do you understand me? They're going by their book. And if they're going by their book, I know their book better than they do. So if you want to really do it, then do it. Be consistent.
And that picture, your picture represented what?
My picture represented we're all one race, period. Also,
Okay.
it was a middle finger to them.
Why you have a middle
can I
finger
ask
to
you
people?
instead? Hold on.
Who are you making a middle finger to people who want to separate?
It was him with some non-black women, whitish, Japanese, Chinese, whatever the hell.
Mestizo.
All right. Look,
Whatever,
this what I'm
white.
gonna ask you though. But you said black men can't swirl. What is it when black men get with white women? I'm not. It's not a trick. Nope. I got the quote. What did you say it was? What is it when black men get with white women?
It's not swirling.
What do you call it?
Fucking.
Don't be scared. No.
Then why
call
did you
it
just sit here and say it ain't not your choice?
You called it interracial dating, right or wrong?
Oh, maybe you reading the chat, the old chat.
Man, you come on, man.
No, I can't remember exactly what I chatted, but yeah,
but you know you call it interracial dating. That ain't the first time you referred to it as interracial dating.
It's so-called. That's why we're so-called black people, right?
Wow. Okay, so now it's more than one race, right?
No, it's not.
So why is it interracial?
That's so people understand it. It's the same way I say I'm black.
Okay,
first.
so why? So now you know you can abandon that scale.
So now you're not.
Thank you.
Wow.
I listen to the Bible. I know it's an allegory, but also
he read.
Just so we're clear,
People will make any excuse. I'm telling you.
Sex with white women, I do not advocate that at all. No sex with white women. No sex.
I advocate date darker than you. It's time to darken the race up. Fuck that.
Did you find my other quote? You saw I like blue black women. That's my taste.
Yeah, I agree, but that ain't who you got in your prediction. And that ain't who you move.
That'd be so funny.
Shiny teeth and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Nigga lying like hell. I like red chicks and they like
be sitting up there with blonde hair.
In the building.
All the red shit. My black ugly man, they like, oh, he ugly hair. I like that black one. Come on, red girl.
I lived in Ghana for 3 years.
You know what I'm saying? The first one sitting up there with a white girl. I want a blue black woman. Okay.
Hey, look, if you see me next to a white girl, it's because I'm trying to piss a white guy off because I got the baddest white girl in town.
You trying to piss a white guy off by making a white girl feel good.
That nigga
No, that's just because she's sitting next to me.
He don't want that bitch anyway.
Wow.
Pissing off in the
That's
process?
heavy.
No.
What about the sisters that being pissed off in the process? Fuck them.
Oh no, the sister, she right there at the crib, probably rolling up the blunt.
Wow. So you got a black woman at home with some weed, but you out publicly with a white woman. All right.
Hey, business moves have to be made.
That's sad.
How you think that? How you think Fred get paid for?
So you with a white girl for status, like a trophy wife?
No, you just go out, dog. You go out and they after you because you're the original man.
And you don't have to be with them.
No, they just sit next to
your
you.
original self to him.
But why you ain't out with your original black woman then?
I want an American woman.
Why you out by yourself?
American woman out here.
Okay, but I said, why you ain't out with your black woman? I didn't say that she was African. There's plenty of black women that are American. So why you ain't out with her? Why you out where the white woman could even get next to you? Why ain't your black purple woman with you?
I'll fly you up here. You can find her for me. It's 6% out here.
Sister Renee ain't going for that suck shit.
I'm good. Good luck.
She is not going.
You might want to try black people meat. See who's in North Dakota. See who's closer to you.
No, I met somebody on somebody else hangout, and she finna start a dating thing. Well, she from Ghana, and that's where I had lived for a couple years. So hopefully it works out.
Do you think black women can swirl?
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
So you telling me you lived in Ghana for 2 years and you didn't find a Ghanaian woman that you like?
I like black American women.
Right.
Why you don't like a Ghanaian woman?
I'm from America. I'm from Chicago, South suburbs.
But I thought we was all over the world though.
Yeah,
it's only one race, the human race.
From my man saying he just like that girl who can understand what he say when he say it.
There you go. There you go. That's exactly it.
You know how to specify when you feel like it. But other than that, we all one race.
Okay.
Hey, so I look at it like this, right? I look at it like this, right? We all on YouTube or whatever, you know what I mean? And then we got our regular friends that's in the streets, our regular people in the streets. Yeah. But then we got our family. You feel me?
Yeah.
And you.
So you got white friends? Your male friends are white?
Not really.
I got white friends. No, none of y'all got no white people.
No. That's not what I'm. So you telling me you got black male friends?
Yeah, 2 or 3 of them.
You ain't got no black female friends?
Yeah, I got a few of them, but they're not here with me.
Here with me.
What you mean? They ain't in your state with you? They back in. You ain't made no new partners and shit up there in Dakota.
Look, I can make all kind of friends and everything, but then y'all wouldn't take me serious because
that's a whole nother state. Shitting me. If I was in Dakota, I got me a friend that got 3 dispensaries. I got a friend that got a farm.
Hold on, we still voting on that. That's measure 3.
They hanging with the white boys. But hey, so you think black women can swirl?
Yeah.
No.
Yep.
Why?
I mean, black is black, but I say no.
Wait. Black women can swirl, but black men cannot swirl.
Exactly.
I didn't know how y'all missed that when I said that earlier. That was my whole point.
Oh. Yep, going back on mute.
Explain that?
I'll explain it again.
Can you explain it, please?
I'll explain it again. Should I
explain how women
make it specific to black women?
Should I use my cerulean gray voice or
I don't know what you're talking about. Just explain it as far as black women.
All right, let me explain.
Yeah.
Men oppose the environment. Men make the shit ready for women to come nest.
I heard you say that.
That's kind of a showman statement.
Yeah, I heard you say that. I'm talking about black women swirling specifically.
Shout out to him.
And that
So
goes
you
to
said
my
there's
point.
no. You said there's no human. I mean, there's only the human race. So why do you see it that black women, when black women go outside their race, they're swirling? Can you explain that?
Because they're succumbing to the white supremacists.
But it's only one race.
But they're succumbing to the race category. It's a class thing. Then
So the same thing would be for the black man though. If he dated a white girl, he'll be succumbing to the white race.
Hey, Miss Legit, you got me. I'm talking out my ass right now. But no,
I see, brother. I see.
No, you can't
already.
No. Explain how women swirl for power, and black men are the protectors.
No, but
Explain that.
that was my point that I was saying though.
That's deep.
Right. All right. Since men are the protectors of women. All right. A black man with a white woman is not looking for protection from that white woman. The black man still has to protect himself.
To protect white women. It's
There's no
it's okay for black men to create an environment and protect and defend white women. That's what you're saying, right?
A black man creates and protects the environment for everybody.
Huh?
He's the original.
He creates it for everybody.
Nah, she talking about right now the women, the woman and child right now. If you got a white girl, you could.
How do you make it for everybody? I don't get that. I'm talking about in a relationship. It's okay for a black man to protect. It's okay for a black man to protect and defend a white woman, which is the woman who he chose to be in a relationship with, right? So it's okay for him, a black man, to protect and defend white women.
Who is the original protector and defender?
I don't know nothing about no original this and that. I'm talking about today.
You talking
the earth.
Go ahead, sister.
I'm talking about black men. Let's be specific. Let's just go ahead and be specific. I'm not talking in no generalities. The original man and who was the original. No.
No,
so
but
black men. Okay, so black men today, black men. All right. It's okay for black men to protect and defend white women, right? But it's not okay for black women to be protected or defended by white men.
I never said it was a zero-sum game.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You said it's either or. I never said it's either or.
But you did. You said black women can't swirl.
No, black
women can swirl.
cannot
Sorry,
swirl.
black women can swirl.
Yeah, black women can swirl. Black men cannot swirl.
Right.
So we can't protect the white girl, but the white man can protect the sister.
No, he's saying you can protect.
We said the protect everybody, period.
No, you don't protect. How are you protecting a black woman if she's in a relationship, if she's single, or if she's in a relationship with another race of men? How are you protecting her? What do you mean?
I want to hear that.
Protecting a woman. You're protecting a woman. You're protecting the woman you're in a relationship with.
I'll answer with a white girl. I'll answer that right now.
If you're in a relationship with another woman, even if she's another black woman, you're not protecting and defending me.
That right now. You know why? Because why is the white man powerful? Off the shoulders and back of black men.
All right, fine. Well, anyway, good.
Who built everything that the black man? Who built everything that the white man has?
Whoever you see fit. But I'm talking about in terms of what we're talking about right here. Let's keep it to that. So a man protects and defends the woman that he's in a relationship with. He does not protect and defend all women. He does not provide for all women. That's false. Okay. So what you're saying then is if a black man can be with a white woman.
Hold on, you're putting words in my mouth.
I didn't put no words in your mouth.
You said that's false, and that doesn't. No, you stated something as a fact that's not a fact.
Okay, so what's not a fact?
Black men do not protect all women.
They don't.
They sure don't.
How are you protecting me? How are you protecting me?
All right, we can't protect all of them wholesale.
You protect
a lot of these old goddamn.
You protecting the woman
niggas out here, they can't be
family that you made. That's who you're protecting.
I can ask the panel,
Nobody can protect all people. So
Hell
no,
no, you
black
can't
men
protect
protect the
all
woman
people.
that they have. So if you have, so then again, it goes back to since black men
So
can't
now are you
swirl,
asking us to do the impossible then?
So if black men can't swirl and black
Are
women,
you
black
asking us
men,
to do the impossible then?
I'm not asking nobody to do nothing. I said a man, nobody can protect all people. I said a man protects and defends the woman that he's in a relationship with in his family.
And women around him.
And what is incorrect? Okay. All right, fine. If you want to say that family and stuff, okay. But you're not protecting all women. You said earlier we protecting all people. No, you're not. So let's get to the point.
Just as being here, we made the white man.
Okay, fine. So the black, yeah, okay, fine. So anyway, the black man can be with a white woman, and that's not considered swirling. So what I'm saying is, then you can protect and defend and provide for a white woman. However, if a black woman, you said black women can swirl. So then if a black woman is with a white man, you feel that swirling because she's being protected and defended and provided for by a white man. Is that
the lesser protector?
Okay, by a lesser protector, however you want to see it.
Get protected by a lion or by a zebra.
But you protecting a white woman is all right though.
The lion is still protecting everybody in the lion's presence.
I'm talking about people, not animals. So I'm talking about human beings. So it's okay for you to protect a white woman, right?
Here's what I say.
But it's not for a black woman to be
Hey, none of the weird ass lines your ass usually use where you jump in from one to another. He got another. Hold on. Here's what he say. What?
Okay.
No, look, you can protect your wife, but you still have to protect your black women because you're black, according to them. You have to know your enemy.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Let me ask you
because
when your white wife get into a fist fight with a black woman, who do you protect?
Good question. Great question.
I protect my wife.
Hello, there you have it. End of story.
Exactly.
And you chose to be with a white woman, and you chose to protect and defend her. And that's even against your so-called sisters. You chose to protect and defend that white woman. You chose to protect and defend that white woman over a black woman because you chose a white woman to be your wife or to be your woman. That means she come above anybody, including protecting black women. So
hey, what if my black wife was fighting my black sister? Who do I protect?
That's a different story. We're talking about race.
No, who do I protect?
We're not talking about within the race. We're talking about different races.
You protect both of them.
You're going to try to break it up from both of them.
I protect my wife.
You ain't going to jump on, more than likely, people wouldn't jump on. I mean, it depends on the circumstances, but more than likely, from what I've seen happen, like with men who are stand-up men, they want to just break the whole situation up. They don't want their wife or sister
not finna hold your sister while your girl whoop on her.
Yeah, you don't want your sister to be with your wife.
Yeah. I hope not.
Yeah, you gonna break up any fight anyway. That's what black men do. We break up fights. We don't want to fight. If we do fight, it's gonna be some shit.
Miss Legit.
Yes, sir. Yes, brother.
I would like to first apologize for raising my voice with you earlier. I don't know if I did that because I don't like that. So I would like to apologize. Number one,
it's fine. And I apologize too. I just get, passionate. Yeah.
Hey, look, hey, bro. Hey, I was gonna tell you when we got off, like.
Y'all better be glad this ain't the argument league, cause we don't apologize.
I'm apologizing.
We'll get your ass.
Because like that's my sister, and at the end of the day, that's not how I ever want to speak to my sister. Even in a passionate debate, I still don't want to raise my voice at my sister. Now with my brothers, we do that. You know what I'm saying? But with my sisters, no. You know what I'm saying? So I don't do that with my sisters right now. So nope, I gotta apologize, and that's what it is. And I'm sorry.
Oh,
And
thank
I
you.
went through the same thing with her. And I imagine Psycho
Yeah.
goes through it monthly.
Oh, really?
My old lady sleep. I can argue with a chick. She don't even know. I'm arguing with another woman right now. She don't even know this shit. I'll just
Look, Psycho staying over there on mute.
cause Psycho, he gonna get in trouble. He ain't trying to get in trouble with y'all, nigga. Fuck y'all talking about.
No.
No, but I
You're my
appreciate
sister.
you saying that, and I really appreciate. No, you know, I'm just like a lawyer. I'm just like I can be like a pit bull in a skirt. Sometimes.
And that's beautiful. I'm glad that you have that kind of passion. That's what we need. Period. Point blank.
But I don't take nothing personal. You know what I mean? Like we can have a back and forth, and it's not like, oh my gosh, he's such and such and such. Like, no, I don't take nothing personal or nothing.
Renee, you don't know when the first time we spoke, do
As long
you?
as you don't call me in my name. But yeah, other than that, yeah, I don't take. We good.
Renee, you don't know the first time we spoke, do you?
I don't.
It was way before this kind of stuff, this YouTube stuff. It was on not the Skype thing, not the Skype. What do they call that? The
Blog Talk.
Blog Talk.
Okay. Yeah.
With Issa from UK.
Okay. I think I remember her.
Yeah, it was like 4 years ago.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago. But you know
Did
what I
you
said?
ever call in Talk Solutions?
Now, I forget what the topic was about. I know it was.
No. Did you ever call in the show called TRS, Talk Real Solutions?
Yeah, I called in that show. Yeah,
okay.
I called in that show, and it was. I think it was another guy on there was co-host. I forget his name.
Tyrone.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably so. Yeah, but yeah, that was wild back. But I say always, like with the sisters don't really, like I used to a few years ago. I was going with the theme, the black woman is God. I was going with that theme. I'm talking about I'm every day with the theme, and then it's like I want the sister to teach. You know what I'm saying? You keep on saying she this and she that. And we putting on this pedestal, let the sister teach. And I say, man, the sister, like your voice, maybe Zaza Ali, maybe. I mean, you can count them on one hand how many sisters in the conscious community that get a chance to speak.
Yeah.
You can count them. You know what I'm saying?
It's a force your way to speak. That's basically what I did. In a lot of ways, you gotta force yourself to speak. And then too, like with a lot of men, dang, what if somebody they gotta making ice?
Yeah, somebody packing some ice.
You know what I'm saying?
Somebody doing something over there.
But you kind of have to like force your way sometimes, because also you gotta kind of force your way, but you also kind of have to like force respect, like. Because a lot of dudes, they not really rocking with you, unless they respect you. And even if like some people don't like me, they told me that, but they respect me. So it's like you kind of have to be just consistent and stay on your square. You know what I mean? Like don't let people like push you down or like make you just sit in a corner. You know what I mean? Because you're a woman, you shouldn't be speaking or whatever. Because at the end of the day, my whole thing is about my people as a whole, like the betterment of my people. So if somebody,
I don't think it's a coincidence that Renee, Nikki, and Muchacha, you know what I'm saying? Like those are three powerful women right there, and I appreciate their existence. So shout out to them.
Thank you.
For
and
sure.
we're like all three different, but the same.
You will not catch Renee slipping twice. So whatever argument you have with her today, just prepare for her rebuttal next time she bump heads with you, because she goes and does that research.
Okay, and I'll come back like, well, wait a minute, you said.
Hey, you remind me of my stepmama, lawyer.
Oh, okay. Was she?
Yeah, she still they still give me hell. My dad and my stepmom.
Because look, if somebody doing a black person wrong and I'm around, I'm gonna be like, no, excuse me. Actually, what happened was, is the man first came into, honey, I'm gonna break it down, and they gonna be like, oh, okay, well, so I'm just passionate about my people in general, you know. But yeah, it's all good. I don't hold like harbor like any type of grudges against people and stuff like that when we have debates. So yeah, it's all good.
I think we all work in the same direction. We just have different visions on how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but like we're still going the same way. You know?
Yeah.
We all got our own different perceptions. There's nothing wrong with everybody seeing things differently. That's what makes us unique. Just being able to see it from a different perspective and shedding different light
That's what I
and
was
being able to
saying.
bring it and share it with our brothers and sisters.
That's what I was
That's what's
saying
Yeah,
up.
to
that's the
you,
thing.
man.
I think we're looking at different tools. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm thinking we're looking at a mathematician, we're looking at a philosopher, and it's like everyone brings that. My tool is the answer. You know what I'm saying? That's why we have to come together and be able to define ourselves and categorize ourselves because we get to learn how to complement each other in our actions instead of contradict or conflict with each other. You know?
And
But
Suave,
shit.
let me tell you this, you're a good host because you're somebody like even if you have a view, you'll still try to remain somewhat neutral or somewhat objective, you know what I'm saying? About the situation. Like, and then if you do have a point that's like opposite of whomever, like you don't like beat them over the head with it. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe
Yeah,
sometimes I can do.
real
But
shit.
you still remain flexible with it, you know? And that's a really good host. So I think you're doing
That's
a
what's
good
up.
job in your channel. Y'all, if y'all didn't subscribe, please subscribe. Um, yeah, you're doing a good job.
Thanks, sis. I appreciate that, man. Real talk. All
Your
right,
channel.
man.
Yeah, that's why
I
I say
wanted
that's
to
why I rock
talk.
with Swag, because it's like I'm probably the only Hebrew that really just be, and I really say I'm a Hebrew, I'm an Israelite, and I say I believe in Jesus, nigga, and I be challenging the rest of them. He the only one that rock with me and don't be like, yeah, that's what's up, bro, because I be challenging them niggas, you know what I'm saying? He the only out of the country. I say Swag, and Swag, Boss, Pit Boss, and Israel Doctrine, the only one I say that genuinely fuck with me. Just yeah, for how I feel on my spirit. I mean, of course, I got more that I've been people names I can't remember. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? I know that just genuinely fuck with a nigga, just like let a nigga just get on and get his point across. Like that's what I'm talking about, bro. Whether you motherfucker agree with me or not, you know what I'm saying? I could get my shit off. You know?
And
That's what's
and
up,
then
bro.
too, I wanna like you were saying, me, Muchacha, and Nikki, like you and Psycho and some of the other brothers, like I appreciate y'all so much because, like I said, sometimes it's rough in this whole thing. Because yeah, people are like, "Well, you shouldn't be speaking. Well, what you got to say?" You know, I've heard all kind of crazy stuff, but y'all are like just bomb. And then how y'all, had to chin check somebody last week.
Oh, I heard that show.
In support of your sisters. So we love y'all and we appreciate y'all.
Love you too, sis.
Thank you.
Yeah. I got to hear y'all. I got to go in on that Black Power some more. We got to do this shit on the argument league. We got to do this
Yeah,
on the
that ain't
argument.
nothing, man. Like I said, I'm trying to get up to 50 subscribers on the Argument League. So subscribe to this channel.
Really?
Subscribe to the Argument. Yeah, subscribe to the Argument League. I'm at like 37. I'm about like 40. So once
Oh,
I get to
everybody needs to
50,
subscribe.
Oh, I got
I'm
you.
gonna go over there.
I'm finna share the shit out this shit. I got you.
Hey,
Okay,
Renee.
and
That's
I'm
the
trying to
chance
keep
when
it
you get.
100.
That's the chance you say. This the shit I can't deal with right here. That's your moment right there on the argument league. This the shit I can't deal. You hear this shit? That's what that.
Yeah. Because honey, I can
so I
argue,
got
okay? I can debate.
I can't think of
You said
a
you're a
more
lawyer,
perfect
right?
note to end it on that
All
than the
right.
love that was just shown, man. I appreciate y'all coming through, man. That's the perfect note to end it on. Thank you, Psycho, Renee, DJ Black Charm.
No
Man,
problem.
swirling ass, CRU. No, I just fucking with you, bro. Crew, man, I appreciate you coming through, man. That meant a lot to me. Brandon, you already know, man. Every day I'm gonna rock with you, bro. And
Oh,
who else came through? Shout out to Q. You know, he left out of frustration. Who else is on here? Out the blue. That's what's up. And Gold Man, what's up, brother? That's what's up, man. So y'all subscribe to Psycho. Renee, holla at her for the graphics. Renee's Black Graphic. Holla at DJ Charm. He he's a
I got some
DJ.
good music. I gotta holler at you on. Renee, can you put your email in the back chat or something so
Yeah,
I can
I
send some?
definitely will.
And then I'll send some of my clients your way too, because they definitely need stuff.
Okay.
and
Subscribe to
I might need a
Psychopathia.
beat or two, DJ Tom.
Say it again.
I might need a beat or two from you.
All right, put your email in the back chat. I'll send you some stuff.
All right.
Subscribe to Psychopathia. The Psychopathia is live. Tune in to game night Saturday night. Waking back Saturday morning. Fuck with y'all, man. Black power and peace, man. Love y'all, family, y'all. Keep y'all head up, man.
Peace, y'all.
Black power.
Black power.
Black power. Man, shout out to the fan bell, man. Y'all already know. He said I missed the hangouts. Shout out to Melanated Goddess, man. U.S. Atlantic Creole Nation, man. My brother Brandon Bay in the building, man. Gold, man. Y'all already know, man. We up. We always up. Lilith Revenge and MJ. You know, Heaven Sent, Big Dog, Queen Cascade, New Marie, man. Mika Tanjan, Pro Black, Mayo, our brother, Tequila. Appreciate seeing y'all around, man. That's what's up. Ain't no negativity. You know what I'm saying? All right, people. Yeah, I got more for you, man. This is the throwback of the argument league, man. You know, motherfuckers weren't so important. You know, motherfuckers weren't so important. And copy link address. Okay, and let me download this. And we can keep on rocking. This is the throwback of the argument league. You are watching. In Gungun. Uh-oh. Y'all saw oh, is that trying to do it again? No, okay. So y'all saw Chris on that one. You notice people come around. You saw when Lex first came around, Chris first came around. I see a certain icon on this one. Just give me a second. And I can load that up for y'all. I'm trying to get it back there, Melanated. We had to do some cleaning. The ladies had to clean my house, man. So now it's fit for them to stay in, and we gonna build just like that. Real talk. Fuck them niggas.
Yeah, we will. Hey, Kiki, down. Let's go. Let's go. I might as well download 2 of them. Well, I'm at it. What's the next one? Ooh, I want to skip to this one. But no, we must go chronologically in order. We will be fair.
What's up, family? My bad for the slow start, man. I was sending out the invites for the hangout. This is the post. Weeda versus Minister Hal debate. Let me see if we can get our brothers in here from the debate league. A lot of people didn't call in today, man. That was crazy. I think people just be holding their vote. That's let me see. Oh, the brother Duck in the crib. What's good, brother?
My brother from another mother. What's up with bruh? I
Man, you
can't
already
call it.
know. That's what's good. Doing this. Yes. All right. Did you check out the debate?
Lightweight. I really couldn't. I had to help my little knucklehead daughter with her
Okay.
homework and things. Well, I caught a little bit of it, but at the same time, like, I don't know. It's just like they go so hard on with that book, and it's just like that book ain't God, and that and God ain't the book. Like, y'all doing circular reasoning, man. You can't do that. Like, it don't work like that. You feel me? Like, morality is everywhere. You don't need a book. All you need to do is just have some type of compassion in your heart, and love what you're doing, and be considerate. And
Oh man.
like when I first
That's
met you, when we got into our little argument about the simping thing, it ain't called simping when you genuinely care. That's why you was like, I'm a simp. I'm like, nah, you ain't no simp. You genuinely care. Them niggas that be yelling that simp shit is the ones that's got an agenda behind what they be saying. You feel me?
yeah. I just was trying to show the translation and welcome Rob Rack to the building. What's good, fam?
What's going on, brothers?
Man, you got it, guy. Yeah, I was just showing the translation, you know what I'm saying, at that point. So what you think about the debate, Rob? I know
Man, yeah, that brother minister Howell, he's eloquent, but he fails to realize that it my bad if y'all saw that same thing I saw. Yeah, he a lot of people who believe in the New Testament, they believe that the law is something that is it's vile and evil, so oh my bad.
it's
So
cool. We
yeah,
can't see you though.
so to me, yeah, my bad. I'm just getting these messages. So to me, the brother, I understand his point of view, but when you reject the law, I can't rock with you.
Wait, hold up though. He didn't represent Islam right though, because there is no difference. The only difference between Islam and you would say the Israelites is a mountain. That's the only thing
What?
that separates them.
Oh
They
wait, I thought you was talking about Minister Howell and Awida.
I most definitely am.
Okay, but who said they didn't represent?
I said he
Yeah,
didn't
that's what I'm
represent
saying.
Islam
Nobody
right.
was Islam. My bad. I don't know what you were saying. What you mean he didn't represent Islam right?
Yeah, I'm confused.
Oh, my bad. I thought he said Islam. I jumped out at that. My bad.
Oh no.
I come off the porch.
Oh,
I
I'm
come off the
confused.
porch for that. My bad.
That's what's up. And welcome to brother Bandon Bay, the newest member of the debate league to the building. What's good, bro?
Peace and love, tribe. Hi, everybody, man. I'm good, brother. How you?
Oh, we hanging in there. Okay, Rob, go in like you was about to.
Oh yeah, no. It's yeah, the brother Bay. I like your philosophy. What I be trying to tell people, or what I try to show people when I talk about the Bible, is that like everybody else thinks, is like not everybody is going to have the same direct doctrine, but in a generalized sense of things, like I can rock with somebody who's a Christian as long as they not too Christiany. You understand what I'm saying? Like, okay, you believe in Jesus, but if you down a rock, then I rock with you. If you're a Muslim and you believe in black, I rock with you. But if you all too Muslimy, I can't explain. You know how people, oh Jesus, and things like that. I can rock with you. And brother Brandon, when I asked him those questions earlier, is like he's cared about his community, unity, his people. We got to get right. And I was like, okay, let me ask him. Let me find out that if I start, trying to build a bridge with this brother, and then 3 years later he marry a white woman, I'm gonna be mad at myself. So let me ask him. So that's why I said, when you're the boss and you're the leader, and I asked the brother, he said, nah, they can't be apart. I was like, okay, cool. The Bible speak about that. So him, when I can fall up under line with his philosophy if my belief system is not correct, because when all else fails, he's thinking about his people, his family, his brothers and sisters, his tribe, and how can we come together and overcome this, whether you talking a certain type of talk that, okay, he's talking the Bible, okay, he's talking the talk, oh, he's talking the Quran, oh, he's talking the talk, he's talking Hinduism. But regardless, if you're using Hinduism for black power, then I'm happy with it. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I appreciate about the new brother. Sorry, I got a couple of things streaming. Excuse me. That's what I appreciate about the new brother I had wanted to ask. But about Minister Howe, yeah, to me, the Christians, they can never get my attention. So I'm sorry about that. What's up, Chris?
That's what's up. Welcome, brother Chris Harris, to the panel. What's going on, brother?
What's going on, y'all? What up, Suave boss?
Oh, you got it. Brandon, what did you think about that debate, bro?
I thought it was the same Christian shucklebucking they always do.
I'm sorry, brother Chris. I was
asked him about the law. My man began to run.
I know, bro.
Huh?
I'm sorry. I was talking to Brandon. My bad. I was gonna come to you next. Yeah.
So I got to look around. Hey, my brother. What I thought about it. I like. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I think that Pastor Howe has like virtually quoted every portion of the Bible that he can come up with up until this point. But I do like the presentation that he gave as well as the other brothers. So I guess I learned a little bit more about the Bible tonight, so I was a little more enlightened. I'm gonna refrain from saying what I normally say and say that I actually learned something tonight, because I actually did. So I'm gonna stay out of this one.
That's what's up. I honor that. Chris, what you think about that debate, bro?
Like I said, it's the same shuckle-bucking Christian jive, backslide move they always do. They sound good when they talk. As the prophet Isaiah said, peace be upon him. The people want to hear. That's what the people prophesying to is smooth things, not right lies and deceits. Solomon asked him an important question, and he asked him one thing. He said, what's love according to the New Testament? My man got to talking about Paul and loving the police and all type of other stuff that don't make no damn sense. It say right there in 1 John chapter 5, verse 3, for this is the love of God that we keep his commandments. He could have did a better job on answering the question according to the spiritual element of the law, and all he had to do was read Psalms 19, 7 through 11. Game over. End of debate. We done. You know me, I'm a no when it come to eat, talk my way out of it. Game over.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. I said, read that part again, bro.
Which one? Can you read First John chapter 5, verse 3? According to their book.
No, you was breaking up. That's why I asked you to repeat it. My bad.
Okay, read 1 John chapter 5, verse 3. I mean, 1 John chapter 5, verse 3. Yeah. It'll tell you right there.
What did it say?
It say, for this is the love of God, that we keep his commandments.
And his commandments are not grievous.
That's it. That's all it say. That's what the New Testament say. And they run to Paul. They run to Paul for everything. Paul is their Messiah. They're Paulinites. Humanity. See, Paul teach you, you ain't got to have no responsibility.
Are you for real right now, bro?
Yup.
He said it.
Because just because you are aware that Paul is the author in the New Testament, there was an author.
And that's all. That's why they can't fuck with me, because that's all them niggas want to do is sit over here and interpret scriptures. That's all they want to do. No, I'm a shepherd of the people, and this is what the Bible say. Are you, sir? I don't comprehend regular sentences, but I can speak on the Bible as a Mason.
Old Testament scriptures as well. So are you the
exactly
of the
and he
author
was
of the New
given
Testament, Old
authorship
Testament?
by who?
Author by who knows? It wasn't God. God doesn't
Who
take pen to
gave
paper.
Paul permission to teach the law?
Bruh, you are
Sir,
oblivious to
who
the fact.
gave Paul permission to teach in the New Testament?
The same person that gave the person who wrote
You won't answer
the
that
Old
question,
Testament.
will you?
I'm
You know why
answering.
you won't answer that question? Because you love Paul.
Bruh, I'm answering the question. I said the same
Okay.
person that gave the people the authority to write the Old
I
Testament is
said,
the same
okay, can you
people
show
that
me
gave
who
them the
gave it to him?
Septuagint.
Hey, Chris, I want to say something really quick because I already know.
What up?
I already know what you probably gonna lead into, so I just wanted to jump in and do it
Go
before
ahead.
you do it. Okay, so you said, brother, the same person who told the prophets to speak in the name of the Most High is the same entity or person who gave Paul that authority, right? So that means that in the New Testament, I should be able to find this phrase, thus saith the Lord. If I cannot find that phrase in the New Testament, nothing, sir, brother. Oh, my bad. You understand what I'm saying? So you're saying that the same entity, the same authoritative figure that allowed our prophets and forefathers to speak, the oracles, the scriptures, is the same entity that allowed people to speak in the New Testament, then there should be some sort of similarity all throughout the Old and the New. But you cannot find this specific phrase in the New Testament, thus saith the Lord.
Okay, you're gonna base it solely on a phrase. That's an error right there in itself. Understanding that these are time differences. We do not say jive turkey no more, but we do have words to compensate or that we use now
That's
that we
what the
could
law
reference
say
back
do.
then for jive turkey. You get what I'm saying? Those words weren't in use when the New Testaments were written. So for you to base it upon that, that's null and void. The importance is that it was not God, it was not the Most High, it was not the Creator who wrote
Sir.
those scriptures. It was authored by a man.
So what
Hey,
you're
let me
saying
welcome
is,
Sal. Let me welcome Sal to the panel right quick. What's going on, sir?
What's going on, man? Hey, as
got
far as the debate
Sir,
the two brothers
hold
is
on,
having.
Rob, right?
Hold on, I got you.
One second.
Hold
Hold
on,
on one
Chris, I got you.
second.
I got you. Hey, Sal, hold on.
Let
I'm
me
gonna
just
come
ask
to
one
let me
question,
let
Rob.
Rob go in right quick.
Yeah.
For sure, guy. Go ahead, Rob, and then Chris, and then Sal.
oh no, I was done. I was just,
Somebody got signed up for the face on.
Oh yeah. Oh, you was done, Rob? My bad. Chris, you want to go in on that? You want to respond to that? Oh, okay. Well, go ahead, son. Say what you gotta say, bro. My bad.
Okay, I can go now.
Yeah, brother.
Somebody got to speak.
Well, here, I think his phone might be. I think he might be cut.
Oh
I
no,
think
I'm
something.
right here. I didn't hear that question.
Well, just let me say something right quick, then. As far as what the brothers are going back and forth, clearly when you get to the New Testament, in the so-called Old Testament, all the prophets agree on one accord. When you get to the New Testament, this is when you get different ideologies coming in, like you get Hinduism coming in and other things. So that right there in itself lets you know something's up. And
Once
I'm
again,
not
my
attacking the brother
real
or
quick,
anything.
my brother. Let me just say this: you don't know who the authors are of the Old Testament.
Well, let me say
Come
this real
on,
quick.
hold on. Yes, I do.
Hold on, Sal. Real quick, brother. I noticed something about a lot new era. I noticed something about Christians. Whenever somebody starts talking about the book, the New Testament, y'all get very, very like emotional instead of just sitting back and waiting until somebody's finished. Deuteronomy, the 18th chapter, explicitly tells you that when a prophet comes, he must prophesy in the name of the Most High. Paul tells you in chapter 2, Romans chapter 2, verse 16, he says, "This is my gospel that Jesus will come judge God." So if that's what you believe, can you show us in the scriptures where it says, that's the Old Testament, where did the Most High ever said a man named Jesus is going to come back and judge the earth? I won't even sit up there and waste your time because it's not there.
Okay.
He said this was his gospel.
Bruh, for one, I am not a Christian. And for two, you're using circular reasoning. And everybody with half a brain knows that circular reasoning is a logical fallacy. You can't prove your statement with
Sir, I'm not teaching the people deceit. When you use the words a logical fallacy, that means you're deliberately teaching people a lie. We are Torah only. We deal with thus saith the Lord. That's who the Most High said we have permission to listen to. His prophets, peace be upon them, and his law. Mainly his law, then his prophets.
I don't agree with the fact that you're saying that he said it.
Stop telling us to listen to
it's
Paul.
the Lord's law if it's a man that wrote it.
Okay, so do you believe in the scriptures?
Do I believe in the scriptures? No, I do not believe in the scriptures. I use the Bible.
Okay, then guess what? Then me and your conversation is dead because there's nothing I can talk to you about. It's called a debate league recap, and we're recapping the debate, not what you believe.
So, is anybody gonna motherfucking bring up the fact that he got caught breaking the kids up? We could get to all the said shit, but can we say something about that shit? He walked by damn me, Sean.
Oh wait, tell me, I missed it because I was doing a few things.
That's a good one.
We forgot to mute his mic, and we heard his girl yell for Mishan and like, say your name, Mishan. I want to vote for we.
Yeah.
Oh snap!
Yeah.
Damn.
Wait,
Hey, Swab, did you see old boy walk away from the camera when his girl called him in there?
Yeah.
Trouble, boy. Like,
and then he came back like, what is that? And that was my granddaughter. Yeah, that was busted. Lex wanted his ass crucified.
Hey,
Lex wanted him disqualified.
Wait,
what y'all think?
That shit recorded too.
Wait, so Weeda tried to have one of his family members call in and vote for him, or
Weeda. Yeah.
The baby.
Like Weeda girl called, and then she hung up and she called for me, Sean, and like told him the script, and you can hear him like, my name is Sean. I want to vote for Weeda.
Yeah. That was hilarious.
Okay,
he was gone from the camera and everything.
Okay, so now here's the thing. what throws me off about this situation wasn't we one of the ones on the show when Solar said that we was gonna do the debate, the rule change with how it's judged, and people keep calling with their family and things of that nature.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
That's not good, brother.
That's part of the game, though. It's gonna
That
happen. I mean, how can you control that? You can't stop that.
Man,
well, I
listen.
never thought. Oh wow. Because if
Hey,
that's
to
the
my
case,
man, New
I can
Era,
get
I didn't
100
mean
people
no
to
harm
come
when
with me.
I didn't. Hey, New Era, I didn't mean no harm when I had said what I said. I was just like we were talking about the debate. You know what I'm saying? I didn't mean
Oh
no
no,
harm
no,
by
no.
if you felt like I
We
was
ain't like
coming
that
at you a
over
certain
here.
way.
Yeah.
No harm, no foul,
Okay,
no
okay.
love,
Yeah.
bro. At the end
But
of the
look,
day,
Yeah,
okay. Should that have been a disqualification?
Yes.
yeah, yeah.
hell
For
yeah, he was
real?
cooking the books. He
Okay,
Hey,
was
look,
shooting
this
the
Spy,
my
skunk.
thing. This my
hey,
thing.
Spy Boss, I
'Cause,
saw you in the comment board like this some bullshit. I saw what
yeah,
you wrote
on
in
my life,
there. Don't
but I
think
was
I ain't seen that shit neither.
I absolutely did. But this is what I'm saying. Like, if like my girl here with me, so when I debate, she gets a vote. Is that right or wrong?
Right, she get a vote.
She get a vote.
She get a vote, right? Okay. If my friends tune in, they get a vote. I'm not finna call nobody, be like, hey,
That's right.
call this number for. I'm not finna call, wake the kid. That's extra as hell. So yeah, the vote shouldn't count. And I wouldn't be mad if he took another vote just to show motherfuckers don't play. But the disqualification, I think that was a little bit, you know what I'm saying? And he had won, he approved his point and everything. Stuff like that that's theatrical. I wouldn't have did that. I wouldn't have took it from him. But I could see y'all case for it. But I think it's it's
That's a
early in
little
the
too
league,
much.
and that it's early in the league, and that shouldn't be what breaks the whole, because that ain't shit. Because we seen people call in, man. We seen people call in. We didn't seen this before. But now with the judge vote, it don't really make no difference because that's a 30 piece. So yeah, I'll take the vote from him. I'll probably penalize him with another one just because he got caught so foolish. I penalize him for not muting his mic.
Damn, Suave, you get critical, bro.
Silly.
He didn't mute his mic and then he came back like that was my granddaughter. Crazy, man.
My man got caught on some boys. That wasn't your granddaughter,
But
and one thing I give Minister Howell is this though. My old boy can preach his ass off, can't he? I'm like, damn.
That's what I was about to say. If it wasn't for that second half of the debate, he would have won. He
Hey,
would have won.
thousand pardons, brother. Thousand pardons. I was working,
Go
so I
ahead,
didn't
Si.
see the debate. What was debate? What was going on? What was the topic?
Morality.
What was the best thing to bring our people morality up, the Tanakh or the Bible?
Oh, okay.
And of course, the Bible.
Wait, ain't that the Tanakh is in the Bible? I didn't.
Yeah. That'd be my thing with it.
No, because the Bible is what they would commonly call the Old and New Testament put together.
Oh, he just saying
Tanakh.
the Torah and the Tanakh. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Well, I mean, this is if this is going to start to get to like WWF, WWE, or whatever type of ordeals, we need to get some white people on here talking about the white people are the true Egyptians. We the real Israelites. We got the kinky hair, woolly hair. I mean, if it's gonna be, if people gonna be, doing, like I said, it's not about if you win or if you lose. If your information trumps the other dude's information,
It's not even about that. It's just the fact, even if you get up there and speak
the truth.
speech, it's just like that's a win in itself. You know what I'm saying? How many people could really publicly speak? How many?
That's true. I feel what he's saying on that.
The effort alone. That's what our people got to understand. Effort alone is a
Hey,
win.
thousand pardons. Let me say something right quick. If I like the idea, not the brother that just spoke, the one before him said you gotta get some white people in here. I like that idea, but one thing we got to realize and we got to do better at is because when I see a lot of these brothers debate white folks, the dude from that Israelite camp and I seen them get smashed real
Right.
bad, real quick.
And that dude was
So,
embarrassing.
so if brothers gonna get out and debate, you know, Caucasians or whatever, you got to be on point. You cannot, because as it stands, and I don't want to lump everybody and say everybody in the conscious community, but I'm gonna just do it for this. As it stands right now, the conscious community look bad when they get in front of these white scholars. I mean, did you see what's his name, Rakar and get smashed?
James White, come up with James White.
Yeah, and did you see the white guy George smash? Had to go get half the Amara squad.
I'll be back.
That shit was embarrassing.
And you want to know
What's up, y'all? Hey, let's welcome Lex to the panel right quick. What's good, Lex?
What up, Lex?
What's going on, Lex?
What's going on, ma'ams?
Lex, I'm gonna tell you right now, Lex. I'm telling you right now, Lex. I don't feel like doing it, Lex. I'm good.
Bar, first line is a bar. It come right in, bar.
Yeah. This nigga Lex
Okay,
ain't shit.
Ain't shit. And he know that shit too.
This nigga said, "What's going on, mamsers?"
First line is the bar. Dagger. As soon as
But
he
on some
come
real
in.
for real, if y'all need somebody to go against white people, I definitely know I can handle it. And Lex can handle it as well. You gotta understand, you can't send somebody who do ballet to a damn Final Four game. You know what I'm saying? It's just like
Well,
it don't match. And Unc and them, they could talk good. They could make it sound like they know,
Yeah,
but
that niggerology don't work in the real world, man.
Right. Hey, because you know, I remember one time wanted to debate this white boy back in college, right? His name was Kyle Lemry. And he said, "Man, Chris, you 10 years away from me." And I tried to debate him in a debate, and I got smoked. You know what I'm saying? And then I learned
I could believe that.
Let's stop. Okay. Like I was sitting up here saying, I got smoked by him, right? And then that's when I learned you gotta study. You gotta study for yourself and against yourself.
Well, see, the cold part, losing to somebody white is, I mean, it depends on how, if you feel like they tripped you up. But for me, losing to a mamzer, because he has the power of the dark side and the white side.
What?
Hey, my bad, Blue. I didn't see you come in. What's up, bro?
What up, Blue?
Hey, okay, I wanted to play it right quick. I found it, and then y'all can keep building, man. But this is powerful.
You finna put it on. You go.
Hey man, this is historical, man. Solar got some clips over there between bullshit, and the debate is over. Hey, that shit fire, man. Hold on, here we go. That's crazy. All right.
Right here. He just now up one.
Hey, and shout out to Weeder, man. He held it down.
Man, he should have been disqualified, man. Stop playing.
Hold on.
That's what we was talking about, Lex. We was just talking about that.
Well, Ben Nazareth.
Hold on. I'm playing in that. Hold on, I'm playing in that.
Nishan. Say my name is Nishan and I'm going to
This that time, wicked ass Weeder. His girl had their kid called. Shout out to the family. Shout out to the women that support their dudes, man. Shout out to all the women at SVDL. I remember when Katrina and Shay was supposed to do that show. We still gonna have to get that out, man. The spouses of SVDL. But you could hear Weeder didn't mute. And so you heard Weeder and his girl call the child and say, my name is, and I want to vote for Weeder. Dad.
Playing in that. Hold on, playing in that.
Nishan. Say my name is Nishan and I love both of them.
No, man. Straight busted.
Hey, Lex, he's done. Fuck it. Lex is right. That nigga's
Man, come on, man. That's blatant.
Lex is right. That nigga's disqualified. Fuck that nigga.
That's blatant cheating. It's disrespecting the league. It's like you got caught cheating, yo. Like you're done. That should have been.
Hey, Lex is right. Hey, that nigga's cheating. He doesn't believe in himself, Lex. Fuck that nigga.
And he was garbage anyway. He lost the debate.
Oh man.
How you? Okay, I want to hear how you figure he lost the debate, but I want to say this. Shout out to his queen. That was his queen. I heard she was like, "But you need to vote." Hey, she jumped on that shit. I don't think that was needed. He didn't stop her. He didn't stop her. But I don't think that was his idea.
Hey, your boy just straight forgot to hit mute. He was like, hey, Marshawn, say this Weeda, this Marshawn, and I'll vote for Weeda. I'm like, dude, are you serious, bro? That's crazy.
Okay, so how you say he lost the debate, Lex?
Hey, man. I mean, it's pretty simple. Are you telling me if somebody has the sickness of a pedophile, he's a pedophile? But we changed the law tomorrow. Like right now, pedophiles get locked up. But now, if you get convicted on some pedophile shit, you go straight to the electric chair. So pedophile crime goes down. Are you telling me the pedophile is righteous in God's eyes? The nigga's lusting after children.
Okay, well, I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna let y'all.
I mean, y'all are slow, man.
Wait a minute. What that got to do with the debate? Hold on. Okay, Swab, go ahead.
Because the debate was about what makes you. The title was is like is it the law or
what's better for us?
What the book say,
which doctrine can elevate the morality of man, the gospel or the Tanakh? But this is what I'm saying. And you can speak on this and then y'all can slaughter it. But to me, I hear when Bible-based people say that we born in sin, like we are bad. That's why we need laws. So isn't that constant want to do something evil always present and acknowledged? Like that's what the whole thing is. So if
that's what I just said, bro.
I know, but wouldn't that make him righteous?
What?
Wouldn't that make him righteous if you know they all born in evil and they have an inert and they need laws? How do you condemn that from the feeling that you know that's in there? That's your whole point. I need laws because I feel like doing this. But when it comes to child molesting,
what? Bro, my brother, like Swell Boss, do you be?
Now,
answer the question. Don't. Because
I'm trying to. Okay, let me try to understand again.
This is what I'm saying. Because yeah. What I'm saying is that the Bible speaks of us being born in sin, having an inner want to do evil things, and so we need laws to put us in place. Ain't that feeling that you're talking about? So ain't he righteous if he don't do it? If he turned from it and he don't do it no more? Don't that make him righteous? Even though it's the inner fear that he fighting forever to do it.
All right. No, it doesn't make him righteous, brother.
I don't care. So you don't shoot me.
Do y'all?
So what we're saying here, Lex, let me make this clear. I want to get an understanding what it is that you all understand. Because that verse about being born in iniquity, that's not in the Torah anywhere. And that's not what that meant. It's not in there anywhere. That's something Paul said. Or Christians use. Oh, 1 second. Or Christians use to sit up there and say you can't keep the law. I always ask Christians this: which one can't you keep?
Well, we don't even got to make it a Christian thing. All we got to do is say, "Well, did you keep the law?"
Well, which one? Which one can't you keep?
No, I mean,
if you can't commit murder,
which one can't you keep?
I don't want to be next to you anyway.
Well,
if
no.
You can't not commit murder.
Hold on, brothers. Did Israel keep the law?
Yes, Israel did keep the law.
No,
They
they
kept it
didn't.
under. Sir,
Okay.
hold
No,
on.
they didn't.
No, that's why Israel went into slavery. But for 40 years under Solomon, it was known as what? A righteous kingdom.
And then they went off.
They went off. I'm not denying that. Yeah, they went off.
And today, y'all believe you're the Israelites and you're under the curses. Why?
Because they didn't keep the law.
Okay.
Okay,
Hey.
but here, you want me to let you read some? Can you read Galatians 3, verse 15, please?
But I think that y'all are not really. Maybe there's a miscommunication between the understanding.
No, because the miscommunication between the understanding is simply this. You all say if you believe in Jesus, then the curse will be lifted, right?
No, that's not what I'm even talking about. I'm talking about in terms of what we understand and what righteousness is and what the problem is.
Well, the Most High said his law is righteous. So when did that change?
The law is righteous. But
okay, go ahead.
So I asked the question before. Do you have to give a law to say the rabbits, thou shalt not murder? I know that sounds silly, but understand what I'm saying.
I don't understand what you're saying. Can you make it yourself? Can you elaborate a little bit better, Lex? I don't get what you're saying.
All right.
He's saying, do rabbits need to be told not to kill, or do rabbits know?
Well, let me give a better example. Fish, what would laws of the land serve a fish?
Nothing.
Why enter? Shit.
Why?
They have their own laws that they serve.
I know.
That's probably the land is probably they.
The reason why laws of the land wouldn't serve a fish, because fish don't go on the land. It won't even apply to them. Do you understand?
I understand. Yeah.
All right. So check it out, Suave Boss.
About driving. Yeah.
It doesn't apply to them. So the reason why you have law is to keep things in check when people have the tendencies to do certain things. As Christians, we're saying that.
I'm hearing a double.
Yeah, somebody got something in the background. As a follower of Christ, we're saying that Christ is saying that the problem y'all had was never the law, but it was the state of your hearts. That was the problem. If we reprogram the heart, then we won't even have the problem. So then
but
the question,
he didn't read anything no different that was already in the Torah.
The question, right? So I know it's already
because your point is valid.
Okay.
So was it that he didn't bring that information? Because it was a debate. So like really, you put like not you present the information. You were the one if that was the case.
Well, he admitted it. That's what I mean. Solomon asked him. He said he gave him the example, and he admitted it. He said, if a person is not doing something out of fear, but it's still in their heart, then what does that say? And he just didn't really have the answer. He just goes, well, they got to keep the law. But see, that's what I'm saying. Think about this. Put it like this. People know, if anybody been in the street, certain people got fear. You know, June to shoot your ass. That's why, this is why people don't cross June. Because they know June ain't playing.
So you saying, Lex, fear is not needed?
That's part of being moral, bro.
Oh,
the morality. That's part of being moral is the fear of the consequence. Anybody who's moral is thinking about.
How is that part of being moral?
Fear Yah and keep all his commandments. But isn't that what the scriptures say? Ain't that the duty of man?
But wait a minute, that's not being moral. Like I said, there's certain people. Let me say this real quick. There's certain people that know me at certain points. Well, I don't even say. They say you know somebody that you're not gonna cross. There's people, but they'll cross somebody else. They ain't gonna do that with Junebug. But they'll cross. Why won't they do it with Junebug? Because Junebug is gonna shoot him in the ass. That's the only reason.
I feel what you're saying, but once again, are we supposed to be? Bottom line, are we supposed to be obedient to the Most High or not?
Well, see, then you just jump to like a whole like. I hear what you're saying, but
you're giving a lot of you're giving a lot of rhetoric, but I'm just sitting up there saying like, are we supposed to be obedient or not? It's unnecessary. You're talking about Junebug and all this other stuff.
Because I'm trying to put it in I'm trying to relate to y'all in like ways that I'm thinking y'all can understand.
I know what you're saying, but y'all already commanded you to change your heart.
That's
so
right.
I don't understand
what
why.
Is Paul
what's the point?
Y'all feel like if we don't
That's what I'm trying to figure out. What's the point?
I'm gonna tell you the point. The point is you didn't, or you wouldn't be in the situation you in now. So if you didn't, then why didn't it?
But
so that
we're still expected to. It don't matter. If my mama tell me to take out the trash and I don't take out the trash, is there something wrong with that? Makes something wrong with the word that my mama gave me, or is there something wrong with me?
Hey, bro.
Something wrong. Hold up. God damn. It's something wrong with you, not what your mama told you exactly. That's why Paul.
So how does the law help us?
So
if you read the law, out the blue, read Psalms 19.
Bro, you just said it out your own mouth out the blue. Hold up, let me deal with what out the blue just said.
Yeah, go ahead, let's explain that. And then
he just asked the question, right? And the reason why he asked the question, he's not even going to listen to himself, right? He just said, if my mama tells me to take out the trash and I don't take out the trash, is there something wrong with my mama's words or me? Now, I don't know which one. I actually answered for him. Which one was you going to say?
If I would have, is something wrong, obviously,
with you with the words.
All right. Okay, there's something wrong with you. Paul says the same thing. He said, so the law.
But what's the difference? No, who's been like, this is what I'm trying to figure out. It's the same amount of people today that was supposed to be transformed by JC that are fucking up.
Hold up, we're not even having that argument, y'all. We're just building on something out the blue. Don't get into the JC thing.
Yeah,
we ain't even gotta get. We ain't even gotta get into the JC thing. It's what you just said. I'm just saying this is the same thing that Paul said. That it's not. So therefore, it's not the law that was unrighteous, but it was me. It was something inside of me that goes against the law.
Your heart.
So, so the law doesn't have the power to change my heart. It can only keep me in check.
Are you sure about that? Can I read this real quick?
Hold on. Yeah, make it real quick, and then we're gonna.
Hold on, you gotta read. You don't have a mind. You can't.
Psalms 19 and 7. The law of Yahweh is perfect, converting the soul. The testimony of Yahweh is sure, making the wise simple.
Dude, that sounds like an opinion. That's the author telling you what he feels, though. Lord, you gotta think about it like this, bro. And I love you to death. I ain't trying to be funny or facetious or nothing. Think about it like this. You mean to tell me you can't tell me how many stars it is in the sky, but you know what God feels and what God wants.
Hold on, but outside that, T-Duck, he said that the law. Tell me this out the blue. Now I know you read that, and that sounds cool and all, right?
Hold on,
how is the law gonna change your heart?
You tell me. It says right here, the statutes of Yahweh are right, rejoicing the heart.
All right, is he lying? I guess we got to talk about the heart.
Right, is he lying?
So are you telling me because it says thou shalt not murder, that's gonna make me the need, like if I'm a killer, that's gonna make me not have
consequences. No, the consequences of you murdering to make you not murder.
That's not changing.
And if you bypass the consequences, then you're just wicked, bro. There's no changing that. So I don't understand how you like. That's
listen to what I'm asking you.
Change that. Some people are just destined for that, right? Or wrong?
How is it going to change my heart?
By practicing. If you do some repetitions, what do? That's how you break bad habits.
And that's why
Paul, 21 days to make or break a habit.
So the children of Israel had about 2,000 years to practice.
What made you practice? Was it the law or was it your heart?
Me?
Both.
Really, it was really my heart, to be honest with you. Because honestly, I had then went straight all the way comedic.
I can give you an example out the blue. Because everything is not, you just can't just read. Some of you got to be able to reason too in your own mind. Like for instance, somebody can do something that can change your heart. You know what I'm saying? Like just say you're a player, right? You didn't know the girl and then, you all bitches ain't shit and all of that, right? That's just the way your heart is, the way you feel. Then you meet this woman and she takes all of your shit and shows you all this. That could convert you like, damn, no one ever loved me like this. So then you get an admiration for her and you change. It changes your heart. Her love transformed you. That's what I'm saying. But the law can't do that. The law is just like, okay, don't do it, do's and don't. And if you get punished, then okay, that's like, listen, hold on, brother. If I'm thinking intellectually and smart, I'm like, well, obviously I don't want to go to jail. So, I may hesitate to shoot this nigga, but I want to shoot him. Do you understand that, bro? Come on, y'all. That's not hard to understand.
May I say something? I've been quiet for really. Well, just give me one.
I don't mind if you want to shoot me. I'd rather that you just not shoot me.
No.
Would you rather somebody want to shoot you or shoot you?
Why do you always? We understand that.
Hold on. Let's Rob Rat go and then we'll let y'all go back at it.
Look, hear me out, Lex. All right, we have a dietary law. Okay, I don't have a shrimp or shellfish allergy. I'm not allergic to pork.
That's beneficial health-wise.
Okay? But listen, says who? White people. I mean, I'm not white people. My grandmother ate pork damn near every day of her life, and she lived to 105.
Yeah, everybone has a different genetic makeup, but in general,
but let me just say this. Okay, the law that I believe in from God says don't eat shrimp, crab, lobster, and pork. Okay, when I go places and they got hamburgers, but they got bacon in the meat, I'm like, I know I can eat it. It ain't gonna make me sick. Ain't nobody around to judge me. But I know myself, if I eat it, then I know I'm gonna be a hypocrite. And just my luck, I'll be trying to be on the slick, and here comes somebody that's a Christian that be on the comment board somewhere like, look at this nigga, got him. So I'm afraid like that. You see what I'm saying? So it does it make me not want to eat it? Does it make me want to eat it? Look, that's a personal choice. But the Most High say, don't do it. So I'm just not going to do it. And I do know that. And then here's the thing. When you find out why not to do it. Okay, so like you've been eating pork 30 years, right? You're 35. You've been eating pork for 30 years, and come to find out, you find out about the tapeworms and all the parasites that come with eating undercooked pork and pork in general. Okay, then you're like, oh damn, I should stop this. And then you say, oh, okay, well, damn, God really does love me because he don't want me to eat the worms. So instead of telling black people about all the tapeworms and then the like, how they got the scientific names for stuff, like a turtle is called the long scientific name. But don't nobody want to hear that. What is that's a turtle? Okay, don't nobody just don't eat pork. How come? It's go give you worms. We know that. That's how your grandmother know that. So what I'm saying is, it's not gonna, when you say change your spirit and change your heart, right? It don't necessarily, in a sense, like how you want to use the term, thou shalt not murder. Thou shalt not murder your brother. If you really want to break it down, all this has to do with nation. The law was given to the Israelites in the wilderness. Thou shalt not murder has to do with your brother. I'm not supposed to be mad at Chris because he stepped on my shoe and be like, I'm finna kill him. But if someone from another nation stepped on Chris's shoe and I hit him with, yappity hop hop, you know what I'm saying, some hot things, hey, now I'm not gonna go into all that because this is a public forum. But thou shalt not murder has to do with your brother because that's how you know what I'm saying, we supposed to talk things out.
All right,
We
thousand
supposed to
pardons,
have that forgiveness.
Go ahead,
thousand
sir.
pardons, brother, thousand pardons. I
Yeah.
disagree with Lex when he says the law won't change your heart. I disagree with that totally because you
Okay,
could
can you
have.
answer the question and then explain your point? What is the law in its entirety? Like I don't need all the laws, but is the law just the written word, or is it the consequences that come after?
You talking about? I don't understand the question. What do you mean the law is the written?
The analogy he used. He was like, if your mama tell you straighten up and you don't, your mama just not telling you straighten up, like she said, and if you don't, this gonna happen to you. Is that part of the law, or is that a third entity?
No, you
Separate.
got consequences for breaking the law. I mean, in my opinion, the law is something you're supposed to carry with you always. You know what I'm saying? You always, once you learn it, it's like how I'm saying with Lex, and he's saying the law won't change your heart. No, that's not necessarily true, And I'm just gonna use this as an example. Like, look at Malcolm X, what he was doing before he cleaned himself up, and look what he was doing after he cleaned himself up. I mean, these laws are set here for a reason. You know what I'm saying? To clean yourself up, perfect your soul, clean yourself up, stand upright, and to say that this is not going to change your heart, you know what I'm saying? I just disagree with that. Once and then the whole with the eating of the pork thing, it's not only tapeworms and all that. You got to remember, these pigs, these crustaceans and all that, these things eat trash. They eat feces and dead animals. So when you bring this into your body, it not only affects you like your body wise, it also affects your mind. How you gonna think upright and think straight and righteous and try to curb or bring to minutia the sins of yourself when you got pollutants in your brain throwing you off? I mean, that's how I see how the law cleans people up, just basically in a nutshell.
Hey, but Pete Gang, I get that about my brothers, and I totally understand where y'all coming from. But it goes beyond reason to believe that laws, how can I say this? Lawlessness is automatic wickedness. You don't need laws to do right. You know what I'm saying? So those laws that were written by, once again, the unknown author to the spokesman for God to write those things, the law is not what was important about the Old Testament. The redemption, the healing, the coming together, the let's form a brotherhood and sisterhood.
So
Those
let me
are
ask you
the
this, brother,
important aspects of the Old Testaments.
and I don't
But
mean
the
to cut you
law,
off. But let me ask you this though, right quick. So you saying, uh, well, then how do you explain this? The law say you shouldn't sleep with your brother's wife. Uh, uh, how is that not needed? I mean, some of this shit, some things
I
you
don't mean
might
to
have
cut you
a,
off,
you
bro.
might
That's
see your.
common sense. You're not supposed to
That's
covet
not common
the
sense,
next
bro.
man's wife. That
If it
is
was,
common sense.
then
Why
why
the
Okay,
was
law?
it a
but
Laws
law?
is not
Why was it a law
could
enacted for
you
you not to
imagine?
do it?
But
Because you
sorry,
It
was
didn't
could you
wicked
take a
as
law
hell.
for
That's
me not
why.
to know that. I got
could
love
you
for my brother,
imagine?
so I'm not gonna covet his woman. That it
Could
don't
you
take no
imagine that
law.
some people know that inherently?
Exactly, T Duck. Thank you. That is not hard to understand. I don't get it, man. Like if
Okay,
like that's what I'm saying.
okay. Well then, why is there a law not to sleep with animals? If they making a law not to do something, obviously motherfuckers was doing it. Period.
Oh, okay, exactly. And the question becomes why they doing. Let me ask you this, brother. The brother was just talking. What is the spiritual understanding of the dietary law?
Well, I just gave you some of my
What you
thoughts
mean?
on it.
Watch
What you
this.
mean the spiritual understanding?
I'm gonna show y'all. Let me read something to you.
Like how the things that we're supposed to eat look up.
Let me
Or
show
what?
you what I'm talking about. This is a book that was taken out of the Bible called the Epistle of Barnabas. Check this out. And he's talking about the law and the spiritual meanings, right? He says, moreover, thou shalt not eat the hare. Why so? Thou shalt not be found a corrupter of boys, now shalt thou become like such persons. For the hare gaineth one passage into the body every year, for according to the number of years it lives, it has just so many orifices. And neither shalt thou eat the hyena, thou shalt not, saith he, become an adulterer or a fornicator, neither shalt thou resemble such persons. Why so? Because this animal changes his nature year by year, and becometh one time male and another female. Moreover, he hateth the weasel also with good reason. Thou shalt not, saith he, become such as those men of whom we hear as work of iniquity with their mouth for uncleanness. Now shalt thou cleave unto impure women who work iniquity with their mouth, for this animal conceiveth with his mouth. Concerning meats, then Moses received 3 decrees to this effect and uttered them in a spiritual sense. But they accepted them according to the lust of his flesh, as though they referred to eating. So what I'm saying is, you'll see that when we get Paul says the law was spiritual, and Christ was saying he was teaching the spirit of the Torah. Now, some people read the dietary law and they just think it's about eating. But no one ever thought that those animals represented certain spirits that are on people. For instance, it talks like when you talk about a pig, you know what I'm saying? Like,
We actually break that down on the
what?
Torah night, bro. We got like at least 4 shows where we break that down.
So what's your point?
I'm trying to figure out what yours is.
All right, so I have no point then. You know everything. So I have no point then.
It's not that. It's just that, I'm trying to figure out what is the difference. It's like you're saying basically nobody in order for the law to convert you, you have to put it in action. In order for JC to convert you, you would have to put his work in action. That's like the end of the day, bro. That's the end of the discussion. It's not going to just happen.
It's not the end of discussion. You have to be reprogrammed.
Isn't it the consequence?
By practicing. That's how you be reprogrammed.
No, you're not reprogrammed. You're programmed through the spirit. You're through the spirit of God that comes and lives inside of you, that guides you.
That's what it is.
By practicing.
Question. If y'all brothers don't mind.
Go ahead, brother.
Okay.
Go ahead,
bro. I want to know from you, my brother Lex, what do you mean when you say reprogramming? Like, what's your understanding or perception when it comes to reprogramming, or how do you feel about that overall?
All right. So I don't know how much you're aware of coding or what genetics is or what like a computer programmer does, but man is operating off of software, so to say, meaning that he has a virus. You know what I'm saying? His genetics corrupted. Just like when you go back in Genesis and it said God chose Noah because he was perfect in his genes for that time, meaning everybody else, their programming, their genetic, the core of what they are was corrupt, right? So what I'm saying is your genetics are corrupt. Your coding is leaning towards disobedience from God.
So what you're saying is like basically the corruption is to the core. Beyond psychology, we're talking about within the DNA, the mitochondrial DNA that's being passed from mother to child or from father to child. Basically,
right.
the entire stock is bad, in essence. Like a deformity, like somebody having like a chicken wing arm, a little small arm.
Like a
That's
virus.
according to the New Testament. Yes.
No, it's not even according to the New. It's according to the Old Testament too. All flesh has come corrupt before me. That's
Bro,
what.
where
That's
does it
what.
say that we are born in sin? Okay, if that's the case, what about
All.
Elijah?
Hold on.
What
I
about
just
Enoch?
said
What
all
about Job?
flesh.
What about Abraham? What about, I mean, you just named a bunch of, you just said that Abraham kept all his laws, statutes, and commandments. And now you're going to say, I mean, come on, bro.
No,
Understand.
all of these men were flawed.
Were they born in sin?
Yeah, obviously. All flesh has
No.
come corrupt. All flesh have come short of the glory of God. All flesh has come corrupt before me. That's why the flood came.
Brother, but you got to understand, even in the Torah, the Messiah is not the perfect candidate, but he's what you need. Like you, I don't know what we're like. There's nowhere where we're expecting.
You're not saying nothing. You're just saying you got to understand. Is all flesh corrupt to die?
No.
So why did he say it then?
Where?
This is what I'm saying. In Genesis. You want me to read it?
What Bible are you reading out of, brother?
Hey.
Hold on. I'll read it for you. It says in Genesis.
Before you read that, brother.
Well, if y'all don't want to read it, I don't even know why we're having a conversation. That's what I'm saying.
I can read it out of. Just want to know what kind of Bible are you reading from?
The King James Bible.
You say the King James version? Okay. All right.
Hey, is that Q on the end?
Yes, all right, so it's Genesis 6 and 12. Genesis 6 and 12. This is before the
pre-flood, correct?
Yes,
and God looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth.
It was corrupt. Was is a what kind of, they're putting that in the like past tense, bro. It was corrupt.
Okay, brother. So what changed in the
agree
flesh?
with you on that. I agree with you on that, New Era. It's all past tense.
Yo, hush, man, hush.
When did the flesh change since then?
Oh, we got that faggot on here? Hey, y'all, I'm out. Fuck this faggot. I don't kick it with them.
So, I mean, this is what I mean when I just we're like, dudes are not really trying to just face truth. We're just denying, like, we want to read the Bible sometime, and then when we read certain things that don't agree with what we want to believe, we just going to deny it. So now when
after the flood, was Noah perfect in his genes?
He was perfect in his generation.
Okay, so all flesh changed after the flood. That's when it all changed. Good one.
Okay, so then, all right, so let's go to Isaiah 40. This is way after the flood. And let's see what you concoct after this. In Isaiah 40. It says, let's see. Oh yeah, comfort you, my people. Speak tenderly to Jerusalem, crying to her that her warfare is accomplished, that her iniquities pardoned.
What's up?
Every valley shall be exalted, every mountain, the hill shall be made low, and the crooked shall be made straight, and the rough places smooth. And the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together, for the mouth of the Lord has spoken it. The voice said, cry, and he said, what shall I cry? All flesh is grass, and all its loveliness is as the flower of the field. The grass withers, the flower fades, because the breath of the Lord blows upon it. Surely the people are grass. The grass withers, the flower fades, but the word of our God shall stand forever.
Nope, that's not what you was looking for, Lex. Maybe
Not at all.
it's Isaiah 40 and 18.
Huh?
Maybe that's the verse.
Are you talking about to whom you like in God? Is that where you're starting from, brother?
I wanted him to read it. That's all. Never mind. My bad. I'm gonna go back to check now.
I ain't trying to fuck you up. My bad. I'm just trying to keep up.
At the end of the day, man, fear Yah and keep His commandments, not JC. That's what it comes down to, man.
We're not even talking about the JC stuff, bro.
Yeah, but you're pretty much itching there. We can
your flesh is rotting. Is your flesh not rotting, bro?
Bro, my flesh is gonna always rot.
All right, so the flesh.
Hold on. What you mean your flesh is gonna always rot?
What does that mean?
I mean, my flesh is gonna rot. I'm just gonna rot until I die.
Okay, both of y'all sound like y'all saying y'all body is rotten. How is your body rotten?
I think basically what he's saying is he got an expiration date.
From the time you start living. From the time you come out.
What that got to do with your body rotting? I'm asking, how does your body decay while you're living?
No.
You're getting older. That's it.
It's called oxidation.
Yeah, he just mean you dying in general. That's what he mean.
Oh, so it's slang.
You're literally, but you're literally rusting from oxidation.
But aren't your cells rejuvenating themselves? Your skin cells fall off and your fingers start born. That's not rotting.
From the first time that a banana, when you have a banana, the first time that is actually growing is actually starting to die at the same time. Fruit, trees, everything, it's all the same thing, and that's all it's saying. It's not really deep. It's the same thing.
I get that. I get that. I'm just
our
asking.
cells only multiply a certain amount of times before they stop dividing.
Hey, Q, that's you over there. Keep saying, man. What's
Every time they divide, they tail gets smaller.
Hey, what's going on, man? How you doing?
I ain't said, bro. I almost ain't knew it was you. I seen it in Hebrew. I was like, what the fuck?
My bad for stopping y'all bill, man, but that caught my ear. Okay, so he just said, your body is rotten, and you said always. My bad. Go ahead, Lex.
Yeah, because see, this is why he's saying that though, Suave, because in the New Testament, they're basing that off of Adam being the first of all creation. So they're basically they're basically saying that story is basically telling you that all people started dying because Adam did that, which is nowhere in that's just not true.
All right, so then after Adam did that, God said, "From dust thou art, and to dust thou shalt return." So what was going to happen to Adam before that?
He was going to be immortal.
Nah, Q, let him answer, because we just gotta.
Yeah, but
because this is like, honestly, this type of stuff right here is like plain like lower intelligence. You know what I'm saying? Watch this.
If you listen, bro, if you make it out where Yah is talking about him actually physically dying, you're going to make Yah out to be a liar. And
I didn't say. Forget about the thing that happened. What they said. I'm talking about after the act. After the act. There was a curse that said, "From dust thou art, until dust thou return," which was a penalty for the act. What did that mean?
I don't know, bro. I guess I think that was more just like a saying, bro. I wouldn't.
You see what I'm talking about, y'all? Now you see why we never get nowhere. You see why we never get nowhere.
How is it a saying if it's in the Bible though? It's not just a saying. It means something.
Y'all watching the making of Blue become Dark Side. What Blue is today, this is the making of it. This when he was a Hebrew. And him and
hold on, Blue. Let's welcome Word or Volume. What's your name, brother?
Yeah, Volume of the book, bro. You call me Volume, is cool.
Oh, Shalom.
Hey, Shalom, Blue.
Hold on. Niggas ain't welcome me in when I came in. No, I'm just playing.
I absolutely did, bro. What you mean? I said
Quit
everybody said what's up.
crying, man.
Oh no, a lot of niggas are probably gonna say but you know, you always over here, man. You fam
So
base.
what?
Chill out with the women.
So hold on,
This
let
is
Blue
the thing.
explain what from dust thou out. Don't give. Just tell us what it means, since it doesn't mean that you're gonna like what happens to us. Literally,
I mean, from that aspect,
Hold on, brother.
yeah.
Our bodies return to the dust of the ground. You're saying that ain't what that means. So what does it mean?
I mean, in that instance, I guess it could mean that. I still would say that it's still talking. I still think it's more of a spiritual. It's more on a metaphysical level than it is you just looking at it as.
So what is it? What does it mean, bro?
I mean, it's obvious they broke y'all's law, so I mean they chose death. I mean, it's just obvious.
What does the words from dust thou art to dust thou shalt return? What does that mean?
That they chose death.
So what is death then?
Bro, according to that story, it would be spiritually. That's my point. It'd just be your morale.
Oh
it was
God.
based on.
He running.
I don't understand
That's
why you would equivalate that. Like you would
honestly,
have to
bro,
tell
this
me
is
who,
like some old.
Listen. You would have to tell me what were the people doing that was created in Genesis 1.
I wouldn't have to tell you anything. All we got to do with what we're saying right in this verse.
Because I understand what you're saying.
No, you
but
don't.
That's not going to change. That's not necessarily going to change the way I look at the story. And regardless of it, there's no proof that you can say that nobody was dying before Adam.
But he's asking you how do you look at the story? He's asking you how do you look at the story and explain it. But you're not explaining it. You keep saying, well,
I did. I just told you it's a metaphysical. I just told you. I already explained it.
Bro, let me tell y'all what's going on here.
Oh, this is so funny. I want to take this to the argument league too. Talk about this one. I might take this one to the argument league too and talk about it.
Let me tell you exactly what's going on here. This brother, what he's doing
That's
is
just like
the reason
that's
why
just like in Isaiah 14.
now he wants to
Isaiah
explain.
14, is that a literal grave?
Go ahead, Lex.
What he wants to do, he's a damn liar, bro. And this is why I say you can't get nowhere with these guys, because he know it's no, you ain't got to guess about what that means, but he know if he admits what it means, it's not gonna fall in line. It's not gonna fall in line with it. But that's what I mean by these dudes, man.
Okay, my
They're
bad.
just fucking liars, yo.
Okay.
Hey, real quick. I want to
me
ask
one more time what
that
it means.
Bible. I want to ask y'all a question real quick. I'm sorry, Swab, what you saying?
Go ahead, bro.
Oh, okay. It's a question pertaining to Genesis. Genesis, I think 32:60. No, 32:30. If you'd like me to read it, I'll read it. But I was wondering if anybody first was familiar with it.
I'm not. Go ahead and read
just read it. Just read it.
All right.
Yeah, read it.
So Jacob called the place Peniel. It sounds like it's saying pineal, but I'm trying to understand that. Okay, hold on. Let me read it
It
first
was
and
in
then
his
not get
mind.
commentary.
He just
So
wrestled.
Jacob-
It was just him wrestling with good and evil in his mind. That's all. It was a fight in this.
Hold on, wait. But there was something else that was said below it that caught my attention.
Mm-hmm.
It is because I saw God face to face, and yet
Yeah.
my life was spared.
Yes, that was in his mind. All of that. That's why it was the pot. That's why he named that place where he wrestled with him at the Pineal. All of that was in his mind.
You come on, bro.
Wow.
You seriously think they knew about the Pioneer man back then?
But hold on, wait.
Really?
Hold up. No, that's not why I was asking the question.
Really? Do you
Hold
think
on,
that he
ahead,
really
Si.
wrestled with an angel?
Hold on. Brandon, did you get what you wanted out of him?
Oh no, not yet. I'll wait. I was gonna wait for everybody to get through with what they were getting through with, so I can get to that.
Okay,
No, go
finish
ahead.
what you were saying, bro. I don't want to cut him. Go finish what you was asking, bro.
I-
And then let's talk. Yeah.
I mean,
Go ahead, Blue. Respond to him, bro. He done you
yeah, because
respond.
I mean that would like that's like saying snakes can talk. Jonah was in a whale in the belly of a whale. I mean, he's not fighting with no actual angel. You got to read
But
the whole story in context and understand it, huh?
do you know the context, or do you understand what the pineal gland does with the body?
Does with the body?
No, yes. Do you know the function of the pineal gland?
Which one? According to science or according to
According to reality, man.
According to the
spirituality.
When I say that, I'm not saying I'm just saying according to the reality that we live in. Do you understand its function, its functionality as we understand it as humans?
I'm not sure. I'm not positive. I mean, according to me, I see it as a place that or as a way that you can connect to another side.
Yeah, like a physical spiritual. Is that what you're saying? Like a physical spiritual organ?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That basically taps into an unknown field of force or power.
Yeah.
Are y'all serious right now? Man, that's bullshit, man.
I'm asking his understanding. Lex, I want your understanding as well.
Go ahead, Sal. Say what you got to say, and then we'll let Lex explain that.
No, I was gonna say about the you come from dust, therefore you shall go to dust. And Lex was saying that this means it was a punishment for what I guess Adam did. Well, now it becomes since Lex is arguing this point that it was a punishment for what he did, it's incumbent on Lex now to prove that man was made to live forever. That man was not gonna go back to the dust. So if he's gonna say,
I
can
okay,
prove that.
Read that verse, bro, because the way you just read it, it don't even sound like that.
I can prove it right now, easily. Y'all ready? Because you asked me.
Go ahead.
Bro.
Write out the scriptures.
Not in the New Testament, bro. We talking about the Torah.
In the Torah. In the Torah. In the matter of fact, and a couple of verses later. Here we go, right here. Right here, Genesis. Let me read it for you. I'm glad y'all asked that question. Let's go to Genesis 3:22. Now let's see if you. Now, after all that, this is what God said. After he made them skins and clothed them, which really represented them becoming more physical, but that's a whole nother story. And the Lord God said, behold, the man is become as one of us to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever.
Bro,
Lex,
what's the tree of life?
Did you hear what you just said?
What's the tree of life?
So that means that man,
lost, bro, you don't even know what the tree of life is. That's why you're lost and you're looking at it.
Okay, no matter what the tree of life was, he was going to.
It's what it is.
Hold up, bro. Don't get into the sidebar arguments. The point is that before this, obviously, they was going to partake of the tree of life.
No, bro. No.
So therefore, listen, man, listen, bro. After all this happened, it says, "In the Lord God, behold, man is become of one of us to know good and evil. Now, lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever. Therefore, the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the garden of cherubims a flaming sword was turned every way to keep the way of the tree of life." So that means that he cut him off from eternal life and away from getting to eternal life. That's plain and simple. Whether you
that's in your mind, bro. If you can't see that that's in your mind, bro.
So even if it is in your mind, listen. Wait a minute.
Hold on. You think that's a real play?
I didn't say it was a real. Yo, do you know what a straw man argument is, bro?
I mean, I'm trying to figure out, like, telling you that it has nothing to do with a physical life or a physical death, and you like constantly keep like making the same argument.
So,
It just told
okay.
you that they ate from the tree of life. The
All
tree
right.
of life is the Torah. So if they ate from the tree of life, you can't eat the Torah. But yet, Yah tells Daniel to what? Eat these scrolls. So what is he telling you?
Okay,
Right.
if that,
It
so
has
all
to do
right,
with your
that's fine, brother.
soul, bro.
You think you know everything. You're so
It's
ignorant.
your
Let me show
soul.
you. Let me ask you a question then. So
Bro,
at this point in time,
he asked you to prove that man was dying before Adam, bro. That man didn't die before Adam. You didn't do that.
he asked, someone said, prove that they was going to live forever. He just said, lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever. What does that mean?
Which is the Torah.
So
How
what
are they
does,
going?
listen,
Oh my
you're
God.
making a straw man argument, Slowpoke. What does live forever mean?
Your
Immortality.
soul. Your soul, bro. But that's not physical. That's not your physical. That's not your flesh. That's talking about your soul.
Okay.
So your soul is when he said you have to work at the sweat of your brow. That's your soul too. Come on,
Oh
man.
my
Damn.
This dude is, yo, I hate to say it, bro.
That didn't
I'm
make
gonna
no
try to be,
sense.
Come on,
this
bro.
is
You gotta
what you
understand
call
what's
motherfucking
allegory and what's
artistic shit,
spiritual.
bro.
So when it
I
was
just don't
talking,
understand.
so when it's talking about the
For the
woman, hold
whole,
on,
everything
wait,
started
hold
with
on,
two
bro.
people.
Hold on,
So when
let
it's
Q
talking
go
about the
in.
woman,
Go in.
hold on, let me just say this real quick. So when it's talking about the woman, how she's gonna have to have pain during childbirth, is that spiritual too? Like, stop playing with the fucking scriptures. If you believe the shit, stop playing with it, bro.
Hold up, chicken
Obviously,
box. You
it's
trying to turn it
spiritual.
into something
You don't.
else, man.
It's still. I
No,
don't. I
Well,
don't
anyway,
see.
the
I
brother
still
asked,
don't see
what
how
did the
that's
brother who
spiritual.
asked the question
Just
have
because
to
you
say
don't
about that?
understand that part,
Because
don't make
out the
it
blue
not
was just
spiritual.
argumentative. The brother who asked the question, what do you have to say about that?
Man, look, I'm not finna argue. Just keep on going what you're going. I just
No,
said
I don't want
to
to argue. I'm just thinking, what are you saying that you asked me about living forever, and then I read that verse? What is your take on the verse? I'm not trying to argue with you.
my take on the verse is man was not supposed to in the flesh walk on this earth forever. He was born and created with an expiration date. Now,
No, okay, I understand that you believe that, but what do you take from verse 22 when it says, "And the Lord God said, Behold, the man is become as one of us to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever. Therefore, the
okay,
Lord God sent him
I
forth
got
from
you.
the."
I got you. So, and by you saying that in itself, he had to put forth his hand and eat from the tree of life to live forever. So, therefore, he was not going to live forever if he didn't even eat from the tree of life. So, in that itself, what you just read, you in error, Lex. And I ain't even going on the
That's
deeper
clear.
level on it. I'm just going on the
That's
surface.
clear.
Okay.
He
That's
would have
clear.
had to eat from the tree of life to live forever. Just off what you
But
said,
still
he would
took
have
an
had to eat
action.
from the tree.
Yep.
So
And that takes
if he
action, bro.
So, would he have been able to eat from the tree of life if he didn't eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil?
Well, then I'm just gonna say it
That's what it
bluntly.
said.
So, then he
Yes,
would
that's what
have
he was
ate from
supposed
the
to
tree
do.
of life, then, right?
I'm just gonna say it bluntly. In that case, we wouldn't know because he fucked up before he could even get the chance to
Oh,
live or
my.
not.
See what I'm saying? Now you're going to say we wouldn't know. But what is the text
Hold up.
implicating?
The text said, least he put his hand forth to eat from the tree of life, which means he hadn't even done it yet.
All right.
So
I'm not even arguing with
so
you yet.
so in that case, that means right there he wasn't gonna live forever. He had to eat from the tree of life to live forever.
So I'm asking you, was it the purpose for him to take from the tree of life, though?
Say that again.
Was it the
Yes.
intention
His
of
purpose.
God to
Yes.
have him take from the tree of life?
Yes.
Okay,
His purpose was for you
Because
to
if we
follow
look
his
at the
law.
story, if that was the intention, then his intention would have been that he would have lived forever.
hold on. Okay, that's cool. And yeah, okay, I agree with that. But however,
Okay.
just by
So
hold on, Lex. Just by you saying basically what God was saying was now if he eats from the tree of life, he gonna live forever. So apparently that meant he wasn't gonna live forever unless he ate from the tree of life. So he was created to die.
Hey, brothers, do y'all mind if I come in for a second? Just
Go ahead,
Oh
go
my
ahead.
God, man.
I
Go
really
ahead,
wanted to
bro.
answer the question, but I'm gonna comment on what y'all saying right here. Maybe we should take this into consideration. I'm not gonna go either way on that, but this is something for us to think about. If we look at Adam's lifespan as far as what it says in the scriptures, right? I think it was 920 years or so. But
30.
later on,
Yeah.
we see during Moses' time, Moses takes it down to a 70 years in Psalms, 120 in Noah time, 70 years in Psalms. So maybe the question we should be asking ourselves is, why did the lifespan drop so much from 900, 800, 700 years to 70 years? What caused that drop of lifespan?
The fact that it wasn't real.
I'm saying, brother,
You
from the
started
perspective of the
eating meat.
story.
You started eating
Disobedience.
meat.
Disobedience.
So,
I
Yeah.
mean,
okay, so check this
the
out.
whole
So
story is about
disobedience.
being obedient or being disobedient. That's the
Okay,
whole
cool.
point of the whole book.
All right, so check this out, Blue. And I'm just putting this out there to see if we could put this puzzle together. So if disobedience dropped the lifespan from 900 years to 70 years, what would have happened if man never disobeyed?
Well, we go back and we look. You got some people to live 1,100 years. So, and
Nah,
it
not in the
tells
Bible,
you.
bro. Not in the Bible.
Hold up, bro. I think it's something like close to that. I don't think it was just like 900 years. I might be wrong though. However, though, if you go back to what you saying, man, what's the name live 925 years, then if there was no disobedience, I would assume man would live to be like 925 years.
But wait. If
I'll be right
wait,
back.
if disobedience
Okay,
caused
bro.
him to die at 925, then what would have happened if he never disobeyed?
Right,
Hold up,
man.
hold up. Time out, because I see some trickery in here. The question was, this is what you said. What caused man's lifespan to be shortened? And
Yeah.
he said disobedience.
Right.
So what you're saying right now, that's kind
No, what I
of.
said. Well, let me just clarify real quick. I said what caused man's lifespan to drop from 925
And
down
he
to
said disobedience. So you said if man wasn't disobedient, what would have happened to him? And I said, okay, well, basically, all man would probably live to be like 925.
So you
But
saying that?
But
how
is that
so?
person
you
that
saying
lived
that
to be
Adam? So you saying
925
that
down?
Adam disobeying didn't have no effect on his lifespan?
Of course it didn't.
Right. Wait. I'm sorry. You say that again. I can't hear you, bro.
I said, of course it didn't. You got to understand the whole thing.
Yeah,
Our
that's
cells can
that's
only
volume of the book. He real solid.
go as far
That's a good
as
brother.
long as our cells could strive. They didn't have that information in, so they
Brother,
made stories up.
that's incorrect. Man, everything, there's nothing new under the sun. This is all a repeat. You saying they didn't have that information in, I'm willing to guarantee and bet and debate man was smarter back then than he is
I
now.
believe that too.
Period.
I believe that too. That's
There's
facts.
no getting around that. You
All
living
right.
under a oppressive system to where they gotta
Yeah,
take
I
knowledge
believe we
in
knew
and
about
teach you
cells.
something
I believe
that was
we
stripped
knew
from you.
about neurons. I believe we knew about
Yeah,
the.
before the flood, that was what they would call Atlantis. But check this out, brother. It's Genesis 6:3. It says, "And the Lord said, My spirit shall not
He said
always
before
strive
the
with man."
flood.
But when you
Before the flood, that's what we would have called Atlantis. Did y'all hear that dude say?
Later, here we go right here.
Curse was literal, or what I ain't even saying it was
Disobedience. The eating represents the disobedience. You know, like the action. He disobeyed in order of God. So dude can say, well, the whole story is metaphysical.
And Methuselah was 969.
How does
man? That's curse based. That's
20 years, and you
man is.
How does this explain why so understand about it?
And Methuselah was 900. Like I said, I'm just trying to reason this out. So the
then
bro.
Also, I mean, they chose death. I mean, it's just obvious.
What does the words "from dust thou art, to dust thou shalt return"? What does that mean?
That they chose death.
I said, of course it didn't. You got to understand the whole thing. We are cell dependent.
Like faith, that case,
from very
that case, we faith they live.
Hey, brother, in the scriptures, right? I think it was 920 years or so. But
30.
later on, we see during Moses' time, Moses takes it down to 70 years in Psalms, 120 in Noah time, 70 years in Psalms. So maybe the question we should be asking ourselves is, why did the lifespan drop so much from 900, 800, 700 years to 70 years? What caused that drop of lifespan?
The fact that it wasn't real.
I'm saying, brother, from the perspective of the story.
You started eating meat.
Disobedience.
So,
I mean,
okay, so check this out.
the whole story is about being obedient or being disobedient. That's the whole point of the whole book.
All right, so check this out, Blue. And I'm just putting this out there to see if we could put this puzzle together. So if disobedience dropped the lifespan from 900 years to 70 years, what would have happened if man never disobeyed?
Well, we go back and we look. You got some people to live 1,100 years. So, and it
not in the
tells
Bible,
you,
bro. Not in the Bible.
Hold up, bro. I think it's something like close to that. I don't think it was just like 900 years. I might be wrong though. However, though, if you go back to what you saying, man, what's the name lived 925 years, then if there was no disobedience, I would assume man would live to be like 925 years.
But wait. If
I'll be right back.
If disobedience caused him to die at 925, then what would have happened if he never disobeyed?
Right.
Hold up. Time out, because I see some trickery in here. Okay. The question was, this is what you said. What caused man's lifespan to be shortened? And he said disobedience.
Right.
So what you're saying right now, that's kind of
what I said. Well, let me just clarify real quick. I said what caused man's lifespan to drop from 925 down
and he
to
said disobedience. So you said if man wasn't disobedient, what would have happened to him? And I said, okay, well, basically all man would probably live to be like 925.
So you saying that?
But is that person that lived to be 925?
So you saying that Adam disobeying didn't have no effect on his lifespan?
Of course it didn't.
Right. Wait. I'm sorry. You say it again. I can't hear you, bro.
I said, of course it didn't. You got to understand the whole thing. We are cell dependent. We only go as far as long as our cells could strive. They didn't have that information in, so they made stories up.
Brother, that's incorrect. Man, everything. There's nothing new under the sun. This is all a repeat. You saying they didn't have that information in? I'm willing to guarantee and bet and debate. Man was smarter back then than he is now. Period.
I believe that too. That's facts.
There's no getting around that. You living under a oppressive system to where they gotta take knowledge in and teach you something that was stripped from you.
I believe you knew about
before the flood, that was what they would call Atlantis. But check this out, brother. It's Genesis 6:3. It says, "And the Lord said, My spirit shall not always strive with man, for he also is flesh. Yet his days shall be 120 years. Why would the Lord say, My spirit should not also strive more, for that he is also flesh, if that was the case from the beginning?
Because he knew man was going to go back to the earth. That goes back to what you said about you come from the earth, you're going to go back to the earth.
But you just said that wasn't literal.
Hold up. You talking to the wrong person. I didn't say that.
So you
literal.
Believe that curse was literal?
Time out.
No, time out.
You got to clarify what you're saying, because I didn't tell you.
You just said because he knew that man was going to go back to the earth. And then I said, oh, so you believe that curse is literal. And I was referring to from dust thou art to dust thou will return.
No. Hold on.
So what do you mean?
Hold up. Now, because some confusion is coming in here.
There ain't no confusion with me.
Yes, it is. Basically, if we go back to the original thing, you said, what does it mean when it says you come from the earth, so you're going back to the earth? And I stated that if you're saying that man was supposed to live forever, then you will have to prove that. So I was not saying that curse was literal or what. I didn't even saying it was a curse. I just said you got to prove that man was supposed to live forever.
You're not saying it was a curse?
I didn't say, hold up, brother. I didn't even say it was a curse. I said you have to prove.
Hold up. It is a curse. Do you want to read that it was a curse?
Bro, I said if you're saying that the reason they disobeyed, so that means they gotta die, you have to prove that they're gonna live they were supposed to live forever.
All right. Now, I would say that you would have to that your assumption is that you would have to prove, because there was no indication that they was gonna die. And the death happened. Hold on. The death happened afterward, and when we die, we return to the earth.
Bro,
so you would have to prove otherwise.
Not me. So don't see Lex.
Oh my God, dude. All right, let's just get back to what I just asked. And the Lord said, my spirit shall not always strive for man. Hold up, brother.
Stop pulling the mind games, Lex.
There's no mind games, bro.
Lex, you posed the question. So the onus was on you to prove man was supposed to live forever. Period. Don't change.
All right, so I'm posing this question again right here. And the Lord said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for he is also flesh. Yet his days shall be 120 years. And you said because he knew man would return to the ground. Was that not your answer?
That was my answer, Lex.
Now, why would you say that? Why? What in the world would make you say because he knew man would return to the ground?
I think we all know man is flesh. Flesh, I said it earlier. Flesh is not me. Everybody is born with an expiration date.
How does this explain why God would say, listen, brother, and the Lord said...
Do you know what he meant when he said, my spirit shall not dwell with man forever? You know what that meant, Lex? That means, man, the flesh is going to go back to the earth and your spirit going to go back to he who gave it.
All right, so calm down, brother. What I'm saying is he's stating this for a reason, though. And the Lord said, my spirit shall not always strive for man, for that he is also flesh. That's the reason he's saying it. And this is in Genesis 6, verse 3, brother. So why does he need to say, well, he's basically saying, well, my spirit ain't going to dwell in because he is also flesh. So he's saying there's an issue here with the flesh and my spirit dwelling with him. Because they're also flesh, now my spirit, and then the lifespan is reduced to 120 years.
Yeah, so the point that I was making based on that was...
I'm not going to run around in circles with you, Lex. All that shit you pulling. Nah,
see, bro. Now I'm pulling something.
We know quite clear. You know quite clear what that situation is talking about, Lex. Come on, bro.
What is it talking? I know. I'm reading it. I don't understand what you don't understand about it.
I understand exactly what that's. Come on, bro. I ain't finna. Go ahead, brother. With the go ahead, the other brother.
Yeah. I just was like I said. I'm just trying to reason this out. So the oldest man in the Bible was Methuselah. He was 969. So he outlived the time span of Adam. And all I'm basically saying is if we just use the logic, I'm not even trying to say yeah or nay, even though I have my belief. If we use the logic and Methuselah was 969, what I'm saying is, as far as I know, I don't know all you brothers' belief. As far as I know, most people think that the reason why people die, biblically I'm talking about, is because of sin. As far as I know. Now, again, my point was, if there was no sin, what would be the purpose of the Most High killing anybody? If nobody's doing nothing wrong, why you gotta die? So if death is the result of sin, then that would mean that before Adam sinned, he would not have died. And I'm just saying logically.
Exactly, man. That's just logical, man. Like these dudes, that's just logical.
It ain't gotta be that, Lex. It ain't gotta be these dudes. They're just trying to reason it out.
You can't even agree with that, Lex, because you said yourself, man was supposed to eat from the tree of life. Come on, dude. You
No.
got trickery, dog. Come on,
hold
man.
on. When we read that, right? What I'm saying is when you're reading that, the story, the whole theme of the story, though, is showing the fall of man. So just because it said, lest he reach out and take, so dude can say, well, the whole story is metaphysical. But on this part, he wants to get all particular and say, well, it said, unless he had to take it and eat it. But the point is that it was taken away. They was kicked out of the garden, and there was something that put around it so they could not enter it. So the garden represented where eternal life was. They were thrown out of that place. So they went from one state to another state. In this state, they deteriorate.
And what did
that's clear. I mean, that's clear.
Hold on, Lex. You getting loud ain't gonna prove your point.
How did
they fall? How did man fall, Lex? What did man do to make him fall?
He disobeyed in order of
By
God
doing what?
by being deceived by the serpent, by eating the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil.
Lex. Let's
just
get to the point.
How man fell.
Let's get to the point. What did man do to make him fall? You said eating from the tree of knowledge. What was the tree? What did he do, Lex? Because I think we're gonna have to go to core issues of this, so can't be no dancing.
You really want
what did man do? What was the tree, Lex? We're gonna have to do this, so nobody.
That's what I'm saying. That will get into I would get into something you ain't even ready for, bro. Honestly,
bro,
I won't even go there.
So you just gonna
I'm
not ready for it.
Well, I'm gonna ask you this and say, do you know what the tree of knowledge of good and evil is?
Yes, I know what it is.
Well, can you explain it to me? Because maybe you might enlighten me.
In the simplest form, he partook in wicked counsel. Period. He didn't eat from no literal tree. He just partook in wicked counsel. So am I wrong, Lex?
And that wicked counsel led him to do what? What act?
Now we could go. Some say sex. Some say this. Some say that. We could go back and forth on what that was.
Well, what was it? Do you know? I'm just asking,
bro.
I don't think that's important to the point.
It can't just be wicked counsel, because that would have to lead to an act of disobedience. What is the disobedience? The eating represents the disobedience, like the action of taking from this fruit. So whether it was, what do you want to say, the fruit represented something? Somebody can whisper in my ear right now, like, go steal the cookies. All right. So, and if I have to, in order for me to take counsel, I would have to go steal the cookies.
Let's just go with this one. Let's just say they was taught about sex before their time. Let's go with that one.
Okay. So let's just say, let's go with that. And they was taught about sex. And actually, I would agree with that to some degree. It was sexual in nature, but this is what I'm saying, that I'm going to tell you my belief, and you call it crazy or whatever, but I believe Adam and Eve were light beings at this point in time, in a sense. They didn't have regular flesh like us. Not that they wasn't physical, because on every level and dimension, if you're in it, it's physical to you. You understand what I'm saying? So if a fourth dimensional being was to stand before you, he would look like a ghost. But if you was on a fourth dimension, you would be just as physical to each other. I'm saying Adam and Eve were in a different state of existence. The serpent tricked them into a physicality through some sexual enticement, which caused them to be kind of drawn into a more physicality, and they fell from the fourth dimension to the third dimension. The garden represents like a fourth or fifth dimension. Them being thrown out of the garden and all that, and the Lord putting clothes, skins on them. If you look up those words, when it says he made them coats of skins, to me, this represents them becoming more physical and going into physical. That's why there's nothing on earth that doesn't have pain given childbirth. You know, because if Eve was cursed with childbirth, then you telling me if she was giving birth before what, she was just, the baby was going to drop and she was going to have no pain? No. So this becomes a more physical, third dimensional reality. This is what we fell into. All right. That's why it said the sweat of the brow. Adam wasn't going to sweat. You see what I'm saying? These type of things, this flesh that we're in, it sweats, it gets tired. You know, it has lust, it desire to go to the bathroom and all. That's what Adam and Eve fell into, from my perspective.
Okay. Well, I think from my perspective, I don't look at it as, and I'm not saying you right or wrong, it's a lot of research everybody got to do. But from my perspective, Adam and Eve was not the first people on the earth as far as in that garden, in that particular case. The serpent was not a literal serpent. The serpent was a man. The serpent told them, like, look, you could be just like God, meaning you can produce life too. And that's when he taught them about sex, talking about if you have sex, you can produce life, you can be God's too. And bam.
Yeah, now, I agree they wasn't the first men because they wasn't humans. They wasn't they wasn't physical like that. They was more of like angelic at this point in time.
I think what he told them was about creation, that they could create and be like God's too. And they took wicked counsel from him, and he showed them things they didn't know, things they didn't concern themselves with, and they learned it. That's just simple, like how I look at it.
But
I'm not saying you're wrong. No, I'm not saying that.
So you would have to agree though, but that all right, you believe that David, I don't know, are you just strictly Old Testament or?
Yeah, I stand on the Tanakh.
All right, so you believe David is gonna be reincarnated and one day even us, right? Or David's gonna sit on the throne one day, right?
I think they were talking about the seed of David, the bloodline. I don't think they're talking about literal David's gonna come back. No.
All right, so you're a little different then, because some of these dudes believe David himself is gonna come back. So so you believe the kingdom, we're still going to be suffering from death and disease? Like, motherfuckers going to be dying of pneumonia and getting cancer?
No. I don't think none of that. Y'all clearly states he's going to create healing waters and healing trees and all that. And just like, okay, let's just say for now, like what's going on right now and the GMO thing. Don't you know, like, if you got cancer, fruits and vegetables can cure you of cancer. But here's the deal with the GMOs. They go in there and take out the nutrient, that the antifungal properties of the fruits and vegetables. So you don't get that nutrient no more. Now you got to go to them to get it. And I think all that's going to be done away with, and that's going to be reversed. And we're going to have the stuff we need to cure ourselves. Meaning,
so you think disease is still going to exist in the kingdom of God?
I mean, of course, disease is going to exist on the earth, because when the kingdom comes, you're going to have to obey laws, rules, regulations, ordinance, decrees. And if you don't, I mean, wickedness is never going to be done with. Sin is only meant to be made to a minutia, meaning bare minimal. Sin is always going to be there. You always going to have a check and balances, you know what I'm saying, like negative and positive. That's never going to change. So sin is always going to be around, period. But it's meant to be made minutia. Y'all said make it minimal, period. But it's going to be there.
Okay. Well, that's interesting, man. Well, for the Christian, heaven is a place that isn't, where things don't rust. There's no disease. None of that exists. And I think it's a much better thing to look forward to, but to each his own. They want to live in a world that still decays. I mean, if you look at the nature of God, he doesn't decay. So it's obviously that the earth is outside, disconnected from God, this dimension, because it's just like a tree planted by the waters. Like I said, if you're connected to God, like Adam was, that's why he wasn't going to decay. We decay because there's a certain amount of disconnection from God. If God is eternal, then just like what he creates is eternal. So if there's something that's doesn't take on the nature of God, it's because it's disconnected from God.
Yeah, but your soul is eternal. That energy in you that animates you, that's eternal.
So in the kingdom, when your body dies, what's going to happen to your soul?
As far as I read, your body goes to the earth, and your soul returns to that which gave it. I don't read.
But what would be the point of even? So then you're gonna be reincarnated again after that?
I don't read that, and perhaps I'm wrong, but I don't see where that it says you're gonna be reincarnated. But I'm not correct on everything. I don't know everything. So if you can enlighten me past that, then
I think, brother, the reason why now the life returns to Yah is because of the state we're in. But what would be the purpose in a kingdom for your soul to return to God and your body to die? And what, then you just don't exist no more? And like, I mean, that don't even...
Because it's on earth, number one, right? Is the kingdom on earth?
You do,
the earth is not going to be the same. I mean, that's why do y'all brothers read the book of Ezekiel?
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to figure out where you're getting this from. The earth is not going to be the same. What's going to be different besides the system? The fact that we're going to be in charge of the next system, what's going to be different about the earth?
I see you know what I think the difference is? And with all due respect, in my eyes, you brothers are just carnal. Like you think this is going to be the same. Like, so answer this: are you going to be using toilet paper in the kingdom?
Maybe.
Unless you gonna walk around with a shitty ass.
Oh my God, bro, y'all.
So magic is going. I ain't even gonna say that more magic. So you saying you ain't gonna shit in the kingdom, or your shit gonna be saying
differences. And with all due respect, in my eyes, you brothers are just carnal. Like you think this is gonna be the same. Like,
baby.
So answer this: are you gonna be using toilet paper in the kingdom?
Maybe.
Unless you gonna walk around with a shitty ass.
Oh my God, bro, y'all.
So magic is going. I ain't even gonna say that more magic. So you saying you ain't gonna shit in the kingdom, or your shit gonna be so clean you ain't gonna have to wipe your ass. I don't understand, bro. And I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just trying to
I
get
know
your
you don't
perspective.
understand. That's what I mean. So do you think? Let me ask you this: does the angel Michael take shits?
We're not going to be angels. We're going to be on this planet. So I don't understand why you're comparing this to the angel Michael.
Because we're going to have bodies like the angels.
Says who?
Says God.
Where? The
real question is
something like that, because y'all ain't even going to be having babies in Jesus' kingdom. I already know. But in the real kingdom, in Yah's kingdom, there will be babies being made. They're not going to be all the way perfect people. It's just going to be you're going to be back in your homeland. It says in that day, every man will return to his own land and his own people and his own heritage.
Okay.
That's just the end result, bro. That's heaven.
Right.
When you get to resort with your own people in your own land.
And you really believe that's what's gonna happen? You really think you're gonna be in control?
You don't think that you're gonna get in control, that we can get in control of our own land and our own government? You don't believe that?
Hey, Blue, this volume, Blue. I know what you're saying, from the perspective you're saying it from, but I just want you to know, and I think you know this already, all New Testament brothers don't decipher that passage the way everybody else do when you talked about there being no sex or babies and all that. Nah, we don't believe that, bro. That's Christians believe that. But that ain't how we break it down. But I know what you're saying though.
So volume of the book, you don't believe when Paul said this mortal must take on immortality? You don't
Of
believe
course
that?
I do. Of course I do, Lex. But I'm talking about what Blue said. When Blue said,
okay.
Jesus said ain't gonna be no sex and no babies. I'm saying we don't break it down like that. But as far as the glorified body and all that, of course I believe in that, but I understand the divide between a Tanakh only brother and us. They don't, so I don't even sometimes I don't even debate
They
stuff
are,
that I know.
let's just be real, and this is just between two people, even though we different. These brothers are carnal, brother. Like they are exactly what Paul talks about. Like,
Listen, Paul talk about not having a wife. So what is he talking about?
I was just talking to the brother Volume, y'all. I know y'all. We also be
say that though. What I would say is this. I understand what you're saying, Lex, too. But what I would say is this: in order for us to actually build, I ain't trying to come on and be Mr. Positive, but it is what it is. For us to actually build and bridge that gap between the old and the new, or to not only New Testament, we gotta attack it in a different method. You know what I'm saying? Like I told real quick, everybody. I told Blue the last time I spoke to him. I have seen him online, but I never spoke to him. But the last time me and him had a conversation, like I got a whole new perspective from that brother. He wasn't trying to be all rah. He was listening. He was going back and forth. So I think we got to do more building than attacking. But do I believe we're gonna get new bodies, glorified bodies? Yes, that's what I believe.
I mean, I would hope so, man. I mean, that is just ridiculous, man. Like the whole point of you think about God and Creator. I mean, we're not going to be in this state. That's the whole point of even, if we're going to remain in this state, then none of this even makes sense.
What state are you referring to, Lex?
Job said it,
so I
though.
get an understanding.
Job said it too, though. In Job chapter 19, verse 26, Job said, "And though after my skin worms destroy this body, yet in my flesh shall I see God." So Job understood he was going to get another body. I mean, but that's
Job
not even
understood
like a
he
new
was
thing.
going to go back to the Creator once his flesh returned to the earth. But Lex, what state were you saying? Let me get an understanding of what you're saying. When you say we're not going to remain in this state, what do you mean by that? What state are we going to
we're in a state where, first of all, we're subject to the elements. We're limited. Our flesh is, it is what's the word? It is attracted to certain things that are not good. You know what I'm saying? And you look at the state of the world, it's because of this. That's our whole state. With war, why we go to war, why people are starving, why we suffer from disease. All these things is part of the state we live in, man. I mean, to believe you're just going to be in the same state where,
So answer me this then, Lex. According to Ezekiel, then why does it say that in the kingdom that the trees will be for the healing of the nations?
Yeah, Ezekiel.
What will we need the trees to heal us from if we're going to have these angelic bodies?
That's symbolic. That's symbolic to the whole the book of just like
really. So now you're gonna pull that card. Okay.
Well, I don't know. You asked me a question, and then you just gonna disregard me when I try to answer you. But I was reading the book of Ezekiel, and matter of fact, the book, like for instance, a lot of people read the book of Ezekiel what it talked about, and they say, "Oh, there's still going to be sacrifices in the kingdom." They got to be out of their mind. Ezekiel is having a vision. God damn, bro. No, Ezekiel was having a vision, and he envisions a temple. And first of all, the temple doesn't even have the same measurements as Moses' temple.
We know that.
And then,
go ahead.
And then the measurements and the math represent spirituality. And then the Spirit of God is in the temple. It's the whole book of Ezekiel is a prophetic vision. You know how I can tell you that? Nobody on earth has even deciphered Ezekiel 1. A lot of Israelites say it's a spaceship, but it tells you that when you're reading Ezekiel 1 about a will within a will, and it says the Spirit of God was in the will, and there was 4 beasts surrounded by the will, and it's moving and doing. This is a vision of the throne of God. What is that? Is that going to be in the kingdom too? Nobody has deciphered the book of Ezekiel. I haven't met one person on earth to decipher the book of Ezekiel. And when you read about the temple and the things going on, it's totally spiritual. It's totally symbolic.
Lex, did you decipher it, Lex?
Hell no.
Okay, I'm just checking.
But
no.
But this is why that's why Ezekiel tells you to show my people the design of the temple. That's the law, is to show the design of the temple. We're supposed to understand that. That's why we teach the temple man. That's the point of what you.
So if that's the temple man, then how are you going to be giving sacrifices within yourself?
It's your soul. All of those are aspects of the soul.
So you just, bro, if it's your soul, then why are you talking about physical sacrifices?
Because you're telling me that someone else's soul did it for you. And this is about your soul.
Hold on. No, I'm asking you this, because this is the point I was just making. You just said that when we look at the Eagle's vision, it's talking about the temple of the soul. But yet, when you read it, you'll go and say, oh, look, there's still sacrifices being done in the temple. So are you telling me that somebody's sacrificing within your soul?
No, bro, that will be a real sacrifice. That will be a literal sacrifice. We will have that he will make.
Does anybody just see what just happened right here?
It says that the Messiah will make a sacrifice for his sins and for the sins of
I know what it
people.
says, bro. But listen, you just told me that it was the temple of the soul. So how do you turn around and say somebody's going to be given literal physical sacrifices?
Because we're going to get the land back and we're going to rebuild the temple.
But that can't be what Ezekiel's talking about if you're telling me it's the temple of the soul.
Bro, we're in two different places. You act like that whole scripture is in that one
Does
place.
anybody else understand what I'm trying to say?
Ezekiel doesn't even start laying out.
The temple of the soul. And now he said they're gonna build another temple and makes real sacrifices.
Yeah, because we're going to place. But
All right,
at the same time, he's talking about your spirit. It's still spiritual because at the same time, it's dealing with you yourself one-on-one. The fleshly part about it is it's a physical saving. You're physically being redeemed. That's the physical part.
So
why?
which one
because
is
you're
it?
being taken out of the land of your oppressors, and then you're being put back in your
That's
original
another.
land.
All right. So is it a real actual temple, or is it the temple of the soul?
Lex, what he's saying, let's just get clarity real quick because we keep missing each other. What he's saying, Lex, is yes, there's a spiritual breakdown to it as far as the person themselves being a temple. But in the future, he's saying we're going to get the land of Israel back and actually build a temple and then actually do the literal sacrifices.
That can't be. You know why?
I didn't say I agree. I'm saying that's what he's
I
saying.
know what he's saying, but
Why
this is
can't
my
it be
point
that?
volume of the book, because in that in that story, that's what it's talking about. When it talks about those sacrifices, that temple of the soul is what it's talking about. You see what I'm saying?
But
So
that's your perspective. He got his.
You do know.
His own.
Well, no, he told me that was his perspective, though.
That's half
You
of
do
his
know.
perspective.
You
My
do
bad,
know
bro.
sacrifices is physical and spiritual, right, Lex? Or do you
Yes.
disagree with that?
I agree. I agree with that.
Okay.
But in Ezekiel's vision, it's spiritual. Let's go to it. I mean, we can get down if you want to, because I mean, you could just see the nature of the vision itself. I mean, the vision is totally like metaphysical and spiritual. So if anyone can even just break down the first chapter 1 of Ezekiel for me, the first 10 verses, if y'all that bad.
That's too long, man. It'll take too much time tonight.
What? Well, the first 5.
Well, I'll just say this. I'm an Israelite. You know what I'm saying? You pretty much know the gist of what I believe that's talking about. But I also do believe that it is referring to the throne when you link it up. But that's why I said it'll be too much to explain.
That's what I'm saying, yo. It's talking about he's having a vision of the heavens, yo.
But Lex, you agree with this, Lex? Do you agree that the scriptures even say that the Most High rise upon the wings of the cherubs? Do you agree this is Tanakh? This Tanakh say that. You agree with that, Lex?
Yeah, I believe it does say that.
It does. So what I'm saying is, even if we break down at Ezekiel chapter 1 and make that, the classic Israel New Testament Israelite breakdown about the chariots and all that, it will still match up if that was the throne, because even the Tanakh says that the Most High flies upon the wings of the cherub. So that's why I said I actually could give a breakdown. Not that everybody would agree, but it would be way long and unnecessary. So I'll just let it go.
Well, even that still wouldn't make sense in terms of it just being like flying vehicles, because it's a throne. Like,
but if the Most High rides upon the winds, Lex, I mean, that's what it's saying to Tanakh.
But does that mean, like, I mean, what does that mean when it says he rides upon the winds, though? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I just,
and that's why I said I'll give you that, because I ain't trying to go into that whole thing.
Right. And my point is, I'm not saying that I understand it either. I'm just saying I believe that, honestly, I just think that shit is like trying to explain some things that's beyond our fucking comprehension. And some people just don't.
You're talking about Ezekiel, right? That's what you're talking about? That in my 13th year, in the 4th month. That's what
all of that. Yeah, Ezekiel, the whole book, really.
My 13th year, in the 4th month, on the 5th day, while I was amongst the exiles of Kibar River, the heavens were opened, and I saw visions of God.
Now stop right there.
Yeah,
right there. Right. See what I'm saying? So right then and there, he's saying the heavens open. I saw visions of God. So it's telling you the nature of what he's about to describe is divine and related to the Most High. Right there. You see what I'm saying?
Do that mean that he saw God in the sky, right? While he was walking?
He's seeing it. He's seeing a prophetic. This is going on in his mind, his spirit. Like God is like giving him like a vision. You see what I'm saying?
13th year, in the 4th month, on the 5th day, while I was among the exiles of Kibar River, the heavens were open, and I saw visions of God. On the 5th of the month, it was the 5th year of the exile of King Joachim. The word of the Lord came to Ezekiel the priest. What that mean?
The word of the Lord, that means that a message is coming to him. It's related to the vision.
On the 5th of the month, it was the 5th year of the exile. The word in his head?
Yeah, in his spirit.
Oh, okay. The son of Buzi by the Kibar River in the land of the Babylonians, there where the hand of the Lord was on him.
Right. That's an idiom.
The Lord came to Ezekiel the priest, the son of Buzi, by the Kibar River in the land of Babylonians. The hand of the Lord was on him. That mean what? The hand of the Lord was on him? Hand of the Lord was on him.
Yeah, that's an idiom. That's called a Hebrew idiom.
Okay. That mean he was protected while he was amongst the Babylonians, in the land of the Babylonians.
It just kind of basically means
it's like saying
that
the spirit came upon him, basically.
Right.
Okay, I looked and I saw a windstorm coming out of the north, and immense clouds with flashing lightning and surrounded by brilliant light. The center of the fire looked like glowing metal, and in the fire was what looked like 4 living creatures. In appearance, their form was human, but each of them had 4 faces and 4 wings. Their legs were straight, their feet were like those of a calf, and gleamed like burnished bronze. Under their wings, on their 4 sides, they had human hands. All four of them had faces and wings, and the wings
Hey,
of one
Swabo,
touched the wings. Yo,
hold on one sec, because since you're going to read it, like I said, I'm just going to give you a couple of notes on that. We know what this is that you're reading because we see the same thing in the book of Isaiah. These same creatures are described in the book of Isaiah, seraphim and cherubim. So we this can be broken down. It's just a long breakdown. You see what I'm saying?
okay, so I'm saying all of this is happening in his mind. This ain't physical.
He got a vision, but he actually seen this happen. Like, you know how I'm just gonna make an example. You know how you go to sleep, but you see the whole thing happening, like you actually watching it happen.
Yeah, but where is his vision taking place according to the story? In the heavens.
Well, no, he's seeing in the heavens, like in the sky.
Right.
That word heavens, the word heavens in the Hebrew, Shemayim or Shamayim, however you want to pronounce it, is not always talking about where the Most High is. It also is talking about the sky, and we know that because in Genesis 1.
Yeah, but it can't be talking about the sky because he's having a vision, bro.
But Lex,
it's not like his eyes. The vision don't come through your eyes.
I'm not saying that, Lex. Let me explain something. You know what I'm not being funny. You know how your imagination is, right? Where you start thinking about something and you can actually see it in your mind. This is what's happening to Ezekiel. Because again, when it talks about this later on and it describes these beings, right? We see those same beings talked about in Isaiah chapter 1. And having the two wings tucked up, two wings down and all that. We see the same beings in Isaiah 1 referred to as seraphim. And on top of that, when you go to Elijah and Elisha, remember when the whirlwind came in, like right here in verse 4 of Ezekiel, a whirlwind came out of the north, a great cloud. We see that same thing with Elijah when the chariots of the Lord came as a whirlwind and scooped Elijah up and took him away. So all you gotta do is go line for line and precept it, and you can break this down, but it's just a long breakdown.
I mean, I think we can see similarities and things like you're saying, but this definitely has a little different nature because all of these were connected together, and they were moving in unison, and then it said the Spirit of God was actually inside of whatever it was. You know what I'm saying? The Spirit of God itself.
Let me ask you one question, Lex, and I'm asking for clarity. So this particular chapter right here that we're dealing with, because I heard what you said in humility, you said you can't even break it down, and I could respect that. I'm not saying I got the perfect breakdown either. So just let me ask you this. How much time have you spent trying to go through this particular chapter?
Man, I mean, not recently, but over the years, I spent a lot of time, bro.
Okay, that's cool.
And I mean, going through the book of Ezekiel too, and maybe the Lord hasn't. And what I got was the book of Ezekiel is not of this earth. That was my, a lot of people believe. I've heard all type of stuff. I mean, I even got the Kabbalistic view, and like, the stuff. I even read the rabbinical writings on it and all type of stuff. But when I read it, it doesn't line up with the other books. I don't know. The other books are nothing like the book of Ezekiel. The whole book is like a prophetic vision. And I'm not saying that you might not be able to break it down. I just think that even what you might break down, it probably goes a little deeper.
Well, I'm sure that I would agree with that.
You know what I'm saying? And I don't, for someone to take this book and say, oh, this is what's going to be happening in the future, and like it's a temple and like sacrifices, to me, that's like low level carnal stuff for the book of Ezekiel. You know what I'm saying? Because how is it that here in verse 1, there's a vision of this throne with these creatures and, the Spirit of God, the will within the will, and we see the cherubim and all this, and it's talking about how it moved. And then we get to like 45, and it's describing a temple, and it's giving you a temple with its different measurements from the original temple, first of all. And then it's talking about how the Spirit of God fills this temple. So we know God said to Solomon, what temple will you build for me? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get what
you see what I'm saying? So how could this?
We are the temple, and the Spirit of the Lord dwells in us. So really what Ezekiel was seeing was the glorified body, which is us. And because Peter said that we are living stones. I know
That's
you.
what I'm saying.
I know your breakdown. But I'm saying the point that I'm making is in this Ezekiel 1 verse 1, right? This is the same thing because you New Testament. This is the same thing that we see John saying. He got John the Revelator when he got visions when he was brought up into the heavens, but he was seeing stuff that was going to play out on earth. So all I'm saying is, yes, this is a vision that took place in his mind, but it was something that he saw happen like a story in his mind. So he was able to write what he saw. That's all I'm saying.
Right, and I agree, but that's my only thing is when dudes say, "Oh, this is the temple that we're going to be sacrificing in, like in some physical place in Jerusalem or something." I think that's a little off because the Spirit of the Lord is filled and is fills up this temple in Ezekiel.
Okay, now check this out, Lex, because this is the first time me and you talked this much and didn't have a disagreement, right? So I gotta go back to the old script because I agree with
that
what
happened
you're
on
saying
the
for the
argument
most part.
league. The first time volume of the book and Lex talked and didn't have an argument was on the argument league.
But here's where I agree with Blue and what Blue was saying earlier. And this is why I actually came on. Because I heard the conversation, it was saying that someone, I think it was you, was saying that the law can't change your heart. I'm not trying to go back, but that's literally why I came on. And actually, the law can change your heart if it's kept in sincerity. And you know how we know that? Well, for two reasons. One, Blue already read the most powerful verse, which tells you that the law of the Lord is perfect and it converts your soul. It literally says it converts your soul. But even more importantly, in the actual law in Leviticus 19 and 17, which Brother Weeda brought out in the debate, it literally says, "Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart." Now, Lex, if we held to this law verbatim, you can't just robotically do this because you would still be hating your brother. You would just be acting as if you didn't. But the law doesn't say you could do that. It says you cannot hate your brother. So if we kept this law, Lex, this would force us to let go of any grudges we had. You see what I'm saying? And actually build with our brothers because the law says you gotta love your brother. You can't hate him. So therefore, if we did keep this law sincerely, Lex, it would change your heart.
I'm gonna say that's the spirit of the law that wasn't obtainable. Because all right, if that's the case, then what's the purpose of receiving the gift of the Holy Spirit?
Khan. So like you, because I'm New Testament, my belief is that the reason why we need the Spirit, quote unquote, is because of what you just said. Because even though we did have the law, which was telling us what to do was right, people wasn't following it because of the hardness of their heart. See what I'm saying? Their heart was uncircumcised. They was like, man, I know what to say, but I'm just going to act it out. See what I'm saying? Instead of actually caring. So I believe like you that the Spirit comes and actually takes the stoniness of your heart away and gives you the ability to actually love your brother outside of just the letter. See what I'm saying? But that doesn't mean, though, that if we did do the letter like it said, because you know that what the Messiah was doing was bringing out the spirit behind what was written. So if we had did that from the beginning, Lex, we would have been changed by the law.
It wasn't given though. The spirit wasn't available.
Well, the Spirit, according to what we believe as New Testament believers, the Spirit didn't dwell in man, but the Spirit was always there. You can go back to the beginning of time.
It was there, but that's what I'm saying. It wasn't available.
No, it wasn't in. It wasn't constantly dwelling in, but it was. David had the Spirit. Solomon had. I mean, come on, Lex. Countless Old Testament people had the Spirit, but not.
They didn't have access to the Holy Spirit like that. They didn't.
No, you're talking about it dwelling in them. That's the promise of the Spirit.
That's the thing that really converts and regenerates you.
No, I agree. That's what I'm saying. But that doesn't mean, Lex, that if we did not do what the law said the way it says to do it, that
so you can be regenerated without the Holy Spirit. Then that's what you're saying.
Say that again.
You can be regenerated without the Holy Spirit.
Nah, but that wasn't my. Well, I don't know. I missed some of what y'all was talking about, but that wasn't my argument. My argument was all I heard was somebody say that the law can't change your heart. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, you say that, but when did it do that?
But even in the New Testament, it says that the reason why the law didn't work, it says because people didn't do it. It don't say the law was the problem.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
No,
In
it
the book of
doesn't.
Hebrews.
I know what Hebrews. Go read it. I guarantee you, it's going to say it was the people, not the law.
For what the law was unable to do through weakness
of what?
Because it was weak. It didn't have the power.
No. Quote it. Weakness
so
of
you
what?
saying the law is weak, Lex?
Wait, let him finish that quote. The weakness of what?
I don't remember the whole quote right
Let
now.
me read it to you. For what the law could not do because of the weakness of the flesh. In other words, Lex, it was the people. That's what I've been saying the whole time. That's Romans 8:3.
Well, the spirit, exactly. So the law can't convert.
But you made it sound like, just for clarity, you might not have meant this. You made it sound like it was saying the law was weak. That would be a contradiction because Psalms 19:7 say the law is perfect.
Yeah,
So
that's not what the law. The law is perfect in a sense. That word is not perfect. It doesn't mean perfect like that. But
are you looking at it? Because I got it up in the Hebrew. You want me to read it to you?
It says passing away. Let's go to Hebrews.
Intelligent brothers.
If we go to the book of Hebrews,
Lex, you do realize while you finding your verse that the law is the mind of God, right? Just before you go too far down the rabbit hole, you do realize that, right?
Wait, what say the law is the mind?
Yes, that's what I said blatantly, clearly, and loudly. The law is the mind of God. It is the way that he would have things operate and work, which is why he gave it to us to follow.
No,
he says, I am holy, be ye holy as I am.
no, because a lot of the law was added for transgressions by angels and wasn't even from the Most High.
Who sent the angels?
Who
sent the angels?
Who sent them?
Can somebody come me on 2 Peter's first?
Man, the Most High, but they add the angels added their own. That's what I'm getting, because it said the law was added for transgressions by the dispensation of angels.
You kind of twisted that up a little bit, but I know what you're talking about. Now, all that means is, and I can read it to you in the Greek if you want me to. All that means is that the law was given. It was. I don't want to go too deep on this, but all it's saying in a nutshell is that the angels are the ones who presented the law. Because most people think that what happened on Mount Sinai, that was literally the Most High's voice speaking, I am the Lord thy God. Nah, when you understand the scriptures, you know that the angel spoke for the Most High. So all Stephen is saying in that chapter, Acts 7, is that the law was actually given through the mediation of angels. But they was only speaking what the Most High sent them to speak.
No,
bro,
that's wrong, brother. Let's go to it. Let's go to it. Let's go to it.
Acts 7.
Because he goes on to say, because he talks about what the one God is. Watch this.
Where you at?
I'm gonna go to Acts 7. And where does that verse start? 30 something? 24, I think it is. And the dispensation of angels, where's that at?
And then after that, go to 2 Peter's chapter.
Are you looking for the verse? My bad, Lex. It's Acts 7:53. I thought you was looking for something else.
Okay, 53.
Yeah.
Okay, now check it out. Who have received the law by the dispensations of angels, disposition of angels, and have not kept it. That's another word you might want to look up. Now,
do you know what? Hold on. Do you know what disposition means?
What does it mean?
It means the ordination. Just like I said, all this is saying is that I'm looking at the English and the Greek. It says the ordination of the angels.
Right. Okay. And have not kept it. What was I looking for? Which these things here, they would cut their heart and gnash their teeth, but he being full looked up. Oh no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when he said, He said something about a mediator, but through a mediator, you received it through a mediator. But God what verse is that?
If you want to know the importance of the Bible and what it stands for and what it is for, all you got to go to the 2 Peter, first chapter.
Right, but I think, brother, see, this is, and this is what I'm gonna say about some of the New Testament Israelite brothers. I believe they're trying to hold on to Hebrew culture and add leaven to the gospel. This is just my interpretation. The gospel is clear about the law. It's not saying the law is bad. It's clear to me that, you know, it says we're not under the law, we're under grace, and that the law could make nothing perfect. It says that.
But
and that we are to be
does say that, but you
regenerated
gotta
by
read
the
the rest.
Spirit and led by the Spirit. And it also says that which is old is also waxing away in the
I
book
agree.
of Hebrews. Okay, so I mean, you're trying to hold on. You know, it's funny. I was listening to Rabbi Zacharias, and he's an Indian pastor, and he made a great point that when you're preaching because he preaches to Hindus, and the one thing he points out is what he called culturalism versus truth. And he says the biggest thing you got to get around when you trying to teach the truth of God is if it goes against someone's culture, they're automatically going to reject it, because culture and religion is people connect truth to their culture. So if I tell like if you look at an Arab person in Islam, they're not just saying Islam is the truth. They're saying their culture is the truth. You know what I'm saying? Islam is like culture. And people who like want to be like Israelites, and I'm not saying you're not or whatever, but they're trying to embrace the culture. You know what I'm saying? And when there's certain things that go against the culture, they reject it. So I think that when we get into culturalism, that sometimes it can blind us from raw truth. God doesn't give a damn about Hebrew culture.
That's completely false.
Again, and I knew you would say that. I mean, that was you telling me that the creator of the universe gives a damn about some culture on Earth.
let me
And he
explain what I
doesn't
mean.
care about Hebrew culture, bro.
Okay, let me explain what I mean by that. Because when I say Hebrew culture, I might not mean what you mean. So let me try to clarify. When I say Hebrew culture, bro, I'm talking about the law, statutes, and commandments. That is our culture. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, the law, statutes, and commandments are not as important. You know what people always leave out when they read that part about obeying the law, statute, the most important part in the verse, when he says that, is they always leave out obey my voice. When instead it says follow my last statutes and commandments and obey my voice. See, this is what I'm saying, bro. That's the
I agree with that.
That's really what the law is.
I agree with that too.
That's what I'm saying, though. If you have the spirit, listen, bro. Hold on. If you have the spirit, like Abraham did, he was led by the voice. So let me tell you. Okay, so if it's the Sabbath day, right? Check this out. And God tells you to start cooking a 6-piece meal, a damn 3-course meal. Right. What are you going to do? You're going to tell him no, it's the Sabbath?
Can I answer it? The spirit
would
never
say, see, I knew you. How did I know? I already know you're going to say God would never say nothing to go against his own law.
Well, am I wrong?
Yes.
Lex, show me one verse in the Bible, old or new, where we can get the concept of God going against his own word. Don't you know that the scriptures say the word upholds come on, bro. How you gonna go against his own word?
Because it's not going against his own words. His words is the law at the time. So if he tells you to do something, even though just like it says, thou shalt not kill, but then he orders you to go kill a bunch of people.
You cook a 6-piece meal on the Sabbath, that's a law.
Say that again, bro. I ain't hear you.
If God tell you to cook a meal on the Sabbath, that's a law.
Yeah,
exactly.
If he
exactly.
did
At that time when he tells you.
If he did say that, I agree that would be a law. But the problem is, though, he already gave us a law to not do that. So for him to come back again and say, do it.
Is he a robot?
The Most High is not a robot. He's a spirit.
Right. So he could change his mind. And if he wanted, he could change that.
I'm not one to say that the Most High can't change, because I understand what that verse means in context. But I also have to take into consideration, again, I'm being sincere here. I have to take into consideration that he said that the Sabbath day is to be kept forever throughout your generations perpetually. So then it would be responsible of me if I hear a voice telling me, yo, man, go do something on the Sabbath that I know that the law says not to do. I would have to be responsible enough to say, hold on, what are you talking about,
So
Willis?
Christ didn't do that in the New Testament.
Yahweh Shai never broke the Sabbath. That is a misconception.
So no, I'm not talking about the Sabbath. I'm saying he didn't say it was written to you this, but I say this.
Yes, but you got to fill in the this, because what you're going to find out when you fill in those thises, say it, bring it out, because I want you to bring it out.
No, go ahead and explain it, bro. Explain it.
Yes. When he said that ye have heard, that's what he said. Ye have heard this, but I say unto you this. When you go back to Jeremiah 8 and look what he was referring to, what he said actually matches the law. It was people teaching stuff that was not in the law. That's why, Lex, again, you being New Testament, you know that Yahweh Shai says, for ye laying aside the commandments of God, ye do hold forth the traditions of men. So he was speaking against the stuff that people were saying to do. That's why he said, ye have heard this have been said, but I say unto you, and then he brought him back to the law.
Where is there somewhere, maybe I'm wrong, but where in the Torah does it say, pray for those who despitefully use you?
Not in those, of course, not in those exact words.
But where at?
Of course. No, I said not in those exact words.
What does it say if someone smacks you, turn the other cheek?
Oh, yeah,
let y'all know I'm gonna get off the line. I want to let y'all know it was a good build. I learned a lot tonight, my brothers.
All right, peace.
Peace. I appreciate you coming through, Brandon. You already know you already welcome, man. Welcome to the league, man. Can't wait till you get your first debate.
All right, my brother. I can't wait either, my brother. And thank y'all for y'all build tonight.
For sure, bro.
All right, brother. Peace.
Yep.
Where does it say that value?
Yeah, so just give me a little space to just explain this real quick. So in the New Testament, right, I hear a lot of people, and this ain't a Christian attack. I'm just saying, I usually hear Christians make the argument that we don't have to really rock with the whole law no more, because the Messiah said on these 2 commandments hang all the law. Of course, was to love the Most High and love your neighbor as yourself, right? But what I think people fail to see is that the reason why he said that is because when you look at the whole entirety of the law in quote unquote Old Testament, not half, but I'm saying half just to make the point. Half deal with your relationship with the Father, and then the other half deal with your relationship with mankind. So when he said on these 2 commandments hang all the law, what he was saying was, if you keep these 2 laws, if you love the Most High with all your heart, mind, soul, and all that, then you will automatically be in alignment with the Father. And if you love your neighbor as you love yourself, you would automatically be keeping all the other laws that pertain to how you deal with each other. So if you ask me, here's the answer to your question. Where does it say to turn the other cheek? It doesn't say that verbatim, but it tells you in the Old Testament, as I read earlier, that you are not supposed to hate your brother with your heart. And then we got individual laws like this. If your neighbor, well, it actually says if your enemy, but it's referring to an Israelite, if your enemy's ass fall under a burden, it says you not, like, say I'm beefing with somebody and he got a donkey, right? And this donkey is carrying all his luggage, and I see his donkey fall down and the donkey can't get up. If I'm beefing with that dude, I'm gonna say, man, I ain't helping that donkey. That's my enemy. But the law says, no, you shall in every case go help that, lift up that donkey and bring him back to your brother, although
Well,
he's
that's
an
a lot
enemy.
different from pray for those who despitefully use you and
You
persecute
don't see the connection there? If somebody
I
hates
mean,
me,
it's
but I go help them anyway, you don't see the connection there?
yeah, I mean, you're forcing it a little bit.
How?
All
You
right,
hate
so
me, but I'm gonna help you out anyway, even though you hate me. How is that forcing it?
yeah, but pray for those who despitefully use you. That's totally different, bro.
Okay, well, I'm gonna concede this point for this reason, because I do believe in the New Testament Messiah. I agree and believe that the Messiah elevated the understanding of the law. I can't argue with that because I teach and believe the same thing. However, I believe that all he was doing was bringing out the fine points of the law that a carnal person couldn't see because they just living by the letter. But if you want to see a difference there, I'll concede that point.
All right, and one last thing, I want you to tell me what this means, and I think you know what this is.
Okay.
Galatians 5, starting at 16, it's talking about the fruit of the spirit, right?
Yeah.
It says, then say, walk in the spirit, and ye shall not fulfill the lust of the flesh, for the flesh lusteth against the spirit, and the spirit against the flesh. These are contrary to the other, so that ye cannot do things that ye would. But if ye be led of the spirit, ye are not under the law.
That's right.
Now the works of the flesh are manifest, which are deeds: adultery, fornication, uncleanness, lasciviousness, idolatry, witchcraft, hatred, variance, emulations, wrath, strife, seditions, blah, 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 right?
Mm-hmm.
But the fruit of the spirit is love, peace, long suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness. Against such there is no law.
That's right.
And I know you have some crazy Israelite breakdown for that. Well, I want to hear it.
It's not crazy at all. It's common sense. Well, basic sense. It's very simple. Like if I'm walking in love and in joy and in peace and long suffering and all the things you just said, I don't need a law. I'm already doing what the law says. But the minute I stop walking in those things and go back to my old ways, I need the law to say,
Hold
bro,
up,
you're going off.
No, hold on, brother.
That's it.
If you have the spirit, you're automatically walking in this.
Relax. With all due respect, I'm not even talking about you. How many people do you know, bro, who claim they got the spirit?
Well, forget about who claim about it, and forget about me, and then whether
I'm not
if
talking
you're
about you.
walking according to what it says, if you're walking in the spirit, against such there is no law.
I already agreed to that. I said that if I had the spirit of love, joy, peace, and all the other ones, and I was living that on a daily basis, I would not need the law because I would already be doing what the law says. I agree with that.
No, you see, you keep throwing this, I'm already doing what the law says, but if ye are led of the spirit, ye are not under the law. What does that mean?
All right.
This is a different verse. What does it mean by ye are not under the law?
Okay. I'm literally trying to be humble. If I have love, joy, peace, long suffering, the law says that if I do certain things that are contrary to what the Most High said we should do, I got to be judged for those things. So I'm under the condemnation of the law. But if I got love, joy, peace, I'm not doing anything against what the Most High said I should be doing. Therefore, I'm not under that condemnation. I don't know what you want me to say.
Bro, you keep trying to throw that leaving in there with that law.
What am I saying that's wrong? I'm being sincere right now. What am I saying that's wrong?
Because you keep trying to make it's clear this is saying that you are not under the law. Against such there is no law. But every time I ask you this, you say, well, if I'm doing this, then I'm not doing nothing against the law and all that. You're not even in the same realm as the law. There is no law for you.
Okay, now what happens is I'm gonna go down the road with you. Now, what happens if I'm that person you just described, and I just decide I want to just start committing adultery? What happens?
If you just decided you wanted to start committing adultery,
right? I was walking in the spirit, like you said, doing all the things you just said, and then all of a sudden, I don't know, Satan comes in or whatever makes the story work, and I just become an adulterer and a fornicator. Am I just good now because I had the Spirit?
No, you gotta go before Christ.
But what?
You don't go
What tells me
before
that I'm
no
doing something wrong?
you don't go to no you ain't going before no priest or judges or anything. You going before Christ in the Spirit and asking for forgiveness, and that's what you
But
be doing.
forgiveness for what?
Forgiveness for sleeping with another man's wife,
Which is called what?
which is called adultery
And where do I find that at?
in the law.
That's my point. All I'm saying, Lex, is if I stop doing what the Spirit is leading me to do, I'm back under the law because I'm doing everything the law said don't do. That's all I'm saying. You just walked with me to it. You just went right.
Yes. No, it's still not. You're
Lex,
saying
you
you're
just
back.
went there with me, bro. How you gonna say no?
All right, but you're not being led by the Spirit then.
That's what I hold on. That's what I said, brother. That's literally what I said. I said if I'm
dude, you're
doing
chuckling. Hold up. I hear what you're saying, and yeah, you walk me through, and your man's chuckling in the back.
Cool.
But the
I don't got
point
nobody
is, well, whoever was chuckling, but what I'm saying is, if that's the case, then the Spirit wouldn't matter. Of course, you would be in the flesh.
Right.
The point is, but if you're led by the Spirit, there's
then I'm not
the
in the
whole
flesh.
point. Hold on. The whole point is to be led by the Spirit.
Yes.
So
But
for
what
you to
happens
make
when I
an
fall
hold up, but for you to make an example that if I fall out and and somehow I'm led by the Spirit and I fall back into fornication, well, then I'm under the law again. Well, then that's
literally what
besides
it's
the
saying.
point.
No, hold on. It's not, Lex, because again, that's literally what this is talking about. It's talking about a person. It says if the key word, right? If. But if that's if you're led, that means everybody's not led. So therefore, those people are under the law. I heard you say this yourself several times on different platforms that the law is for criminals. I heard you say it. I think you said it today on the comment board. Now check this out. So if I'm not being a criminal, then I'm already in line with the Most High. Right?
Okay.
So what happens if I start my criminal activity again?
Then you're out of line.
I'm back under the law. If I'm going to get judged, that's all it's saying.
No, you're not going to get judged. No.
Lex, you won't get judged. Okay. Well, I don't know what your belief is on that.
So what if you are in Christ and you sin? Are you going to be judged?
If I don't repent.
But you can always repent to Christ.
Yes, but what do I got to repent for?
You're not going to get stoned to death, though.
No, I said if I repent. But what do I have to repent for?
No, that doesn't matter though, because
hold on. How you gonna say that don't matter? That's a major question.
I'm gonna tell you why. Wait a minute. You're saying that knowing the knowledge is sin, but I'm saying you're still not under the consequences of the law.
If I don't repent, I am.
Because you have a priest forever that's always.
But we had to go to the priest and give a sacrifice. Now we know that the sacrifice is the Messiah, or at least that's what we believe. So if I don't repent through that blood, Lex, I'm going to get judged.
Yeah, on judgment day.
Okay, so then I'm under the condemnation of the law.
But that's the whole point. The whole point of accepting Christ is you already repented by accepting Christ.
Yeah, but if you Lex, now we both know 1 John 1:9. That said, if we confess our faults and our sins, he's faithful and just to forgive us of our faults and our sins, right?
All right. So there's a different. All right. Let me ask you this: there's a different system going on here, my brother. You can keep trying to keep this Hebrew culture. If you fall off, all you got to do is you don't go to nobody else. You don't go to no temple. You go to Christ himself.
I agree.
And you can plead that blood.
Yes, but what if I
never fell back under? That's the grace that you're given.
I agree with you.
So
you
you're
remember,
under grace.
I'm not whatever Like I often hear you say the one Wester. I didn't come out of one West. I never been there. So I'm looking at the scriptures, and the scriptures say that if I commit a sin, I have to repent of my sin.
Hold up. What is sin?
Sin is transgression of the law. That's my point.
What else? What else is it?
I guess, well, anything that the Most High say do that you don't do is sin. Even if you don't have faith, anything that's not a faith is sin.
Because I hear people know that. Do you know the other definition of sin?
Enlighten me. I don't know if I know it or not.
I'm gonna get it right here. It's Romans 14:23. No,
whatsoever is not a faith is sin. That's what I said.
Exactly.
That's what I said. I said it was transgression of the law, and whatsoever is not a faith. That's what I said.
Right, because people always read that it's transgression of the law. Like that's the main definition.
No, it's bigger than
right.
that.
So exactly.
Disobedience, witchcraft. It's a whole
whatever's not done in faith. So my point is, I think we're on the same page. I think you're trying to hold on a little bit to that leaving, but I feel you. It's not. I think that
that's a beautiful motherfucking note to end it on. I appreciate y'all fucking with me coming through, man.
Cool.
And I appreciate everybody in the chat coming through, man.
Suave Boss, have you one thing, Suave?
For sure.
Now, the only thing with you, my brother, is I know that you don't believe in like the gods and all this stuff, but it kind of amazes me that you can listen to all of this, right? And then still be like, oh, that shit is garbage. Yo, dude, like, come on, bro. You gotta be getting something from the spirit. Like, you gotta be seeing some value in this stuff, bro.
No, the thing is, I believe it's for ignorant people. I believe I'm at the point. I mean, even y'all, no, even y'all admitted that it determined on your intelligence is what you get out of the book. What I'm saying is that me and other people, maybe some of y'all, intelligence at the point where we could write another book. We like the laws that y'all leaning on and y'all judging each other on. To me, it's like are only for the worst of people, because like I don't have that intuition to rape or kill or have sex with somebody else's woman. Like, and
man, you look like you didn't kill 2 or 3 motherfuckers, man. Come on,
no, never, man, never. But I don't get that from the book, I feel like that's just something that's in me, and so I teach it to my kids. Like,
Suave
even
say the black woman is God.
yeah, if I
no,
had,
he don't. No, he
yes, he do.
This is what I'm saying. He's right. I said there is no God, but if I have to use that terminology, restricting myself by that English language, I know what God is. God is that old man painted on the 16th chapel. But if I look at what you tell me the qualities of God is, I will have to give it to the black woman. From my perspective, I believe that the black man is God.
We
To the
gotta
black
have
woman.
this man unsubscribe from SETI and Pharaoh, man. God damn.
Yeah, that's cool. No, I was thinking before that. I believe that the white woman is God to the white man, and the white man is God to the white woman. I believe your creator, your protector, your provider, under those definition, under those characteristics, that's your God. As simple as that. It's not like I'm saying I'm not putting in comparison to y'all. It's the same thing like the Egyptian, like Geb and Nut, like we don't look at those as like an actual figure that does this and da. Like, no, I just don't mind giving that praise to my woman. That's it, because I know what she do for me. So yeah, it ain't confusing nothing like that. But like I said, I believe like the Bible helped us through our lower states. And it wasn't meant to be, but inside of us, the intelligence just, So I feel like we at the point now that we could write another Bible, come up with some set of laws that will really like an economic plan, a health plan, something like that, that'll put us all on the same track. Whatever we biologically, set up for. I don't mind people practicing their own, to keep them in their comfort zone. But I'm just saying, when it comes to religion, the rest of us have to act like we're the worst of us. And I understand it's a segment of bad in everybody's group. But it's just like when I go on the Family Dollar, I don't think I should have to take my hoodie off because a crackhead will come and rob you. You see what I'm saying? Like it's just, I just feel like that. So I'm glad the people who got it, because when I hear them talk, it seems like there'll be awful people without it. And I don't want to, you know what I'm saying, have to put myself in a position where I'm gonna get killed or I have to kill because you don't know, don't kill or don't rob and all that shit. So yeah, I appreciate people having it, but I think nowadays you should listen to the people who already got that in their program. That shit don't impress. And they be like, oh wow, yeah, I never knew that. Like, no, man, we passed that. Like, I feel y'all. But just read what's good in the Bible, implement it in your life. Therefore your kids come up in it. There's nothing to learn. They come up in it. How you know how to eat? Because that's how we eat. If the Bible say don't do it, who's doing it to even witness it? I feel like somebody have to show you to kill. Shit, you know. But that's me, man. But yeah, man,
That's for
interesting
sure.
bill. Y'all fuck with me though, man. Lex, Rob, Rack, shout out to y'all, man. Sai, shout out to you. Volume, shout out to you. Shout out to Q. Shout out to the brother Brandon Bay. Shout out to Chris. Everybody that came through.
Peace.
Man, that's what's up, man.
Yeah,
Black
Swab,
Power
man.
to
I
my
just want to say this to you. This volume, bro, is my first time speaking to you, bro. Just thanks for letting me come on your platform, bro.
Ain't no thing, God, man. I appreciate you stopping through and let me know you wanted to join on. You was actually nice addition to it.
Appreciate it.
All right, for sure. Y'all be good. Take care of each other. Yep.
All right, bro.
All right, we are now live. Got my brother Brandon Bay. This your boy Swab Boss. What's up, family? Black Power and Peace, man. Thank y'all for joining now and in the future. Basically, we talking about intelligence and the Bible, not necessarily intelligence and religion. That book, the Bible. The mindset you have to have, the grasp, hold, not look outside of it. Go to it for every answer. Go to it for every need. Never having the ability or the want to take on a greater responsibility to make things better for yourself and others. Okay, so like I said, I just probably threw you off your what's name, but we was just saying how you were speaking. Well, I was saying how I hear a lot of people saying that they not born with intelligence to love. They're not born with intelligence to respect their mother. Like they're not born with intelligence not to kill. And I feel like we born with that. That same time, a lot of the times I give people the same heart or same mind as me. And so while I'm assuming everybody knows not to kill, not to steal this, that, and the other, they're openly admitting if I didn't have that book, I would be a killer. I will be a rapist. I will be some horrible shit. And to me, that just blows my mind. That's preposterous to me because I feel like you born with a gentle heart, a kind heart, and somebody has to show you the opposite, you know? So and
Can I piggyback on that real quick?
Right now.
Okay. Well, on that note, you know what I'm saying, brother? I think that what is being missed is that these are psychological traits and they come from psychological teaching. So for instance, if you grew up in a household where everyone in your family, like let's say there's 6 members in the household, everybody in there watches daddy beat up mom and everyone approves of this action. The children that are growing up within that household are going to live lives indicative of what they've seen and what they've experienced inside of that household. So if the daughters are in abusive relationships or the sons turn out to be woman beaters or maybe even kill a woman, this is not something that should be considered crazy or heinous, seeing as though the stock of where they came from and the things that they learned contributed to their experience in life. So when they go out into life, they use the experiences that they had in the first quarter or the first portion of their life to live out the rest of their life, not knowing even to break a trait because they don't see it as a trait.
Wow. Okay, so this really fucks my mind up, and I try not to. I'm trying not to speak how I be feeling like speaking about it. I ain't gonna lie, it's frustrating dealing with a religious person. Just like I can assume that it's frustrating for them to talk to us. Like when you hear Lex talk to people, like Lex acts like he really gets. You know, it's like, oh man, they just don't get it. No, we get it. It's just you saying you use a spatula for pancakes. I'm saying you use a spatula for hamburgers. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm looking at the same thing you looking at, but I'm getting a different thing. I'm seeing thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, and I'm saying, who the fuck laws are these? And he's saying, man, I'm glad these laws telling me not to kill, not to steal. So it's a clear distinction of people. And the analogy you brought up was like, okay, well, there's somebody who murdered, don't know there's a consequence. You see what I'm saying? Go in on that.
All right. The reason why I even said that was basically because of observation. For instance, if you put your hand on a hot object and you didn't know that it was hot the first time that you did it, you would learn from that experience. You would at least learn not to put your hand back there again because it's extremely hot and that's not comfortable or something that's conducive to what you want. So if you think about that on a different scale, like say somebody who's willing to take a life, there had to be a catalyst or a point that brought them there first and foremost, that brought them to the brink of wanting to take a life. And then we have to take into consideration that if a person has never done it before, they had to observe this somewhere. They didn't just wake up one day and figure out, oh, I can go get a gun and shoot someone. They had to learn how to do this. So quite possibly, just maybe, I'm just out here, these people might have learned these things from their environment. It's a possibility that the environment that somebody grew up in or the things that they were subjected to, whatever they watched on TV or whatever's being portrayed in the media, is more than likely going to be something that they participate in, as this is a part of their experience and learning experience overall.
Okay. Yeah. And then I was saying, well, sometimes people see the benefits in doing bad things. Because in this world is not set up for you to do good. I'm sorry. It's not set up for you to do good. You can't be successful with a good heart. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a cap here, baby. There's a cap on what you can do as far as being successful and being good. At some point in time, you have to do unmoral things. You have to do things that hurt people in order to get success. And the fact that you succeeded legitimizes all the bad you did. Then it's about, oh, that's business. No, that's not business. That's you doing something fucked up to a lot of people to make sure that you get more money. You see what I'm saying? So it's like I'm looking at the benefits of doing bad. Like somebody who might kill somebody, like we were saying. Well, now you go to jail. You don't have to worry about 3 meals and where to sleep. You know, maybe dealing with your female. You know, not being socially accepted, and then you get this respect or this fear from people. Like people know, oh, you will kill for yours. You will hold yours down, move around this, that, and the other, and you can do whatever you want, and people won't feel pushed to check you on it. So it's like I feel like they know what's wrong, and that's me. I feel like people know what's wrong, even when they do wrong, they know it's wrong. They just saying, "I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm willing to do it despite the consequences." What's 10 years? I'll be out in 6. I'll be out in 8. You know what I'm saying? Like shit like that. So,
brother, I feel like that's precisely what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like to the molecule. You know what I'm saying? Like as far as the social awkwardness and the social acceptance. So when you have somebody who doesn't deal socially well and who is socially awkward, in order for them to be accepted socially, there's one of two ways: respect or fear. And they kind of go hand in hand, respect and fear, as they're almost damn near in the same category. Somebody who you can respect, you can easily fear, and somebody who you easily fear, you can respect. You know what I'm saying? And with that being noted, we got a generation of people that feel like it's okay to kill only mainly because of what's being portrayed. When you see the writing killing somebody, that means something has been portrayed to you that showed a positive light on something very negative. For instance, a brother robs and kills another brother, but on the upside, he stole $150,000. So for him, he can change his family's life, his friend's life, and all the women that come into his contact. So for him, he's going to perceive that as a positive, as opposed to it being negative as an effect on what it did to the person, what it did to the person's family, anything that they may have had going on, or any infrastructure that they may have had set up that would have been affected by their life being taken. You know what I'm saying? As well as the downside of if this person didn't make it out of the robbery and they go to jail and they get arrested for murdering someone and attempting to rob them, now you have a whole different set of problems. As you said, as you stated earlier, brother, you know, a brother may go in there feeling as though he's gaining respect and doing isolating himself from society, maybe from his family, his woman, whatever. And on the downside, he's isolating himself from his family, his woman, if he has children, them as well. So the benefits of that person being there will not be seen because he won't be present in that inference. That's all I want to add to that in particular. Yo, you there?
Okay, my bad. I thought I was unmuted. Okay, so let me ask the question that's gonna hurt. Might ruffle a couple feathers, you know what I'm saying? But like I say, man,
it gotta happen.
Yeah. Okay. So do you have to have a certain amount of ignorance or immorality to not be able to create outside that Bible? Like I feel like right now we have a group of people. I feel like we could write another Bible. I feel like we smart enough to read the Bible, do exactly what they did, take out what we want, leave in what we want, change the names to fit our culture, and move on from there. I feel like we could do that. And I feel like it wouldn't be a loss. I feel like, you know, there's a lot of that stuff isn't for us, not pertaining to us. And I see, even when I go back to my childhood days, a lot of the Bible that I'm reading now wasn't read to me. So that lets me know it wasn't for me. So that let me know it don't need to be in there. You know what I'm saying? Now it's a lot of useless information in there that people are using to interpret shit, you know, persuade people. Oh, you don't know what that means. You got to put in context. Look, if I say what was the thing last night? Oh, if I say I wrestle with God in the land of Pinal, I'm saying I wrestle with God in a place, not in my mind. You know, I would tell you, I imagined one day I was wrestling with God. And you could do that all through the Bible. So it's like the people who aren't intelligent enough to read that, interpret it, are being led by people who are intelligent enough to say, well, this is what that could mean. And with conviction, they can persuade them on that. You see what I'm saying? And have people walking around using shit out of context because, once again, now that I'm grown, a lot of the stuff that people said when I was young ain't even relevant no more. It don't stick no more. You know what I'm saying? They're like, oh, a lot of stuff people told me, like, oh, that's not even in the Bible. And I found out that it wasn't even in the Bible. But that ain't even what that meant. Or he wasn't talking to us. That was to a specific people at a specific time. Oh, that laws came to pass. Like, man, come on, fam. Like, so I feel like out of all of the books that's been written from the original papyruses and, you know, broken up pottery and stuff, like, fam, we could do this on our own. We could do this
That's
on
what
our
I.
own. Go ahead, bro.
That's literally the same thing I feel, brother. I feel as though there's enough information that we could actually gather our own information and come up with our own conclusions. I just want to give you a quick, for instance, because you mentioned, like, taking things out of the Bible that we want and leaving the stuff that we don't want. So I wanted to bring your attention to something that caught my attention earlier this morning. Amos chapter 5, verse 8. And this translation comes out of the, what's that Bible called? The Geneva Bible. All right. Seek him that maketh the 7 stars and Orion, and turneth the shadow of death into morning, and the morning, into morning, and maketh the day dark, with night that calleth for the waters of the sea, and poureth them out upon the face of the earth. The Lord is his name. The reason why I brought that up is because what was mentioned in that excerpt was Orion. Now, when we think of Orion, the first thing that comes, the first thing that should come to somebody's mind is Orion's belt. Now, if you go back in history, as far as what would have been talked about in ancient Egypt, that would be corresponding to Asar and Osiris, as far as the constellation where it was positioned, because there were pyramids that were positioned directly underneath this as kind of a representation of heaven on earth, if you will.
Now that's not light. That's not light at all. That's not even like medium light. That's heavy as shit, right? So, of course, I ain't never heard it. I know that the Orions, Orion belt line up with the pyramids of Giza and this, that, and the other. But that's what I'm saying, man. How many times do you think you can do that through the Bible? Go ahead, bro.
Oh, and I just wanted to say this and go ahead. And now imagine if look at that story that I read from Amos, and now I gave you a correspondence between Asar and Osiris as far as the pyramids of Giza and the correlation of the heavens being made on the earth, or the Lord being above the earth, looking down from the heavens onto the kingdom of the earth. This can be interpreted so many different ways by so many different perceptions of people. If we just step back from what we kind of are already comfortable with, our comfort zones, and open our minds to what we can create ourselves. That's all I want to say. Go ahead, bro. Go in and rip that shit.
Now, how many times do you think you can do that through the Bible? Like, how many times can you go through the Bible, see what it say, match it up with some literal shit from an ancient time? Why is this, why is this kept from us, man? Why is this not allowed to be studied, taught, repeated, however the hell? But you could constantly, man, listen. How long has this book been in rotation? To the point where, like, I think we get it. I really honestly think we get it. We participating in what we gonna participate, and we not participating in what we not, despite whether it's in there or not. Because I look at my people, even when I was in the Bible, I look at them in the Bible. You're doing what you want to in that Bible, and you're not doing what you don't want to do out of that Bible. Because I know people that, man, I'm not going to church 4-5 times a week. I'm not. But you're supposed to be in that thing, especially in today's society. There's nowhere safe for a religious person. Not at work, not at school, not at home, not in the streets. The only safe place is church, because that's where the only like-minded people is at. And so other than that, while you walking around, you being corrupted, you acquainted with people that's corrupted, meaning you getting corrupted. You're taking things in through your ears, your eyes, and your mouth that's against the Bible. You see what I'm saying? So to even live the literal aspect of the Bible got to be a nightmare in this world. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like we know some of that shit is exaggerated. Some of that shit, like we know the white man used that shit and put the whoop the bam on us. But I feel like at a certain point, it was still the only tool we was allowed to use, and so we did, and nobody ever pushed us to advance our material. You know what I'm saying? Like now they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, let them be public, and now people who learn about them think like they on another level. So now they beating up on the people who just know the regular Bible, like the whole incident you got with the Tanakh against the Bible, but the Tanakh is the Bible, but the Tanakh is not the Bible, or the Bible ain't the Tanakh. Like, listen, fam, all that shit is the same books, same translation. It's like, what is your personal reason for ignoring reality and standing on shit like it's literal, and then say, "Oh no, that's not literal," but you standing on the shit like it's literal? Was there a virgin birth or not? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. That was the whole thing about it. It's a virgin birth in there. I'm hearing people say, no, that ain't what it was. It was just out of the Bible. So
It's
that's
funny
just,
you mentioned that. Do you? I don't know. Do you want me to? It's up to you.
Yeah, shoot.
Okay. So it's funny that you mentioned the virgin birth, because if somebody was to just Google some shit, right? You could type in what is it called? It's called the hold on, let me make sure I want to get this correct so that whoever does type it in, they go to the right place. The Temple of a Million Years. That's what it's called. The Temple of a Million Years. Oh no, not that temple. My bad, wrong temple. Damn. The Great Pyramid of Khufu. You know what I'm talking about? And
that's
it's
the
a
largest
pyramid of
pyramid
Giza.
out of the three in Giza. Yeah.
Yeah. Within that pyramid, there are texts that state a story, the same kind of story of a virgin birth or something along those lines. And then we're gonna go out of the pyramid to Khufu to the pyramid or the temple of Heru, because this is where the story begins to get interesting. There was an actual temple that was erected, and it was called a temple and or a chapel. So or a court. So this was like a barn for them in this time. And there are depictions of Hathor, the cow, who sat over the Heru, the baby that came from the virgin birth. So as you're saying that at some point in time, somebody said they took it literal, or they don't take it literal, or they say it's allegorical, they say that they don't believe in it, they do believe in it. It was actually observed at a point in time, and it was observed on the 25th of December.
That's not light. Once again, and welcome, Sister Nikki Justice, to the motherfucking panel. What's up, sis?
Peace and black power. Good day to both of you. We're talking about religion, huh?
Black power. We're talking about the correlation of intelligence and religion. Can you be intelligent and believe in the Bible? We're not really religion, the Bible, because I believe you can separate the two. I believe like religion is just culture without the Bible. The Bible turns culture into religion. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, I get up and I get my hair cut every 2 weeks. But then when the Bible says you have to go, now it's more than me doing what I like. Like, oh, I gotta get up and get my hair cut. So I can separate the two. So do you have to have a certain amount of ignorance to?
No, I don't think so. I think the Bible, first of all, you can't apply the Bible to every situation because every situation not happening to you. So I think it's just, if it don't apply, let it fly. That's it. I think you can. I mean, it's some things in there that's definite there are a lot of laws in there. Like thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal. So how else are you gonna term that? Are you gonna term that? How differently can you term that? And it's already. So are you saying that you don't want to follow the rules in there, or what are you saying? Because the people and people do this rules. I mean, we follow laws all the time written by people that hate us. So I mean, what are we saying about the Bible? What part are we rejecting from the Bible? What are we actually? Because I never got that part. Because the thing I look at. Right? The Bible is happening right now, or you actually been living that way, but let's say you never heard of the Bible before. What's the difference? And you were already living in that manner that might be described. So you can't be intelligent because you was already living that way, and it's written in the Bible. That makes you what, non-intelligent? I don't know.
I mean, yeah. What I'm saying is
yeah, what?
Yeah, when you have to have a certain amount of ignorance to read the Bible, because what they say is you interpret the Bible. You have to know it in its aspect, and that takes a certain amount of intelligence. Like you said, you can't put the Bible in every instant, but some people do. And people say God is in everything. So it's in their sex life, it's in their education, it's in their entertainment, it's in their food. It's never not a moment when they can't bring up a scripture.
Right. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. But just because it's in a scripture doesn't mean that you are not intelligent. Just because it was in a scripture, that doesn't mean that. That just means that someone else agreed with you before you even knew. You know what I'm saying? That it was in the Bible. Listen, how many of us on here is murdering people? You see what I shall not kill. So we're living that, right? So what? Just because it's written in the Bible, all of a sudden we're not intelligent any longer?
I think it's different levels of intelligence. Like I said, I'm thinking like real talk. I think it's like the bottom, the lower. And I'm not classifying them, but I'm trying not to say right or wrong or this and the other. But some people are smarter than others. Some people are word linguists. Some people understand communication. Some people understand times. Some people just have a different sense of reality. Like, I knew they wasn't saying Jesus walked on water when they said Jesus. But some people are like, no, it really means he walked on water. And then some people be like, no, what that mean is so that's
I'm taking that part as him walking on water as literal.
Me too.
I'm taking it as literal. There's no interpretation there. I don't see where the room for interpretation would be.
Believe that it's a fictional book.
Okay, listen. Listen. This is the thing. Why is it fictional? What parts are fictional? Then all of it would be fictional. Then the whole reality would be fictional, right?
The whole reality in the Bible?
Period.
Why would okay, so my sister, I want to ask you, why would you say the reality wouldn't be real if the Bible isn't real? Why would you equate those two things?
No, he's saying the people that are intelligent that are reading the Bible. That's what I'm saying. I'm not. I'm not saying reality. I'm not talking about me.
All right, you got me.
I'm just saying that it's definitely some things. Listen, this is how I interpret people that are saying they don't want to follow the Bible. You follow the white man's law every day. I mean, what? Why would you throw the part away that says that you are a God, that you have the power, that the power is within you, that God will never leave nor forsake you, that you are protected, though you walk through the valley of the shadows of the death, right? That you fear no evil, you have no fear, right? That you are the man, that you are God, that the strength is within you, that whatever you say, what do they say? As a man thinketh, so is he. That's the power in what? That's not giving your power to somebody else. That's you accepting the power and the responsibility of
Facts.
being
But then it also
what
says don't lean on
right.
your own understanding. It says, you know what I'm saying,
Hold
don't
on.
don't look for a man. Don't, you know.
Oh, yeah, exactly. But can't we apply that? Because look, we thought, okay, when we went to school, we thought slavery was some one way, and it wasn't, right? When we found that out later. We can't lean on our own understanding of what we thought it was because it wasn't that way, right? But how can we find out if we were not there? We still have to rely on someone else. Okay, so that's how we relate to each other. That's why we would go to the elders, or that's why we would go to someone else who we would look at as like an authority or someone who would know more than what we know. Because
But did we
sometimes when
do
we go
that
up in
because
our
of the
head,
Bible though?
say it again.
Did we do that because of the Bible?
No, no, no.
That's what
That's
I'm
what I'm
saying.
saying. That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. We will be us whether we had the Bible or not. But just because someone wrote it down, I don't see the problem in that.
I see the problem is because they wrote it down. They wrote like Nikki and her family has a culture. That's what they do. They get up, they brush their teeth,
Right,
come down,
right.
eat.
And that's a religion, correct? Wouldn't that be a religion? We go to school at a certain time of day. We go to work after a certain time of day. We're relying on
Okay,
something that
my
is super
sister,
that
I
is
want to
not.
ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, and I think this is more so what I think Suave was trying to say.
Go ahead.
If, and I want to word myself correctly, if you were stating that as your religion, if I were to come into your home, commandeer all of your things,
Mm-hmm.
and essentially take over your home. And now I
Mm-hmm.
like what you were doing. I
Mm-hmm.
like your religion and routine,
Uh-huh.
but I need your religion and routine to fit my scheme because I don't want your scheme overshadowing my scheme, seeing as though I just conquered your house.
Uh-huh.
Right? So I rewrite your scheme to fit me.
Right.
Is it safe to say that with a tainted scheme, you're not going to get the original meaning that came from your routine?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. It's like somebody took down what's right by looking at you, saying, okay, well, you get up, you brush your teeth, then you eat, then you get dressed, and you go to okay, thou must wake up, Edith, wash your hands, go to school, and give your money to the hold on, wait now. That's where the bullshit come in. Because you follow me and you start putting stuff like, okay, and then you added some shit in on now. When the next generation, when you die off and the next generation come in and they have kids, their kids not gonna know that you didn't do that fifth thing.
Okay.
So they gonna be like, oh man, that's what we've been doing. What you talking about, man? You complain about your bills and then a little bit of money that you do got. You all get together on Sunday and get that shit away.
Right.
And I'm like, hold on. That don't make sense to an intelligent person. That's not like some
Uh-huh.
shit that somebody who's dependent on somebody too much. Like, okay, if I don't understand something, I'll ask somebody. But that don't mean that if I say, man, how do you set this remote control up for my TV? I don't know. Then they say, oh, you take it, submerge it in water, and then stick it up your ass. I got enough intelligence to say, wait, hold on, fam. Just because I don't know, don't mean you could tell me whatever you want to tell me.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like at some point in time, my intelligence says no. So what I'm saying is that it's stuff in that Bible that's sitting next to stuff that I
Right.
wouldn't have a problem with. But if you
Right.
read the lines around it, it's like the intent or the purpose or the outcome or the benefits are going somewhere or coming from somewhere I don't appreciate. And I'm saying, like,
Right.
that's weird, man. That's
Right.
weird.
Like drinking blood and eating the body and all.
Thank
That's
you. And
where
then
did
you
that
go
come
to
from?
church and you mock drink blood every first Sunday.
But the Bible actually says that you're not supposed to
Yeah.
drink blood and eat. So I understand what you're saying. I totally understand.
So
It's
how
But
like
I
much?
think
it's like
I think we can actually pick parts like people are doing and then get rid of the rest of it. I think a lot of it is applicable because the Bible actually tells you how to destroy your enemy. So the thing about it is that do you really think white people are going to give you something that tells you how to destroy them? That they're not going to roll on this earth that long?
Not
That their rule
intentionally.
is going to
Yeah.
be over?
Yeah, that's why they telling you the gun is the weapon because they know they make the guns and they got the biggest gun.
They got a
So
gun, but we got something a whole lot better. I mean,
yeah,
we
but
each
they not
other,
telling you that's part of war. They
right?
not telling you that's part of war.
They
Hey,
but
come get
they
the
not
life.
but they the theys they're not supposed to tell us. You understand what I'm saying? If like you said, if you intelligent, you reading the Bible and the Bible is telling you to walk around the mountain 3 times and then go in this direction instead of that direction where they are, take the long way around to get to the enemy's camp, right? Like you can't. That's not in military manuals. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's in a military manual, but it's just called a military manual instead of a Bible.
Yeah, I believe you. I believe you.
So, and you know to take the long way around, take the road less travel, right? You're not gonna run down on your enemies and they're gonna see you coming, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I
So,
mean,
I mean,
okay.
you can get rid of the Bible. You can do anything with it. That it doesn't matter to me. 'Cause I'm just
What I'm saying is this, because my thing is, how are we, meaning people who don't look at the Bible as divine and historical, how do we coexist with people who openly admit I'm gonna have to kill you?
easy.
I'm gonna have to kill you if we get together, if we get from under white supremacy and the Hebrew nation rises, Suave, you and your people gotta die. And I'm saying, what the fuck? You see what I'm saying? So how can that coexist? How can I take that Bible and I say, listen,
Right.
man, feed the family with the Bible. Don't oppress people with the
Listen,
Bible.
but
Take all that shit out.
not follow. They're not swap. They're not following that right now. So, do you think they're gonna follow it later? No, because they're not doing what it says for them to do right now, and they the ones that's claiming it. You see what I'm saying? They're actually claiming it, and we had a whole thing with Hebrews saying that pro-blacks are this and pro-blacks are that when it was them the whole time. You see what I'm saying? They were the ones that was lying. They were the ones that was supporting death and genocide. It wasn't us. And we ain't even picked up the book and said nothing, right? But they swearing by it. You see? It's like you said, it's you're saying it's allegorical. I don't like using that term, but hey, if that's the term word of the day, then let's look it up and apply it, okay? So they
I'm
not
not
even
gonna say that.
following.
I don't
They
want to. I
not
don't want to
following
say
it.
it's completely allegorical. What I will say is that it's very dangerous in the hands of an unlearned person. Somebody who has no knowledge of self prior to for them to be dealing with.
Okay, y'all
Suave.
there?
Yeah,
Oh,
we
my
still
bad. I
here.
don't know why I keep muting myself. Sir, I didn't see you walk in the door. What's going on, brother?
What's going on, man?
You got it. Sir, that's
Oh,
Nikki. Nikki, that's Sir. Okay,
oh,
this is what I'm saying. Okay, and I want to hit the chat right quick. Lex in the chat, for some reason, he blocked somebody on the panel last night, made it their business to block him. And I don't know how to block him yet, but I'll figure that out. Okay.
oh,
So he says
it
you
was
have to know the
me.
Bible.
It was.
It wasn't you. You would have to know the Bible to answer those questions. And that's my point. So I've always tried to learn the Bible first, bro. But I am. Do I sound like I'm completely illiterate about the Bible? That's not like I just woke up yesterday and was like, oh, Bible. Like, no, I was in that shit, fam. I was in that shit. Like Lex might could teach me something on the Bible, but most motherfuckers can't. Most motherfuckers that I come into contact with, that I'm around, can't. You could say a lot of intelligent stuff, but I'd be like, yeah, I know that. I knew that.
That's living the Bible.
I knew that. You said that's living the Bible? Oh, I'm sorry, sis. I thought you said something. Okay, so the real question is, do you have intelligence to understand the Bible? That's another one. That's my point. Because it seemed like a lot of people don't, and they lean on the
Living the
people
Bible.
that do. Oh, say it again, sis.
Nobody. Well, you know why? Because they all got a back door out of that. You understand? They all got a little trap saying, oh, we can do this. Oh, but if a man gonna fall down 10 times, he gonna get up and all this. That's just a way for them to not follow their own word.
Facts. And so what I'm saying is that, do you have intelligence to understand the Bible? The pastors are intelligent, and the congregation is less intelligent. I'm not saying they dumb, but
say no. I would say yes. You can be intelligent and read the Bible. Yes, you can.
Yeah, I that's what I'm saying. But the intelligent people become the leaders in the Bible. They use it to manipulate people. They don't use it to be honest, because an intelligent person with an honest and good heart has to say, "Hey, I gotta come up out this Bible." An intelligent person with a good and honest heart looks at that Bible and say, I see what this is for real. A lesser intelligent person makes excuses for the stuff that conflicts with reality or other parts of the Bible that tell you what's right. Oh no, that don't mean that. Like last night, I them say, well, turn the other cheek is not in the Bible. And why the fuck we been told turn the other cheek is in the Bible? And then you being told this as a kid, like you ain't finna break it down and look it up. Like they know not to tell you that shit is in the depth. You know what I'm saying? And make sure they tell your ass, look, here, read these books, Peter Pan, the motherfucking Fox and the Hound, the Egg, and all this shit. And then they read you the Bible. And as a kid, what do that do? Now you stuck at that mind frame when it comes to religion. Even as you grow, you're still comprehending as a child. Then when you do get to that point where you mature and you start reading, and not just reading the Bible, but when you come to something that you don't understand, you stop, go over to another source, look it up, explain it to yourself, learn what it is, and then go back and put it in context. You'd be like, hold on, fam. Like I'm running into a lot of shit that concerns me. And when you look at how the Bible being used, I'm saying this shit makes sense that all my people go home broke every Sunday, and this pastor grabs all his money and throws it up to people above him, and they give him a little bit back. That's what's going on. That's what's going on. When easily if every church just didn't go to church for a year and put that money toward the community, a lot of stuff we praying for would be answered. Your children will be safer. You will have your own businesses. These are the stuff we praying for. Lord, watch over my child. Make sure he make it home at night. Okay, but now here's the money. Put street lights up, cameras. This is all our shit. So you got access to the cameras or however you want. Like you get to build it how you want. This your community. There's a basketball court right up the street instead of him have to go to the other side of town. It's shit to do. It's a park. You've built a library. You built a recreational center. You building stuff instead of your kids playing in abandoned buildings, being met by gang bangers, and that's the only thing we're like, yeah, so hey, let's join the gang and let's have fun. Like, let's jump in a stolen car, roll around. Like, if you stop doing this and did that, you wouldn't have to do this. But people prefer to do this. And that to me, that shows signs of ignorance. Well, I'm like, damn, it's the same signs of ignorance I show when people look at me like when millionaires look at me and I'm not a millionaire. Like, how he not a millionaire? Don't you know all you got to do? Invest in this stock and move this money, diversify your portfolio and all this other shit that I'm ignorant of. But it's there. John, the real question is, do you have the information? Damn. Oh, he gave Nikki the damn. Nikki is smarter than I thought. Okay. Spending school of understanding. Teach them.
What?
But yeah, that was a compliment. It probably was a little back, but it was a compliment. Suave, you can't be serious. Okay, that's symbolic. He's talking about drinking the blood is symbolic. but yet we go to church every first Sunday and we mock drinking blood. Now, you may know that's a motherfucking
On the first Sunday, that's called communion. But yeah, that's why I can't go because I ain't drinking nobody blood. How about
you
that?
go to church and you have your kids practice in cannibalism.
Cannibalism, exactly.
And so 1,000 years from now, when you're gone, Lex, with all the wisdom to know that that's symbolic, they're gonna show people drinking blood and eating flesh, and they're gonna be
Of
like,
course,
"Damn."
it's symbolic, but people are out there actually drinking blood. We know it's grape juice, and well, it was wine before. People was getting drunk, but it's
But
you know what I'm saying. It's
But just like any
why
other,
would there be a rule for you to drink and eat other flesh and whatever, when it says at the beginning that you're not supposed to drink blood and there's a whole bunch of rules on what you're supposed to eat and drink. So why at the end of the Bible would you end up doing what it tells you not to do when it says Jesus didn't come to change the word, he came to fulfill it. So, oh wait a minute, I'm about to preach. I'm sorry. Let me put on mute.
Thousand part.
Go ahead, Si, you good?
Like when I read scriptures now, I can get intellectual with the scriptures just as well as the next man, but I like to keep things practical so everybody can understand what I'm saying. When we well, I listened to a little bit of what you were saying, and I look at it like this: you have, regardless if somebody's listening, going by the scriptures or whatever, you have wicked people in everything. You know, I think one has to discern, like how you were saying about the preacher, the smartest person reading the Bible, and he's controlling and manipulating the ones that are not smart. But I can look at in all organizations and see this same thing playing out. So really, that argument. Okay, I'm gonna bring up a situation, and I'm not going to try to call the brother out, or but he is a YouTube personality, so therefore, we got the right to talk about it. With the Phil thing. Now, Phil from the Advice Show. Now, a lot of people was looking at it like he basically deceived the people, which to a large degree, I agree he did. So you had a lot of people who were on the no swirling movement, or I don't know what you call it or whatever, but they were very disappointed in this guy, knowing that he said the rhetoric he said, but at the same time he was living a different life. So this will be another situation. This will be a situation comparable to how you were saying preachers, it's the same thing, bro. We looking at this like, instead of saying, okay, this is a situation with the Bible that's going on and that needs to stop, I look at it as we need to figure out a way of identifying and dealing with these wicked people who mislead our people as a whole. We had this going on in the Panthers. You had a lot of these people in the Panthers who were actually COINTELPRO agents. Today, they have big mega churches as payoffs for what they did back then, but we don't call them out. We look at them in high prestige, high regard. But if you trace back what they did in that movement and how they got out, you will see these were sellouts. These were double agents, so to speak. And we got that going on no matter what organization or what ideology you adhere to. So I would say what we need to do is find some common ground. Those, if you want to call it righteous or whatever you want to call it, those who got the best intentions for their people at heart. We need to find some common ground to cross barriers and say, okay, we together and we gonna deal with these people who basically wicked. Because I think we get caught up in a lot of, just because he looked like me, that's my brother. And but that's not the case, because we see it time and time again. No matter what movement we in, we have those who will infiltrate and work for the master, so to speak. But that I'm gonna turn it loose.
I agree with you. That is evil people in a lot of, but that's really a different discussion. But at the same time, it's practice. I look at people like, what you do makes you related to me. You see what I'm saying? Like, of course, I could look at you and I could see the similarities, and that'll make me more open to seeing if you align yourself with me. But your actions is what I look at. Like, real talk. I wouldn't lie on nobody. I wouldn't steal from nobody. And if I see you doing that, I don't care how much black power you screaming. I know what's up. So,
Right.
but what I'm saying is, isn't the use of the Bible by intelligent people really just taking advantage of ignorant people, the people who don't know the things? Not saying like to a level, I have to be honest and say it's unintelligence. Like, your brain isn't wired the way that naturally intelligent person. Somebody in your family didn't get you started early enough on shapes, numbers, and words. You know what I'm saying? So now you got somebody who flying through this and like, oh shit.
You know
And
what? It could be somebody who, like, okay, let's say you're intelligent and I'm intelligent. We're both intelligent in certain things, but this person or you might be more intelligent in allegories, as where I didn't grow up in that intelligence. My mind was on math or something. I wasn't thinking about allegories. So now when you pick up the Bible and you reading these allegories and these parables, you know what it is. But me, I'm more of a factual, actual. I'm literal, and I don't understand an allegory or a parable. So now you looking at it as like, okay, I know something he don't. That don't mean I'm not intelligent. That just means you have a knowledge of something that I don't have. Now, be it up to you to mislead me with that or not. That's going to determine what type of person you are. But that don't necessarily mean the person, the preacher who knows more about this book is more intelligent than the other person. He's just more intelligent in other areas. You see what I'm saying?
yeah, I mean, but it's other areas are not as still intelligent, and it's not just a matter of intelligence. It's morality too. If he's willing to hurt more people than you are, if he's willing to lie bigger than you, if he's willing to go further to cover up the truth than you see what I'm saying? And he's intelligent enough to do that, you lose him because you read the book, and the book tells you serve your master, and then he comes along and tell you who the fuck your master is, and now he got you serving somebody that's not your master. Because you don't know who your master is, because you don't know what a master is, because nobody ever taught you, hey, you know what a master is? You know what a Lord is? You know what a God is? Regular people with feet and hands and a face like you. And so when you look at it, then you say, damn, who am I serving when all my resources, where do all my resources go? When I take them to the church still need a sound system. It's been 3 years, a sound system, a fucking radio. Then you look at who he get his money to, and they throwing conventions.
I see what you're
Somebody
saying.
is ignoring this shit, man.
I see what you're saying, and it's not my intention to cover, or because we see it every day on TV with these Crevlo dollars and these TD Jakes. So yes, it is a lot of wolves in sheep's clothing, and there are a lot of masses that are misled. But if you look in that them scriptures, it tells you this was to be, this was going to happen. So I don't necessarily, I don't know, bro.
But the scriptures aren't prophetic. It's instructional.
What's up, Joshua, man? Come on up, man. What's good? What's on your mind, man? Joshua, the link is out there. What's on your mind? Joshua, what's on your mind? Hit the link. Now, I appreciate everybody been rocking out with us, man. Yeah, this been the throwback of the argument league, man. Very interesting conversation. Time traveling back in the day, seeing what blue was a Hebrew, and
Him and Lex was disagreeing. Seeing with Chris, was cool, and Suave was cool with Lex, and Suave was cool with Chris, and could tolerate each other on the fucking panel. Oh, but you will see how it formed. You will see. What's up, Joshua? Where you at, fam? Charles Mays in the building. Why I go around where? Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, baby. Yeah, that time wrong. Okay, my man. Yeah. Come on up, Joshua, man. Where you at, bro? Where you at, bro? Where you at, bro? Yeah, man. The black community can't afford to go to church no more, man. That's where all our money going, man. Ain't no progression. Ain't no church reach the pinnacle. Ain't no church reach the top. Black folks got to stop giving their money to church and start putting money back into their own neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Shit, is this motherfucker old? Oh, yeah. I mean, this one. Oh, shit, you know what? About to bust that U like this. Could not. Yeah, man. Day after day after day after day after day, man. Listen, the motherfuckers misinterpreted the Bible. Shit, I mean, it was cool, Shit. It's just, I mean, my purpose was to build with black people. You know what I'm saying? I got what I asked for. So, I'm hella patient with my people. I don't know what Joshua had, though. Joshua said he wanted to get on the panel. I don't know what the fuck he doing. Weed and beer. Say 5 Caesars. Just twitching the shit. Yeah, nah. I don't know what Joshua doing. Joshua, he set me up, man. Joshua set me the fuck up, man. Joshua set me the fuck up. Okay. It's not saying this. It's saying this what we gonna do to you, nigga. It's not saying, oh, this will happen because this is how it's supposed to go. If shit like that's supposed to go, that wouldn't have to be enslavement. It wouldn't have to be murdering. It wouldn't have to be a reward punishment system. It'd just happen.
Hold
The
on.
law says the trees should bear fruit. Who enslaved the trees to make that possible? If it's the word, if it's the law, if no matter what you feel is gonna happen, where was the traumatization of the trees to make them start bearing fruit?
I'm not understanding, bro. Trees gonna bear fruit. They do what they do. That's just like humans gonna have babies. It's natural to you to do it. I'm
So
say that again.
what
I'm not
I'm
understanding.
saying is if the stuff in the Bible is supposed to be natural to you.
Okay.
Serve your master. Serve your master. That should be natural. That's a law. That's a law. Just like it's a law that trees should bear fruit. That's why I brought the trees in. They do what they do under their law. We supposed to do what we do under our law, but we have to be forced into our law. Stuff that really people say, hey, we supposed to be like this from the beginning. But then you look at it and it's like, nah, I'm not gonna just let somebody talk to me crazy and then just play it off. I'm gonna check them on that. I'm gonna let them know you can't do that to me.
I think that goes along with the gift we were given of this intellect we have, this brain, as masters, so to speak, of the earth. So obviously, if we got to have some checks and balances. If we basically the masters of the earth, and I'm just using that term, if we the masters of the earth, we got to have checks and balances, how to operate things, move things around. I mean, I'm not understanding how you saying like a tree don't have no nervous system. A tree don't have.
A tree don't have what you perceive as a nervous system. You see what I'm saying? Because you have a point of view. But if you ask
Hold up. So can a
if-
tree feel pain? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that a tree feels. Whether you want to register it as pain, whether you want to register it as joy, all I'm saying is that you cannot tell a tree what it does and does not have. Just because you look at it, okay, your nervous system does this and you say ouch. Just because the tree don't get up and run away when something happened to him don't mean it don't have a nervous system, because it clearly knows something happened to it because it heals itself.
Okay.
So you saying, well, I don't see it as a nervous system because he don't scream and run. And I'm saying sometimes when you hurt yourself, you don't scream and run. And since the tree is way more in tune with its original position than you are, you don't see this shit. But that's just my point. How people can sit up here and say stuff like that. Well, a tree don't got nervous system, and if motherfuckers don't understand, they'll let you preach for another half an hour, and you will say a whole bunch of stuff behind that, and they'll believe that too.
Okay, but with great power comes great responsibility. You was born with a brain. You were born with a brain, so therefore you are responsible for certain things, bro. I mean, if we walk around and we say we was the gods of the earth at one point in time, we ran the earth, we ruled the planet, and it goes back to that argument. If we ruled the planet and we ran this earth, then how do we lose control and how do we get subject to being up under somebody else's dominion?
We never ruled or ran. See, that's a whole another thing. When you use these words, master, conquer, rule,
bro,
we lived in obedience to the system that was provided for us. We know where our air came from, our water, and our food, and our companionship came from. Once we start stepping out of those laws, that compromised everything. And so we were able to be brought down because we not doing what we supposed to do. And that's what religious people say, oh, you stepped out of the laws of God, and so the white man put you in slavery. No. I stopped eating food I was supposed to eat. I started eating other people's food. I let them eat my food. I stopped congregating with the people I'm supposed to congregate with. I start letting them come in. And that's where you see the division. And gradually over time, people gain your intelligence, use it against you. Gain your intelligence, use it against you. It's not an overnight thing. But you would know that unless you studied history. Go ahead, bro.
So you at least you acknowledge that we stepped out of some type of law. So you acknowledge law is needed.
We stepped out of the obedience of the system, not some type of law. We stepped out of the obedience that we had put by the universe, which created the earth, and the earth takes care and provides for us. When we stepped out of our system that's naturally set up and started creating luxuries and privileges, when I would like to travel, so I'm gonna learn irrigation, and I'm gonna learn animal husbandry, and I'm gonna learn agriculture, and then I'll be able to leave from where I'm at because I can plant food over there and sustain and start a civilization. But now you're moving closer to somebody else who's doing the same thing, and then y'all end up next to each other. You're like, damn, I don't like you, and I don't like you neither. But neither of y'all was supposed to leave from where your food was.
Hold up, bro. I don't know where you're going with that one, but okay.
Hey, I just wanted to read this definition. I got two dictionaries in front of me. The first one that I want to read from is the Random House 1976 edition. Random House College Dictionary, by the way, and that's the 1976 edition. And this is the definition for God. So it reads as follows. Give me 1 second. Let me make sure I get this right. Good, G-U-D, got, G-O-T-T, guth, G-U-T-H, goth, G-O-T-H. It also says there, see, goth. So I'm going to go to the definition that's not that far away from it that says goth. One of an ancient and distinguished tribe or nation which inhabited Scandinavia, now Sweden, and Norway, whose language is now retained in those countries, and a large portion of it is found in England. That's not the entire definition. I just want to see where you guys stand on that, and I'm back on mute.
God is basically it's a dramatic word, and if you trace it back further enough, it's rooted in paganism. So some of the definitions you read off are correct. Now, if you look up those words, goof and all that, you'll break it down, and you will further find it's connected to like pagan gods of old. So when I use the word
But
God,
what does that have to do with intelligence and the Bible? What does that have to do with it? I don't understand.
I was all right. I'm glad you asked that, my sister. I'm making a correlation because intelligence and interpretation has everything to do with the Bible. So if I'm able to intelligently interpret what a word means in its antiquity, how it was used, its connotation, its denotation, and then I see the time period in which it's applied inside the Bible to understand how that word is used, I would have a different outlook as opposed to just reading words on a line and reciting them over and over, regurgitating them.
I'm kind of glad you said that, bro, because one thing I think a lot of people take for granted is certain words meant certain things at certain times. That's why it's imperative that if you're studying these things, get a dictionary from the time period when they wrote it.
What does Bible mean? What does Bible mean, and what does intelligence mean?
Bible, biblos, book.
That's all it means, book.
So what are we talking about here? What is intelligence then? What is intelligence?
Book. Well, what I'm seeing in that instance is people don't even know where the word God comes from. People like we have one idea of what we're saying, but in all actuality, the higher rankings know, yeah, well, they talking about our people. Like they praying to our people. This is our race of people that we used to call ourselves Goth or Gotha, but now we call ourselves God. Mm-hmm. And now the people who don't know that, because that information is being held or spread out so thin, and then a lot of information's in books you can't get a hold of. You have to pay a lot of money to get a hold of. So there's a restriction of intelligence, and that goes back to somebody said in the chat. Let me see. He says something about the Jews. So, like, the Jews rule the earth. Okay, so the Jews rule the world and they read the Torah, but a nigga thinks he is too intelligent for the Bible. The Jews who rule the world are not going by the Bible. They're not following the Bible. And this is the stupidity that I be talking about. The Jews of the world are using way more than just the Bible.
They're using comedic science.
They're using astrology, cosmos. They're using shit.
They're using our shit.
They're using us, fam. And that's the ignorance that I'm talking about. What in that Bible is teaching you how to become rich? There's no plan for becoming rich in that Bible. It does not tell you, hold your dollar, hold your next dollar, hold your next dollar. Now you got $3. It don't say that. It tell you not to put interest on money. It tell you give 10% of your money away. It tells you give as much as your money away. It tells you a man with riches can't make it into heaven. It tells you all the things that it needs to tell you not to become successful and rich.
Mm-hmm.
So you desire to become rich,
There's an issue. There's an issue with the money. That's why. There's always, everything is done at this point in time because of money, right? So maybe they're saying that you're supposed to be with your family. Your riches is your family, your wealth, your people.
Exactly.
Your environment. You're not supposed to necessarily be rich. Why would you be rich and say, oh, I got a white man's face on a green piece of paper, I'm rich? No.
But look, and no, I don't want to be rich. I want to accumulate wealth so that I can get resources so that I could help more people.
But here's the thing.
Supposed to be your people and your skills. That's your wealth. That's why
I know. But this is the thing. I didn't need the Bible to tell me that. I looked what value was, and I did this and that. I said, if Puff Daddy gets a flat, he got to call AAA and pay somebody to come help him. If I get a flat, I could call one of my brothers and they will get out of bed and come help me. That's value. I'm worth something to somebody.
That's wealth. That's your wealth. Your people.
That's not in the Bible.
It don't.
Swab. See, one thing I think you should caution yourself with is calling people stupid and talking about stupidity when the Bible, just how you guys was talking about what the Jews are using to control the world. Now, the Bible, if you want to say the Bible don't teach you how to hold your dollar, don't know how to do that, the Bible gives you fundamentals. It's a lesson in there that back to Moses and Pharaoh, where the Jews are using to control the whole world. That lesson from Moses and Pharaoh is what they use to control the world. Go back to Exodus.
Bust it up.
Hold on. Go back to Exodus when Moses gets told from Yah to go tell Pharaoh to let the people free. Moses protests, he resists, but Yah tell him, no, you go, you take your brother Aaron, this, that, whatever. Tell Pharaoh to let the
brother.
Go ahead, brother. What'd you say?
Because you mentioned the name Moses, so I would assume if you're using the name Moses, we would be inferring that there were Hebrews at this time, correct?
But all I'm doing right now is trying to show an example of something. That's all I'm doing.
I want you to know something, Si. You are my brother. I am you, and you are me. Do not ever, you know what I'm saying? Never think, especially coming from Brandon Bay, I'm ever trying to step down on you or make you look any kind of way. I'm trying to first gain understanding from how you see things, and then give my perception, and then see where we meet up in the middle. That's normally my approach. No.
What I'm saying is, regardless if there was Hebrews at the time or not, there is a lesson in this that I'm trying to show Suave how the so-called Jews are ruling the earth, and this is the principal thing they run the earth on, period, to this day.
Okay, go ahead.
That's all
Show me that. But I want to know, was there Hebrews at this time, sir?
Bro, just hear the lesson, bro.
Okay, go ahead.
So what the y'all, when Moses said he ain't gonna listen to me, he ain't gonna do nothing. What did y'all tell him? He said, listen, go down there and tell him to let the people go. He's not going to do it because I'm going to harden his heart, that I might multiply my signs on the Egyptians and get myself a great name. So basically what he's telling him is, you're going to go down there and you're going to tell Pharaoh to let them go, but Pharaoh's not going to do it because I, Yah, am going to make sure he does not do it. So basically what the lesson is in this is, and what the Jews, the principal thing they use to control the earth today is, Yah is controlling both sides of the situation so he gets the outcome he desires. This is what the Jews use today.
No, it's
Control.
not.
Yes,
No,
it
it's not.
is.
No, it's not. Listen to
Bro,
what you
they
just
control the money.
No, okay, now look,
Come on,
look.
bro. You now.
Okay, I'm gonna go with you. I'm gonna go with you.
Go ahead, bro. Tell me how it's not what they're using.
God tell Moses, go to the Pharaoh, tell him to do something. I'm gonna make sure he don't do it.
Yep.
No, I think what he's saying is the duality.
Exactly.
Being able to monopolize on either side, like basically using something to as a catalyst to like monopolize on either side. So however the coins fall, it's still falling your hand.
This is what the Jews, this is the principal lesson they use to control the world. They control the money.
Be on both teams.
Basically, they are on both teams. They're controlling the money. They control when the stock markets crash. They control how much the money is worth. They control all that.
Okay, and you think that came from the story of Moses in the Bible?
You tell me where it came from before you heard it there.
Where did the Bible come from?
Can you tell me where you heard that
come from? This
Suave,
not a collegiate question. No, I'm asking you. You know the Bible come from something. So wasn't that lesson in there?
Suave, I'm asking you.
Yes or no?
Can you tell me a story?
Did the Bible listen, because that's what y'all do. I don't have to know all the stories.
Suave, it don't.
If you know the Bible is not the original source, and I know the Bible is not the original source, we both shouldn't have to bring no proof to say, hey, well, that story was in papyruses and all type of shit before the Bible even was around. Right or wrong?
You go ahead, Suave. Yeah.
It's like pulling teeth. It's like pulling teeth. You can't tell me Hebrews at this time. You can't even the Bible with the original source, and that these stories come from pre-existing papyruses.
You got so much hatred for the Bible, Suave. You're not even listening to the lesson.
The truth, man. I'm not finna sit up here and keep figuring shit out for motherfuckers and lying for motherfuckers because
why can't you see the design in that, regardless if it comes from the Bible or not? Why can't you look at that and say, okay, there's some sense here in what's going on?
Because that's not what I asked for. And then when I asked for it, you brought some up, and now we're talking about duality, being on both sides of the team. I said, where's the instruction on how to become economically superior?
That's instruction on how to become economically superior. If you control both sides, each end of the economic chain, you superior, Suave. You don't even see the lesson in that because you got.
I don't see the lesson in that because the lesson ain't in that. The lesson isn't there. The words that you saying aren't in there. What you gonna do? You read the Bible and you say, well, basically what it said. Not fuck basically what it's saying. I know what it said. It told this man, go over here, tell him for your people, I'm a harden this hard to make them not do it. Bow. That's the secret to getting money and paying your family and having an over amount of money and buying extra houses and boats and y'all. Whoa. No, it's not. You made that correlation.
Dude, when you got that mindset, whatever you put your mind to do, you're going to succeed in it.
Man, is that biblical?
Did I not just read you a story out the Bible? Or just paraphrase a story out the Bible?
You're giving credit to that source, to me, unwarrantedly. And if that does the job for you, fine. But I know that ain't what that's saying.
What is it saying?
If you got to walk all the way, down the block to get your point off, then fam, you brought your point wrong. What I'm telling you is, where does the Bible teach you how to become an epic economic, look, how do you invest in banking? How do you create businesses? What percentages do you invest that, and what should your return be? How do you sell and trade? Where is that at in the Bible?
Man, Suave, how did you not? Okay, all right.
And then I'm crazy then I'm the weirdest dude on earth because I'm asking you. What I'm saying is that we're too willing to compensate. And you won't even do the same for me. If I come and I tell a motherfucker, man, look, man, you're going to have to drink my blood and eat my motherfucking flesh. You're going to say, that nigga swallow crazy, man. This nigga just told me eat it. But you're not going to say, nah, what he mean is symbolically. No. But you're willing to do that for this book that was given to you by people who told you what the fuck you not and what the fuck you are. And then you find out that it's a lie.
I don't follow that, Suave. You know that.
I mean, however it go, every time you come around, somebody got to learn Psi. But as a general, look in your hand. It's the same shit. And that's a convenience we ain't got. That's a convenience we ain't got. It's time to get uniform in line. Take what you list. Like, look, the house is on fire. Take what you need and get the fuck out. Take what you need out that book, implement it in your life, and quit acting like you putting the world on some type of high science type game. Stop acting like you lacing our shoes up with this simple shit. Recognize that there's a group of people who know this shit from birth, inertly. I love my mother. I love my father. I don't want what's yours. I want to be taught how to get mine. And once I learn how to get mine, I'm going to teach those without how to get theirs. That's me, fam. That's me. That's not that book. That ain't a religion. That ain't what people would. That's me saying, I want to be this type of person. I don't steal because I don't want Nikki to look at me as a thief. And then tell Sa and Brandon I'm a thief. Not because of the punishment or consequences as far as that, but I care how people look at me and how they think of me. And when people see me, I want them to think good things, feel good things, like no good thing. I don't want them to look, oh, here this nigga come again. Oh, he bully motherfucker. Oh, he might still put this shit up. All this. But it's like people said, man, if it weren't for this book, I'll be the biggest bully. And I'm saying where you're retarded. I'm saying from my point of view, something's wrong with you mentally. And I don't think it was birth. I think you just was exposed to some shit at an early age, and your laws was built around that. And so your statute of what should be and what shouldn't be is determined by who the fucking beat you up and who can't. What I'm saying is, no matter how physically large I am to you, you deserve half of this apple if it's only one apple and two of us. I don't need no law for that. So what I'm saying is quit being so impressed by this shit 400 years later. Let's take, and I'm being kind saying that. Let's take what you want out of that book. Leave that other bullshit there. It ain't for you. It was never meant for you. And the parts that you grabbed that was meant for you was meant to confuse and trick you.
So you telling me all the instruction you have now, you was born with it, Swar?
No.
Okay, I was just questioning.
No. But I'm saying the stuff that you send up here, talking in that Bible, yeah. I knew not to turn my back on my brother, stab nobody in the back, give somebody 50 cents and say, well, you owe me $1, knowing that they just had to borrow with 50 cents. Where they gonna get $1 from? Don't take advantage of people's ignorance. Don't take advantage of people's feelings. Don't take advantage of people. Treat people how you would want to be treated. I'm showing you when I walk up and I shake your hand, I'm showing you that when you see me walk up and shake my hand. This is not like some genius ass plot, man. They give you a taste of astrology, a taste of, some ancient Egypt shit, the taste of some other minor small religions, a little bit of Hinduism, and you like, man, these are the secrets of the galaxy, and we don't know shit. We practicing that Bible more than anybody, more than the Jews that rule the world. We practice it more than them, fam. Look where we at, man. It's not working. It worked 400 years. It worked in slavery. It's 2018. You update your information. You update your tools. You leave what's no longer usable where it's at in its respectable place. And then you advance what you can still use. You cannot march in 2018 like you did in the 60s. You have to update your tools.
Don't you know these pastors I mentioned, Crevlo Dollar, TD Jakes, you know they work for them Jews. You know there's a pipeline from them all the way up to them Jews. You know that,
Anybody
right?
who has a job work for the Jews if you follow the pipeline all the way up.
But
Straight to the
anybody
source.
who has a job don't control masses of people like they do using what?
No, they do
That
their
Bible.
part. They do their part in making sure the people who do control mass people have the ability to. You do your part. You don't control 1,000 people, but you control 25 people. You need to get a job. You need to get the job. Did you go to the job today? Okay. So if you do that and 50 other more people do that, that's 50 with 50 on the end of, and that's how they get the mass. If you go all the way up the pipeline, it's a connection. I get that.
So in your opinion, what's the best way to teach the masses economics, banking, and all the things you mentioned? What's your opinion on that? How do you
Transparency, honesty, sacrifice, knowing the information, willing to share the information without any, you know what I'm saying, predisposition, like, well, I'm gonna take advantage of them. Oh, I'm gonna show you how I get this money, but you got to do it my way so that I benefit too. Just saying, hey, I want you to have as much power as I am. I don't look at it as when you start making $25,000 a month, I'm losing $25,000 a month. Because we all in this shit together and we all getting this money so we can buy land so that we could take the people who know how to do water irrigation and people who know how to build power plants, the people who know how to put us back here, back at an advantage that we could compete. Like I don't like the blueprint that they did it already. I don't even think it's that complicated. I'm not saying I'm super smart. I'm not saying I'm super figure shit out. But all I'm saying is, look, it's been done before. It's been done before. If you want to start your own nation, it's been done before. You know how many people have separated from a nation and are now recognized as a separate nation? We're not doing none of those steps. You know how many people you Tulsa, Oklahoma? We're not doing none of those steps. None of those steps.
Let me get this straight. So you're not saying do away with the Bible. You saying take what you need out the Bible and throw the rest away. That's what you're saying?
Basically, take what you need, what's applicable, what you can utilize from it, and then move forward. Not necessarily when he said in a respective place, it's more so like, you know, shit, just like anybody, you put your books on your shelf, but you continue to move forward as far as your knowledge. You don't keep your knowledge base restricted to solely the Bible, where every single day that's the first book and the last book that you look at for that day. If you do that 365 days, what else have you challenged your mind to do? What other things have you given your mind? Have you fed your brain that edifies it and elevates it into another stratosphere of thought? I think what bruh's basically saying is like, whatever each individual person can take out of it and use and edify them, take those things out, release the things that we can't, and move forward, because the Bible wasn't the first doctrine to spirituality. And if we take the things that we want out of it and move forward, we can go backwards and we can find things that started that Bible that we read, and maybe come up with our own ideology, our own philosophy off of the things that are already present, off the platform that's already been laid out, that everyone is still using to this day.
I'm not knocking the fact that you need to obviously read more than the Bible. I mean, even the Bible tells you get wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. So what I'm saying is, I don't see, I look at it like this. If we trying to bridge a gap and trying to connect brothers and sisters who perhaps maybe come with different ideologies and stuff like that, I think we're going off about it wrong, trying to say, okay, well, even though the brother might not admit it, I do think you got some issues with Bible believers that's gonna go, it's kind of like hindering you in a way. Now, me myself, even though I have issues with Bible believers, but at the same time, I'm not gonna come at them in a way with, well, you need to get rid of that, and you need to get rid of that. I'm just gonna say, hey, look, this is what I do, this is what I think, and if it helps you, apply it. Now, can you give me something that helps me? and let me apply it. That's how I'm gonna look at it. I'm not gonna try to offend them.
That's fine. But this is what I'm saying. The intelligent people, we could write another Bible, and the people that have faith in the Bible in 150 years, they won't even have faith in that Bible. They'll be holding the new Bible that we wrote. We could clearly take advantage of them on that because we have more intelligence. Like you being led, you get one small instance of truth, and then the rest is led for your interpretation, and it makes sense to you. And so you think, yeah, it's right. Like we could actually give you information that back that up, sources, this and the other that you wouldn't even feel like reading. Therefore, what we say is true. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. What I'm saying is, you tell me what's in that Bible, can I use? And when you put it out, I say that I can't use that. I know that. I get that. Okay, that's on the wall. That's on the wall. Okay, what's else? What else? I know that. Like we still talking like we are 2,000 years ago, and we're just brutal and savage. Y'all don't just sit up on this damn board, just cussing people out for nothing, with the urge to just kill. So where's all this evilness that y'all swear that's inside of y'all at? Where's all this anger, this whole inert spirit to do wrong? And if it weren't for that book, you wouldn't have the intelligence to do right. Where's that at? Bro. So I'm seeing signs of intelligence even in you, and I'm saying if we listen to the more intelligent of it, don't wait till the gangbanger get out the street and get in the pulpit and think he made a revolution. Listen to people who never got in the gangbanging, who knew in the beginning that was the wrong decision. Not the people who figured it out at 30 and then pat them on the back like they did something super special, when it's a whole bunch of people over here who knew. Sit down, listen to them. Because intelligence you just came upon, they've been had. You're impressing you with your intelligence, not the people who already had it. And just because you got a little bit more charisma, wordplay, and display of character, then you get some type of influence. No, sit down. You just got here. You still smell like the street. Chill out. We love you. You can eat and all that, but this ain't the time to set up your soapbox.
I think you
are what? Go ahead.
I think I said this to you before on another live. There's not one spot in that Bible where you can look and say that this is exclusive to the Bible. And if you look at the creation of the Bible, we talked about this before, man had knowledge of universal laws way before a Bible came into existence. So in that aspect, you are correct. All the Bible is a compilation of things that have been put together as instruction, because man is going to lose this instruction time and time again. We see it over and over again. If you admitted yourself that we done lost instruction because we find ourselves the tail and not the head of things. So when you look at the Bible, that's all it is. Now, granted, the Bible, as we know it, as we're gonna refer to the King James, it has been tampered with. I would say that.
And what do you mean by tamper with? Because I hear a lot of people admit that that's religious, but what do you mean by tamper with?
Things have been put in there that weren't in there in its original form.
Why?
Certain people got a hold of it. They read it. They saw the wisdom in it.
Certain people.
You got Romans. You got Macedonians. You got Edom. You got a lot of people who got a hold of that and didn't see their self in there and decided to put themselves in there for whatever reason. So what I'm saying is,
you don't know the reason?
Yeah, I just told you the reason. They didn't see themselves in there, so they decided to put themselves in there.
So can I ask you a question, Sa?
Yeah.
Okay. So when, like, let's say I just want to use this for instance, because I was speaking on that on my interview, and Lex jumped off the panel before I actually had the opportunity to speak on it. And we're actually speaking on this type of matter now, so I want to bring it up. All right, I want to use the virgin birth, right?
Okay.
Of Het Heru, not the one we call JC, just Het Heru. Would you agree that it would be or not even agree. Let me stop saying that word. What is your perception of a different time, a different storyline equating to virtually the same thing? Would you agree that, or what's your perception on the story Het Heru and its correlation to the virgin birth? What's your understanding?
From what I see and what I can deduce from it, that story, the JC story, follows that story, and that story follows the Nimrod Semiramis' story. It's all the same story. So if you're asking me, do I agree with Jesus and Mary and the virgin birth? As I told a few people a couple days ago on this same channel, I believe, all you have to do is when you go to the New Testament, read the first 2 pages of the New Testament, and that whole story is shot. The whole virgin birth story is shot, period. So I can deduce that this is not factual in this book. But if you're asking me, does the Jesus story come from that story? I will say yes. And that story didn't originate there in Egypt. That story, you can trace this all the way back to Babylon. Then it shoots all across. The Persians had their own story. Then the Romans come up with their own, but it's basically the same story. So, if you're asking me, do I think that story, the Jesus story, comes from that? I would agree with you. I would concur.
Okay, so I want to ask you this. Would it be safe to say, if we do know that there could quite possibly be an original way of telling the story or an original way to interpret the story, would it not be in our best interest if we stand on the shoulders of our giants and quite possibly just look into it? I'm not saying to dismiss anything. That's not my standpoint. I'm not. I like to read, so I implore all books, even bad books, read. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong with that. My thing is it a bad idea to want to go back a little further back in time when the story was fresh
No,
and the
it's not a bad
perception was
idea.
fresh?
It's not a
And
bad
then
idea.
maybe
I would
draw
encourage that if you have the desire to learn the origins of the story and what they were trying to relate to you. I would say track it back as far as you can. Your brain would allow you to track it back, and then
I just want to I want to say I did.
Right.
The pyramids of Giza is the starting point of where you actually begin to see that story taking place and things around it being built, monuments and temples that complement that story. You know what I'm saying? As far as the virgin birth and how it took place. Now, as far as like our perception, again, we're only taught one perception on a general scale. I'm not talking about you individually. I'm talking about on a general scale, like the other 10 million of us, not the 3 of us that's on this line right now. I'm talking about the other 50 million that have no idea of this thing. The way that they're taught the story is completely different. That Het Heru is not a name that they even know. And from the standpoint that they're also taught not to even look into astrology when it's all about astrology. That story in particular. Even if they did erecting a temple to commemorate the day, they were still talking about astrology. They were talking about stars. They were talking about Orion's belt. They were talking about constellations. They were talking about the stars moving in certain places and the effects of the stars on the earth when those stars move into those certain positions. So with that being noted, in your opinion, would you feel as though it would be more beneficial to our people to take out of the Bible what they like and what stands out to them, what they love and what they're used to, and discard the things that they don't, and then move backwards? And when I say backwards, I do mean forward, but I'm saying backwards in time,
and give a different look and a different perspective on the exact same stories that we've been taught, but from a different eye, from a different perspective, not from the colonizer's perspective, but maybe the person who the story was intended for, the ones
Right.
who look like you and me, the ones who originally told the story. Because when you look into that story overall, it gets deep. You have Asar fighting with his brother Set, which is like the first time you ever hear of like a Cain and Abel scenario where these brothers are going at it. And they're utilizing witnesses and all kinds of things to put one another down, and not one another. It was Set against Asar. But again, you begin to see a different narrative when you look at it from a different perspective. I'm just giving you my perspective on what I understand. I've learned a little bit about translation, so there are some translations that I can understand when I see it off the rip. Like some of these memes that people be putting up, they don't even know that that's not the right translation. You know what I'm saying? They just put it up there because it said the stuff that spoke to their spirit. I would like us to get past the part of spookism and what
Right.
just speaks to our spirit. Not to say that it's bad if it speaks to our spirit. Our spirit is powerful, so things are going to always speak to our spirit. Things are going to always attract. I'm saying go deeper than what we started off. Because when you think about the Bible, or when I think about the Bible, I think about scraping the surface of something. Like when you start digging into the ground and you're trying to create a barbecue pit for your family, and you need the right amount of inches down so that the fire doesn't put itself out. You have to begin to dig. So you scrape the surface, but you don't stop there, because if you do, you're not going to be able to make that meal cook how you want it to cook. It ain't going to do what you want it to do. But the deeper in you go, the more powerful your cooking can become, and to a point where you can rotisserie things, you can smoke things, depending on the depth you go. But all I'm saying, and from my perspective, is I feel as though we need to go deeper. I'm not even saying throw away the Bible. I understand where Suave come from. I feel as though in my heart it's going to be really hard to take that away from our people, seeing as though how we've attached it. We've attached it to so many different emotions. People are willing to die about that Bible. You know what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. I agree with you that as far as trying to trace things back and trying to get a proper understanding of things, I can agree to that. Only thing I might disagree with you on is, and it probably is going to lead to which came first, Egypt or Samaria. And from my perspective, I think Samaria came before Egypt. So
I agree with you. But
so,
their story is literally the same. When you look at the Anunnaki story,
that's what I was going to say. I in that aspect, I agree. Their story is very similar to things, but that's a different subject. But
what I meant by that, brother, and I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm gonna let you go.
No doubt. Go ahead.
I just wanted to get this out because I be forgetting shit. What I meant when I said that was like basically when you use Samaria and you think about Egypt, those two, even though they're two different time periods, two different dynastic periods in time, you still have brown skin on brown skin, as opposed to when we get to the BCE, the before Christ era, and we start going into the writing of the Bible. We're talking about Plotinus. We're talking about a Greek, a European Greek, who hired other Greeks to transliterate our scripts and then recite it to his own people. They didn't even have our intentions at heart in the beginning. They didn't even think about us. That was literally just so they could set up their own government, establish their own astrology, create their own maps, start creating their own monuments and things of that nature. So with that being noted, that's what I meant when I said that. I wasn't trying to say like, fuck the Bible. Like it's just ain't nothing in it right. I'm not saying that, because they got it from a source. So essentially what they believe to be right is right in their eyes. And it's not to say it's not right, but what we perceive to be right is right in our eyes too. Perception is everything. Perception is key. So the only thing I'm saying is like, with what you were saying, the duality to perception. You know what I'm saying? If I could perceive one side, why not perceive the other side?
Right, no doubt, no doubt. And my whole thing with Suave was not necessarily disagreeing with Suave. I was just trying to tell Suave, like, if you're trying to reach these people who are in the Bible like that, you're not gonna reach them by calling them stupid. I mean, that's just not. History has showed us
I
time and
didn't
time
call
again it's
him
not gonna work.
stupid. I said when Lex said what he said, that was stupid. What I'm saying is that there's intelligent people. There are more intelligent people. There's levels of intelligence and being able to decipher shit on your own from when you were a child and somebody teach you 1 + 1 is 2. Then you can say, well, 1 + 1 + 1 is 3. But some people will have to be taught. No, 1 + 1 is 2. 1 + 1 + 1 is 3. And all I'm saying is that the people who need to be told 1 + 1 + 1 is 3 are the louder, more influential people. And it's not cool.
I agree.
When there's an intelligent people that's sitting up and saying, like, wait, man, like it's getting out of hand, it's going too far. You know what I'm saying? I'm
I agree.
saying let's go through the book, pick what we can utilize, take it, and the stuff we can't, leave it. What that does is launch an investigation where we start going through these books. And religious people say, no, this book is important. And the non-religious say, well, why? And they say, because this is this. And they say, well, why do you know that? And then you say, because this story prior to that explains this. And you say, well, why we don't use that story? Okay, now we doing exactly what y'all were just talking about. When I say, I don't mean just Genesis, no. Exodus, no. Leviticus, yeah, we'll keep that. Deuteronomy, no. What I'm saying is, like, it sounds simple, but when we get to doing what we say we're doing, people are going to have to explain that book. And people are going to have to explain what they feel against the book. But I know that we're going to get back to the original language that is in tune with us biologically. So it's going to get more and more simple. Like, you know what? This is crazy. That they making us do all of this algebra to get 1 + 1 is 2. Like, it's like the Bible, the King James Version in the English form is a blatant tool to confuse you, stagnate you, get them a head start, at least, if not give you just a whole fucked up, lead you off course anyway. And so let's back the train up till where we fucked up and then go forward. And we're gonna have to do that on a lot of levels. But I'm saying this is the biggest division we have. And I think our first law is we should not let religion or belief divide us. That's a law. That's a law. If you rock with the Bible or not rock with the Bible, I don't see why we got to even talk about the Bible. Unless we're in court, we're holding each other in court for something and you bringing your, but I'm saying, like, damn, man, I see a lot more stuff out there that we could use that could easily, within 10 years, make it, like, change some shit around in 10 years. Just diverting our money. Intelligent or non-intelligent. But
I don't disagree with nothing you just said. I don't disagree with that at all.
All I'm saying, man, it's
we need,
black people.
I think what we need to do is we can sit here and we can talk, and I'm pretty sure, well, from what I can tell, you two, y'all intelligent brothers on this line, but until we put something in action, motion, get it in motion, doing, physics dictate a body in rest stays in rest, a body in motion stays in motion. So we need to get something in action. We need to, basically, we're going to start at the bottom. Let's just be real. Let's just be honest about this. We're going to start at the bottom, the rock bottom, the dirt. So until we can get something in action, until we can even get a code system to where if you are a black power and I'm an Israelite and he's whatever, till we can get a code system on how to operate with each other, how to interact with each other to achieve a specific goal, we just gonna be going in circles. So my whole goal is to, if if you don't necessarily believe in the book or the whole book or whatever, or if somebody don't necessarily believe in black power or whatever. But at the end of the day, we have to create a mechanism to where we can function on one accord to achieve that same goal we trying to achieve. So,
Okay.
you know.
I'm saying we're in action and we need to slow down that action. We're heading the wrong way fast. We need
Okay.
to, like, doing less right now is actually doing more for us. And if we stop participating in some of this stuff and we stop bringing our own personal, what y'all say, your own personal relationship with God into your public relationship with people, like that should be simple for adults. That should be simple for adults. Like, nah, man, I'm finna eat, I don't say everybody bow your head. I bow my head, I pray, and I go on with my life. I let him do whatever he do with his food. He do whatever he do with his food. Like, everybody jumped on Pastor Hal because he did a pray for Sal, with strength to Sal, man, and his family. But they was eating him up because he said a prayer with his hood on. Like, and it wasn't just one or two comments, or I wouldn't even have mentioned it. Like, it literally, like, they tried to, like, throw the whole first half of the debate off on that shit. But, like, people actually went and brought up the scripture where it says he who pray with the head covered. Like it went there.
Is he a practicing, or he's a Christian? Okay.
So I'm like, all right, man. Okay. And I'm over that. First of all, I'm looking at the relationship that y'all have with each other. And it's a lot of people that come over there and watch the debates on Solar Vision Debate League. Subscribe, like the videos, share them. But 3/4 of the people don't hit the like button. Is basically two people at most agreeing on something. Other than that, it's just people just trying to shoot, you know. And I'm like, damn, this is crazy. And that's what sparked the Argument League. Subscribe to the Argument League. But that's what started that. I'm like, man, because it's not like, it's just like people trying to persuade and convince and all of this shit. Like, but we passed this. Like, and I know we passed it. You know we passed. Everybody who participate in that lower scripture battle in them comments will admit on a personal level that they know what's up. So I'm saying, why don't we just all recognize as a whole what's up? Translate it, like, as much as y'all break them scriptures down, like let's stop saying what that mean, and let's rewrite it and make it say what it mean, and then read all that shit together, and you tell me if that's cool. Take each one of them verses, them scriptures, them chapters, read them, and when you say what he's saying here, write that shit down, and now that's Genesis 1. And then do the next book, and then you read all them books together, and you tell me if that shit fire.
Right. So,
all I'm saying is, I don't want everybody to have to do the studies that we doing. I don't want everybody to have to do the studies y'all doing. It's like motherfuckers get mad because, oh, you watched the YouTube video, but the person who did the YouTube video read the books and he bringing us the information. That's like, I'm not saying I read them books, but when I hear something and I pause it and I open up another window and I break that shit down, and I research it, look where it's from, make sure it's right or wrong, look up evidence that critiques it or, you know, contradicts it. I take all of that in. I know what it takes. I don't want everybody to have to spend 15 years, just like you go through 18 years in school learning shit. Learning nothing. By the time you get out of high school, you're a junior high student. You just big as hell. Like, real talk.
Now here's something I learned, and you might disagree with me, and I might get some pushback from this.
Go ahead,
but here's something I came to learn, and basically over time realize. Like, at one point in time, I was saying the same thing you saying right now, Swab. Like, okay, if all these allegories and parables in here, why can't you just say what it means so, you know, everybody can know it? But in the same breath, I had to, you know, learning life lessons and seeing things in reality, I figured out that, to be honest with you, most people ain't meant to learn certain things. And some people are just smarter than others. Now, once you get a certain knowledge or comprehension and wisdom, it's up to you whether you're going to do good or bad, whether you're going to mislead your people or lead them in the right direction. But some of our people, it's good they don't know this, because once they learn it, and if they wicked by nature, they wicked at heart, once they learn it, they're going to learn it to do bad things. So, I mean, I don't know. Basically, what I'm saying is, I think I said this before, you have a brain. And if you don't use your brain to figure these things out, then you deserve to be in captivity. And some people, my bad, somebody tried to call me. You still there? Y'all still there?
Yeah, we still here.
Yeah, we here,
Okay.
brother.
And some people, I'm just trying to be real as I can, bro. Knowing people, and we all done been around our people. Some of our people, once they get a bit of knowledge or something, and once it's like automatic. They use it for bad things. And I just see it from my perspective now. Sometimes if you learn something, you might need to keep your mouth shut about it, and just, you might not need to tell it to the next person, because some of our people, we can't get inside their head. We don't know what they're thinking. And as soon as they learn something, they use it for something wrong, bro. I mean, that's how I look at it now.
That's
You
why I
ain't
think
lied.
knowledge
That's
should be
where our people
transparent.
are.
Go ahead, bro. I just want to say I think that's why knowledge should be transparent. I don't think you should hold information back. If I learn how to build a car, I'm gonna teach you how to build a car. I'm not gonna charge you $60,000 damn dollars for a car. Go ahead, bro. You said that's where our people are at.
No. Well, I agree with you on, certain things about certain knowledge can be disbanded to the people, no doubt.
But you mean
I
like higher
agree
science?
everybody should at least have the knowledge to take care of themselves and do for self, i.e., earn an income and all that. But there are certain things that I don't think, just like that we could use Crevlo Dollar, for example. Once this dude got the knowledge how to persuade people and get people to feel a certain way, look how he used it to manipulate masses of people. And one thing I found out about them is each one of these mega black preachers, they have been put on by a mega white preacher.
Oh
The
shit!
Copelands.
no shit.
So, but this is what I'm saying though. So we have that amongst us, our people. Some of our people, they not gonna think like me and you. They not gonna say, okay, we learned something. We teach the people the right way how to do it. Some of our people, we just gonna have to be honest. These people are wicked, man. They're just wicked. Period. And they don't need to learn certain things, because once they get their hands on it, it's gonna be destruction.
And the chat wants to bring up King Era and Elaine are saying how the Bible was used to sedate or lull us to sleep, to put us out of touch with what's going on as reality and keep us in what we feel is the spiritual realm. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay.
Which to me I know to be true. You know what I'm saying? And on an even higher level, since our women are connected to the unknown realm, like, having these Holy Ghost experiences, like, I think that's channeling that energy somewhere that is either not progressive at all or not progressive for us. Like, when I see that, that's something way bigger to me. I'm like, man, so you telling me women just go to church, catch the Holy Ghost, and then just go home like nothing happened? Like, hold on, fam. You could do that? Well, I need to get us together and we need to learn how to do that. Like,
Hey,
real
can I
talk.
touch on that when you finish your piece?
I'm done now. Go ahead.
Okay. I just because I know science and I'm a little nerdy when it comes to that aspect, I'd like to explain to y'all the process of what's happening when you catch the Holy Ghost. So energy travels from your lower chakra to
higher chakra. But when we take the word chakra out, we'll just say spinal column. So there is an electrical burst of energy that travels up and down your spinal column, depending on how in tune you are with the situation and how it makes you feel emotionally. So depending on how high your emotions are at that moment, you could actually have a real live experience via the pineal gland, because there's so much electricity surging from the lower part of your spinal column to the top part of your spinal column, which in turn then stimulates the brain with large amounts of electricity. And then after these large amounts of electricity goes and surges through the brain, the body begins to react to what's happening. And like, let's say you're in church, for instance, like our brother Suave said, you're now activating the pineal gland, which is a spiritual gland that for a lack of better words, it's a spiritual gland that is in a physical place and that affects physical things. So it connects you into a realm that some people can perceive as unreal, but it's definitely real because you could die there. But you're put into another realm where things are different. Your perception is different. The way that you interpret things is different. Like normally when somebody catches the Holy Ghost and leaves church and goes home, they normally have a good rest of the damn day because they have their spiritual vibration is so high at that moment that they're operating on the highest vibration that's known to man, the vibration of love. When you're vibrating in a love, when you're operating in a love vibration, you are able to experience things that you can't actually experience on a regular day basis when you're dealing with all of the emotions on the emotional spectrum, like sadness, fear, and things of those nature. That's all I want to add.
And that makes sense to me because when you say like it started the lower chakra is like your abdomen, like your lower abdomen. Like, and knowing what power the woman's lower abdomen have, you know what I'm saying? It's like if that energy travels to your head, that's different than the man's. You know what I'm saying? Lower energy traveling as far as chakra. That's how I'm looking at that. And it's that socialism. Like you said, it's that love. When you're on that love, at like you getting together. And when you listen to the sermons, that's what it do. Oh, your man is a problem, your kids is a problem, your bills is a problem. And then they give you that answer. Well, you know, just love, put it on them, have faith, it's gonna work out, it's gonna be okay. It ain't like it was yesterday. This is an example. I got better, this woman got better, this man had a good experience, that's gonna happen to you too. And then it's on. You know what I'm saying? So
it triggers you from that point on. Like literally what you said in that succession, I can feel it now. And the only reason why I say that, I'm empathic. I was born this way and I've been trying to harness that shit all my life. So like there's certain things that I can get in tune with. And when you think about all of the words that you just used, those words brought about a feeling over my body. And I'm just keeping it real with y'all because I ain't got a lot of y'all. Y'all my brothers. It brings about a feeling of happiness or peace or joy or serenity or tranquility. You know what I'm saying? A type of feeling that if, like, let's say you harness that shit and you know how to work that shit like you drive a car, that can be used for a lot of different things. Just think about how we heal. All of the healing factors that we need come from inside of our body. So imagine when you have your body operating at maximum efficiency and you hurt yourself. Imagine how quickly you'd heal. It'd be like one of those episodes of X-Men, like that Wolverine motherfucker cut off a hand and that shit grow right back, i.e. higher vibration, higher capacity, a higher capacity to do more things.
And that's why I can make an argument in the Bible that Jesus didn't die on the cross.
But let me say something. Thousand pardons. Let me say something. Let me answer the people who made the comment in the chat. When they said the Bible cuts you off from, I guess, basically your spirituality, if I get the comment correct, or something to that effect.
Well, one aspect is it puts you into what you think is spirituality, keep you out of reality. You know what I'm saying? It takes you out of the spot of doing something to fix your problems to believing something will be done that will fix your problems. That's one form of lulling you to sleep. And another aspect, as I said, it diverts your spiritual purpose because yeah.
I don't necessarily agree with that. I agree and don't agree, and this is what I mean by that. If somebody is sitting there, because see, the scripture is book for the living. Now, if somebody is telling you to sit around and wait for Jesus to come back, then yes, you are correct in that. Where I don't see where it says wait for Jesus to do anything in there, and I guess I would have to agree. I ain't gonna say agree, but I would have to defend even the New Testament because I don't see that where these pastors telling you just leave it to Jesus and just put it in Jesus' hands. I don't see that.
What they saying is that one day there will be an awakening. One day there will be a return. One day everything will be set in order.
But I don't see where nobody says wait on that. See, if we're gonna set something,
hold on. If it's telling you something in the future will happen to correct all of this, what other choice do you have but to wait till that's done?
You don't have to wait. If something in the future, if it's saying something, if it's telling you one day this is how it's gonna be, then obviously, if I know now this is just me and I'm not bashing nobody, I'm not bashing no Christians, I'm not doing any of that. This is just me. If it's telling me, okay, in the future, y'all gonna have a kingdom and this is gonna be this, y'all gonna live, y'all gonna be the head and not the tail. And if I know that there's no such person as Jesus in the sense that they have put him in that book, I know that one day our people are going to have to get themselves in order to obtain that. I know that's going to happen. Every day we get closer and closer to that goal. I'm not saying you got to wait for nobody named Jesus to come around, crack the sky and come down and kill everybody that's wicked and the right. No, I'm saying we're going to do that. This is going to come from us, me, myself personally. When I read those scriptures and I go back into the ancient scrolls and try to read them, I don't see one Messiah. I see Messiahs plural. So I know
how are we getting closer to that every day, and how are we going to achieve that?
Just by what you said, what you're saying about we need to go back and revisit some of this stuff and relook at it, and how the brother Bay, I forgot his name. I'm sorry, bro. What's your name?
It's cool, Brandon.
Brandon Bay said we need to look at things from different perspectives and stuff. Just by that alone shows me y'all thinking, y'all using y'all brain. I know I can work with y'all.
Have the thought process too.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
I said we've all said the same about you.
So this is what I'm saying. So y'all using y'all brain. So that means I know y'all working with. Even if you don't agree with me, I know you using your brain. So at the end of the day, I can say, okay, Swab Boss or Brandon, they're not gonna go for that. At least I know they gonna think about that. So this right there lets me know some of us. I mean, we see it every day. People are, and like I said, I'm not bashing Christians. I'm not bashing them but at the same time, people are waking up to that shit. Excuse me, I don't mean to cuss. People are waking up to that all the time, and they're slowly coming out of that. Now, whichever way they go is whichever way they go. But some of them are ending up where we at today, using our brain, trying to figure out where we went wrong and how to go right. So this lets me know that it's gonna happen. Just by this little grassroots movement, whatever it is we doing, it lets me know we gonna get to where we going.
So what you saying is that ancient studies is the way.
This is what I'm saying, and somewhat you're correct.
Because you finna go. You finna go. I want you could go, but I want you to answer the question. So you saying ancient studies is the way?
Yes.
Okay, now go ahead.
He who doesn't know the past is doomed to repeat it. I mean, I know that's a cliche saying, but it is so true. I mean, some stuff, 95% of the math of this has already been done. I mean, it is what it is. So if you don't know the past, just like how the brother was saying, we need to go, Brother Brandon was saying, we need to go back and we need to relook at this stuff because it has been given to us out of the lenses of somebody else's glasses. That is true as truth can be. So we need to go back and learn our past. Therefore, we know which direction we need to go.
Now, whose understanding should we use to go back and study that past?
What do you mean, who's understanding? Are you talking about like one particular group of people or one
I'm just
ideology of
saying
people or whatever?
who's understanding? Should we go when we look at this stuff? Are we leaning on our own understanding when we look at this stuff? When we research this stuff and we translate this stuff back to us and we find out things about the sources, things about the people who brought forth the sources, whose understanding are we going to lean on when we looking at this stuff?
I mean, if you ask me, from my opinion, I would go off from what I've learned of the scriptures, not necessarily the Bible, not the Bible, because as I told you, I stand on Tanakh. So I would look at it from that lens and I would try to see what's right. Now, Swab Boss might look at it from a Black Power lens and try to see what is right. Brandon might look at it from, I hear the word Bay. I don't know if you're more or not, but I'm assuming he might look at it from that perspective and try to see what's right and what's wrong. And it's up to us to say, okay, if we got the truth of the matter of what it's saying, now we need to come together and figure out what's going to be the best move for our people.
Okay, I think we would be going on our own understanding.
I mean, essentially, that's what I'm saying. We're going on our own understanding, but we know we have to apply whatever we learn to better our situation. So in that aspect, we have to come together somehow.
And that's my point. That's what I'm doing all of this for, is when we come from up under white inferiority complex in the system that it created, what will be our issues with each other? And this is the biggest one. This is bigger than swirling. Like real talk.
For real though.
But it's like, because my issue is this: when we coming from under this power, obviously, like I said, some people gonna feel like people like me have to die. For some reasons that I don't practice what they practice. For some reason, I feel like I'm more intelligent than them. For some reason, they feel they're more intelligent than me. They'll build cases on all three of those and probably some more. And then it's the aspect of, well, if y'all living by the Bible and we not living by the Bible, what do we structure our communities on? We still on a biblical aspect? Are we on a dietary aspect? Are we on a social aspect? Like, hey, we don't drink, so here's a city, no drinkers. Here's a city, no smokers. Here's a city with smokers. Is it like, or is it like, yeah, Jews, Hebrews, Christians, and then like within them is people who smoke, drink, don't curse, who they married, not married. Like, I want to address these issues before we're faced with these issues, so that we have
Right. I understand.
start to give to our children, because we're not gonna be there. But I know if we have these conversations with a pure heart, despite what angle you coming from, because like I said, I believe that y'all put that Bible down when shit get real, and it's in you, but you still credit it to the Bible. But I guarantee, when that shit pop off, you ain't quote no scriptures. you in action. You know what I'm saying? You going. That's your mouthpiece going. So
Right.
it's like,
well, I say this,
yeah,
and I'm not pleased. Well, just know that I'm not. I try, but I know it's some parts of my soul is corrupted, and I try to fix it, and it's a struggle every day. it's a struggle. You know, some stuff just happened not too long ago where, you know, I had to sit back and look and think to myself, like, man, you be talking this stuff, but when that stuff, just like what you said, when that stuff popped off, all that went out the window. So I really had to sit back and, man, just
Hold
not
yourself
feel,
accountable.
yeah, hold
But
myself
what if we
accountable, you
had a
know.
social system where we was holding each other accountable? Because my biggest thing is that accountability is what we lacking. People saying that's wrong, that's fucked up, you did that, and I'm not rocking with. When you, because I put it to you like this: you your mama's and your dad's child, and when you do something wicked, that gives people the perception that your mother and your father make wicked children. You're putting a bad spot on your parents' name, and you know what they did to have your ass make it through.
Right.
So if you do something till you make that right, I'm not fucking with you. I'm not like I'm not saying you gotta die, but I don't know who house you gonna knock on the bar or something. You know what I'm saying? To sleep, to eat. The women won't mate with you. Like either you with it or you not with it. Because if you not with it, it's just you and you die, and then the problem is gone. You don't get to have kids because who wants to have kids with a wicked person and take the risk of their child being even more wicked? Because your child is always going to be greater than you.
Hey,
Always going to be
Quad,
greater. Go ahead, bro.
you can see. I just want to piggyback that. You can see signs of that, indicative of what you're saying, just in the Me Too movement that's popping real hard in Cali right now, or in
That's a
Hollywood.
good point, bro. I didn't mean to
Because
cut you. That's a good point.
no, you right, brother. Because like you got this system that's already set up, already in place. You know what I'm saying? Where they're comfortable. You know what I'm saying? They're comfortable. They giving these women these goddamn nice trips and bringing them in, and then telling them, oh, when you get here, a dick is on the table. It's gonna happen now. You know what I'm saying? Like that was accepted amongst a community of people, and then there were a few voices, and I mean a very few, that started to speak out. Some on the side of men, some on the side of women. But it was very important and crucial for that to happen, because now we have an atmosphere where people have to be held accountable. Now you have to not only look at yourself in the mirror and hold yourself accountable, but your brother's going to hold you accountable. Like, hold up, man. I don't want you making me look bad now. I don't want you fucking up what I got going on because you over here running around putting dicks on tables and, and buying first class trips with bitches. I can't live like that. I can't get down with what you got going on. You know what I'm saying? So when Suave says the accountability, I think that's like one of the most pivotal things that we need in our community is outside of policing, is just accountability. When you are accountable for something, you don't need to be policed.
Right.
The
I agree.
shame of your action, the way that you feel from the shame of your action would be policing enough, because you'd have to deal with that internal conflict at that point. Like, damn, I know I shouldn't have did that. Now my friends ain't talking to me, or my woman ain't vibing with me right now, or I can't go hang out with the boys because they're not feeling the shit that I'm doing right now. You know what I'm saying? Now you have to face your problem instead of just saying, you know what? I'm gonna go to the club, I'm gonna smoke, I'm gonna drink, I'm gonna forget about these problems, or I'm gonna go off and I'm gonna argue with these people about whatever I choose to argue about, or I'm gonna get on YouTube and hate on all of these goddamn videos because I'm mad today. You know what I'm saying? It forces the person to not only engage themselves, but look at themselves in a different light. Because now if you can tell from the collective that what you've done has harmed the collective or has wronged the collective, it forces you to look at yourself and see, okay, well, maybe I did do something wrong. Maybe I was flawed in that area and I didn't even know it. But now that this has been pointed out to me, I can see it in myself. And now I can work on this and better myself and improve myself to a point where now when you do come back across me, I'm edifying you. I'm not a cancer to you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm apologizing or I'm rectifying what I did.
Right. Instead of just walking away
It's
like
simple as
nothing
that.
happened.
Sometimes you got to put what you think your pride, what you call your pride, aside and just say, man, look, I was wrong. Like my ego, you know, I was thinking from that My bad. I apologize. Here go a couple bucks. Or hey, I work on cars. I see you need that star to put on. I got you. It's anything like that. Just that love coming back. A fucking nigga head. I'm like, damn.
Hey, bro, don't.
Oh, dude, that's what I'm going me at the club. Man, why does nigga just come through and fix my motherfucking star?
You hear me?
Like, not. Come on, man.
Think of how that changes a brother's life, bro. Think about how it has affected your life. Somebody who you be like, well, you know what? Yeah, fuck that nigga and all this other shit. And the next thing you know, that same nigga be the one. Oh shit, it's raining outside. I see this brother on the side of the road. Come on, bro, get in the car. And he might be thinking in his mind the whole time, I know I don't vibe with this nigga, but fuck it. You know what I'm saying? If I was in a position, I'd want him to do it to me. I want him to pick me up. And now your whole view of him is completely different.
Now what that'll do for you the next time that you need to apologize for something? You know what I'm saying? It won't be so hard. Like, man, yeah. Or it'll pre-exist. You will know not to do it. just by you seeing somebody like, damn, ain't that dude that was beefing with dude? Damn, that's cool. Just seeing that shit exists and it's possible. Just like you go outside and you try to hold the door open for a woman and she don't say thank you, and you say, well, I know better now. That teaches you not to hold the door open for women. When you hold the door open for a woman and she says thank you, that teaches you to hold. If we see the positive instead of the negative, that'll be the consensus. And if we hold ourselves accountable for that, the problems are starting to get fixed. We can't keep letting people think because nobody can't punish you. You can do whatever the fuck you want.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. But see, that goes into that. See, that opens the door for a lot of things that we need to have debates and talks about, or discussions or arguments. And I think arguments are better than debates, and so to speak, because you get to let all your emotions out and everything that you got to say.
Yeah.
As long as you can come away from it at the end of the argument, still be cool with each other. I mean, that's a wonderful thing. But this leads, and I don't mean to divert or go away from the topic, but what y'all just brought up leads into another critical point into everything, in which now some people might get mad, some people might disagree, but that leads into us men being men and getting control back over our woman. And when I say control over our woman, I don't mean like you some harpo silly shit. No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is we are under captivity. To the victor go the spoils. I think I said this before. Women are designed to be survivors. So therefore, they're going to conform to the ruling civilization, and they're going to go along with it. It's going to have to be on us to say, no, this is not going like that. We not finna rock with that. And the women who don't fall in line, we just need to cut them off. Period. Because
so what you're saying is lead by example, in essence.
Yeah, because the women are being used against us. I'm not saying all, but the masses of women are being used against us to hinder us in a lot of ways, and we need to be honest with ourselves with that, and we need to deal with that because they're affecting us through our women. I mean, it just is what it is, and I'm not downing all. I'm not saying all our women. There are a bunch of.
You touched on something real pertinent, bro, because that's what they literally are doing. They have programs set up to where your woman can live in a house, but you can't live with her, but y'all got kids together. So now that creates separation in the household just from how the fucking shit is set up. So now if I help you get this house, your man can't be here. Or you can't have a man. You have to be a single mother, which is promoting something completely different. And creating a complicity to a system that a nigga don't even want to be part of. You know what I'm saying? So
exactly,
I keep going with that, bro. Like as long as the reason that they're victors and they're still victors is because we haven't picked up the mantle and started doing what we got to do. Now, when we put ourselves in a position of power and our women still want to stay over there, you motherfucking right. You got to cut. If your finger has gangrene, do you keep it to fuck your whole hand or eventually die, or do you get rid of that finger and keep your hand so that you can continue on in life.
And I believe that's what you call them cutting them off is them cutting us off too. So it's not like it's an opposition, like they're agreeing. Just recognize that you want to be over there, and I want you to be over there. It's simple as that.
It's like how Suave said.
When shit get fucked
it's
up.
really by default, because it's not like we don't want our queens with us, but it's like shit. Once she cut us off, it's like we have to make the mental decision to say, okay, I'm gonna leave this sister alone, because innately in us, we still want to keep going at it. We still want to keep. Hey, look, baby, come on back to our side.
Recognize the sisters that's with us.
It's like
keep trying to convert motherfuckers and all that shit because
and then forget about the one that's been there from day one.
And that's trying to be that. And when I say control, all I'm saying is step into your rightful position.
It goes to what Suave said.
You're supposed to have control, and she has control of what she has control. And when I'm saying that women have been used against us, we have been used against women. Right now, we just having that conversation, but we recognize that we've been pinned against our women too. This is a system that's correct, bigger than us. And I was just saying that in response to a couple comments I seen in the chat. Because I don't bash my women and shit like that. Go ahead, brother.
No, I'm not bashing women at all, but it goes to what you said. Like, okay, and like I said, I'm not the smartest knife in the drawer, but I can get, I got points where I excel. But what Suave said was right. Like, showing, okay, if this brother know how to do this, show this brother how to do that. And this is something that brothers in this state today at the bottom, we can apply and use to turn our situation around. Let's say Pookie, he got a household where his wife don't respect him. She, he ain't got the best education, he ain't got the best job. So therefore, she looking at the ballers. She on Instagram, posting Instagram pics, trying to catch somebody. It's his wife, but she not respecting him because basically he can't do nothing. Now you got a brother that live right next door who's a plumber or something, a master plumber, been doing it for 30 years. He can see that situation and say, you know what? Knowing how the woman is wired to be a survivor, and he say, okay, look, Pookie, check this out. I'm gonna take you, and you gonna come with me, and you gonna learn everything I know. So therefore, you can stand on your own. Once Pookie gets that understanding, and he gets that knowledge, and he applies it to get funding, live better, that woman is gonna fall in line. I'm not trying to say women are. I'm not bashing women for being materialistic.
That's a reason for her to honor him.
Right. I'm not bashing women because I know a lot of women gonna say, "What you trying to say? She just with him for the money." Let's just be real about this. Women are more materialistic than men in a way. Women want stability, they want security, and if Pookie can't do that, then a woman, she just gonna think, well, I'm not gonna respect him because he ain't doing what he's supposed to do as a man. But my point is, this is something brothers can do today. We can get on YouTube right now and say, hey man, what you do for a living? Oh, I do this. Okay, what you do for a living? Well, I do that. And you might have a brother who's working at a convenience store part-time, only making $5.75 an hour. And he say, man, you live in my city, right? Hey, you think you can teach me that? You think I could, you can let me know what I need to do to, and yeah, brother, I can do that. And in his spare time, show that brother how to do. Because at the end of the day, I think one thing about economics that's going to help us, if we're able to teach each other trades. See, we used to do this back in the day, like the toaster stuff, brothers teaching other brothers trades. If we can get on a accord like that, then we can start to get our woman's respect back, and we can start to get our household in order. And once we got our household in order, hey, how can we be stopped?
We can't.
I agree with you on that aspect because what I said is that what we saw was the book taken out of the young man's hand, the young black man's hand, and the ball being placed in it. You know what I'm saying? And the fathers who was on that, like you see how they women receive them.
Right.
In contrast to a man who teaches his son, something a little bit more manly. something a little bit more, not, fuck that sport. Like, this is what it takes to create a family. Be able to provide for your woman and whatever kids y'all make. When you have that woman, when you get her, already had that house to walk her through. Already had that house to walk. If you want your woman to have the best man that she can have, become that. That's all it is. Become that. Make a system where it benefits her more to be with you than to go down there and sign your baby up and get stamps and get free Medicaid and because those things are important and needed. And so if that boat floats better than your boat, common sense says don't get on your boat. But I do recognize that there's some sisters that saying, I don't care what goes on, I'm getting on the black man's boat. It may sail a little bit more rougher than the other boats and take a little longer to get there, but they see the bigger picture. But
and when we have
as you're
like
born into the system, it
support
doesn't
the fuck out of them.
Facts. Right.
Because
that's what I do. You know what I'm saying? Because it's hard, because like right now. Shouts out to Nikki and Renee for jumping on the panel, but women don't usually join panels like that. You see what I'm saying? So it's like,
and men don't know how to treat them when they do join the panel. Men get so manly on a woman that is like, it's crazy.
I don't
And then
condone that. I don't condone no sexual harassment in my chat. I don't condone talking. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck that. Fuck that. I don't want that shit around me. It's simple as that, man.
Standards. And then when you set the standards, you hold people to the standards. So now when somebody do something like that, you hold them in court and trial right then and there, which is different than just saying, you know what, I'm gonna let that slide. Because when you do that, you're then being complicit to the shit that's going on. So essentially, you're no better than the man that actually disrespected her, or the man that actually tried to rape her, or the man that actually did harm to her, as you didn't do anything to stop it, or you didn't do anything in your power to change it.
Right.
Blue says, what do you call it when you can't get on code unless you on top?
What's that mean? What does he mean by get on code?
He's saying, unless you're leading the code, unless you're dictating the code, like, are you able to be in code under somebody else's laws, shit like that? I guess that's what he's saying. I mean, you could come on the panel, Blue. I put the link in the hangout. You can come on to defend that, clarify that up for us. Yeah,
you got to clarify that.
I don't want to take out of context what you're saying.
But we need one couple things we need to teach our young men. See, one thing I see wrong, and this was in when my youth and when I was coming up and when I was seeing these things, and looking at it now, I'm a grown man. As a grown man's perspective, I see the dangers in. One thing that our brothers do that is very dangerous is, okay, you young, you get a girl pregnant. She get pregnant, first thing she do is go get on stamps, go get either a project apartment, a Section 8 or whatever, and then you go move in with her. Behind the scenes, you move in with her. I think we need to be teaching our young boys, do not move in with a woman. You can, if you're not able to take care of a baby, house a woman, if you don't have your own, don't even do it. Because we all know what happens when you in there and y'all get in an argument and she say, get the fuck out, this is my house. So I think our young men need to learn, before you even think about running up. If I had it my way, I would say you can't even have sex until you got a place to live, a job, and some money saved up to where if you do have sex and have a baby, you can take care of it. Until then, no sex for you. No sex for you. Because this is
that nigga's a fool.
bro. And the reason why I'm gonna just be real.
I'm laughing with you, right, bro? I'm laughing, but I agree with you, bro. Because if you ain't doing the right thing, you only creating a bigger problem by now. This woman is on child support, or she gonna put you on child support. Now you stuck in a cycle that you can't break. She gonna continue to be on Section 8 most of her life and most of the child's life. Y'all gonna be arguing so much that the kids ain't gonna have both of y'all there enough to raise them. So you hit something on the head, but it just made me laugh how you said that. You like no sex, and I'm like, oh shit.
And this is my perspective on that. Stop giving women your sperm. Simple as that. Stop hold women accountable for their actions. If I gotta get a job, you gotta get a job. If I gotta pay rent, you gotta pay rent. If I gotta pay, it's simple as it. You're not gonna take my sperm, flip it into a baby, and then sign it up and sell it to the system every month. And then now our relationship just deteriorate. You see what I'm saying? So hold yourself accountable, man. Stop giving women your sperm.
Another aspect of that, women get tired of a man leaning on them so much. Women will get tired of you leaning on them. Like, you know, some of these dudes get in this scenario happens, they get in this house, they ain't got no job, you know, they hustle here and there, but when the hustle goes bad, they not doing nothing, they not bringing no money in. Women, that's why women look at you as weak. You're not supposed to lean on no woman like that. And what the reason why I'm saying this, bro, because I lived it. I've been through it. I done been sleeping on bitches. Excuse me. I've been sleeping on women's couches. I understand. I see. I'm man enough to admit my wrongs. For all the highs you got in the dope game, there's lows you got in the dope game. And you don't want to be ending up 50 years old or however, you know, still sleeping on these women's couches in the projects and shit. And we got to hammer these fundamentals home to our young boys coming up, because a woman's gonna look at it different. A woman's gonna have compassion, and she's gonna be like, well, no, as long as he's getting on his feet, I don't care. He can move in with me. I can help him. But some things you just gotta cut a man off and let him grow to be a man. Tough love. I mean, bro, now, if you a brother and you see this young brother struggling, another brother can help him. If he knows how to be a man, he can teach that brother. But if you going to a woman to help you become a man, you destined for failure. It's just, we gotta get the fundamentals down before we can do anything else.
Say it thins out the possibility of it benefiting you. Because because like in my instance, like when I met my first girl, she had 2 kids. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I thought I was doing the right thing. See what I'm saying? I was homeless at 15. And when she got her apartment, it was like, yeah, why not? Like, you move in. But I'm thinking I'm looking at it like this shit. But they will let your ass know, no, my house, my car, my food stamp card, my all this. And I'm like, well, we get on our feet because I'm hustling.
They might not be wrong. When we're leaning on them, if we come in and we leaning on them hard, like, bro, I ain't got no job. You know what I'm saying? My hustle
my thing is this: I'm hustling. I ain't bringing in money. I am bringing in money. You see what I'm saying? It's not like I just depend on that. It's just this is we using this system to stack right now. But it's like, instead of that happening, instead of we using this system, allowing me to stack my excess money, you stack your excess money, and then we go buy our own shit. I'm using all my money to support your shit. You see what I'm saying? And really, I'm just investing in something that's not even yours.
Right.
We share that in common, Swab. I was also homeless at 15. So, yeah.
I wasn't homeless at 15. I was homeless as a grown-ass man, which sucked.
Yeah, that's even worse. Okay, Blue, go ahead and straighten up. Say what you want to say if you want to say something about anything else. But yeah, clarify that statement for us, brother. And peace.
Shalom. Yeah, I was gonna say, man. Yeah, I was 17 when sleeping during the cold winter and sleeping in the laundromat. So you know what I'm saying. And I done been through it. You know, the female and all.
When we talk to our brothers, if we talk to our brothers more, we found out that we all had a lot more experiences where we thought, damn, that's fucked up. I'm going through this. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
and felt alone when we got so
Yeah.
many brothers that did the exact same or walked the same path that we walked.
You gotta have that alone feeling, and that's what humble you is when you actually at a point where when when you're young, you can always call on. It's always something that you can do, and then you reach a point where you realize, bro, it ain't nobody I can call. You know what I'm saying? There ain't nowhere I could go, and I think that's when you know what I'm saying. It's a humbling moment for you, and that's when you realize, hey, you know what I mean. You got to take the next step in life. Unfortunately, I mean that's something that you should learn ahead of time, but unfortunately, you know how it is. You in a single parent home. By the time you deprogram yourself, shit, bro, it's ugly. You know what I'm saying? Too much time that flew by.
Right.
But what I want to say too, though, also is when we dealing with, and I understand as far as the women holding us down from an individual standpoint, and I do understand. But as far as us progressing as a people and what we're trying to do, we need them to get on board. It can't be you get on code once we're in power. You see what I'm saying? Like we
Right,
need you to
right,
get on
okay.
before we get hot. That's part. Otherwise, we can't get on cold without you. You know what I'm saying? That's the major thing. That's the major issue. If you in control of the babies, we need the mindset of the babies to be on code, and you the ones who raise the babies that way. So we need you. We need you. I'll say it again. We need you to get on code with us. So when if Swab is I'm not sure exactly if this is what Swab pushes, but if Swab want to teach the babies, you know what I'm saying, the comedic science, he can't have his woman still teaching them JC. You know what I'm saying? Every time he go to work and all of that other extra stuff. So
I agree.
it's
I
got to
agree.
be a group effort. And that's the problem. That's the problem that we running into is that, and really the main problem is it all falls under JC because I've seen plenty of times. If you notice, you'll see plenty of times where the husband is a Muslim and the wife is still a Christian. You know what I'm saying? She fighting that shit. She's still gonna bring pork into the house, all of these different things, and she see that as okay because we coexisted. But really, you kind of like overthrowing everything. You know what I'm saying? On a you know what I mean in a realistic sense.
Look. All right, I want to address two things in the chat. Okay, well, T Doug under the name New Era King, he's saying all you got to do is treat the women the way they want to be treated. They won't put you out and all of this stuff. He said, she's not gonna kick you out if you treating her right. And I'm saying, what's determined what's right? Because if you know sometimes what a woman want ain't right, you know that. So are you supposed to do it anyway? Because that's gonna give you the perception that she's gonna be happy, or is she's gonna say, "Well, now let me see what I can get out of it."
Well, it has to be a compromise.
I want half your check when you get paid because I don't have any money, and you want me to say, then it's well, I need more. Like, when do you say, okay, that's not right? So that's still you taking control at some point in time. It's not conflicting with what you're saying.
Yeah.
And
I don't even see my check. Shit, I get my whole check go to my wife. I don't even, you know what I'm saying? I don't even see my check. I don't
But she
nor
do
do
right
I
by
worry.
your ass, though. You ain't doing that shit for nothing.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
What we're supposed to do. Elaine says you guys are lying. 90% of these women on government assistance are taking care of their man with it, not kicking them out if they want to be there. She just jumped out the window. In my mind, she just jumped dead out the highest window. 90% of the women on government assistant is taking care of the men that stand with her.
With a parachute pack full of bricks. She jumped out the window with a parachute pack full of bricks.
You know, maybe you haven't lived in a project, man.
But it's a rotation of niggas, man. Hey, if you and your girl make it 10 years, 5 years, 6 years,
Hey, that sounds like somebody that used to ride through the hood. They never really walked around. They rolled through and was like, yeah, I was in the hood today. You know what I'm saying? I stopped through. And he didn't even get gas, man. Stop it. There you go, son. Go ahead.
What I say, unfortunately, yes, when women, like a lot of the times your initial child's father, that shit doesn't work out. You know, you might catch the next dude or the dude after that. Some women, it seems like they never do. You know, but I also admit that it's women who, like I say, handle their men, but those women don't be on government assistance for long.
It's that feminist movement killed a lot of that. It really messed them up because just think a woman never really thought about competing with a man, and then that feminist movement really kicked in on him, and now it's like, well, if he can have sex with all the women he wants to, why I can't?
Exactly.
So then she want to do that shit, and then after she got 4 kids, now she want to be good and figure out, you know what I'm saying, why this nigga won't stick around. It's just not gonna work like that, bro.
Facts. And due to that whole women need security thing, I've seen it because the men who can secure a woman financially, they put up
They
with more
don't
shit.
want.
What you said, Suave? Do you say they put up with their shit?
They put up with their shit more. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Goddamn right.
Oh, put up
And
with
I
the men
observed
shit
that with
more.
my
Okay,
own
okay.
life.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
you cheating, you know, you paying these bills and everything around it, and you come kick your feet up. That's a different outcome than you matching her on the bills. You know what I'm saying?
And
Shit.
she
And even
thinks she saw a text in your phone. Not she did it. Not that it was real. Not that it was even a woman. She thinks she saw a text in your phone. And the
Right.
entire situation goes awry immediately.
And then let me clarify something.
Go ahead, bro.
I'm not saying that a woman can't help a man get on his feet in the aspect of, okay, my man fucked up. I'm gonna hold it down till he get back on his feet. But he needs to know that he's a man and he needs to get back on his feet quickly or as soon as possible, as soon as he can, because eventually she's gonna get tired of carrying the burden. So
So
that's what
basically,
I'm saying.
I'm
you know,
saying it shouldn't be a financial factor though. If you're gonna, for men and women, when you get with a woman or a man, ask yourself, if this person steal from me, am I gonna forgive him? If this person cheat on me, is they worth forgiving? If the answer is no, it's not a good investment. If it's not a situation with, not saying they gonna do it, but just know that shit. Well, a lot of people like to say shit happens. People do fucked up shit.
Right.
If your man and your woman, if you not willing to say, bam, that nah, that wouldn't do it. You know what I'm saying? Because that's showing, because it's not saying that they actually gonna cheat, but when the world throws you a curveball and you, due to your inexperience, make the wrong decision, like both feet are coming down on you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
and you can't say, well, I'm only 17, I'm only 18. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah. Right. And look, to be factual about it too, the fact that our women dealing with them, you know what I'm saying, helping us out, the fact that our women are more assimilated into the society or into this system, you know what I'm saying, and they able to move up. We just need them to be able to use that power, not to forget about us. You know what I'm saying? I don't need you to necessarily, you know what I mean, to give me fish, to put fish on my plate, but you could give me a ride, you know what I'm saying, so I can then go fishing. Especially if you came all the way up, because 9 times out of 10, think about who in charge. And I've been blessed with a lady that was on top, and everywhere she ever went, she made sure that, you know what I'm saying, she gave me a call to put me on. So yeah, I mean, so I ain't acting like it ain't women.
And once again, holding yourself accountable and making sure you learn that woman before you end up in these lifelong situations. Learn that woman.
Right.
See how she treats her mother and her father. See if she have actual friends, because a lot of people think they have friends and they don't, men and women.
Right,
Look and see her social, you know what I'm saying, development. Like how, like, fuck what she got and all that other shit, because the ability to get up and do what you're told to do and make money on it, that's one thing. But to be able to move throughout life and build relationships on your own. You know what I'm saying? How you treat your parents and this, that, and the other, man, that's a reflection of what's gonna go on in y'all house. And a lot of dudes don't look at that. They go straight for what I like about her. And we don't factor in what we're not compatible with.
Be honest, they be looking at that ass.
Say it again, Sam. Hey,
they be looking at that ass like, oh shit.
But that's the first level. Yeah.
Again, carnal things of the flesh. That ain't that we're not focusing in on the imperative and important things that should be in a relationship or in a union between a man and a woman. Sex is a part of it, but that's not even the biggest part.
Yeah.
It's really about
first level.
that
Physical
you hate.
attraction is the first level, and then you approach the person and you learn other levels. Go ahead, Blue. My bad.
You know you good but you had made a good point, because really when you look at it, and this is what I tell people all the time, it's about figuring out the things that you hate about that person. Can you live with the things that really irk you? And if you can, then you know what I'm saying, you'll then you good.
You got off easy.
Because it's gonna be things that you know what I'm saying, it's gonna be things that's gonna irk you about that next person. It's gonna be things that you're gonna hate about that other person. But it's deal with it. You know what I'm saying? And
what
that
he
be
say?
you know,
say your woman shit with the door open and shit.
Oh.
You know what I'm
Damn, for real, Sal.
I don't want to talk. Hey, look, you like, I don't want to talk right now. Look, we'll talk a little later.
Yeah, but it's those things, man, that you learn that she worth that. She worth that. I could deal with her. I could deal with telling her close the door every now and then. But but it's like you get to the physical stage and then it doesn't go anywhere else. Nothing else matters. And you need, like I say, the physical attraction is the first step. But then you think you talk to them and you see what they mind like. You walk with them and you see what their practices are. You see what I'm saying? And then you add all that shit in.
Hey,
you don't
and
want
it
no
goes
woman
right
that just get drunk all goddamn day and don't cook. If you don't want that, then make sure that's not who you talking to, and stop giving her the pedestal and platform to become so motherfucking influential in the neighborhood. The women who got their shit in order that you keep walking past, fuck with her. Just fuck with her. See what's up. Because at the end of the day, everything falls. So, it's a lot of women who look good in their elder years. I give them that. But even if you ask them, they still got them pictures of their prime years posted. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, so it's not all about the physical attraction, although that's important and needed. And I value it. I'm not saying it ain't shit. Shit, if you like a girl with a big butt, I want you to have a girl with a big butt. But if we gotta let our girls with no booty know they're important too, man. Y'all stop stop making these flat ass women feel so uncomfortable, man.
Yeah, but I was blessed with a big butt, so I'm very happy with that. Thank you. I just want to go ahead.
I don't this is just my preference. I don't look at like if a girl got a flat ass. I'm just be real. I like lady lumps. If you got a flat ass, you got to have some breasts. If you ain't got no breasts, you got to have some ass. You got to have one or both, preferably, but you got to have one or the other. My eyes are attracted to motion. Just be real. So if you got a flat behind, I can still rock. I can still work with that, as long as you got some testicles. My eyes are attracted to motion. I'm sorry.
That boy said,
you definitely have to look like a mother in my book.
Right. I need some jiggling when you walk somewhere.
Yeah, I got you ain't gotta have a flat tummy, man. Just be fun. Be
Right.
fun.
Where them lady lumps.
Yeah, you know what? I think that I also want to say, Suave, bro, that went back into what you said earlier too with the standards. You feel me? Like, just as we're holding like our brothers up to these standards, we got to hold our women to these same motherfucking standards. It's so easy to run after the girl that gives you absolutely no attention because she has each and everything that catches our eyeball. So initially it would seem like the right decision to make, but while you walk to her, you walk past 100 women who is willing to do what she's thinking about doing and more.
It's a lot of like really dark skinned, skinny girls in elementary that y'all sick at right now. When y'all
What?
see
You
them.
hear me?
And I see. I was like, damn. I saw all the bad girls that was like in elementary, junior high. They look fucked up now. And all the little weird looking girls that were like they grew into themselves. Like, damn, that's crazy. So
and just by
don't
you
let that
saying
whole.
that leads into
This but
another
the gold man
situation.
right here. Why is he calling me? You're not on the panel. What's good? What's good, bro?
That leads into what Suave just said. That leads into
What
another
guy?
situation that we need to deal with in our own
You hear
community.
me?
When he was like a lot of skinny, dark-skinned
Bro.
girls, we have a
Yep.
colorism
I'm gonna
issue
tap that up as
going
that.
on amongst ourselves that we need to
All right,
deal with.
yeah. But like I said, man, just I think it's this it fucks your head up because for one, what I say, women get to cheat with the physical standards. You know what I'm saying? They got all these, you know, advancements in technology and shit like that. You know, and that fucks up the whole just your outlook of how to judge a woman, man. Because to me, I like a natural woman. I don't like weave. I don't mind weave that accents your hair, but I hate when a girl disregard her whole scalp and then pay attention to this fictitious shit on her head. You know what I'm saying? Like it's something like, but the pressure or the acceptance that they get from that, the benefits they get from that, is like worth it to them. In aspect to
Right.
what they get from dudes who interested in that shit. To me, it's part of playing the game. When you got on your uniform, dudes know you playing the game. Okay, so let me show her my J's, let me show her my bankroll, let me pull up on her. She going. And I just really hate to see that, man. I hate to see my people looked at like that.
Right. We like I was saying when you said about it's a lot of dark-skinned, skinny girls back in elementary. That brings up another topic that we got a colorism situation going, and a lot of us don't like to talk about
Bam.
it amongst ourselves. Like we got a serious, like a brother or a sister, because it's on both sides. They would pass up a dark-skinned brother or sister to chase after the lighter brother and sister, and we
But
need.
that's in school though. After school, because really it was because I for some reason I didn't get that hot until like the 5th grade. Then it seemed like, you know what I'm saying, I started getting a lot of love. But then once I hit like high school and past that, it was all like light skinned dudes dead, bro. Like it was over with. Like they ain't have a chance,
Bro, I don't know what I don't know your age and what you whatever you came up in, but I came up
especially with
in
older.
I came up in the I'll Be Sure.
Yeah.
When this dude jumped on the scene with them tight ripped jeans and
Women
Oh
wasn't
yeah,
even
see, I'm
looking at
after
the dark
first.
skinned man no more. Not well, I
right.
mean not
Hey,
well,
look.
yeah, no, they wasn't.
Well,
Hey, I
like to
came
me,
after.
it depends on what they looking for them for. Because I feel like a lot of women, when they not being serious, they lean toward dark skinned men. They lean toward more violent men. They lean toward more men that they feel protected by. You know what I'm saying? And so since light skinned niggas come off as soft, it's like, yeah, I got me, a motherfucker that look like what's the little wild ass it's just them little, but the colorism is there because it's like when you get a dark skinned spouse, it's not like really held at such a high standard as when you have a light skinned spouse. Now, me personally, I think we should darken our race, date darker, mate darker. You know what I'm saying? And that's just me.
Growing up, I had an older brother that was one of them pretty I'll Be Sure looking motherfuckers. And every time we moved, bro, I kid you not, I have no reason to lie. It was like he would get all the women in the neighborhood in droves. Like, say for instance, they'll see me and my other brother, and we'll talk to them. They'll be like, "Yeah, hey, what's up?" Da, da, da. But they hadn't seen my older brother yet. But when they saw him, it was like we was wet food stamps. Like, and I just noticed that about so-called black females, and not only females, because men do it too. But I just noticed there's a colorism issue that we got to get over. Now, this might not be everybody, but at large, it's going on. and we need to cut that out, man.
I'm gonna tell you, I noticed that in one of my friends, one of my good friends, and he's dark skinned like me, which was kind of shocking because, well, not necessarily one of my friends. He's my younger cousin's friend, but he's one of my friends nevertheless because we try to, intermingle with one another's friends, so we're all, a bigger clique. I found out recently because I used to notice things in high school, and when we were older, I noticed things like he would date Puerto Rican girls or Cuban girls or light skinned girls, but I do not, in all the years of knowing him, remember him dating a dark skinned girl. It didn't stick out to me until he mentioned it to me. He was like, "Oh yeah, no, I love me a red bone. I would never fuck a black bitch." And one thing that I found, well, when he said it like that, but one thing that I found strange was his sister. His sister was a dark skinned girl, or is still a dark skinned girl. I don't think that changed. But in my eyes, she's gorgeous. You know what I'm saying? Nice smile. You know what I'm saying? Very cute personality. The way she dresses is not too provocative, but her body shows things without her having to dress like that. So I found her attractive as I was growing up as a child. So it was weird for me to see him and see that he lives in the same house as her and won't date a woman that looks anything remotely like her. But he lived in the household, which kind of showed like a level of self-hatred that we have to address and deal with when it comes to this colorism and classism that we have with one another. If you light skinned, you do better in life. If you dark skinned, fuck you.
Right.
Even in the media right now, the movies, most of the stars, we only have a handful of dark skinned stars. But as far as people with lighter skin who are getting leading roles and getting paid more, that's what we see. So what we're seeing in our neighborhoods is nothing different than what we're seeing in Hollywood. People watch TV. If they don't do nothing else, they're gonna watch that TV. They're gonna watch the boob tube.
Right. And this is not me saying that light skinned black folks are no, I mean, because you even got it in reverse. You got some darker people who, for whatever reason, they don't like light skinned people.
Yeah.
And that's still your people. So we got to stop all this back and forth and just, because it's crazy. It's getting us nowhere and it's causing division on some simple, simplistic stuff.
Yeah. But I don't think we always been like that. I think it's one. I think, of course, we know it's one person on the planet that pointed out these differences that we had, because especially dealing with us in our tribe, when you're dealing with us, I believe we've always come in different shapes and sizes, and I think that's
you mean colors?
Partially, yeah, well, yeah, and yeah, colors. Because I think that's a big reason why you able to get so many different people on the planet is coming through us.
And I think also, well, this is just a side note. I was looking at some stuff last night that I seen a video where a guy said the reason why black folks come in different shades and colors is because the slave master raped some of them. You got that to a degree, but the slave masters wasn't running around raping every slave. I mean, we just got different shades and hues, period. So just because you see somebody lighter doesn't necessarily mean they got a slave master in their family tree somewhere. But that's just me going off on something else. My bad.
Nah, you're right about that. Because you got to think, even when you looking back at different tribes in Africa, when you look at different tribes, all of them have a certain build or a certain skin tone or a certain shape. It's very rare that you see throughout African tribes that they're, what I'm saying, that they come in all different shapes. You know what I'm saying? Like,
but I believe that comes from mixing. No matter how far back you go, if you see lighter people That's from
But this is
mixing.
what I'm saying though. You couldn't produce that, right? That's just like a midget could never produce a tall person, right?
They can't.
Well, they can.
No.
I thought they could.
Well,
Yeah, they
no,
can.
two midgets. I
Yeah,
think
But I
the
mean,
brother meant two midgets.
yeah, 2 midgets. Yeah.
yeah, they can. They can have a regular size baby. They can have a regular size kid. They got that shit on TV right now. Is
Yeah,
it
I
midget
saw them.
motherfuckers? And they had got a regular ass baby, but they still
Oh,
moving like
you
a
know what? You right, bro. You are right. I seen that on TV.
Hey, it
But
depends on the
I think what the brother is trying to say is two white people can't make a black baby,
hell no.
but
Well,
two
yeah,
black
you're right
people
on that.
can't make a white baby.
No, they can't.
Two black people can make a. Hold on. Well, when we say the white, yeah,
We don't
I forgot. Suave.
albino.
You know I don't play.
I'll show you.
We don't.
I'll show you twins where one of the twins is black. It looked just like us, and the other twin looked exactly blonde
Is
hair,
it an
blue eyes.
albino? Is it an albino?
He's not an albino at all.
It's an albino. It's not an albino at all.
They're two twins, and one of them is look like our brother right here, Brandy.
With the females, right?
And the other one is like a surfer white dude.
Like you talking about? It's a dudes. It's two dudes.
It's two dudes. They call
There's also a story in Kenya where I'm pretty sure y'all can pull it up. It's a Kenyan couple. I mean, they dark as coal almost, but they had a baby that had blonde hair, blue eyes, and was pale like a white.
And it wasn't an albino.
You can look at the nose and tell it came from them, but
it wasn't an albino.
Yeah, it was.
I don't know.
No, all these are albinos, fam. No matter how not shaky their eyes are, no matter how handsome or pretty they may be, it's still albinism. It's not a black.
What I'm saying is albinos don't have blue eyes. Albinos' eyes are usually pink or something like that.
And you can usually tell.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on that.
No, I see where you're coming from, brother. Because when you have like a pale skin that's even paler than the regular pale skin, their genes are very recessive. So you have brighter colors in the eyes, which means you can get pink, you can get red, you can get purple in the spectrum because their DNA isn't strong. So the signatures that the DNA is going to leave, that the imprint, the footprint, is not going to be a strong footprint. You're still going to see the outline of a foot and toes, but you're not going to see all the definition. Whereas in somebody who's heavily carbonated, if we make an albino child, you can see that there is still a lot of that Africanoid, the features within that albino child. Not to say that the child doesn't take on a whole different, outlook, look, when you look at them, of course, they're going to look completely different, but they still come from the same stock. Whereas in somebody pale, they come from a completely different stock. They can do the same things, but it only takes them further away from the color spectrum.
True.
Like I say, two black people cannot make a white person. Two black people cannot make a white person. They can make a white-skinned person. They can make a blue-eyed person. They can make a blonde-haired person, but they cannot make a white person.
Look, I'm just messing with you, Suave. Don't think I'm coming at you. I'm just messing with you.
Go ahead, take
off. Where do white people come from then, Suave? Huh? Where they come from?
I don't know.
Shut me up real quick.
I don't know where the first black person came from. In my eyes,
real quick.
In my eyes, you go through your evolution in your mother's womb. So I can see that a human comes from a germ. So I think on a micro scale, that's what happened.
Well, damn, I couldn't fuck with Suave that long. He ended that one. Okay. I was just playing Suave.
So you said,
no, I got you.
You said germ. How long does that process take?
I don't know. I see it done in 9 months, but I think that's cartoonish for me to say. You know what I'm saying? But on a long-term scale, maybe billions of years, maybe trillions, maybe 100,000. I don't know, but I don't think it'd be nothing less than in the millions. It had to be more than millions of years at least.
Do you think, like right now, there's a germ today that could be at least 1 billion years old?
Yeah.
So should we be looking for it transforming anything?
Not looking for it, but it's there. And if it's gonna transform, it's gonna transform whether you're looking for it or not. Yeah. I don't think there's nothing else as intelligent as us. I think the germs that are intelligent as us went on, made they move, and created us.
Now, where are we? Like, damn, I forgot my point because I had damn. I'm really.
Hey, well, let me ask this right quick while you think of your point. Hey,
Yeah,
Brandon.
go ahead.
Yo.
Hey, what in your opinion, where do white people come from, Brandon?
I'm gonna go off of what I've researched and what I've learned thus far. They're in the theory of evolution. I'm just going to I'm gonna throw that out there.
Okay.
If we're using something like as something evolving from one thing to another thing, there was a point when we would have, like, let's say when we say cavemen, we're still associating it. We're looking at it as like a hunched over black person inside of a cave. No, I'm talking about a fucking borderline monkey, but it has a lot of human traits. Enough that you can see similarities, but we're not the same. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right. In the research that I've done, just in Europeans, they have strands of mitochondrial DNA from us, and then they have strands from a monkey. So now, with what I know and in my experience of how things come into existence, my first initial thought is to say niggas was fucking monkeys. But if I look at it at a more scientific, no, I'm serious, because that's how
my bad.
I was in school saying this shit. So you can imagine, you laugh. Now you should imagine how these niggas was looking at me. But anyway, you know what I'm saying? I went into it not looking at the culture of the people and how advanced they were. So when I take into consideration that these people were so advanced that genetic modification was right up their alley. If you already understand astrology, if you already understand astronomy, if you've already figured out a formula to move a 50-ton block and put it somewhere where no one else has been able to figure that out since, you're fucking advanced as shit. So now that brings me back to the point of fucking monkeys. Well, if I think about it from an intellectual standpoint, why would one want to fuck a monkey? That just doesn't make sense. So then I'd have to go to the next best option if I'm using intellect. Well, then there had to be some form of engineering. There had to be some form of us dabbling in the genetics of these simians to create something else. Just like you have artificial insemination today. You don't have to fuck that girl to have a baby. All she needs is your sperm.
That man's smart. That man's smart.
So
I agree. Now, I'm not going to say all white people, but I agree that's how a lot of white people came about. Well, go ahead. My bad.
So I'm just giving you my logic and what I've learned in my studies. So when we look at the European DNA strands, again, you can see that there's Neanderthal blood that runs very long, and then you see that there's African blood that runs very long. But you can see where they were put together. You see that they're not running, they weren't running side by side together. And if they were, it was separate. It wasn't in the same area or vicinity. It couldn't have, because what one needed, the other didn't need, and what the other needed, one didn't need. There was too many dissimilarities. You get what I'm saying? as far as the genetic makeup of it. So for me, I would say that they are our creation. I'm not, by definition, it would be our child, but to even conceive of it being our child, that would have to concede to the fact of fucking monkeys, and I can't do that. Not on a logical standpoint, and thinking of it as a scientific standpoint, I feel as though they were genetically modified or engineered. I feel as though we were at the pinnacle of science and we had run out of things to do. So we got to a point where we started looking at animals and saying, what the fuck can we do with that? And we found one.
I think they were, some of them, I'm not going to say the whole Caucasian race, but I agree with you. But I think some of them was engineered to be soldiers. I think the Egyptians did it.
Soldiers and workers. I think that they were engineered to be soldiers and workers. I don't even think that we were intending on them having intelligence.
Well, they had to have some form of intelligence.
Some level. See, now you're getting back into that Sumerian thing was early.
I don't think I don't think we thought they would be wicked.
Yeah. Yes. That's what I was getting at. Not when I say intelligent, that's what I meant. Like, not that they're not smart. It's just that innate goodness, we thought that they would have innate goodness. Like the same as a upright standing human being. But we miscalculated some things because there was an animal in there and there are animal instincts. You know what I'm saying? Something that we can see now, but like back then we probably didn't see that because that was the first time we was actually doing this shit. You know what I'm saying? So like as far as like making mistakes, you can say that what we're looking at now is one of our biggest mistakes.
Now most people probably wouldn't follow the book of Enoch. But when I look at the book of Enoch and I look at some of them things,
that's an interesting book.
The book of Jasher and all these things compiled, I look at, man, this is how I know man been knew about DNA manipulation and engineering.
You not an Israelite, bro.
Hold
on. No,
yes, I am.
I'll tell him that. I can't.
Did you hear him? He said, hold on.
He's not your average Bible reader. I'll tell you that. His perception is beyond your average Bible reader.
When I look at these books and I try to take into account, because I said, like, when I apply the scriptures, I apply it to my life now. And when I look at it, when it says everything, there's nothing new under the sun. Everything that happened then is happening now and will happen in the future if it is to be. So, and I look at these elitists and they doing this engineering and we seeing they lying to us about the engineering they doing, then I know back in the past, when I look at these books of Enoch and Jasper and all these, when it said man was trespassing against the animals, meaning they was engineering stuff, I knew we've been at, and then there's proof, the walls in Kemet, the caduceus or Seleucus, whatever it is, the staff with the snake wrapped around it, that is an exact picture of the DNA strand. Moses walking through the wilderness with the staff and the serpent wrapped around it. I know it's telling us about DNA, so I know we had a knowledge of that DNA. Now here's the nail in the head that sealed it for me. When I started studying Hitler, now this is back in the 40s.
Hitler studies.
Hitler was creating a race of people. You have people walking around today, they owe their whole existence to Hitler because he actually engineered and created them. He wanted to create a race of blonde-haired, blue-eyed people, and he did. And he was creating the men to be homosexual and the women to be lesbians. So if I'm seeing they've been doing this even in the 40s and even back before then I know they doing it today, and I know they did it back in the day. So when we look at it, okay, I'm gonna show you something Hitler pointed out. Hitler said he was trying to connect the German lineage to some people up there in Tibet. And he was trying to say this is where certain German stock had came from. Now he wasn't saying the whole German stock, but he was saying he went up there, took his scientists, and they started doing experiments on these people in Tibet. And he was saying that he can prove that a certain German stock had came from those people. Now, when you look at these people, let's just say the people in India, when you look at them and you look at the Caucasian man, the only difference is pigmentation. Because if you take the pigmentation out of him, or if these two Hindu people have a baby that's albino or whatever, that's a Caucasian. Now, I'm not saying that's where all Caucasians come from, but I'm just saying that, I mean, you take the pigmentation out of them, that's a Caucasian. And Hitler, he pointed out the link between these individuals. So it's got to be something there. That's what I'm saying.
You hit the head on the nail for me, my brother, because when first of all, that staff that you talk about, that's within 3/16 of 3/16 of DNA. For that to be for you to be that structurally sound as far as making that and just leaving it on a motherfucking wall, you had to know something. Like I can't believe in all good consciousness with the shit that I know under oppression that an unoppressed mind wouldn't have already grasped that concept. That's just crazy. So that was like step number bow bow one. Then when we get to step to bang bang two, we get into like animals, right? So now when you think about a horse, aren't there different horses?
Yes.
Good,
you can get a zebra.
Peace.
Right?
You got it, bro.
Right.
And you can have a regular horse that's brown. You can have a black horse. You can have a white horse. You can have many different kinds of horses, can't you?
Clydesdales, yeah, right. You right.
Exactly. But now check this out. If one was intelligent enough to utilize the DNA within that beast and mix it with a much more pure DNA, and they have an understanding of DNA, and they have a clear perception on to what they want it to be or what they think they want it to be, what's stopping that person from creating a new breed of animal?
Exactly. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So essentially, and I'm just going off of the things that I had learned, it would seem as though there was some form of engineering along the way. And a lot of the top scientists admit that openly. Not open. When I say openly, I want to explain what openly means. Openly for the science community is these exposés that we go to, you know what I'm saying, every couple of years, and these little things that they have. It's open, but it's private in a sense because people don't even know it's happening. So if you didn't know it's happening, you ain't gonna know that they're in there saying outright out their lips, like, yeah, there's definitely some DNA that we have to discuss, because just like we're having these discussions amongst one another, they're having the same exact discussion. Well, not exact, but the same type of discussions, nevertheless.
Right,
what up,
right.
Q?
Peace. What's going on, y'all? Just
Peace.
Listening in, see what y'all talking about.
Oh, we just talking about everything.
DNA, your shit.
Your shit, we on your level.
Yeah, man.
So
we
do we
trying to
sound
be
like we
on
know what
your
we
level.
talking about, Cube? Or are we just up here on bullshit?
Hold on, say that again.
I said, do we sound like we know what we talking about?
Well, I just joined, and from what y'all talk about, I would agree. With most of what y'all saying from what I heard.
All right.
I would definitely agree with that. But
Well, would you? I want your perspective, brother. What's your perspective on these things?
Where does the white man come from?
well, the white man is an African. Now when you're looking at the DNA of the Caucasian white man, as we know today, you have a percentage of white people who do have traces of the Neanderthal, which was a humanoid type, but not all Caucasians have that DNA, and even that DNA that they have is minimal. It's about 8% or less. But white people are Africans, and it's kind of like me if I have a child with a white woman, the child is still African. This is the
Is okay, but what is African?
No, when I say African, I just mean when I say African, I just mean that they come from.
Okay, yeah. So that's not really what I'm asking. I'm
Oh, okay,
saying, what is the source of white people?
black people.
Two black people had sex and a white person came out?
No, two black people had sex and a black person came out, but through evolution or adaptation, they became white. So that's why I
Okay,
call
so
them African.
so dark-skinned Africans traveled to a Arctic part, stayed there, and their bodies adapted, and they formed slender nose, longer, lighter hair, lighter eyes, stuff like that.
Right, right. And we can see that in species such as the finches when Charles Darwin first discovered it, and he's seen that just over a small, and that's just microevolution.
What
And
was your
talk
point about the Khoisan people?
oh because Psycho in the chat was saying what he said? He said find light. No, he said light skinned people only come from swirling. And I was saying, well, if you look at the Khoisan people, they're fair, not fair skinned, but like light skinned, but uh they aren't what you would call mixed with white people. You know, they're African and
They're
you know,
in
some
Africa.
yeah,
How
they're
long
in
they been
Africa.
in Africa?
Well, and that's the funny part about it is their DNA goes back to 40,000 years. So
So
as
why
far as
they
live,
still light skinned?
well, but that's the whole thing though. They do have melanin, but when you
No, no, no.
leave,
Why they didn't evolve into a darker skinned people
but see, and
if
that's what
they
I'm trying
still
to
in the
tell you.
tropical area?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Not every single African that is on the continent is jet black. It doesn't work like that. They have melanin. The melanin is to protect your skin from
I
the UV
understand
rays.
that. What I'm saying, not to Psycho's point, I'm saying you said Africans migrated to Arctic weathers and turned white.
Right.
Why aren't the Khoisan people turning dark? Why? What sustains their light skinness?
Well, they're still black. Is my point. My
So
point is
I'm
they
What part of
saying,
Africa are they located at?
South Africa, Southeast Africa.
Southeast Africa. Okay. Okay.
You said
Right.
Southeast Africa.
Right.
All
Yeah.
right.
If you just type in if you want to look at them, type in
Yeah.
Well, I know certain traits like they got some they have a group of black people I think in the South Pacific if I'm mistaken that has like traits of blonde hair and blue eyes or
And
whatever.
dark skin. You talking about? I think either the Melanesians or the Polynesians. This
Right,
Yeah.
the,
right,
Yeah. Yeah.
right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
like virtually like the
Down there by
same.
like the Fiji Islands and all that and
Yeah,
everything else. Yeah. Right.
yeah. I studied them too because I found that to be like again a genetic anomaly, seeing as though like again they're in tropical areas. Um, the hair does not help. You know what I'm saying? The
Yeah.
eye color does not help, but they're not only persevering, they're actually thriving. So it kind of begs the question, like, or it raises more questions, like, how is this possible genetically?
does it raise the question that maybe
Leprosy.
the instances that we know we're talking about just go back further than what we think?
Yes,
Could
that's what consensus I've come to, but that again, that's different for everybody. So
because
everybody's
if
gonna
the
have their
Khoisan
own
people were
different perspective.
genetically made light skinned on the way to creating white people, then if they were like still ancient, wouldn't that still mean they African?
Absolutely, they're African.
Yeah, but there's a clear mixture. So when you go to categorize these people, African isn't the final category. You have to have a subcategory under that. Well, what type? Because African doesn't. It's not a race. It's not a bloodline. It's not really nothing.
But
It's
yes,
a place.
but
And
that's
so what
but
I'm saying, when you detail these people by their genetic makeup, you have to call them something other than African.
but
You have
my
to
whole
say they're a type of African. This person resides in the land of Africa, comes from the land of Africa, but he's a because even if you lay down a black man with a white woman, the child is neither one of y'all.
but
It
see
has
that's
parts of both of y'all, but it's a third party.
but see
I
that's
kind of disagree with that one, but
but
we
see
had that argument before.
but see that's the thing when you're looking at it from an evolutionary standpoint, you can never create a child that is not you. So everything that you create is always going to be you. You don't get a chance to create a child and it becomes something
No, no,
else.
no, no, no. I'm talking about in the way that you titling African, like that. I'm not saying your son don't carry your genetics, none of that shit. I'm saying it is not the same thing biologically on the scale of its cells, what they thrive for and what they don't want. It's not the same thing.
Well,
No.
not to cut in, Swab, but even if you mix with an African woman, it's not gonna be it's not gonna be the same because now you taking your DNA, which came from your mother and father, and mixing it with somebody else who have a different mother and
But
father.
that's changing the classification of what you classify them by. I'm saying if an African make with an African, you're African. On that, if a dark skinned person make with a dark skinned person, you're a dark skinned person. If a dark skinned person make with a light skinned person, a white person, that baby is not either dark skinned nor white. It's something else. If you're classifying it by that, now you could say they're the same thing if you're talking about other categories, but I'm saying as we categorizing people now genetically off the blood and the cells and what they mix and make, it's not the same thing. It's not the same digestive system. It's not the same psychological system. It's not the same. Like, it's shit that's different.
Yeah. And to clarify what I was saying in the chat, I was mainly talking about blacks in this country, mainly, and this, that, and third, as far as like the colored diaspora amongst blacks in this country. Because we gotta keep it a buck, because like people would say, light skinned people over here, that doesn't come from white people, and it's like actually it does, because I'm pretty sure there was no light skinned slaves coming off those ships. I'm pretty positive they wasn't, because I'm pretty positive they didn't come from the southeast side.
No Albie Shores on that shit.
They came from West Africa for the most part.
You're not gonna find any light skinned, wavy haired. You know how to like mixed people look. Like you're not gonna like the way mixed people look now. None of them was getting off of that boat. But I would say that there had to be people who were brown skinned. Not everybody was jet
Well, maybe
black.
brown, yeah, maybe not
Yeah.
jet black and everything. Right.
Yeah, because if you look on the continent today, people that have not even been touched by white people, you still have brown skinned people over there.
Yeah, I agree with
that. And I'm not interjecting just to be argumentative, but I don't think that might not be 100% accurate, because we got to remember, even before the transatlantic slave trade started, it was Arabs over there enslaving black folks.
True.
So
it
was some mixing going on.
Slave trade was actually worse. Yeah.
But see, even still with that though, we're still saying what we're doing is by using that logic, we're saying that every single African and every single African American has Arab DNA.
No, brother, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it is a possibility that one of them slaves could have been a result of an African man,
The
Arab man raping an African woman. Yeah.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
That's very true, because most of I'm about to say something else that's controversial, but most of the, well, maybe to some, but most of the slaves that came over here was either pagans or Muslims. They wasn't Christians, they wasn't Hebrews, they was pagans or Muslims for the most part. And most of the Muslims, that's because, again, like you said, the Arabic slave trade had took over Africa long before the Europeans even got there.
Yeah, I would, but see, I would say most were Muslims, but see, at the same time, though, what we can't do is we can't say just because a person is under a religion means that they mixed with those people. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I don't know, because most of the time when you have a segment of people that all is indoctrinated under a certain religion, like, it's usually because they have been conquered by a group of individuals who believe in this religion and indoctrinated them. Like, kind of like how all black people, well, not all black people, majority of black people over here all believe in the Bible, because we all been indoctrinated by oppressors over here. So then it's the same thing over there. You had a segment of Africans over there who was dominated by the Arabs, and they indoctrinated them with Islam, and that's kind of how they discovered it. Because before that, we was pagans out there in Africa. We was all pagans before anybody.
Yeah, explain what pagan means, Psycho, because I was confused on that. Remember, I had looked it up and I was like,
Oh, well, pagans actually just mean it's a multi definition thing. For the most part, you believe in more than one god. You don't believe in a monolithic god. You believe in multiple gods, like the Egyptian gods, like Kemites, like people who are Kemites, they pagans. They believe in Anubis.
Native Americans are pagans.
Huh?
Native Americans.
Yes, they would be considered pagans because they don't believe in one monolithic god either. They actually believe in spirits or whatever. So it's a little bit different with them. But yeah, they will probably fall under that category as well. Norse mythology, if you believe in Thor, Odin, and all that, you're a pagan. If you believe in Greek mythology or Roman mythology with Hercules.
Hold on. What if you believe in the trilogy, the Holy Trinity?
See, there you just touched on something, and that's one of the things I always preach. If you believe in the Trinity, you are a pagan. I don't give a fuck how you try to spin it. You can sit up here and try to say you believe in this monolithic God and everything else. I hold the position. Now, everybody don't agree with me on this, but this is the position I hold. If you believe in the Trinity, you are a pagan. If the Trinity was originally, the whole concept of the Trinity came from actually a philosopher that was a former pagan that was trying to indoctrinate pagan beliefs into Christianity. And there was a huge debate about the Trinity for many years until the Council of Nicaea happened. And then when the Council of Nicaea happened, they all got together, came up with a common consensus that they're going to accept the Trinity as being the truth, and that's what they're going to roll with. But some people actually left the Council of Nicaea not agreeing with that. And you had some people that still don't subscribe to that. But majority of people do subscribe to the Trinity, but that's very pagan.
But see, when it comes to the Trinity, you have very few Christian. Well, I ain't gonna say very few, but you have certain sects of Christianity that admit that there's three different gods, but they still somehow think that they're monotheistic. But there's other sects of Christianity that believes in the Trinity, but they look at it as it's three different things, but it's all in one. But it doesn't. I can understand it, but at the same time,
confusion.
Yeah,
it's really confusion, is what it is. They're trying to cover up for their like as you say, pagan ways. They want to be monotheistic, so it was just a doctrine that was created. But most people, when they look at the Trinity, they don't look at it as like three different gods. But we know that it's three different gods.
Knowledge in the chat, and Ebony Knowledge is asking, where do Arabs come from? Anybody?
Africans. Every human on the planet right now comes from Africans.
But you gotta say more than that. You just can't say Africans.
Arab, the term Arab means mingled. Now the original, what you would call Arabs, the original, they were black people. They were dark. They come from a line of Ishmael. Now, whether people want to believe that or not, but they come from Ishmael. They were dark-skinned people. They were black. What happened is you got the Ottoman Turks invading that area, just basically took it over, and now mingled in with them. And not just the Ottomans, the Macedonians. Over time, these people became lighter, but you can still see they're not white because you can still see that so-called blackness in them. And this is why you get the light pigmentation that you get with them. And it's different invaders that mixed in and mingled in them. That's why the term Arab means just mingled. But yeah, they were originally, they started off black.
All this shit is the melanated folks' fault. The original melanated people took their genes and mixed it with animals and created another race.
Shit. This is what I'm saying though. Yeah, because if you got and then everybody don't have to agree, but the scriptures told basically if you do this gonna happen to you, and because you did this. And what I'm saying is, I'm not trying to go nowhere spooky with y'all. What I'm saying is, we got to a point where we got so wicked and we got so caught up in our intellect and our mind that we thought we couldn't be stopped. And some force came along and showed us you can be stopped. So therefore, your creation that you set forth is going to rule over you as a punishment. Now we can debate that, but that's how I see it.
But that's
We
what I
went off.
All right, so I got a perspective on that as well. If y'all don't mind.
No, go ahead,
bro.
Okay. Just as you see it as a punishment from a force interacting and directly stopping a progress, I see it as a force allowing the balance of nature to catch up with one who is breaking the laws of nature.
Oh, okay. Okay, got you. I got you.
That would just be my perception of it.
That's what
Again,
I
I know
was.
everybody's gonna have a different perspective, but that's just mine.
That was my view, that we stepped out of obedience with the system that was set up for us through our intellect and our ability to create things. It came from creating tools or homes or whatever, however it jumped off. But the higher sciences was discovered, and that's what you would call a sin.
Well, how
Because
do you? But see, I find that statement a bit problematic because how do you grow and expand if you're not fucking up sometimes?
you
Right, I
You
agree.
have to you have
And
to
our
step
numbers,
out of that shell to
well, I
our
believe
numbers
I
haven't
believe
dropped.
if we
Still
were
dealing
paid.
with the ramifications of it, though. Our numbers haven't dropped. We haven't. It's not like Europeans where their numbers have stagnated. They're not reproducing at the same rate that we're reproducing. So I'm not saying that our numbers have stagnated or that we're falling off the face of the earth, but the position that we're in, however, is definitely different than where we were before now.
but you
It
but are
would
you saying that's
it wouldn't
attributed?
stop it wouldn't stop your advancement if you stayed in obedience to the system that was set up, because
Nah.
it doesn't stop progression. It just says there's a way to progress. You cannot turn your ability to lift boxes into a machine that can lift boxes and think, hey, this is an advancement. That's only making the compensation for weaker people physically. What does that do? What
No,
advantage
that is an advancement.
on a
That is.
small scale? I'm saying on a smaller scale. So now that creates a possibility for people's egos to come and encounter. You're stepping out of your line. If you're not born to be a box mover, damn it, don't move boxes. Then don't create this system of moving boxes and tell me I ain't shit. When nature told me I was something, and now here you go. You see what I'm saying? Just little stuff like that, given millions of years, end up nuclear bombs. People trying to
Okay.
compensate technology wise instead of just recognizing what you are and being in tune with that and utilizing other brothers. If it's just like that, it's simple as that. The moment you say I don't need my brother no more, I don't need my sister no more, which is really what it is. That's why you have today they planting ovaries in men and shit.
Yeah.
White men don't even want their women. Like, yeah, I want to be able to do what you do. Be obedient to the system you are in, the things you cannot change. That doesn't stop us as advancing as a whole.
But see, that's the thing. You can change these things. Number one, and number two, I don't believe in all of that stay within the system type shit because there is no system that we're supposed to stay into. How can we
How do
grow?
you? Okay, hold on, hold on.
Okay.
Where
All
do
right.
you breathe? Where do you get your air from? That's a system that's set up. Where do you get your water from? Where do you get your food from? Those are systems that set up. You don't recognize that?
But no. What I'm saying is all of these
No, you don't
things.
recognize that.
No, I don't. No, I don't. And the
So
reason
where do
I'm
you
about to
get your
give
air from?
I'm
Then
about to give you a reason for that.
yeah, go ahead.
The reason I don't recognize that as a system that I should stay in or be confined in is because we have a big ass burning ball above us that comes out every day for approximately 12 hours a day. And that shit's gonna fucking explode one day and kill everybody in this fucking solar system. So eventually we're gonna have to leave this system that you're talking about, and we're gonna have to find other ways to breathe, other ways to eat. So if we just stay stagnant and just be like, well, let's just stay in this system. But when that shit explodes, all life on this motherfucker is gone. So while people are staying here
So
saying, well, let's
you
just
telling me, okay? So your point is that the advancements that you see today are needed.
absolutely these things are
Okay.
needed. Now when people
Okay.
fuck up,
Word
I'm
away.
not.
Hey, I want to ask the panel a question.
Word. Okay. Let me ask this, and then
Go
go
ahead.
ahead. Word away. Was the way that this technology required? needed?
You said the way that the technology was
The
acquired
way
was
that
that
these
needed?
advancements, the way that these technology, the resources was gathered, the technology was established, and the advancements was implemented. Was that needed?
Well, it's to be honest with you, man, it's one of those things that you may not agree with it,
That you willing to
but
chop up? You like fuck it. The
no,
people
no,
who
no, no, no,
came
no,
from
no,
that
no,
family,
no, no, no,
I'm
no.
benefiting from it. They died. I'm
No. What I'm saying is sometimes in very particular situations, the end does justify the means. And my reason for saying that is because there is gonna come a time where this earth will not exist. Y'all may believe in God and all of that other shit, and that's fine. But you just have to say he's the one that's exploding the fucking sun that's gonna kill everybody in the solar system. But
okay. Go ahead.
what,
Ask your
what
question. Oh my
yeah.
bad. When you done outside.
Yeah, that was just pretty much what I had to say about that. I don't agree with this shit, of course, but if I had to kill a few niggas to save my daughter, then that's what the fuck I gotta do.
That's interesting. Giving like a flip side to Arkham's razor, like the opposite perspective to it. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brandon. What's your question to the panel?
Okay, my question is a different perspective, but on the same topic. So, has anyone studied or looked into Tibetan monks at all?
No.
You said
Not
no.
enough to say I
A
have.
little bit.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah,
Not a
not enough
lot.
to
A
say
little
I
bit.
did. Yeah.
Okay, the reason why I asked that is because we're talking about balance and being spiritually in tune. So there are a few studies that I found to be interesting that lean more towards being in tune on a spiritual note, or if we can even call it that, on a different note, on a more I don't even know how to classify that, on a different level. Because you can watch this on YouTube right now. There's some Tai Chi masters that have, through meditation, been able to essentially create a force field, a physical force field, one that is physical but can't be seen with the eyes, that can actually keep a person at bay, not just a human, an animal, or anything that corresponds with nature at all at any point in time, as well as move physical things, as well as cause physical things to happen, basically using the mind or the power of the mind, kind of like unleashing what's in there. You know what I'm
So
saying?
in other words, they're using magic. That's what you're telling me.
Magic? No magic. No magic.
Hold on. Let's not panic at the use of the word magic. What is magic?
Exactly. It's just supernatural. That's all it
Oh,
is.
okay. In that case, yes. The
What you
only
say,
reason
Psycho?
why I had to panic is I don't want to.
I was just trying. I think you said these are Buddhists.
Yes, Buddhist monks. Buddhist
Yeah,
monks.
they borderline atheists. Borderline atheists. Like they don't. Their spirituality is a little bit weird. They don't necessarily believe in a God. They do believe in spirituality, and I forgot exactly how it went and everything with them. But they're borderline atheists.
No, there ain't no borderline to it. They shit. When you follow this, because I've been like out here in Dallas, like downtown Dallas, the monks come out and they do their Tai Chi shit. Like they just come out with their no shoes and everything and just be hanging out. And like you can just walk up and talk to their ass, and like they'll be telling you shit. You know what I'm saying? So there's certain things that I've been studying since 2011. It just piqued my interest. You know what I'm saying? Because when you're talking about somebody creating a force from their mind that can physically stop me from moving forward or attacking that person, let alone the other ramifications of what it can do, let alone being able to ignite fire using your hand and chi energy.
Right.
Energy that's stored within inside your body, or energy that's stored from your cells that come from sitting in the sun, which is fucking crazy. To be able to, that's almost like a plant-like process, but being able to relate it in real time.
Yeah, like it's some fascinating things with Buddhist philosophy and everything else. Like they have a certain philosophy they use that I actually subscribe to. I think when you're talking about the senses, I know they believe everybody believe you got 5 senses and everything. Some people will tell you 6, but they actually believe in the sense of thought, and I actually subscribe to that. I think thought is a sense that everybody has that people don't throw in the whole sense category. But my bad, I just wanted to throw that out there.
Well,
No,
if I can,
I
if I
agree.
can, yeah, if I can add something real quick,
Go ahead.
some people, I get a lot of hate mail for this, but we're all animals, and when you take it back further than that,
Throw that out there.
well, if
No,
I
Shout out to y'all, man. I appreciate y'all being here. Coming up on that 12-hour mark, so I'm gonna go and shut it down. I'm gonna start off from the 3-hour 40 mark from when Cube about to make his statement about us being animals tomorrow, man. I really do appreciate y'all presence. Black Power, love y'all. Keep y'all head up, man. It's been another episode of the Argument League.
I'm affiliated. I'm affiliated. I'm affiliated. I'm affiliated. I'm affiliated.